on the play.
He will be going first.
Although we'll have to look out for that underdog liquidator on turn 1, right?
Yeah,
That's definitely something to pay attention to.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, going into this second game, if you were Gus playing Amethyst Steel against this unexpected Ruby Amber deck, and you know you can go first, I mean, what kind of starting board would you be hoping for, do you think?
I would be trying to probably be quite greedy and get down a 3-cost character on turn 3 and sing Strength of a Raging Fire as quickly as possible.
Sure.
Of course, the question is, does Lucas have Mowgli in the deck? We don't know, but I don't think we saw any evidence of it in game 1. So if you're Gus, it is an inkable card. In a game 1, you might have expected to have at least been inked at some point. Maybe if I'm Gus, I would be making a read, okay, I don't think Cowper plays that, although I'm not sure. We can see also Maui Half Shark in Lucas Cowper's deck, which we know is an extremely strong Ruby card.
Oh, and so, another staple card.
Yeah, I think for Gus, probably the opening hand is going to be get a 3-cost character down, sing Strength of a Raging Fire, and really try and use that early Strength of a Raging Fire to press home your advantage. You now know what you're up against when you're playing against this Lucas Cowper deck, roughly speaking. When you see those Maleficent Monstrous Dragons, you see those Headless Horsemen, you recognize that Lucas Cowper is actually quite a slow control deck. And therefore, when you're playing against this kind of deck, it's about how do you adapt your strategy to best beat it.
Exactly.
And the way to do that is to be quicker than them, right? Go under them, you might say. And yeah, using that Strength of a Raging Fire on your 4th turn to really try and press home that early game advantage, I think might be the key to success here for Gus.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting going into this and seeing how Gus is going to tackle. Obviously, as you say, now knowing, of course, what he's up against, more of an idea, he can really figure out exactly what he might be looking for, what what he is expecting might come down on Lucas's first few turns. So we see the happy again there as Gus's first character on board, which I think, it's just great to be there. Yeah, exactly. I'm happy to see. I'm very happy to see him. Absolutely.
Ghostly Tail was inked by Cowper as well. Exert all opposing characters with 2 strength or less, which is definitely not a card I expect to see. We know how good Demona is, but of course no access to Demona. Not many ways of exerting characters in Amber and Ruby as then the Seven Dwarfs Mine joins Happy as well.
Exactly, and notably Lucas unfortunately did not get a 1-drop character down on the board, or did nothing played on his 2nd turn either.
Yeah, nothing on turn 2, so no Liquidator, no Scrooge McDuck. This is the kind of start Gus definitely wants, right?
Yes, so I mean, it's going to be, I'm really wondering if Lucas will be able to bring it back in the next few turns. He must have a bit of a rough hand right now.
Yeah. I imagine Ghostly Tail Gen has to be a tech card for the Amber Ruby Dogs deck, because they often just sit with everything ready patiently, but being able to challenge, exert everything and challenge would be really important. I'm not sure what it is. It looks like it might be the Junior Woodchuck guidebook next to the Seven Dwarfs Mine.
I think you're right, yeah. A card that we talked about, we saw it yesterday. It almost, to me, feels like a new Friends on the other side. But there's the Webby's Diary we see coming down. So both players with items on board. I mean, do you think Lucas has any sort of item removal in this deck?
I would imagine not. I don't think there's much in Ruby and Amber that comes to mind immediately.
I don't think so.
But you've got to imagine that this is not the start Cowper's looking for. He was probably looking for Liquidator on turn 1, maybe Scrooge on turn 2, probably even like something like an Aladdin on turn 3. But maybe there's a master plan here with this Webby's Diary on turn number 3, and they are still feeling confident in this position as the Genie comes through. Of course, 5 ink for Lucas Cowper would give them access to that Headless Horseman, which is going to be a really nice answer to Genie. But there we go. Horseman Strikes is going to be a great tool to deal with that Genie for just 3 ink.
That's 2 times now. That exact thing happened in the first game. Gus got the Genie down, and then next turn, immediately, a pesky pumpkin came out to get rid of it. So Gus probably not feeling great about that. But probably feeling pretty good about Lucas's slow start here and his own board being relatively healthy right now. Not necessarily with characters, but of course he's also got the Seven Dwarfs Mine, and he's got that Junior Woodchuck guidebook, which will be able to draw him another card when he needs it.
Yeah, we do see that Liquidator inked. And again, looking at Kalpa's list, cards like Liquidator, as well as this card which he inked, which exerts the whole board with 2 strength or less, does seem like he's quite teched for that Amber, Emerald, Dogs deck. Maybe those cards not as great against Amethyst and Steel, but this is surely the kind of start that Gus was hoping to get off to. As we are going to see that Junior Woodchuck guidebook being banished to draw 2 cards, and that Seven Dwarfs Mine has been ticking along ever so patiently. Gus is 6 lore ahead, with Lucas Kalpa still yet to score a single lore point.
This is a difficult situation for Lucas, of course, as we've seen, not seeing the cards that he needs right at the start of the game. I mean, what do you think he's currently feeling or thinking or hoping to get into his hand?
I mean, it's not a great position, is it? But somehow it could be worse, right? Gus didn't play many cards which quest for 2. In fact, only just now Timothy Q Mouse coming down, which will quest for 2 with an evasive character on board. The Headless Horseman seems like the key card for Kalpa to find at this moment in time to really just try and get back into the game.
There it is. You called it and it happened. Get rid of that happy.
Notably, not going for the Timothy Q Mouse with that Seven Dwarfs Mine in play, Jen.
Exactly. I think that was the smart choice. And am I correct in thinking that because, of course, Happy has, during your turn, this character gains evasive,
yes,
that would then help the Timothy Q Mouse? So I do think that was the correct choice. And notably, of course, with the Seven Dwarfs Mine in play, no, I don't want that damage to come my way because, of course, Headless Horseman only has a 2 willpower, so would immediately get banished if Happy went to the mine.
Yeah, and Gus here, if they could find another knight, such as another Happy or another Doc, well, I don't think Lucas Kalpa would be happy to see that at this moment in time.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And we didn't see a Doc come down in the previous game, but I will be very, very, very surprised if Gus is not playing at least a few Docs.
Looks like it's going to be 4 ink spent for Gus. It's going to be another Genie. But if Kalpa has another Headless Horseman...
Is there another Horseman strikes in Lucas's hand?
And that's the thing with Genie. Because it's an uninkable, you kind of just have to play it. Even if you think there might be, you kind of just have to find out by just playing it. And of course, this Genie is an evasive, which means that Timothy Q Mouse will now be able to quest for 2. And if I'm looking at Kalpa's hand with these sort of... early game decisions where they didn't really play much, it might suggest a heavy uninkable hand, which could suggest multiple Headless Horsemans, for example.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, there's another.
You're right. Again, you said it and it happened. Stop being like an oracle. It's weird. It's spooking me out.
And we are also seeing the Headless Horseman take out this Seven Dwarfs Mine because both of these Headless Horsemans are giving the characters +1 strength. So suddenly it's a 6 strength Headless Horseman to take out that Seven Dwarfs Mine in a single swoop. Well, Lucas Kalpa is clawing their way back into this one, but it's 9 lore to 0. It's still a healthy lead, but that board presence is starting to tick ever so slightly in favor of Lucas Kalpa, or it's certainly starting to swing in that direction. A big turn for Gus to really try and get a wide board here, Jen.
But still, of course, Gus on 9 lore to Lucas's 0 currently. But as you say, we've had a sudden unexpected swing here in Lucas's favor, but we see that Dumbo come down on Gus's board. Of course, a very powerful Amethyst card, but the strength of a Raging Fire, getting rid of that Headless Horseman, because of course, with 3 characters on board, it deals 3 damage. Calhoun taking out the other Headless Horseman, get that 2 lore, bumping him up with the quest there also from Timothy Q Mouse up to 13 lore. Very, very nice turn, I think.
Yep, it's a 13 lore lead. Now, what does Lucas Kalpa have up his sleeve to try and deal with this Timothy Q Mouse and Dumbo? He's at 6 ink, so we're not at the range of that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon yet. It's a Sisu! Wow, you don't see that very often. The uninkable Sisu in her human form. That is a great unexpected way to clean up this Timothy Q Mouse, the daring visitor.
Very much so. That when she is played, she can banish an opposing character with 1 strength or less.
Okay, I don't know what that card is. We're going to find out what that is for you. It's going to be all rewrite history. Return a character card from your discard to your hand. 3-cost inkable song, Headless Horseman, has been added back to Lucas Kalpa's hand.
Wow, I think that's the thing with Lucas's deck is that, you know, obviously he had that slow start, but as soon as he gets up to 5 ink and he clearly had, you know, those headless horsemen in hand, he's like, well, hey, okay, I can deal with some stuff here once I get to 5 ink, which of course we saw him do exactly that. But getting his headless horseman back into hand again is pretty crazy.
But he did have to pay 3 ink for this. The fact is that there's, in a better scenario, he can actually sing this with the Sisu.
Yes,
you look at the Sisu and you think, okay, it's good on impact, but maybe it's going to struggle later on. As you see the giant cobra come through for Gus, gaining them 2 more lore. But yeah, this Sisu Daring Visitor is a bit of a threat because cards like Rhino potentially, or the Delamoon's Lullaby, which could be sung by Sisu, could vanish the cobra. And if then Kalpa could somehow vanish the Cobra, lower the strength of Dumbo, and play the Headless Horseman this turn, there is a potential for them to clear the board with the right combination of cards. But it looks like it's actually going to be a quest with the Sisu. It's Raging Storm!
Raging Storm, there it is, the brand new board wipe that came out in Winterspell and had the community really chatting about this card. We haven't had a board wipe like this since we lost Be Prepared to Set Rotation. It is an 8 cost as opposed to a 7 cost that it Be Prepared, but that
Tinkerbell's just come down, Jen, and the Headless Horseman is back. The Headless Horseman has striked yet again, and Gus knew it was in hand because of that rewrite history ability from the song card that Kalpa played a few turns prior. It's an Elsa. It's going to exert the Headless Horseman and challenge immediately and live to tell the tale. So Elsa still standing tall on the board.
Yeah, get out of here, man. Get rid of that Headless Horseman. I don't blame you. But yes, I mean, but it is easy to forget, you know, even if you know that a card has... Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Another Raging Storm! Wow! I was not expecting that.
Lucas Kalpa controlling the board. We said that Gus might know all of the tricks in Kalpa's deck, but it turns out that they had not seen it all just yet. And now the pass from Gus means that Kalpa is the first to play, and it is the Elsa, the new legendary card. If it's at a location, it will quest for 4, maybe 5, and when you play it, and whenever you play a location, you can exert an opposing character with 3 strength or less, I believe. I've been looking at this card quite a bit.
I've been playing her because I've been cooking a, not that great, but I love it, Ruby Steel location deck, and I have this Elsa Ice Artisan in it, and she is just so cool.
She is really extraordinary. It's going to be the Elsa 5th Spirit, but it's going to be a pass from Gus. Gus is 4 lore away. What can Kalpa do? Does he have any locations to synergize with this Elsa? Maybe it's that boost location we mentioned earlier. Well, how about a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon?
Wow, how about it? This is, I really wasn't expecting, I'm so taken aback. I was not expecting to see that Elsa at all this weekend, but in this deck, yeah, wow, this is so fun.
And we do see the dock come through for Gus.
Love that. Nothing in hand to discard. That's the sweet spot that you want to play dock, so you have nothing to discard. You just get those 2 cards drawn into your hand. And still quite a lot of ink available. I think 5 ink still for Gus there. So depending on what he drew into his hand, we might see something good come down here. Maybe he's got something he needed.
Gus is only through it, but passes, maybe not wanting to overextend into a Raging Storm, maybe wanting to hold on to a Giant Cobra. It's going to be Elsa challenging the Mulan. Now, if there's a location here for Kalpa, it would trigger the Elsa ability to exert the dock, and every lore matters. But no, it's going to be a quest from the Maleficent. It's going to be the Maui Half Shark joining the party. Chee-hoo! It's going to be dock questing. Is there a Giant Cobra? Is there the Giant Cobra? It's up to 18 now for Gus.
That's the exact card. There it is! There's the Giant Cobra. Exactly what Gus needed in that moment to get that extra 2 lore bump up to 20. Wow, Gus takes it. What a display. So we are now 1-1 on our feature table here with these 2 incredible players, 2 really interesting decks. I mean, that was very different to the first game as well. Yeah,
it was. And you see why Kalpa is playing Liquidator in their deck, that underdog. having a character that could have contested that early board would have just removed probably 3 or 4 lore. I think it was like the first character that Kalpa played, was it on turn 4? Was it even turn 5?
I think so. Definitely the first 2 turns.
It was
He didn't get anything down.
And it was Webby's Diary on turn 3.
Webby's Diary on turn 3.
I know Headless Horseman, and it was Horseman Strikes on turn 4,
Yes.
and then Headless Horseman on 5.
So no character on the board until turn 5 is really not what you want to see.
Having said that, though, the Liquidator, as good as it is, it does only have that 2 willpower, and could have been vulnerable to the Happy and the Seven Dwarfs Mine combo.
Yes.
So even if that Liquidator was through, it might not have been all sunshine and rainbows for Kalpa, but certainly they didn't get off to the perfect start. But we are going to see for the second time in this best of 3, Lucas Kalpa on the play. So the big question is can Gus on Amethyst Steel manage to win on the draw?
I mean, I could go either way, as we saw in that previous game. You know, Lucas having that really, really slow, difficult start. Gus really getting that board going as much as he could early on. But then it swung. But then, of course, Gus still managed to win. So I'm really interested to see. I mean, hopefully for Lucas, he will get the 1 drop, the 2 drop. He'll get what he needs. And, of course, as you say, he will be going first in this game, which is nice for him. But, I mean, I'm like, I wish I knew what they were thinking, you know?
Well, it's only 2 cards mulliganed for Kalpa. Of course, the player going second, you are allowed to wait for your opponent to mulligan before you announce yours. So when you see Kalpa mulligan just 2, after seeing that opening in the previous game, you can be a little bit intimidated. But I think that's also a sign that Kalpa, I mean, we don't see his hand, but often if you mulligan a little, it means that you're confident as well. And we've seen Raging Storm in his deck, right? We've seen Headless Horseman, Scrooge McDuck. That's quite a lot of uninkables already. And if you end up with Raging Storms in your early hand, which you can definitely be receiving after an aggressive mulligan, you could find yourself in a tricky position. So I think it's a safety first approach here from Kalpa with the mulligan. And then if I'm playing against Kalpa then on Amethyst Steel, I might feel it necessary to maybe take a slightly more risky mulligan at this stage.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, yeah, if you, what kind of cards are these 2 players looking for in this starting hand?
Well, I think for Kalpa, they are going to be looking for that Scrooge McDuck on turn 2. For Gus, good question. I think, again, getting that 3, that just clean curve of 1, 2, 3, singing strength, that's still what I would be looking to do and focus on to try and deal with those Scrooge McDucks in the early game in particular.
Sure.
We also saw Kalpa with that 4-4 Aladdin in game number 1, which we didn't see in the second game.
Yeah, we didn't see that at all, did we? Inking a Giant Cobra for Gus and playing that all-important Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. What a steel staple right there.
It is, and it's a great card to play against a aggro deck like the Dogs, but against a more control-heavy deck like Amber Ruby, you'd of course rather a character which has more willpower and quests heavily, but not going to be the case on this occasion. That is going to be that 4-2, I think it's the Negaduck, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so,
There is also a Floodborn, which is something to look out for. It's just a nice 4-2 stat line as a 2-cost character. It's a super villain, I think.
Evil doppelganger.
Yeah.
Very nice, yeah. 4-2 stat line, so same stat line as a Liquidator.
Only someone so dastardly, so despicable, so disdainful of the utterly... It's actually quite hard to read from here.
Only someone so dastardly, so despicable, so disdainful of the utterly defenseless would dare perform such a deed.
That was much better than I was coming up with. Good job.
Thank you. Well, I had it on here. I can't read it on the screen because I haven't got my glasses, but I got my laptop right here.
It's going to be the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook from Gus. It's going to be the Tinkerbell, and it is going to be that Aladdin Whisper coming through. So it's reckless. It has boost 1, and when it is boosted, all of your characters with reckless may exert to gain 1 lore, which is, of course, meaning that this Aladdin is a 4-4 that can quest for 1 essentially if boosted, but it's not technically questing, which means you can bypass things like reckless. So Kappa was telling me, yeah, imagine someone uses John Silver on one of your cards. They give like your Negaduck reckless in this position. Then you play the Aladdin, you boost it. Suddenly you could just bypass the reckless thanks to that Aladdin.
Yeah. I hadn't
really
even thought
interesting
about
card.
that.
But the 4-4 stat line is just quite unbelievably impressive.
Oh yeah, true. For a 3 drop as well, like that's really nice and inkable too.
Yep.
If you need it. So we see that ghostly tail, I think, that we saw before going into the inkwell. We're going to boost the Aladdin.
And it's not going to quest, but it is going to exert to gain 1 law. And we're going to see another Aladdin, which is, of course, reckless itself. And it's drying at the moment, but next turn you would not need to boost this Aladdin as well, as the other Aladdin is already boosted, and all of your characters with reckless may be exerted to gain 1 law, as we do see the giant cobra discarding a dock, which might suggest Gus has another dock in hand.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't. You don't necessarily want to discard a dock unless you have another one.
Yep, and that Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, is always something to pay attention to, and the presence on the board that it gives. But often with the Cheshire Cat, you can challenge with the Cheshire Cat into one of your opponent's characters, get some damage counters on the Cheshire Cat, move them away. But actually, 4 strength is the lowest strength on Lucas Kalpa's side of the board. It's going to be 1 ink spent to boost this Aladdin.
But of course, as well, as you were saying with the damage, you know, that 4/4 stat line on the Aladdin means that it can very easily hold damage, and then for the Cheshire Cat on Gus's board to use. But we see that second Aladdin being boosted a second time.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that's exactly what Kalpa's looking to do at this stage. I think something's gone a little bit wrong. Imagine a Webby's Diary here. Suddenly this boost 1 would also be able to draw him a card if he paid 1 ink. So I think no sign of the Webby's Diary here for Lucas Kalpa. Might have just faltered slightly in the curve. It's been a good start, but not the perfect start that we saw in game number 1 at this stage in the game. Also worth noting that Gus has done a really good job of not playing an evasive to play around that Horseman Strikes.
Yeah, they're well observed there. I wonder, because boosting that Aladdin a second time doesn't give any additional...
No.
It's not a stacking ability. So I wonder if maybe, do you think he had something in hand that was maybe going to try and bounce it back to his hand to get some extra cards?
Great question. I think the reason is because that rewrite history card in his deck, which allows him to play return a character card from his discard to hand.
Course.
So all of the cards which are boosted will follow it into the discard, and that potentially could free up Kalpa's hand down the line.
Of course.
And he's just got the ink spare. He wasn't doing anything else with it, so why not, right?
Yeah, you're right. No, I had
That's a great
forgotten
question.
about that card, yeah.
It's a 3 law to 2 game. Gus is just starting to gain a bit of a foothold in this as Kalpa sort of faltered slightly on that previous turn after a great start. No copies of that Webby's Diary available. Of course, only mulligan 2 cards as well.
Yeah.
But Maui Half Shark is a 6-cost character. The big question is, does he have enough ink to get it? Well, there's the Horseman Strikes. There's the Half Shark for Lucas Kalpa.
There it is.
It's actually just going to be a pass, not wanting to exert the Aladdin or the Negaduck at this stage.
And he does have, does he have, I forget, does he have an action in the discard? Or, because Maui Shark, Half Shark allows you to...
I don't believe so currently.
...return an action, correct? So, yeah, but I don't think he has any actions in, but it's still a great character to have on board, of course.
Yep, it's going to be the 7 Dwarfs Mine for 2 ink for Gus. There is a Knight in play. It's that Dockbold Knight moving to the 7 Dwarfs Mine, and that Negaduck is going to be dealt with thanks to the 7 Dwarfs Mine. 1 more ink available for Gus as it stands.
Very, very nice. I want to play both of these decks.
Yeah.
I really, really do. And there's the Happy coming down, so he's got another Knight. Very importantly, he's got another Knight on board that can be moved to the 7 Dwarfs Mine potentially on the next turn, deal 2 more damage to something.
Yep. It's going to be the Giant Cobra exerting. It's going to be really interesting to see if Kalpa has any actions in hand. There's 1 action in hand. When you play it, it will go to the discard. Then Maui Half Shark can challenge. It's going to be very fascinating to see if there is anything available. Of course, also, Jen could boost the Aladdin, challenge into the Giant Cobra, which would banish the Aladdin, sending all of the boosted cards to the discard, which could then free up the potential of the Half Shark.
Exactly.
So it's a really interesting turn to see exactly what happens. And it feels like a pivotal turn in this game because Gus's board is going very wide very quickly. It's actually going to be the 7 Dwarfs Mine challenged by the Half Shark to kick things off. It's going to be the Horseman onto the captain hook.
Yeah, get rid of the captain hook. You don't have to worry about the knights quite so much now, because he did get rid of the Seven Dwarfs Mine, which I think was a very, very good choice. Of course, having 2 knights on Gus's board, not what you want.
Yeah, and it is going to be also this dock cleaned up, that Junior Woodchuck guy, but let's not forget about it. It is still in play for Gus if he wants to draw 2 cards at some stage. This felt like a turn that Cowper just clawed back a little bit of control. The important thing for Cowper here is that Gus is only at 5 lore. Imagine at this stage in the game if Gus was at 13, 14, the pressure would really be on thanks to that giant cobra. But Cowper's probably just feeling that little bit more comfortable. Not perfectly comfortable, it's far from over, but he was just able to control the early board enough with cards like that Negaduck. Okay, they didn't actually do much challenging, but they just stopped Gus from questing.
Exactly. But we see reasonably healthy boards for both players here. I think we got that Mulan, Disguised Soldier come down, going to cater Gus's hand a little bit with the draw and then discard a card. We got that Tinkerbell evasive quest for 2 coming down as well.
And yeah, this Cheshire Cat, I've said on stream yesterday, Jen, I think it's one of the best cards in Disney Arcana. But Cowper is really making it look not so impressive. The boosted card underneath the Aladdin was a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, so there's still no actions in the discard for this Maui Half Shark. But Cowper's deck, the fact that everything is seemingly 4 strength or higher, is really making things difficult for the Cheshire Cat to move any damage counters at all.
It really, really is.
It's going to be Happy.
Questing with Happy.
Going on a nice Happy quest.
Love it. Love a Happy quest.
Back on over to Lucas Cowper, who's currently, I believe, still at 6 ink. Hasn't had any card draw, right? Didn't find that Webby's Diary to draw off the boost. Hasn't added a card to hand with the Maui Half Shark. Of course, that Happy is exerted, but is there any actions in the discard? I don't believe so. But there's another Half Shark to join the fun.
Wow. Okay. But it's I was going to say something and I immediately forgot because I was excited about seeing 2 Half Sharks on the board.
Yes. I think, Jen, as well, I think that this is just... Cowper might actually have the Horseman Strikes in hand, which could start looping that back into hand. While, okay, it's not the most impressive on this board state, it deals with the Tinkerbell. Why would you want a second one? Well, actually, you might just pay 3 to draw another card at some point. But we'll have to see. It's going to be the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook drawing 2 cards for Gus. Dumbo into the ink. Gus definitely respecting that Horseman Strikes as much as possible.
You got to respect the pesky pumpkin.
Pesky pumpkin is great. I might have to steal that one. It's going to be
Baker
a double
said
quest.
the same thing when I said it first time.
The Giant Cobra and the Mulan, and also that Tinkerbell Fast Flyer questing, that Surfer Tink, as many people like to call it.
Yeah.
Of course, very similar stat line to that Minnie Mouse stylish surfer from one of the earlier sets of Disney Arcana. I think it was set 2, Rise of the Floodboard.
So we've got Gus is on 10 lore now to Lucas's only got 3.
Yep. Cowper in hand has Horseman Strikes, Raging Storm, a 3rd Shark.
Half Shark. Oh my gosh.
And Headless Horseman, if I didn't already say that. So it's Raging Storm, Headless Horseman, Maui Half Shark, Horseman Strikes. Yeah,
not quite enough ink, I think, to play the Raging Storm. I think he's on 7 ink.
Yeah, 7 or 6. And at this point, I think these Sharks, Cowper is just going to hope can seal the deal. I guess the big question is, do you play another Shark, right? Or do you just play the Horseman Strikes? It's going to be Shark challenging Mulan.
Clear that board.
I don't think there's any actions. He just double checks and shakes his head. It's going to be then the Shark challenging the Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see the boost synergy with these Sharks. It's not worked out on this occasion. Triple Shark, no actions.
Triple Shark, yeah. That is such a shame, I think. If you've got that many Sharks on the board, it could be so incredibly powerful if you've got actions in your discard. But of course, it is unfortunate that there are none. But still a great body to have on the board versus Gus's lonely Calhoun.
Do I have permission to make a terrible joke?
Yes,
The
of
ability
course.
for half shock is chi who. This is like chi. Oh no, that wasn't great.
Gee,
Yeah,
no.
that's what I was going for. That was better delivery.
I love it.
The
I
Dumbo
really do.
enters the board. The Happy and the Calhoun are there as well. Gus is still 10 lore away. Can Calper finally start finding some action cards that they want to play? Well, there's the Headless Horseman
Wow.
dealing with Happy, and the half sharks are just going to quest. Quest for one. Don't mind if I do. Interesting that Calper decided not to deal with the Dumbo at this stage in the game. And that's really just Calper saying, okay, I want to start questing. I want to develop my Headless Horseman because it quests for 2. You can draw off your Dumbo if you like, but you're going to exert it, and then my Maui half sharks can deal with it later.
Exactly. I think that Headless Horseman has been doing so much work in this round, and it's one of my favorite cards from the set. I really love it.
Look at Calper's facial expression. That I can just see that ever so slight little smirk
I
when he
have
plays the
a
genie.
pumpkin.
He's been waiting so patiently. He could have inked it about 4 times, but he's just sat on it in hand.
Yeah, well,
many of us would have played it, but he's just been waiting for that surprise value.
Yeah.
Gus is like, yeah, he doesn't have it. I'm safe.
Yeah, I think when you know that your opponent has so many evasives in their deck, like the genie, the Dumbo, the Elsa.
Here we go. Is it time, or is Calper still going to keep us waiting? It's going to be another Headless Horseman.
Yes,
no
okay.
actions necessary. Still, Calper's going to challenge that Seven Dwarfs mine, and imagine it's just going to continue to quest here.
Yeah. I'm sad to see the mine going to the discard, of course.
This is the most ridiculous board I've ever seen. 3
I know.
Maui half sharks and no actions in the discard.
2 Headless Horsemen. Wow, what a board state.
And people say Ruby's not that good. Well, Lucas Calper has other ideas, right?
How dare they? How very dare they? As a Ruby lover myself,
Gus,
I find that offensive.
Gus finds himself in a very tricky position, and that is a comfortable little smirk
Very
from Lucas
comfortable.
Calper.
I love it. We
Can
love to
breathe
see
a
it.
little bit more easily. It was looking a little bit dicey with no Webby's Diary. Of course, that game 2 missing that early curve. But it looks like they might just have managed to claw this one back. But Gus might have other ideas. Strength of a Raging Fire. Deals with the Headless Horseman. Demona. Everything's going to be exerted, but Calper draws 1 card. It's 3 for Gus.
Okay.
Calhoun could trade for that Headless Horseman. And, of course, Gus then going to take the lead up to 12.
Oh, yes. A very nice amount of lore. But Lucas on 10 now. So not that much of a difference between their lore counts, but of course Gus, having drawn 3 cards from the Demona, may well have drawn some really useful cards, but we won't know. We won't know until they get played.
Yep. Does Lucas Calper have any more actions that they actually want to play? We know that Horseman Strikes is still in hand. Dumbo, of course, though, could be challenged by the half shark, so it's going to be a fascinating turn to see how Calper manoeuvres this way through it. It looks like it's going to be 6 ink spent. It's going to be a Pirate's Life.
Pirate's Life! Oh,
and that's going to be
gosh.
5 lore gained because of the 3 abilities of each half shark gains a lore. And look, now the Pirate's Life comes back. The shark sings the Pirate's Life. It's
That's
another
what he
5
wanted.
lore.
And
That's the
there's
game
the
right
handshake. That is it. That's exactly what he wanted. That's amazing. Finally saw that action that he needed going into the discard to utilize those 3 Maui half sharks that he had on board. What an impressive display from both players here. Incredibly strong players with these really interesting decks. Yeah, I mean, but that was awesome. Congratulations to Calper. That was just wonderful to watch.
That was utterly ridiculous. He was at 10 lore. He plays a Pirate's Life, gains 5, challenger with half shark, sings a Pirate's Life, and suddenly he's at 20.
Crazy.
And let's not even forget his opponent lost 4 lore during all of that as well.
I know. That's if you're Gus in that situation, that's really not what you want to see.
We said that there was 3 sharks and no actions, but all Calper needed was 1.
Incredible.
But that's not all of the action for round number 1, because we do have our second feature match for round 1 ready to go and watch. It's been ongoing. We will jump in with the action and let you know where we are at.
I'm very excited, very keen to see what decks we've got here.
I am familiar with one player on the right from Finland, so big shout out to the Finnish community of Disney Lorcana. Someone that I've met at some of the events in Sweden.
Very nice, very nice. Do we think these are going to be some crazy decks again, or do we think we're going to see more of what we have been seeing most of at the weekend? So
good question.
Yeah.
I always like a little bit of spice.
Me too.
But we'll have to wait and see, won't we? I will be surprised if we see another Ruby Amber boost deck.
I will be very, very surprised if we see. Imagine a mirror match of that deck. It would be.
I don't want to cast that.
No, it would be
I'll
absolute chaos. Yeah. It would be manic.
I actually do want to cast that.
Yeah.
That sounds ridiculous.
We'll have to build a second one and go and grab him, and then it would be really, really fun. Really fun.
We go. Both players in that alter phase. We will keep you posted on the score.
Indeed, we will. So this is our second feature match of round one here at Saturday at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. This is our, if you're just joining us or if you're unaware, this is our biggest DLC yet. So we had 2,000 players in the room yesterday.
For the main event.
For the main event.
More even
exactly,
for the
more
side
than
events.
that for the side, but we had 2,000 players in the main event yesterday, and then today we have another 2,000 players in the main event on their own day. So we're in our round one of this day here.
Oh, there you go. That's
there
a bit of
we
spice.
go. Okay, we're going into a game 3, and we have a Ruby Steel, baby. I'm so excited.
We're just hopping straight in for game 3. Ollie from Finland, and he's got Ruby Steel. Florin from Belgium, a local player. I didn't actually see what was inked there. It's going to be Mulan coming down on turn 1 for Ollie. I'm going to be discarding a card. I've tried some Ruby Steel locations. It's going to be grab your bow.
Me too.
Grab your bow discarded. So, of course, Mulan and Steel, you have to be very wary of that Floodborn Mulan, the elite archer. It's going to be Clarabelle for Florin. And back on over to Ollie.
I'm so excited to see a Ruby Steel deck on the feature table. I'm going to pay attention. I want to look at this deck list, man.
Yeah, and there's only 15 minutes and 45 seconds left on the timer.
Okay, so we
do need a decent pace of play here.
Yeah, there is a little bit of pressure on, but still, you know, they do still have a bit of time. At least it's not 5 minutes left. That would be a bit stressful, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 inks spent by Ollie. Might be on a Dockboard Night, which I figure they're not going to trigger at this moment in time, Jen.
No, I'd be surprised if they did.
That's the level of analysis I'm here for, right?
Yeah, but that, unfortunately means they probably didn't have a better 2-drop, but they really wanted to get a character on the board, which is understandable. But we see that Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, going into the Inkwell, so we know, of course, that that's going to come down. But we got 2 Clarabelles.
Yeah, which means no T-Po, no sail, no 1 jump ahead.
Not getting that all-important ink ramping that Sapphire decks need so much.
That's a spicy card into Ollie's Inkwell, that Namari, which would be a... Oh, it's power line.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Power line. So this is this 3-2 power line. It's a Singer 4.
Taking the stage.
Of course, one of the new song cards in Ruby is sort of similar to Friends on the Other Side. It's a 4-cost song, and if a character was banished this turn, you draw 2 cards. So
yeah,
that
marching
could be...
off to battle, is it?
Yeah, you might be right.
I think it's that.
If you could double check that for us, that'd be great. I think you're spot on.
Marching off to battle. If a character was banished this turn, draw 2 cards. Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, so as soon as I see Power Line and I see Ruby Steel, I'm like, right, how on earth is this deck going to draw any cards? You've got Dock.
There it is.
But can you find any other ways to draw cards? Now, we haven't actually seen Marching Off to Battle. But when I see Power Line, it would make sense. It's a new Winter Spell card as well, right? So we haven't seen it much.
Yeah.
Malicious, Mean and Scary for turn 3 for Florin, so still no ramp.
Get some damage down.
Yep.
Maybe going to try and deal with these characters in another way. Maybe he has another Malicious, Mean and Scary in hand. Who knows? It's
quite possible. It's going to be another Namari into the ink for Ollie, and it's just going to be a nice and simple quest. It's not going to be a simple quest. It's going to be Singing Beyond the Horizon.
Beyond the Horizon.
So there's the card draw. Powerline with that Singer 4, helping sing together that Beyond the Horizon. Each player can Well, and look at that. Ollie actually discarded Florin's hand as well. So Clarabelle was discarded. How many cards? 1, 2, 3. 4 cards discarded by Ollie.
Oh my
Florin
gosh.
drew 3 more. So only discarded like 1 card total overall. But Clarabelle has been discarded. Florin will be hoping to draw into another. And then Willie, the giant, Ghost of Christmas Present, enters the board, which has a boost 3 ability, and this character can't quest or challenge unless you put a card under him this turn.
Wow, but a 7/7 stat line is
Yes.
this is fun. This is really fun. What a fun round.
These are the decks I love to see, and
I'm having a great time.
I see that you do too, Jen.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Ollie now can go to 5 ink this turn, has a few new cards thanks to that beyond the horizon, but it is still 0-0 in terms of lore. There comes the Namari. We've seen them, of course, ink 2 already, and this Namari is getting extra strength for every character in the discard, and when you play it, you draw a card and discard a card, I believe, and in fact,
yes,
it's when you play it
and
at the start of every
your
turn.
Yeah, so it the 2 abilities for Namari really go hand in hand, of course, because each turn you can draw a card and then discard a card, and of course then she gets +1 strength for each card in your discard. So you're putting that strength into the discard, and Namari's grabbing it and being like, "Hey, I'm so strong."
Yeah, it's going to be the double quest. It's going to be that Keyholder's Thunderbolt, which was discarded by Ollie, a great way of getting rid of an uninkable thanks to that Namari ability. Willie the Giant. Well, he's big, but he's not doing much because you have to boost him in order for him to challenge or quest. You don't necessarily have to boost him. You have to put a card under him, which usually is boost, but there are some like other niche interactions in Disney Arcana TCG where you can put a card under Willie as well, which would not be a boost. Aurora! I love Aurora.
Yes,
so this Clarabelle now has Ward. Aurora, I've actually been playing it in my Ruby Sapphire deck to give Ward to my Maui Half Shark. It's a really good tech card against Blurple that has Into the Unknown, Hades, Let It Go. And against Ruby Steel, it might help protect your other characters from cards like Strength of a Raging Fire and the good aim of Angel. Well, there's another card draw tool for Ollie because that Goliath Gargoyle is now in play as Namari quests for 2, and I believe the doc just challenged that Clarabelle. And look at that, the Goliath is going to be drawing Ollie cards. The card draw engine is flowing.
Yeah, at the end of each player's turn, if they have more than 2 cards in their hand, they choose and discard cards until they have 2. But if they have fewer than 2 cards in their hand, they can draw until they have 2. So really, really good Goliath to play if your opponent has a lot of cards in hand and you want to get rid of them because of course, the turn they have to discard down to 2. But of course, also really good if you need some cards in your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. The Goliath card is really, really interesting to see in this Ruby Steel deck.
Oh, yeah.
Just finding ways of drawing cards is quite difficult often in Ruby Steel. It's one of the color pairing's biggest weaknesses. And getting to 6 ink in the first place is not that easy. So the fact that Ollie's got there is a really good spot to be in. Of course, Clarabelle for Florin is their usual main way of drawing cards, but usually Clarabelle benefits from being played as quickly as possible to draw as many cards as possible. Ollie now could just sort of try and keep their hand at a minimum and really make that Clarabelle less impressive if it does eventually come down. Worth noting, Aurora does not have Ward herself.
No.
Unless you get a second copy of Aurora down, and then they will give Ward to each other. It's going to be your welcome being sung to deal with this Goliath, but of course that does mean that Ollie is going to be drawing 2 fresh cards off the top.
Oh, yes. Not a great position currently for Florin to be in. Ollie with still, even getting rid of that Goliath, still quite a scary board. I mean, you've got some big bodies on that table there. But Willie the Giant, I mean, that boost 3 I mean, because he's got a 7/7 stat line, obviously it is pretty cool.
Hello.
Oh my gosh.
It's the Ink Geyser. This is a card you don't see so often. It's that Emerald Sapphire Dual Ink action. Each player exerts all the cards in their inkwell. Then each player with more than 3 cards in their inkwell returns cards at random from their inkwell to their hand until they have 3 cards in their inkwell. Not something you see every very often, but it is a
Wow.
tech card many of these Emerald Sapphire players are playing for some specific matchups.
Whoa, I wasn't expecting to see that. That's fun. Choosing the cards here that Ollie is going to keep in the inkwell and the cards that will go into hand. So both players now on equal 3 ink. So we're going backwards a little bit.
Yeah, we are. That's a really good way of putting it. But
Yeah.
for Florin, often when you play the Ingeyser, what you want to be doing is you want to already have board control. You already want to have like ways of ramping available potentially. And I'm not sure that Florin necessarily has that, right? They didn't find that ramp on turn 2. They didn't shift Clarabelle. This Aurora is the only character they have. Arguably, Ollie has the bigger board and better board. Well, not arguably, they do have the better board at this stage. But can Ollie really press home this advantage? Ruby Steel, you would imagine, needs to win quite quickly in this matchup overall. So I would love to see Ollie starting to get some real questing power down this turn if possible.
Yeah, definitely. So we saw he did choose to discard a Goliath at the start of his turn with the Namari ability, and then drew and put another Willy the Giant into the thing. But there's a strength of a raging fire, getting rid of that Aurora. Get out of here, you.
And that is the questing power I was talking about. Okay,
Yeah.
two power lines. It's only 2 lore, but really what Ollie's doing is they're just going so wide that it's going to be so difficult for Florin to stop them. It's going to be Sail from Florin. It's going to be Basil inked. Of course, another card can be inked thanks to that Sail, the Azurite Sea. It's going to be Tipo. Mom, I think I'm still growing.
Really great position for Ollie here on 7 lore with such a wide board. Florin is still on 0 lore with just a singular little Tipo. He's just a little boy. He's just a little grown boy.
Yeah, and this Willy the Giant, okay, it can't exert to quest or to challenge, but it can exert to sing songs, which is probably why Ollie's playing it with cards like Strength of a Raging Fire, as well as that Beyond the Horizon as well.
You're right.
It's going to be Lexington discarded by that Namari, but this board is getting ever wider for Ollie, and not many of these characters are within the range of Under the Sea either, as that big quest comes through. I have a feeling that Ollie might be able to win with another quest. Let's see, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, if they boost Willy the Giant, it would be 9 lore next turn.
Another Tipo on board for Florin there.
That's going to mean 8 lore, I believe, now for Ollie. If Willy the Giant's boosted, are we going to see the Willy the Giant boost to win the game? Namari, 2, 4, 5, 6. They need 8 lore. Willy the Giant cannot quest unless a card is put under him this turn. The boost for Willy the Giant seals the deal.
You got to do it. He can quest now. He's questing. You've got 8 exactly on board there to go to 20. It's going to Ollie with the Ruby Steel deck. I'm so pleased. Wow. I'm so happy.
It was like the sleeping giant just waiting for their moment.
Yes.
And then finally Willy the Giant sang Strength of a Raging Fire. I guess that's what woke them up.
Yeah.
And then the next turn, ready to quest, right at the perfect moment to win the game.
Absolutely, but both players did incredibly well there. Of course, we didn't see the first 2 games, but clearly, you know, they did do both well because they were 1-1 by the time we got to them. But wow.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate draws there for the Emerald Sapphire player in this game. We jumped in. No ramp, of course. Definitely a tricky position to be in, but Ollie made the most of it. That Beyond the Horizon, denying the Clarabelle. It discarded the Clarabelle, and then there just was no Clarabelle shift found later. So big credit. That Powerline Singer 4 for the Sing Together Beyond the Horizon is really cool to see. You think about the amount of decks which are very greedy and end up with so many cards in hand. Decks like Blurpool, well, that Beyond the Horizon can really disrupt a lot of people who are not expecting it to come.
Yeah, definitely, and especially when you're playing against that Emerald deck and you see they've got the little Clarabelles on board, you probably know they're very likely to have that shift Clarabelle, so just getting rid of their hand, I mean, they might draw into another one, but they also might not. So, yeah, I think that was a really good play there from both players, but congratulations to Ollie and his awesome, in my opinion, Ruby Steel deck. But I think we're going to go over to the lounge for an interview with the winner of our Feature 1 match. Throw it over to you guys.
Welcome to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium, and I am joined by Lucas Kalper, who just came off of a 2-1 victory in round 1 here at the DLC. Lucas, great to see you as always. 5th place at the World Championship. So very keen to pick your brain. You are my hero for running Ruby cards, first off.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got to ask, though, what led to that deck decision? I know you're a very serious player. I know you take these events very seriously. I'm sure you want to get back to Worlds. So you must believe in that deck. Can you talk us through what led to the decision to bring it?
So I've built a lot of decks in this set, and most of them turned out to be pretty medium into the top 3. Like most decks either lose to Amethyst Steel or lose to Blurple or lose to Dogs. And you gotta just choose which one you want to lose against. And this deck has pretty okay matchups into all 3 of them. And I just wanted to play every match I get to play and not concede some of them just because I got paired into the wrong thing. So that's why I landed on Ruby Amber.
I love that. And what would you say is your weakest matchup? What's the one you're going to fear the most if it turns up?
So I really don't want to play against Green-Blue, which has been my nemesis for the last season as well. So I'm pretty glad that that one is down to like a 5%er right now.
But if you can dodge that, you feel comfortable, like you could have game into anything?
I can have game into anything, yeah.
What are some of the most significant cards in the deck that you feel improve those matchups against like the top 3?
So Raging Storm is, of course, a big one against slower decks, like the Amethyst decks mostly. Against Dogs, it's pretty slow. You usually don't get to 8 without any ramp. My big secret that I've inked a lot in this matchup is Ghostly Tail, which if you just go 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop Ghostly Tail against Dogs and get 3 of their guys, it's pretty hard for them to get to Tramp again.
So working out well for you, and you just won 2-1 against Amethyst Steel. Were there any particular moments in that match that you thought were very pivotal? Any moments where you thought maybe you were panicking a little? Can you talk us through that game a little bit?
So game 1, I think the deck looked great. It did everything it's supposed to do. I got the diaries out. I kept drawing a million cards every turn. Game 2, I full-on mulliganed 7 cards because I had 0 cards in my hand that cost 3 or less in the opening hand, and then didn't get anything in the second hand as well. And the first thing I drew was the Negaduck, the 4-2, when my opponent had a Happy and a 7 Dwarfs Mine down, so I can't play that guy as either. And then it was just fighting to stay alive to get to those 3 Raging Storms I had in my hand all time. But my opponent just got too high on lore at that point and finished it out with a Cobra. And game 3 was very weird. I just ripped shark after shark after shark, looking for any actions because I didn't find any. I had to ink my 2 Horseman Strikes pretty early on in that one. And then I'm very happy I found the Pirate's Lives finally for 10 lore out of nothing, which was very fun, I think.
It's been a while since we've seen Shark and Pirate Life action, so that was very, very cool. You've attended a lot of DLCs, Lucas. How are you enjoying being here in Ghent, Belgium? What do you think of the venue?
Oh, the venue is so great. It's so big. There's so much space. There's a million people in here, and still we have space to play and like put our things on tables. That's not granted at every DLC. And people have been super nice so far. It's been a very good weekend.
I'm very glad to hear it. Lucas, always a pleasure to chat with you, mate. I wish you the
Thank
best
you.
of luck over the day. Any shout-outs or any thank yous or anyone you'd like to speak to? Take a moment, the moment's yours.
I mean, I obviously have to shout out my team, the Rare Hunters. So, yeah, those guys and everyone that helped test me, everyone that believed in the deck. I do have some of my team playing it as well. Some, jumped ship last minute.
You convinced them to switch over to it.
I tried with everyone. It stuck with some, and it didn't stick with the others. So we have a pretty mixed field of decks, but yeah.
So now you've got to win and prove them wrong, the ones that didn't believe in you.
So I can force them into every single weird deck I've ever building in the future.
I love that. We always look forward to seeing what spice you brought into a DLC, and clearly still performing really well. Lucas, it's a pleasure to chat with you, mate. I wish you the best of luck over the rest of your day. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon.
What a lovely guy, and what a wonderful player with such an interesting deck that I feel very, very, very happy to have gotten to see his deck in action.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would be feeling really good right now if I had him on my fantasy caster draft. Oh, wait, I do. Nice. No, he's honestly turned into my favorite player in Disney Lorcana because he's always just bringing unorthodox decks, which he spends hours working on and brewing. Many people will know that's something that I also love to do. So whenever I'm chatting with him, I played in DLC Milwaukee, and he told me, you've got to play 3 Desperate Plans. I was like, mate, that's a lot of Desperate Plans.
It is a lot.
But he was right. I did have to play 3 Desperate Plans. It took me about 2 months to agree with him, but eventually I did.
Got there
and
eventually,
no,
yeah.
it worked out really well. So he really good guy, really passionate player for Digital Lorcana. So really happy to see him enjoying his time on the main stage here.
Love that. So we're going to throw back to the guys in the lounge now to chat about as you just mentioned it, caster fantasy draft and some prizing information, I think. So we'll head back over to them.
Welcome back to the lounge, Illumineers. We are here live at Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, and I am joined by none other than my very favorite co-host, Baker, Lorcana Villain, and we are having a blast today already. We have 2,000 more Illumineers who are playing in a tournament today and are making their way to day 2.
DLCs are always a highlight for me, and this time we get a whole extra day of it. It always flies by way too quickly, so getting an extra day of it. I would like to take up a quick moment to introduce you to my Hey. I'm babysitting this for. Shout out to Ravensburger game developer Tim. I am babysitting. I am trying to bring Hey over to the villainous side. I don't think he understands, but we're doing our best. But enough about Hey.
I have a little Pascal here.
Okay.
A little friend for Hey to hang out with.
Maybe they could have a challenge later.
Yes.
See how they do.
I think that they could play some Pack Rush, maybe.
Absolutely, love that. So what have we got to talk about now, Rebecca?
Well, we did want to remind everyone of the format and everything that's going on with Disney Lorcana Challenge today. We have these 2 concurrent tournaments going, and today is day 1 of our Saturday main event. 8 Swiss rounds of core-constructed best of 3, and those players are working to get 6 wins or 18 points or more to advance to day 2.
And of course, day 2 will be played on Sunday. We will have 4 further rounds of Swiss core-constructed best of 3, and after all is said and done, we will be cutting to top 32 single elimination best of 3. Worth noting that this will be for both of the events, both day 1 Friday and day 1 Saturday. So a huge operation. And then finally, the winners from each bracket will face off against each other to earn that very coveted World Championship invite in a best of 5, Rebecca.
Best of 5. We love a best of 5 here. And when you're fighting for that World Championship invite, you've got to work for it.
It's a big match.
It's a big match. So that best of 5 is going to be really exciting on Sunday. We hope that you'll stick with us all weekend. I did want to take another look at the prizes also.
Oh, please, show me the
players
prizes.
are playing for this weekend. Of course, everyone is getting that foil Pegasus gift for Hercules. And then we have some other Season 2 Disney Lorcana Challenge promos, the foil Simba Pride Protector and Elsa Ice Maker. And that Elsa Ice Maker also has a gorgeous foil playmat that players who reach top 16 will get.
She really is stunning. I've put one in my bag. I mean, I've put one
hey,
safely in the deposit box. But the prizes go on. Of course, top 8 will secure the creme de la creme for the Disney Lorcana Challenge, a serialized golden Mickey. There are only 500 of these in the world, except, of course, the 1 of 1 from the World Championship last year. But these are serialized out of 500. What a prize to take away. Top 4 will also receive a foil uncut sheet of uncommon cards, a fabulous souvenir to get to take home and decorate your home with. Runners-up will be getting a foil full Fabled set and Enchanteds and Epics, the complete works, Rebecca. What a prize.
It is a prize. Of course, they have to get Iconics just like the rest of us.
Absolutely, yes. We don't just give those away.
No.
And then what's coming to our grand winner?
Yeah, well, the winners of each of the the Friday and Saturday tournaments will get a foil uncut sheet of rare cards. Cool. And then it's that invite to Worlds, that all-important invite that these players are going for. Tons of amazing prizes. There's also some fun stuff on the prize wall, and Illumineers are having a grand time out here. There is so much going on in the fan zone. There's side events. There is the main event. Everyone having such a fun time. And, of course, the casters, we couldn't be left out of the fun. We have to have some of our own fun as well. And so we have for you, again, a new roster for our caster fantasy draft.
Oh, very exciting. I just, a little humble brag, I absolutely smashed Friday, day one yesterday. Can I keep it up and come out on top today? A quick breakdown of my own team. I have finally been able to secure what I've been calling the Season 2 breakout star of the year, the legendary Tiago. Very happy to have got him on my team. We also have a wonderful content creator and a sapphire steel connoisseur, Harlan Sweet, good friend of mine. I've also got Mikael here, second place at the European Championships last year. Also on my list, I've got Mr. Burns, a well-known content creator and player in the space. And I've got Kai down at the bottom. I'm very happy with my team, Rebecca.
Yeah, there are some great players on all of these teams. We see that Team Gen has Fia Wyatt, who just recently won a CCQ, which was incredible. Especially has got Thea Time Bouchot, Lucas Kalpa, who we actually just saw on stream.
Smashing it with Amber Ruby.
With Amber Ruby of all decks, which is that? No, that's not the deck that Spessy picked to win. It was Amber Amethyst that he
picked. Amber Amethyst, yeah. I think he actually started on Amber Ruby and then
changed
his mind.
It. So maybe he wishes that he would change back, though.
He might regret
that Lucas is playing that deck. We did want to point out that Zach Bivens, unfortunately, not able to make it here to the tournament this weekend, so we are going to let Joe Curley have the opportunity to pick another player for his roster.
But we're not going to let him see who won round one. We're just going to give him the roster and let him re-choose. But a shout out to Zach Bivens, a legend in the community. Sorry that you couldn't make it, sir, but we are thinking of you. And then your team, Rebecca, looks stacked. Ed Chu, second place at the World Championship, the North American champion, DLC champion. When does it end?
Listen, Ed Chu has got a resume a mile long. He's also a little bit of a hometown hero. He's from the Northern California region where I am from, so I had to have Ed Chu as my first pick. And I followed with Melissa, who is known as being a fantastic Emerald Amber Dogs player, and I know that the dogs are out there in force, and so she is a great pilot and someone I definitely wanted on my team.
I'm going to go further. Best dogs player in the world.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, but Melissa is fantastic. I'm just going to shout out some other players. We got Frank and Luca over on Team Ross.
Frank Karsten, two-time DLC champion.
Diego, another dogs player, and Sailor on Team Kim. So there are some incredible players. We hope that you will play along with us in chat. Let us know what team you are rooting for and follow along on the stream all weekend to see who comes out on top. Is Baker going to be us all again? I hope not.
I certainly hope so. But yeah, that's the Caster Fantasy Draft. Let us know in chat who you think has the best odds of taking home the trophy. But yeah, what a weekend, Rebecca. And just to go back to what it's all about here today, we keep using this tagline, but I think it's relevant. A lot of Disney Lorcana players are just looking for their next opportunity to play more Disney Lorcana. So, of course, that World Championship invite, very coveted. And not to forget, the top 32 players from both brackets will earn their invitation to the European Championship.
Yes, and it's not just the competitive players who are looking for their next chance to play. I actually met a player, an Illumineer yesterday, who is on her honeymoon.
Oh, amazing.
Okay? She got married 2 weeks ago, so congratulations to you if you're watching. But she said that they went to the CCQ that happened a couple weeks ago, and then they went to, there was another event that they played at. She played at this last weekend, and then they're here this weekend.
Wow.
Like, so much Disney Lorcana. So players definitely want to find lots of experiences to get together with the community, because that's part of it too, right?
If you remember, someone got engaged in DLC Bologna as well.
Right.
Love is in the air here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
We love it so much. And yeah, it's I was talking with some of the artists as well yesterday, and they were saying how wonderful it is to connect with the fans who love this art so much and to hear the stories of how they are enjoying the game and how the art has made an impact on them. So anytime we can get a bunch of Illumineers together in the room is a grand time.
It sure is, and there's Collection Quest going on. There's so many ways to enjoy competitive Disney Lorcana or casual Disney Lorcana. This game is for everybody. So we hope that you'll stick with us throughout the day for another incredible day of Lorcana action. Rebecca, anything else to say, or are we ready to throw it back to our wonderful casters?
I do want to shout out one other thing, and that is, if you're excited about Disney Lorcana Challenge, if you wish you were here, because you should be, and you're looking for a chance to attend an event, we do have Disney Lorcana Challenge Dortmund coming up in June, and there are still tickets left. So you can scan the QR code on the screen, get your tickets, join us in Germany. It's going to be another 4,000 person event, Baker.
Baby.
So please come on out. We hope you can join us there. But we are here in Ghent, and we are ready, I think, to have some more Disney Lorcaana.
I cannot wait. Let's send it over to our wonderful broadcast team. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Baker. Now, Kim, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
We've got 3 Disney Lorcaana Challenge winners.
Okay.
A European champion. We've got top 4 at Worlds, top 4 at Euros. What am I talking about?
Your fantasy team.
My fantasy team. It didn't go great yesterday, Kim.
No, it did not, because I bet you. Baker may have bet us all, but it doesn't matter, because my team came out ahead of Ross's.
But fantasy draft in the rearview mirror for the time being. We're getting ready for game 2, round 2 here at the Disney Lorcaana Challenge in Ghent. And by we, I, of course, me, myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Kim. How's it going? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling lovely.
Is your hype level kind of high?
My hype level. I'm so excited. Took a time to wander around. There's loads of vendors here. Had a look at what cards I need to pick up, what decks I need to build, what cards I need to get to build these decks, and then I went by the jigsaw puzzles.
Oh, they will take your time.
Yes.
That's a bad idea when you're working.
I had like 5 minutes, and I helped someone build the edge because when I build a jigsaw, especially the Disney Lorcaana jigsaws, because they're so big, you need to do all the borders first.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want it to sound too harsh. Anyone who makes a puzzle and doesn't start with the edge, I don't trust them.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, but I can't do a puzzle with you.
Yeah.
You're starting in the middle. What madness is that?
Thank you. It makes sense. So I was helping people who were trying to start from the center, and I said, no, guys, come on now. We've got to start with the border.
So I've got a 3-year-old at home. He turns 4 next week. He's loving puzzles. We've only done like 120 piece so far, but I got a 1,000-piece Disney Lorcaana puzzle, and I'm like, when he turns 4, I'll just be like, pass me the bit with Moana on. He knows who Moana is. I think me and him might be doing a puzzle next week. I'm very, very excited, but I'm also excited here for round 2. We've got some things coming in this round. We've had a sneaky look at what's coming up, and I think we're a little bit excited. You certainly seem very excited, Kim.
I'm really excited because there's a new card we got that hasn't been really explored a lot, and it is an item. And I have to whisper just in case they can hear us.
Of course.
And it's Snowfort.
Oh, we saw that on stream yesterday.
We did see that.
We came here yesterday. We made a little segment about cards to watch. And people were talking about Snowfort, and I said, that card looks amazing. We all know that card looks amazing, but I've not seen it repping in decks lately. And you told me, and Spessy told me, and Baker told me, Ross, just wait a second. It's going to be here this weekend. You were all right. We've seen it in multiple decks, and it is an inherently very powerful card. And it's one of those, if you find yourself in a matchup where your opponent does not play item removal, oh my word, the advantage you get. And not every deck is playing item removal right now.
And a lot of decks, like a lot of ink colors and decks, like for instance, Amber Amethyst, don't have a lot of item removal.
Nope.
For example, like Amethyst, you can perhaps bounce some items back, but there's no permanent item removal. So this might be a really interesting game if our Emerald something player gets this Snowfort out on the board, and perhaps our other player, which may or may not be playing Amber Amethyst, gets, I don't know, control of that board in time.
Going to be a fun thing to watch. Well, while we're getting ready for round 2, we're talking about cards we think are going to be good. How about decks that we think are going to be good? We did, of course, all make our caster predictions at the start of the weekend. Now, tell me what you predicted, and how do you feel one day in?
I feel pretty good about it. Yesterday, I'm intrigued to see the meta breakdown of today's game, because yesterday it was among the top 4.
Yes.
Emerald, Sapphire, because I fully believe it has removal, it has item removal, and it has a lot of card draw, which is like 3 key things you need in order to be able to build up your board, control the other player's board, and ultimately take the win.
I agree. And I'm afraid I went low-hanging fruit. I'm sorry, Rebecca did as well. I want it in the record. I got my prediction in the document first. No big deal. I went for dogs. Woof, because quite frankly, I think it's the strongest deck out there. I described it on stream yesterday as an aggro deck with control options. And I know it doesn't always go super fast. There are different ways to play the deck. I know you're very experienced playing the deck. You played it at the CCQ in Leicester there a couple of weeks ago. To a pretty nice record. And as far as I'm concerned, you can go super fast. You can have things like Trap Street Smart Dog coming out on turn 3, potentially, if everything goes well. You've got Under the Sea as a counter to maybe the Mirror or some other decks that are going quite wide with small characters. And then you've got things like Mowgli Man Club, like Ursula Deceiver, where you can play a little bit of keep away, a little bit of control, while also just really getting a lot of low-cost characters out nice and quickly. I do think it is the best deck in the format. I do think there's going to be people to counter it, but right now we've got people at the table. We're getting ready for our round 2, and we do have headphones on now, so we can talk a little bit more about what we're expecting to see in this matchup.
Yeah, you were just talking about dogs, Ross, and it is not going to be Amber Emerald we're seeing at all this round. This time, we're going to see an Amber Amethyst versus an Emerald Steel. And with this Emerald Steel, in fact, may or may not feature that very snow fort we were just talking about.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if Snowfall's coming out, but it is a card which is trending up quite strongly. Of course, Amethyst is everywhere right now this weekend. I'm starting to see it as one of the strongest things in the game. I'm impressed we saw Ruby in the previous round, having that Maui with a pirate's life, getting five lore just for playing one action card. I mean, goodness me, absolutely phenomenal. We're not seeing it here, though, I don't believe. So what inks have we got here? Tell us about the 2 decks and the inks we've got.
Yes, our Amber Amethyst decks, obviously using all those key Amethyst tools, being able to draw so many cards. That thing Amber does so very well. Teamed up with the likes of Amber and our new cards in Amber, like Grandmother Willow, teamed up with our item Lantern we had previously before, being able to cheat out those bigger cards, the like of our Elsa Fifth Spirit and the likes of Demona, just being able to really control the board. And I'm really intrigued to see how it's going to play into this Emerald Steel deck. Not a very common deck we've seen around, but it was represented in the room yesterday nonetheless. And with the use of having this Webby with ward and a lot of warded characters, and if the Snow Fort comes out, everything is going to be given resist 2, meaning if we perhaps see a Lewis, or maybe we're even playing John Silver Alien Pirate perhaps, and we could just see a load of our Amber Amethyst players, Amber Amethyst Glimmers being given Reckless to be able to challenge into the Emerald Steels players. Well, getting into game 1, we already have Princess Elanwi going onto the board for our Amber Amethyst player. I do like this card, can be utilized really well by giving the support to the other side of the board and teaming it up with the likes of World's Greatest Criminal Minds, which we did get to see a little bit of yesterday, Ross.
We did get to see that on stream yesterday. We got Jonathan on the left here with your Amber Amethyst, Leonardo on the right. Ink's turn 1 didn't get a play, but on turn 2 we get a second ink, and it's Ursula Deceiver. Do we have any options, anything we can go and grab there? I see an action, but unfortunately she's after the songs, not the actions.
Which is where you really like the pairing of Amber Emeralds, when you have the likes of Maui Man Club that can target all of these items and actions, but unfortunately no songs in the hand for Jonathan.
Nope, no targets there. Now, you did still get the information. You got to look at your opponent's hand. You know what options they've got for the next couple turns, but you don't want to spend 2 ink on Ursula Deceiver and whiff. We do want to ink a Rafiki Mystical Fighter so that we can play that Raja coming down here.
Yeah, and this Raja...
Ghostly Tiger.
And this Raja does have the keyword Vanish, meaning that if Leonardo is able to target it for anything, it will just poof and vanish into the discard.
But until then, it's a 3/3, which is not too shabby. Not a card we saw on stream, I think, at all yesterday. Now, we are going to be inking a Donald Duck Daisy's date, and we are going to be playing, it's our old friend Louis, and he's giving something reckless, that endearing alligator. What's he giving reckless to?
He gave the Reckless to the Raja, so Louis comes into play exerted, meaning this Raja is going to have to challenge, unless Jonathan did have a song perhaps, but I don't believe there was any songs which can be sung by this 2-cost Raja, meaning it is going to have to challenge into this Louis. The Louis will be banished in turn, as it is a 3/3, but of course you just dealt with that 2-cost 3/3.
Yeah, and that was what Leonardo was doing here, playing the Louis, forcing the trade that he wanted to come in here. Now, that is Bagheera, Cautious Explorer, not to be confused with Moana, Curious Explorer. It's just, as I like to phrase it, a well-statted card.
Yeah, just another great body. And not only that, it is a 3-cost 4/4, but it being 3-cost, meaning we do have the ability to sing World's Greatest Criminal Minds, perhaps, if Jonathan is playing it in his deck.
And the long way, like you've said, can give support to your opponent's character, boost them up to 5 or more strength to make that an option. What are we playing here? It is Donald Duck, Daisy's Date, and that, of course, means that you can, if you wish, have both players draw a card at the start of your turn.
Yeah, definitely helps. Well, not that Amethyst needs it. Amethyst is already going to draw a card, but of course, if Jonathan is in a bit of a sticky situation and needs a card draw, can definitely utilize this Donald Daisy's Date here.
It's not Daisy's Date. I need to correct myself. It is Perfect Gentleman. Now, maybe he's being a perfect gentleman to try and work up to being Daisy's Date. But right now, he is just a gentleman. He's going to be looking for a date. He's done up. He's got the flowers. He's just not there yet. He's just being a perfect gentleman.
Yeah, and going on to our Amber Amethyst player, we do see a Finders Keepers in his hand. Unfortunately, can't play it yet. We could see it go into the Inkwell, or we could ink another card, meaning next turn we could see him play Finders Keepers to draw 3 cards. But instead, it is going to be Mowgli Man Club. We did previously see Leonardo ink the Strength, knowing that perhaps a Mowgli could come out and get rid of the Strength out of his hand. But that's still useful information. We are going to be able to take a look at our opponent's hand. And it's great to know that there's a Go-Go in hand and 2 other cards.
And I did like what Jonathan did there. He played the Mowgli, saw that it whiffed, and then he inked the other Mowgli, knowing that it was definitely going to whiff. So now we see the Junior Woodchuck guidebook. Now, I've never seen this played and not immediately banished to draw a card, but now Jonathan is actually leaving it there. Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, is allowing both players to draw a card at the start of the turn, and now it's up to Leonardo to decide what he's going to do after that. Looks like he might be thinking about inking to start.
Yeah, no Snow4 in the hand, or no Strengths of the Raging Fire. So it would have been interesting to see if Leonardo did have perhaps an item and a song, whether or not the Mowgli Man Club would have been played, would have gotten rid of both of those, an item and the action card, out of his hand completely. But we are going to ink a Go-Go Tamago and perhaps play. Yes, it is going to be Pete Games referee.
And a Go-Go Tamago to follow up. You know what that Pete Games referee means? He's seen a foul on the play. He's blown his whistle. There's not going to be any action cards from Jonathan next turn.
No action cards. And especially now moving back over to our Amber Amethyst player, Leonardo may have realized, like, he's going to be on 5 ink. He could play that Finders Keepers.
That'd be annoying.
And now Jonathan's going to have to come up with a different plan, if that was his plan, to be able to ink a card and play the Finders Keepers to draw 3 cards.
3 cards. Absolutely. Yeah, that lovely Iago card. We revealed it on one of the DLCs last season. So that's a card that's very near and dear to my heart. We are paying 1 ink, it looks like initially, and that is just to activate that Junior Woodchuck guidebook. Go and draw a couple of cards. One of them was Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, I believe. The other one was Genie Wish Fulfilled. And now we're going to be using... we're going to be inking the Dumbo to start off with here.
Yeah, and we may see that Genie Wish Fulfilled that was just drawn into his hand being played can definitely help draw an additional card now
here we go. Yeah, that was 4 ink. I think you might be right here, Kim. It is. Genie Wish Fulfilled draws a card. Bagheera, I believe, did just quest for 1. Both the laws so far have come from Bagheera, if anybody's interested.
Yeah, it's such a strong body there. And if any of these characters challenge into it, well, only the Donald Duck won't be banished in return, but all the other ones will. And it's hard to get rid of that stat line when he's a 4/4. So the Bagheera just chilling there on the board for another while, gaining all that lore for our Amber Amethyst player.
It's a card I've seen popping up in more and more decks lately. It's a 4/4 body that quests for 1. It does a decent amount of damage. It's hard to deal with. But right now, Leonardo is hurling a Thunderbolt at Genie Wish Fulfilled off the board. And there is Webby Vanderquack Mystery Enthusiast, who then beefs up Pete, giving the +1 strength to allow him to then challenge and take out that Bagheera Cautious Explorer.
Yeah, we were talking about how that Bagheera was just questing and gaining lore for our Amethyst player, but that's not going to happen anymore thanks to Pete just challenging in there and sending Bagheera bye-bye.
That's a good shift put in by Pete here, to go and get rid of your opponent's actions for a turn and then take out one of the most annoying bodies on the board. That is not bad. That card was so prevalent for a while. It's dropped off a lot here, but some of these steel players still finding room for it, and frankly, it is working. What's Jonathan thinking here?
Yeah, just 2 characters on the board for Jonathan. We do know that there is a Raging Storm in hand, however, only on 6 ink. It's not going to be enough. However, we do have Hades, and it seems like he's going to be making a deal.
He is. Now, he targeted the Donald Duck, and Leonardo went, don't take my duck. You can draw 2 cards instead. Jonathan plays that Rafiki, the Mystical Fighter. He's got challenge +3. Doesn't take damage from hyenas. It's not relevant. I don't think it's ever been relevant, but you never know, maybe one day. And once again, now Leonardo is using that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman every single turn.
Yeah, it's really important, especially in Emerald Steel. You don't see a lot of huge card draws unless it's in the form of the likes of Clarabelle or Clarabelle Contented Wallflower. If your opponent has more characters in their hand, you can draw an additional card. But this Donald Duck, showing why a lot of players are playing it, particularly in Emerald Steel, but also I've seen a few Dogs decks also playing this Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman to help them draw a card.
He's popping out, and it's giving Jonathan an advantage because it is both players drawing. Jonathan played the Hades looking for a deal to try and get rid of it. Leonardo let Jonathan draw to protect the Donald Duck, but Jonathan is also drawing off Donald every single turn, so it's an interaction I'm keeping a little bit of an eye on. Right now, Donald's just kind of sitting there holding his flowers. He's kind of controlling the game.
Yeah, and we do see that Angel Experiment 624 in his hand, which could definitely come into play. And then the extra card draw being drawn off Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman each turn, meaning we could have discarded a card to be able to deal 2 damage, but instead it is going to be Goliath coming into play and that Angel Experiment 624 going into the Inkwell instead.
Yeah, the clan leader has come out here, and that's a 6-5. We said that the 4-4 for Bagheera was a bit of a pain. Well, Goliath might be a little bit of a pain as well.
Yeah, such a great card being used against particularly any Amethyst decks, meaning at the end of Jonathan's turn now, if he has more than 2 cards in his hand, he is going to have to discard all of those cards until he has 2 left.
Yeah, it's a way to get around Stone by Day. If you've got 3 cards in hand, your gargoyles don't activate, they don't become active at the end of your, or beginning of your turn. This basically resets your hand sizes to 2 at the end of turns.
Yeah, and not to mention he has 6 strength and 5 willpower. It's not going to be easily gotten rid of.
Nah, that's pretty beefy. There's nothing right now that I can see on Jonathan's board which is going to be too useful. Well, Hades is a bit chunky, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Speaking of Hades, we have just inked another Hades looking for a deal for Jonathan. And now he's looking at his hand thinking, what have I got that can deal with this burgeoning board of Leonardo's?
Yeah, because at the minute, Jonathan is only on 7 ink. It's going to have to wait till next turn until he can possibly do a Raging Storm. But of course, he has a lot of characters on his board of his own. He doesn't want to have to clear all of the characters off his board as well. But we are going to see that 9th wonder of the universe coming into play. It is Dumbo.
It is Dumbo, and I'm just watching Jonathan. He keeps putting that Raging Storm to the front of his hand. So we get Raja coming back in here. Second time we've seen this ghostly tiger. And I mean, I don't think you can Raging Storm right now. Neither player's got more than 4 lore, and you've got a very impressive board. But sometimes you look 3 turns ahead and you think, this is not going to go my way. Let's go and reset now.
Yeah, but it's going to have to be 3 cards discarded out of Jonathan's hands thanks to Goliath's ability. And it seems like he did keep that Raging Storm, though.
He did, which I think is quite telling. Iago, Horseman Strikes, and Finders Keepers all went down into the discard, but Raging Storm, one of 2 cards that was kept. Once again, Donald Duck gives both players an extra card to start the turn. And then Leonardo is going to start off with, we're going to be drawn. We're going to strike a match. Draw 2, discard 1.
Yeah, strike a good match, going to be able to draw a card and discard a card, but also Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman helping both players draw an additional card. Really interesting here now. Leonardo, if he can't play more than reduce his hand size back down to 2, he will also have to discard down to 2.
He will. He's drawn off Strike a Good Match. He's drawn off Donald, but you're absolutely right. Here comes Ursula Deceiver, and we know that there is a song in hand.
No, but it's not a song, Ross.
Oh, it's not a song. It's
not
an
a
action.
song. That's what's the difference between
of
Raging
course it
Storm.
is.
But Leonardo now knows, at least, Raging Storm is in his hand. Unfortunately, it's not a song no longer. It's not,
No,
it's not
you're
being prepared.
absolutely right. I mean, Raging Storm's not something I want to deal with, but you're right. It's not a song. It is just an action. But I think this is a much better Ursula Deceiver than the first one we saw. Because now you have real concrete information. You also know that your opponent kept it off the Goliath discard at the end of his last turn. So not only do you know they've got it, you know they're thinking of using it.
Yeah, especially now Leonardo may not want to play any more characters to the board.
I think that's fair.
Knowing that Jonathan does have the possibility of playing that Raging Storm. Like, we do have an Inkable Horseman Strikes that can go into the Inkwell, and then depending on what we draw, maybe he will choose to just do Raging Storm. But of course, both players have such wide board states here.
They do, and it really does come down to, if you're Jonathan, do you think your board's going to survive? Now, I love what Leonardo's doing here. He's just questing out. He's just saying, look, I know there's a legitimate chance you go Raging Storm next turn. I want to get the last bit of use I can from my characters. I love this play. Now we're going to be thinking, what are we going for? It is Strength of a Raging Fire, which is going to deal 6 damage because there's 6 characters in play, and it is going to be Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe, that gets taken out here.
Yeah, Leonardo just going full in, going to quest for everything just in case. So now Jonathan does really have to deal with this board. Otherwise, Leonardo is threatening a lot of lore next turn.
He really, I mean, Leonardo's, I don't think he's quite got game on board, but he's very, very close. He's gone up to 10 lore as opposed to his opponent's 2. So I think he's maybe 1 or 2 short.
Yeah, he's not yet quite have game on board. However, it does seem like Jonathan drew into another Bagheera. But the question remains, will he decide to Raging Storm his own board as well as his opponent's board?
I kind of think he might, and the reason is Leonardo is ahead by 8 lore right now. Jonathan's got 5 lore on the board. Leonardo, I believe, has got 7. So you are losing the lore race right now, and you do have a Raging Storm in hand. And look, maybe, Kim, I'm just excited to see a Raging Storm because it's this big, fancy card that completely resets the board. But if I'm Jonathan, I'm looking at the board states, and I don't like mine compared to my opponents. But you can see how hard he's thinking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult decision for sure. If I was Jonathan personally in this position, I don't think we're going to see that Raging Storm, though. I said maybe we'll try to Raging Storm, clear the board, and start again. But it seems like we are instead going to play Genie Wish Fulfilled, going to draw a card. Perhaps we're going to be able to clear a few characters. Princess Alonwi going to quest, and perhaps support another one of the characters. This time going to be Rafiki.
Oh, I love this, because now you've got the Challenger free with Rafiki, plus the support from Alonwi, actually gives it 5 strength, which means it can take out that Goliath clan leader, which was the only, well, one of only two questing characters on Leonardo's board. We now see the Raja Ghostly Tiger taking out the Webby Vanderquack Mystery Enthusiast. Now we're going to see Hades looking for a deal going after Ursula Deceiver. And I see what Jonathan's doing here. He said, I don't need Raging Storm. I can just challenge and take out your characters.
Yeah, with enough glimmers on his board, he was definitely able to regain a bit of control and still going to be able to quest with our Mowgli Man Club.
Still get 1 loss, not too shabby. Now here comes the Bagheera Cautious Explorer coming back down. It's a vanilla card, 4/4 stat line, and it was a pain to deal with first time around. And Leonardo now sitting there with 4 lore on the board, 10 on his lore counter, but is using Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman to give both players a card.
Yeah, and just 2, and that was another Raging Storm he drew into off that
wow.
Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. However, what other thing is in his hand is Finder's Keepers, which would definitely help Jonathan draw some more character cards or more glimmers if he needs to play some more glimmers to the board to help just ultimately keep control.
Oh, we're seeing a Thunderbolt being hurled here from Leonardo, taking out that Bagheera Cautious Explorer, not even wasting any time with it. Was that Bobby Zamirski that got inked there? Very quickly. And then a Dock, which discards a Dock and draws 2 more cards, one of which is Angel.
Yeah, and the other one, Ross, is that Snowfort we were talking about earlier, and which Snowfort coming into the game now this time could definitely see a change of things because, of course, if Jonathan chooses to do Raging Storm, it's not going to clear the item. The item is going to remain on the board, meaning anything Leonardo plays after that is going to have an additional strength, and during your opponent's turn, going to have resist too.
That is going to be absolutely huge there. It's a card which we want to keep on the board, and it does not get taken out by Raging Storm. It is resist 1 for Snowfort, but that is still going to make a big difference. I mean, it throws all the maths off for your opponent for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but it's very interesting to see now if Leonardo will instead play the Angel and perhaps he'll draw an additional card off Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. Is it still on the board? Yes, it is. So he'll draw 2 cards at the start of his turn and doesn't even have to discard the Snowfort if he wants to keep it to play it later on. And we'll be able to use Angel's ability to deal 2 damage to something.
And that is absolutely wonderful. We finally see the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman being taken out by Hades, looking for a deal. How many cards did Donald draw there? It was a lot. Raja Gosi Tiger takes out Ursula Deceiver. Jonathan is still going here. We now see Gogo Tomago being banished, going down into the discard pile. Then we quest with Mowgli. Jonathan seems to have a very clear plan here, Kim. I will challenge all of your characters.
Yeah, Jonathan did a really great job of regaining board control there. And now, look at those board sizes, Ross. Jonathan has so many more glimmers on the board compared to Leonardo. However, Jonathan still has Raging Storm in hand and didn't even need to play it. Definitely just going in. We're going to spend 5. We're going to do our Finders Keepers, draw more cards, and we can still ink a card, and perhaps we're going to play another Bagheera to the board.
And I'm loving it. You know, a couple of turns ago when I said I didn't like Jonathan's board compared to Leonardo's?
Now we like it.
Yeah, I've changed my mind. Now I really like Jonathan's board compared to Leonardo's. Here comes a Mowgli Man Cub. Oh, and he hits the Snowfort that didn't go down into play earlier. I just saw a quick glimpse of Leonardo's expression there. Did not seem to be loving that. And here's the thing. Leonardo's had Donald Duck for like the whole game. It's not there anymore. Not only do we have Doc on the board, but we saw a second Doc get discarded, which means it's going to be harder to find more Doc in the future. Leonardo's got 1 card in hand and not much draw seemingly available. Jonathan could make a big comeback here. He's down by 8 lore, but oh, I like his position a lot better.
Yeah, and what is that card he top decked at the start of this turn? Will he play the Angel, or will he play this other card, or will he keep the card he drew to be able to use Angel's ability, or maybe he will just play both to the board and try to rebuild his board presence?
Yeah, that Calhoun Marine Sergeant does come down, as does the Angel. No card to discard, unfortunately, to go and, you know, use Angel's ability there. But Calhoun can get 2 cheeky lore if it does take out a character in a challenge. Kim, I see you counting. What are you counting up?
Yeah, Jonathan only going to be able to quest up to 14 lore this turn, meaning then next turn Leonardo is really going to have to do something to deal with Jonathan's wide board state.
It's a 2-turn clock. Jonathan wins in 2 turns from here. Leonardo also wins in 2 turns, but it is Jonathan's turn, so his 2 turns will come before Leonardo's 2 turns. Leonardo does not get no second turn.
No, and it's very interesting. Leonardo can definitely challenge in here with the Calhoun, gain 2 lore himself. Angel will, if he chooses to discard first, Angel will gain to the resist 2 because there will be no cards in hand. Can't challenge something else. However, is it going to be enough? Because Jonathan has all his ink available to him right now. Can just play a load more characters to the board? Or does he have some tools of his own to be able to deal with Leonardo's board to stop him challenging it all?
There is also the possibility here. It might take a little while. Jonathan could quest out here, and then if Leonardo's about to win the game, just Raging Storm. Yeah. And give them nothing to quest with, even though it hurts you more, because Leonardo's got no hand. They're in full top deck mode here. They have no cards available to actually play. So Jonathan here is just questing out, going up to 13 lore, game on board next turn. Iago, Giant Spectral, Parrot comes down. Rafiki, Mystical Fighter comes down. Jonathan's got 7 lore. I'm not even counting how many he's got, Kim. He's got enough. What has Leonardo got to get over the line this turn? Is there anything? I mean, he's playing it, whatever it is. He's playing it.
It's strike a good match. He's going to be able to draw a card and discard a card. Draw 2 cards and discard a card. Yep. And what is the card he kept? It is Go-Go, but is it enough?
Well, you can gain 3 lore off the Hades here, and then quest with Calhoun, or even take someone out with Calhoun, and then that's actually going to put you up to 20 lore, and that's how Leonardo's going to take game 1. What a fantastic finish!
Didn't even need that Snowfort we were talking about earlier, Ross. That Go-Go off the top, thanks to Strike a Good Match, ultimately led led to him taking the game. It could have been really different had our Amber Amethyst player chosen to do Raging Storm and just said, I'm going to do Raging Storm and maybe play a Rafiki to the board, and then you have to deal with this, because there would have been no Calhoun left to be able to challenge in for the 2 to ultimately take the win.
And that was such an unlikely ending a couple of turns ago. The only way that works is you had to have a glimmer on your opponent's board with kind of free damage on so that you could copy it with Go-Go Tomago. Although, to be fair, you did have Angel and Calhoun, which could give you 3 law, so maybe 2 damage would also have done it with Tomago.
Yeah.
But still, that was the only out, I think, literally the only out in the deck to win that turn. But he hit it, and that's how he takes game 1. And you know that it's always a bit of an unlikely finish. When we saw the players at the end of the game, they're having a discussion of, wait, no, did that actually work? And they're counting it through on the board. We saw a lot of pointing, because you don't expect, you're in such a dominant position, you don't expect your opponent to be able to pull that out.
Yeah, and it's such like an interesting thing to know if Snowfort came out onto the board, but ideally for these Amber Amethyst decks, they want to use the Mowgli to be able to hit the item before it gets onto the board.
Yes.
So because otherwise, if the item gets onto the board first, they're not going to be able to get rid of it. There's no item removal there.
And here's the thing, I cannot rewind for like 20 turns and figure out everything that could have gone differently. I'm sorry. But I do know that there was a lot of challenging to take out all of those characters. And had the Snowfort been there and all the resist won along all of those characters, it would have thrown the maths off a little bit. And then maybe it would have been, and don't get me wrong, they won in the end anyway, but could there have been a slightly easier route to victory? But then did they have the ink available? Because they would have had to not play something else. I can't rewind it in my head right now.
Yeah, and of course our Emerald Steel player didn't have a turn 1 play at all.
Nope.
That turn. So this time, first game, they were on the play. This time, they're going to be on the draw. But our Amber Amethyst player, now this time going to be on the play, having a slight more advantage, but really showcasing how an underestimated deck like Amber Amethyst still can really regain board control. And, it is Joe's pick to basically win it all. So will we see our Amber Amethyst player perhaps reverse it and take a 2-1 win?
Quite possibly. That was a very tight game. Leonardo played that game absolutely beautifully, but it was a skin of the teeth, last-minute, perfect draw off Striker Good. You have to top deck Striker Good match, and then you have to hit Go-Go Tomago off of that. It was a great play, but Jonathan is going to be sitting there going, seriously? What were the odds of that happening? Because otherwise, he had that game sewn up.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to get into our game 2 of round 2, Ross. And our players are currently entering their altering hand phase, meaning they can just, if they don't like any cards in their hands, they can change them all. You can get rid of 7, you can get rid of 2, or maybe you're going to be really wild and you have exactly what you want to have and you're going to keep all 7.
Oh, that feeling when you draw your opening hand of 7 and you're like, I don't need to mulligan, this is awesome. It doesn't happen often. Oh, when it happens, it's beautiful.
Yeah, and it's really important to note that the player going first is meant to alter their hand first. So you could be the player going 2 going, I am going to sit here and wait and watch my opponent alter their hand to know if I need to be really greedy or I can just keep my whole hand because I know that they've changed their whole hand and they have nothing against me.
Yeah, the short version essentially is if your opponent aggressively, if they alter their hand a lot, if they alter 6 or 7 cards, you know their hand was terrible, so you can be a little more reserved and keep an okay hand. If your opponent alters 1, 2, or even 0 cards, you know your opponent has a great hand. Their curve, as in 1 ink play, 2 ink play, 3 ink play, etc. Their curve is looking very good. That might make you mulligan more aggressively, alter more cards in your hand, because you know your opponent has got a great start and you feel like you need to have a better start to match it.
Yeah, and for our Amber Amethyst player going first this time round, we did see game 1. They did do Princess Alonwi into a Mowgli, and ideally they probably want to be playing that again to be able to get rid of any possibilities of Strength of the Raging Fire, maybe any Snow Forts with the use of that Mowgli Man Cub, because there's no other way they're going to be able to get rid of items if they make the board before they get it out of their hand.
Absolutely correct. It is Mowgli that is going to be going after that Snow Fort. He lives in a jungle. He ain't got no time for any Snow Forts. But if it doesn't get it out of the hand there, it is probably going to be a little bit annoying. Leonardo, an aggressive altering hand phase here. 5 cards put back, only 2 kept. And I think we might have seen a similar thing from Jonathan here.
Yeah, really interesting as well that a lot of these Amber Amethyst decks are running Grandmother Willow and the likes of Lantern. It's really interesting. We didn't see a single one of them first game.
We did not, but there is the fist bump. We are rolling here with game 2, round 2, a Disney Lorcana Challenge GHENT. Jonathan goes first. Inks the Horseman strikes, but no turn 1 play.
No, unfortunately, doesn't have the Princess Elanwi this time, but does have that 2-cost 3/3 Raja in his hand to be able to play next turn.
That is something that we can have a play with in the future. We are unfortunately not there yet. And it's Flynn Rider, Spectral Scoundrel, a lesser seen card here that does come down as a turn 1 play for Leonardo.
Yeah, and he does have the ability of boost 2, and then if there's a card under this character, he does gain an extra strength and an additional lore.
2 strength and an additional lore.
2 strength,
That's
even better than
right.
I thought.
That's a 1, well, it's essentially a 3-cost 3/2, but still, questing for 2. I like you've essentially got the 2 different modes. Raja, Ghostly Tiger comes down for Jonathan. We see Goliath Clan Leader inked for Leonardo, and it's Ursula Deceiver. Didn't go well last time. How about this time? Oh, it's not looking great.
No, it's not looking great. No songs in the hand. However, all of the information that Leonardo is getting to see is vital, because we know next turn we could potentially see Cheshire Cat coming into play, or even just Mowgli Man Cub. So ideally, I believe there is a strength of the Raging Fire Leonardo has in his hand. We are more than likely going to see that go into the Inkwell, perhaps, or it's too late now because we already inked a card and played the Ursula. Jonathan does have the possibility of being able to play this Mowgli and get rid of a potential strength.
Absolutely. Now, there is a Snowfall in hand. We can actually peek there from Leonardo. So Mowgli would hit something. Here comes Mowgli from Jonathan. And there's got Snowfall or Strength of a Raging Fire. It's a non-character card you are looking for here. And, oh, they're both pretty enticing options. Also, like you've already pointed out a couple of times, Kim, if you don't get Snowfall now, you don't have another option. I think that's why it has to be, and yes, Leonardo does agree.
Yeah, definitely wanting to keep that strength in hand, knowing if I get enough characters on the board, we will be able to sing it or even hard cast it to be able to deal the amount of damage as characters you have on your board.
It's awkward. Mowgli makes your opponent choose, so they have to get rid of the card that they want. It's a horrible decision, but Leonardo did choose to keep Strength of a Raging Fire, and it looks like we're going to be questing with Raja Ghostly Tiger to go up to 1 lore here.
Yeah, and this time we could potentially see Cheshire Cat come out, or perhaps we'll ink a card and maybe Iago or Genie Wish Fulfilled to draw Jonathan an extra card.
Right now, I think we're over to Leonardo. It's going to be inking Go-Go Tomago here, up to 3 ink in total.
Yeah, there's Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman in his hand. But, of course, we're only on 3 inks so far, and it is going to be Lexington, who has the ability of Alert, meaning he can challenge evasive characters.
Small in stature, but big in usage. 4/4 with Alert. Very nice. Does have a Stone by Day ability, though. So if you've got 3 or more cards in your hand, this character cannot ready.
Yeah, going back to our Amber Amethyst player now. Like I was saying earlier, we could potentially see Iago coming out this turn, or perhaps the Genie Wish Fulfilled. But not only that, there's also the Ninth Wonder of the Universe in hand, which seems like he may be going into that Inkwell.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit too early for that big, lovely elephant, so pop him in the Inkwell and then find something we can place. Pointing at Genie there, this would be the 4-ink term, so Genie Wish Fulfilled absolutely would be an option here.
Yeah, all these micro decisions, Russ, they're so hard, especially when there's so much on stake. All of our players playing, there's going to be 8 rounds, and every single player in the room is going to want to try and get their 18 points to make it into day 2. But instead, it is going to be Iago going into the Inkwell, and there is our Genie Wish Fulfilled, going to let our Amber Amethyst player draw a card.
Yeah, Giant Spectral Parrot goes into the ink. The Genie comes down, draws a card. Nice little board being built up for Jonathan here as we go back over to Leonardo. And now there are some questions to be asked. We do have Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, which did, I mean, not only did Leonardo play it early last game, but it got used over and over and over and over again and was even protected after Hades looking for a deal. But it's Pete, games referee, that Leonardo has passed out from his hand here. Now, do you think your opponent has got action cards you really want to stop? And Jonathan having a little cheeky read of that Snowfall there just to double check.
Yeah, see, a card a lot of people didn't really think about, but I was like, this is something good. It has a lot of potential. I've been saying it all weekend, and we've seen it more in Amethyst Emerald. This is the first time we've actually seen it being played in Emerald Steel. But I have to say, I really like it, and I do think perhaps there is another Snowfort in the hand, and there it is.
The Pete got inked. Snowfort goes down. Lexington sings Strength of a Raging Fire, dealing 3 damage to Raja, taking that off of the board. And then I believe we're going to have a double quest with Flynn Rider and Ursula. Or at least going to have Ursula, which is going to be coming down and doing a little bit of questing. And then Flynn Rider is just kind of chilling for a moment.
Yeah, Leonardo not wanting to quest quite so yet with that Flynn Rider, perhaps waiting until he has enough ink available to be able to boost it in order to be able to give it an additional lore. And or even perhaps give it that extra strength, and maybe we'll need to use the Flynn Rider to challenge something later on.
Absolutely. I would say there's the 2 modes of Flynn Rider. It's fine as a 1 cost, but when you boost it, it becomes better. Dumbo goes into the ink. We got 5 ink available. Hades is looking for a deal. Chooses Lexington. No even thought from Leonardo there going, you are not having Lexington. Draw 2 cards. I hope they're lovely.
Yeah, especially when you have Hades against something like a Goliath, and you want your Amethyst player to draw as many cards as possible so that when you get your Goliath clan leader on the board, they're going to have to discard an awful lot of cards.
And that is quite nice. When you know you can wreck your opponent's hand with something like Goliath, you don't mind letting your opponent draw. Although, until Goliath hits, it does still open up your opponent's options, give them more things to do. Maybe draw that card, which is going to ruin your day. Because if I'm Leonardo, I'm a bit cautious after that first game. It went my way, but it was touch and go at the end there. Now, we have got Donald in hand, and is that a Calhoun we just top decked?
I believe that could be that Bold Knight that you love so very fondly, Ross.
I love Doc Bold Knight. Doc Bold Knight, Calhoun Marine Sergeant, Daisy Duck Donald's deck. They might be my top 3 Lorcana cards. I adore them.
Time to get you out there, Ross, and start playing your Doc Bold Knight Daisy Duck.
I can make
Calhoun
it work.
deck. You can do it. But it is indeed going to be that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman coming into play. And each player will be able to draw an additional card at the start of Leonardo's next turn, meaning if we do see a Goliath and our Amethyst Amber player does have a lot of cards in play, like what happened exactly last time, we'll have to discard a lot of cards.
And when you see what your opponent's discarding, that gives you useful information about what their intentions might be moving forward. So Donald goes down, Ursula quests, and now Jonathan is having a little bit of a look. We've got 3 ink being popped out to the side there. We've got a decent hand, I think 6 cards in hand here. We're using 2 ink. I think it's good. No, it's not. It's going to be Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Immediately paying an extra ink to discard it, to banish it, and draw 2 more cards, which I believe are Raging Storm and...
a Finder's Keepers.
Oh, very nice.
But 2 Finder's Keepers in hand already. It looks like one of them is going into the inkwell, and perhaps we are going to play that all-important Bagheera, and there it is.
Oh, the Cautious Explorer comes down one more time. This is a card that Jonathan's really loving to play down. You know, we've seen it. It is an inkable card, but it's not being put in the ink. We saw a couple last game and coming straight out again here. That 4/4 stat line really putting in a lot of work. Now, Leonardo does choose to use Donald Duck again to draw a card for each player at the start of their turn. I don't think they've declined that yet. And now we can be playing... What are we playing? Oh, no, we're inking Lexington.
An item card that we haven't seen in play for this deck so far, and that is Emerald Chromicon. Commonly seen on a lot of Amber Emerald decks. Haven't seen it yet so far, but in this matchup in particular, it's going to cause quite a little bit of havoc, especially if a Raging Storm comes down. Not only will the Snowfort stay on the board, but the Emerald Chromicon stays on the board, meaning anything Leonardo plays that Jonathan tries to challenge and banishes, Leonardo does have the option to bounce something back to their player's hand.
Yeah, whenever they are banished, whether it's in a challenge or otherwise, you can just return it to your hand. And we saw how much Jonathan was enjoying that last game. This Emerald Chromicon is going to be pretty gosh darn important because, well, it's going to keep those things around. We've got Lexington coming down. onto the board here. And we got a little bit of questing rolling on. And it does seem like, oh, that snow fort is down now. So that snow fort is going to be pretty gosh darned important. And that is going to do a little bit of good as we go through the game here.
Yeah, Jonathan's got to be a little bit scared about not being able to get rid of these items that are on the board. And even if we do challenge with any of our glimmers, we will not be able... Well, if we do challenge with any of our glimmers and they are banished off Leonardo's board, Leonardo has the choice of just being able to bounce anything back on either side of the board back to their player's hand.
Absolutely. So, both players here, pretty big boards built up. We've got 5 glimmers for Leonardo, we've got 4 for Jonathan. But Leonardo, with the Snow Fort and the Emerald Chromicon, I am starting to look at this and feeling like even something like a Raging Storm is not going to be as impactful now because of those item cards that Leonardo has actually gone and got down on the board.
Yeah, there is a Cheshire Cat in hand. At least we could potentially see that coming down and we could start challenging and moving some damage across. But of course, that means more of Leonardo's characters getting banished and more triggers for Emerald Chromicon to be able to be done.
Wow, we see Mowgli Man Cub coming down, but it's a Calhoun and a Webby Vanderquack. Unfortunately, neither of those are non-character cards, so a whiff off of Mowgli. And Mowgli's fine, but Mowgli really is... I want to go and have a look at your hand. I want to get something out of your hand. Not full value there, but at least you know Leonardo doesn't have too much going on in the hand.
Yeah, and there is another Hades looking for a deal in Jonathan's hand as well. And important to note that this Hades wouldn't trigger the Emerald Chromicon as it's not being banished. It's only being put at the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
But instead, we are going to see a challenge coming in and getting rid of that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. But now Leonardo does have the option to bounce something back.
Absolutely, we do see Donald Duck. It was a double challenge, but now I'm seeing that we've got Hades and Bagheera with 3 damage on each, which I'm thinking I can either finish those characters off, or they are beautiful Go-Go Tomago targets.
Yeah, really interesting to know that Leonardo didn't indeed bounce anything back from Jonathan's board, but instead bounced the Doc Bold Knight back to his hand, knowing we could just replay that, and if we've no cards in our hand, we can draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, Doc Bold Knight is such a ridiculous card for phenomenal card draw. I absolutely adore it. Being able to play it from hand continually is nice. Mowgli looks like we are going to get a quest. That puts Jonathan up to 4 Lord. Leonardo is on a slight lead there with 6. But we're not too close to the end of this game 2 yet.
No, it is only 4 Lord, 2 6. Leonardo does have that little bit of advantage, and these 2 pesky items are definitely making Jonathan have to think so deeply about all of his plays.
And that's the thing, it just ruins your opponent's math. Now, all of your characters actually hit for 1 more, and all your opponents hit for 1 less. And then if they get banished, they just go back to your hand. And this is all things your opponent needs to take into account. You know, when you make these decks, you are planning, okay, well, if my opponent plays Genie, I've got to hit for 4, etc., etc. Now, if you've got to hit for 5, or if a character hits for more, it throws everything off. Now we do see Cheshire Cat Inexplicable coming down. And I did talk about that damage as being something Go-Go Tamago could take advantage of. Well, so can Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, and of course, because we've seen that Hades and Bagheera previously challenged, they did have damage left on them, thanks to the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. And Cheshire Cat, exactly as you said, Ross, coming in to be able to move that damage across, being able to deal with that Flynn Rider, but of course, meaning Leonardo is going to be able to use the Emerald Chromicon trigger, this time choosing to bounce the Bagheera back to Jonathan's hand, knowing there's no more ink to play with. You can't replay it, and saying, yeah, I'm pretty safe to bounce that card back, because then it's going to come in ready your next turn, and you can't challenge my characters.
Absolutely. So, where are we here with Leonardo? We've got a Lexington, we've got an Ursula, we've got some ink available. What are we going to play with it? He's certainly considering something.
Yeah, another card that we haven't seen this Emerald Steel deck play yet is Clarabelle Light on her hooves, but I don't believe we have 7 ink yet.
We've seen
to be able to play it.
Well, we see Webby Vanderquack going into the ink. Does that put us up to 7 or 6? It should be 7, or is it?
I think it could be 7. What is the card? It's
Oh,
not
it's a
going to be
Calhoun.
7, I believe, and perhaps we're only on 6 right
Yeah.
now. So next turn we could definitely see that Clarabelle coming into play, and especially this Clarabelle light on our hooves against something like an Amethyst deck when your opponent draws so many cards, meaning at the end of your turn, you're also going to draw a lot of cards to match their hand size.
I love Clarabelle lights on the hooves. Yeah, to match your opponent's hand size at the end of your turn. It's beautiful. Lexington is going to go and take out Genie. Ursula Deceiver is going to go and quest to put Leonardo up to 7 lore on the board. Calhoun, of course, we're waiting for the ink to dry. We're not there yet. So we pass back over to Jonathan. And there is still that damage on Hades. So that could be used to, boost up Cheshire Cat and just take out, well, basically anything on the board, pretty much. Lexington could go. Calhoun could go.
Yeah, and definitely after we've seen the way game 1 ended with a go-go off the top and a Calhoun challenge to win the game, Jonathan's got to be a little scared of questing with his Mowgli's here, knowing the Calhoun could just challenge right in and banish one.
And it was Mowgli that was the target last game. So honestly, I kind of want to boost Cheshire Cat, move that damage, take out Calhoun. I do not want to fall for that again. Calhoun's not done anything yet, and I love Calhoun. I think I mentioned that already. If my opponent's got like a 1-2 on the board when I've got Calhoun in play, oh, I'm a happy boy indeed. For now, it's a Junior Woodchuck guidebook. We pay the extra 1 to immediately banish it, draw a couple of extra cards. I believe the Raging Storm came into hand there. So that's an option we're going to have for the future. And in case the 2 Mowgli on the board weren't enough, Kim, there's another one.
Yeah, we could potentially see another one being played, and also a Cheshire Cat trigger, as I do believe it is boost 2.
It is.
And we could definitely just get rid of this Calhoun before it causes any more hassle. But also, the Lexington already has 2 damage on it.
Yep.
We could also just get rid of this Lexington, who is a 4/4.
Those are the 2 options. I still like Calhoun a little bit better because I've got Mowgli on the board. We're going to find out what the answer is. It is Calhoun that is being taken out. And that means that is still 1 more damage. You're not going to get full value off Cheshire Cat next turn, but you can do it. Well, our lore guides are just going to have a little bit of a chat about something at the table. So you're back with us, and we can talk about how much we love Calhoun Marine Sergeant.
I just love this deck. It's not something we've seen yet, and I've talked about already how much variety is in the room, and something like Emerald Steel. I thought about these the Emerald cards being paired up with the likes of Amethyst, but an Emerald Steel, I'm really enjoying this matchup in particular because not common decks that we've thought were going to be played a lot this weekend.
Absolutely not. We've been kind of lucky with some of the decks we've had on stream yesterday and today. I was watching that round 1 match in the back while I wasn't on the desk and seeing the Maui shark head with all those pirates live. I adored it, making me very happy. Here we've got different decks though. Now, there's nothing substantially I can see that's changed on the board. The Calhoun has still gone from the Cheshire Cat, although the Cheshire Cat itself is gone.
Yeah, it does seem like the glimmer that Leonardo chose to bounce back to their hand, it does seem like Leonardo did choose to bounce the Cheshire Cat back to Jonathan's hand, perhaps, with the Emerald Chromicon trigger.
No, absolutely. Now we're going to have Hades coming down. That is going to be just challenging into that Lexington. It is a trade. Hades looking for a deal. Lexington, small in stature, both going to the discard pile. And now the entire board for both players is the pair of Mowgli Man Cub for Jonathan. And we still don't have much lore on the board here. We've got 4 for Jonathan, 7 for Leonardo. But Gears was coming out, but cautiously exploring the board there.
Yeah, it's still all to play for, and we know Leonardo this turn can ink a card and definitely play that Clarabelle light on our hooves, knowing how many cards Jonathan has in his hand. It's a lot. So at the end of Leonardo's turn now, we'll be able to draw, I believe, 1,
I think it's
2,
7, up
3.
to 7, 5, 6, 7. Oh, was it 8?
So there 10 cards in his hand? Because Leonardo already had 2 cards, and I believe he drew 7 cards.
I believe he drew 6 to go up to 8.
Ah, that makes sense. So now Leonardo having so many options next turn to be able to play. And right now, oh no, Jonathan does actually have a way to deal with this Clarabelle light in our hooves, because I believe the card in hand is none other than World's Greatest Criminal Minds.
Well, we are inking the Horseman Strikes just to start us off here, but there is a world's greatest criminal mind, and Clarabelle does have 5 strength. That would work perfectly. It's a third Mowgli because I don't know why not. And we're having a look. Oh, there is a He Hurled His Thunderbolt. It's the only option. Leonardo does get the choice, but it's not much of a choice. And I kind of like this. Leonardo drew 6 cards with Clarabelle. So Jonathan's like, well, I've got to hit someone off Mowgli now.
Yeah, with so many song cards and so many items in this deck, you're definitely bound to hit something, especially when you have so many cards in your hand like Leonardo just drew into.
Absolutely. Mowgli, there's 5 characters on the board and 3 of them are Mowgli Man Cub. Although I kind of like Jonathan's board now. He's just gone full Jungle Book. No messing around. Bagheera looking after a pack of Mowgli.
It's almost nearly a themed deck, wouldn't you say?
We're getting quite close to just going, you know what, I'm playing Jungle Book. That's my deck. Now that Clarabelle, I just want to put this into context. Finders Keepers is a 5-cost card that draws 3. Leonardo just played Clarabelle to draw 6.
Yeah, it was pretty nice with that. Clarabelle light on her hooves is not light on the board no more. That World's Greatest Criminal Mind is going to be able to come in. And because Clarabelle is a 7-cost 5/6, we didn't even need to support it with the Princess Alonwe. She was already in range of being targeted by World's Greatest Criminal Minds.
And that is a bit of an issue when you spend 7 ink to put 1 big character down and your opponent's like, oh, no, wait, I've got something for that. And then just immediately takes it down. Now, we did bounce a Bagheera back, and now it's having to waste the ink to put it back down. I say waste because it was already on the board. You've just had to pay ink to get a character you already had. But that Emerald Chromicon, if we don't have a way to get rid of it, it's such an impactful card.
Yeah, it's definitely a really back-and-forth game. It's still only 9 lore, 2/7 to our Amber Amethyst player, but still, it's all to play for.
No, it absolutely is. Now, Leonardo needs to start rebuilding his board. He's starting off with a Louis coming in here, that endearing alligator.
Yeah, it's going to be able to give an opposing character Reckless, meaning I imagine it probably gave it to perhaps the Mowgli or the Bagheera. And then we are going to be able to discard a card and use Angel Experiment 6/2/4's ability to deal 2 damage to one of the Mowglis, one of the many Mowglis on the board.
We've gone from 3 Mowglis down to 2 Mowglis because Angel Experiment 6/2/4 flung a snowball a little bit too hard. And next time, Mowgli's a jungle kid. He's just not used to these snowballs. Doesn't know how to deal with them. Straight to the discard pile, has been banished. But Jonathan's paying 2 ink there. Do we have the final Mowgli? No, we don't. It does look like we're actually paying a bit more and using Hades looking for a deal. And we are choosing that Angel Experiment 6/2/4. So does Leonardo give Jonathan 2 cards? He does. It's less fun when you're not playing a Clarabelle at the end of your turn.
Yeah, you don't get to draw back up to those cards. However, we can use Angel's ability to discard cards, and then we still have 1 Dockbold Knight if we do get too low on cards to redraw back up to 2 cards, or maybe we don't like the cards in our hand and we want to discard them and draw back up to 2 cards. But that Bagheera did have Reckless and we did have to challenge into that Louis, meaning we do have an Emerald Chromicon trigger now that Leonardo can choose to play.
Here's the problem, though. If you bounce one of the Mowglis back, they can look at your hand and get rid of something. And if you bounce a Hades, he gets to look for another deal. So it looks like we didn't get the trigger there. And I kind of get it, because there's on-play abilities for all the characters you might want to bounce.
Yeah, and definitely with a You're Welcome in Leonardo's hand, didn't want to bounce one of those Mowglis back to Jonathan's hand to be able to replay it, because before you even get the chance to go singing some You're Welcome.
Well, we did see an Alonwe Princess of Alea come down. Cheshire Cat, inexplicable. No damage to play with yet, but absolutely could use that again in the future. Oh, my goodness. The hand is Raging Storm, Raging Storm, Raging Storm, Raging Storm, Finding Keepers. Jonathan has to play Finders Keepers next turn because his hand is terrible.
Yeah, and when Jonathan has such a wide board like this, the last thing he wants to do is play Raging Storm against 1 character at the minute. So more than likely, we're just gonna have to play Finders Keepers and hope to draw into something that can really save him from double Angel Experiment 6/2/4 on the board.
Oh, Jonathan hitting some bad luck there. 4 uninkable identical cards in hand, but it's time for You're Welcome. Leonardo is going to be playing this and is going to be going after Cheshire Cat. Now that is...
No, instead we're not going to play it. It seems like we're going to discard it and use Angel's ability to deal 2 damage to the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Now we are able to deal another 2 damage with the other angel. That means the Cheshire Cat is taken down, banished, sent to the discard pile, and now Calhoun Marine Sergeant comes to join the party, and there's still Mowgli on the board that are very enticing targets.
Yeah, and then next turn, when it turns back to Jonathan, of course, he's not going to want to quest with these Mowglis, knowing Calhoun can just take the free trade with them. And then, of course, gain additional 2 lore for Leonardo. Choosing not to quest here with the angels, wants to keep the angels, or are we going to quest, or perhaps we're going to challenge one of these Mowglis?
Well, we are using one of them. It does look like it is going to be a quest, going up from 7 lore to 8 for Leonardo, and then passing the turn over to Jonathan, who is going to ready all of his ink and then his characters, and then decide what to do from there. Well, we've got 10 ink, so we aren't short of any ink to be playing with. Yeah, I mean, you have to go finders keepers. You've got nothing else right now.
Yeah, more than likely finders keepers, and that is exactly what we're going to do. And here we could definitely see Princess Elanwi going on a quest, maybe support a Mowgli to be able to challenge one of the exerted angel. But of course, Leonardo feeling, I'm okay to quest. I can quest here because I've got an Emerald Chromicon on the board. But of course, this angel is going to have resist.
It is absolutely because of that snow fort. So a boosted up Mowgli would have free strength, normally enough to take out the angel, but with the snow fort, it's not going to do it. And that's what's so annoying when you're playing against this card. You've always got to keep it in mind. Now we're doubling, we're tripling up. What are we doing with here?
Are we going to full challenge? But of course, this angel herself does have the ability to have resist, but however, there's cards in Leonardo's hand, so Angel herself is not going to have resist, but she does have the resist off the snow fort.
Well, Elanwi, it does look like, is questing and supporting Hades, I believe was what we saw pointed at. Now we've got Mowgli, looks like they are both just questing. Hades is now a 5-4 on the board, so that would be enough to take out either of the Angel or the Calhoun if you wish. And bearing in mind, you have just quested with both the Mowgli, so you kind of need to now go after Calhoun. But there is an Elsa Fifth Spirit in hand, which I believe you could play to take out the Calhoun as well.
Yes, but of course, the Angel, playing the Elsa Fifth Spirit now and coming in, we cannot exert the Calhoun, but of course, maybe we'll have to challenge with the Hades, because not only does Calhoun have resist 1, but thanks to the snow fort right now, she does have resist 2, meaning that if we try to challenge with the Elsa is not even going to be able to deal any damage.
No, going to be a little bit short. Well, it does look like Hades has gone and traded with Angel, so that should leave Calhoun on the board here. Jonathan does have a 6 lore advantage, 14 to 8, and since a character was banished, Elanwi does get sent to hand. Worth remembering with Emerald Chromicon, it is when your character is banished, it does not have to be an Emerald character. Steel characters getting banished will still activate it.
Yeah, and Jonathan now really deciding what to do. He has a Bagheera, he has a load of characters in hand. Do we just flood the board again? It is 14 lore to 8. Jonathan is in the lead. Do we just play a bunch of characters to the board and make Leonardo have to deal with it?
Well, right now we're playing a Bagheera to start off with. Exploring a bit cautiously. We've seen this card come down so many times in this matchup already. Then we've got some more ink we are thinking of. There is another Princess Elanwi in hand. We are using 2, but it's not for that. It's for Raja, Ghostly Tiger.
Yeah, then just another 2-cost 3/3. We saw him already. Did a lot of work in game 1.
Yep.
Coming back here again. Just Jonathan really building back up his board. So now Leonardo is going to have to deal with this. With Jonathan being on 14, we'll be able to quest up to 19 next turn.
Yeah, we're pretty close. We've got 3, 4, 5 on the board, so it is 19. I've not seen any cards like White Rose, Jewel of the Garden, or things like that can gain cheeky lore for Jonathan. So right now, it seems like he's not winning next turn, but he can get pretty gosh darn close unless Leonardo can do something about it.
Yeah, but of course, this Calhoun on the board will be able to challenge, meaning one of these Mowglis will be able to be dealt with. And of course, we can still use one Angel's ability to discard a card. And then, of course, deal 2 damage to deal with either the Elanui or another Mowgli.
Okay, I love this play from Leonardo here, playing Pete Games referee, because one option Jonathan's got next turn, quest with everything, Raging Storm, play any character, knowing your opponent has no way to challenge it, and then you win by taking your last law on the following turn. So Leonardo there turning off Raging Storm to stop that little play. I love, it's not a little play, it's a big play, but I love that he's done it. Now, is Calhoun challenging Bagheera?
No, because Bagheera is not exerted, but really interesting that we are
it's
instead
Angel.
gonna discard the duck to not refuel our hand, but we are gonna play the go-go Tamago, using her ability Stop Whining, Woman Up, to pay the additional 2 and gain 2 lore off the Bagheera.
And then we see Calhoun taking out the Mowgli, banishing to the discard pile to gain another 2 lores. I think we should be up to 12 here.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, we go. We are now up to 12. Now we've got more options. Leonardo is closing the gap here, and there will be no Raging Storm next turn. Pete Games referee has guaranteed that. Now, can Leonardo get close enough here to finish out the game next turn? There's still that Mowgli there. It's an enticing target for the following turn. Angel's going to quest, put Leonardo up to 13 lore, and Leonardo is on a comeback here, Kim.
Yeah, and Jonathan knows if he challenges and banishes any one of Leonardo's characters, Leonardo can just trigger that Emerald Chromicon to just keep bouncing back Jonathan's board.
This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you don't play item removal. You have the entire game having to deal with it, but I've had a quick look at that timer at the top, Kim. We've got 50 seconds left. We are very close to the end of this game. Leonardo won game 1. We don't get many ties in Disney Lore Carnival. We don't run out of time very much. We normally finish. Do you have the end of game procedure off the top of your head?
Yes. When time is called, it goes to turns, meaning we start at turn 0, and then there's 5 turns to be able to finish. And it's not something you normally come across in these color pairings. It's normally the kind of Sapphire decks, which get a lot of ink and take a lot of time. But both of these players, both very close, but the question is Jonathan going to be able to deal now with Leonardo's board to stop him winning next turn so that it can come back to our Amber Amethyst player so that he can win the turn after?
It does feel like 5 turns should be enough to get us over the line here, and we don't have to worry about what's going to happen. Leonardo, of course, did win game 1. That is absolutely crucial. If Jonathan wins this, we end up in a 1-1 tie. If Leonardo wins this, we obviously end up in a 2-0 victory. So we should have just enough turns to finish this off. Let's hope that's true. Elsa, 5th Spirit, comes down. Can exert a character, but remember, everything's got resist 1.
Yeah, normally we would have been able to take out this Go-Go Tamago. Unfortunately, she's evasive, so nothing else can challenge with her. The Elsa is not enough alone because it will only deal 1 damage. And of course, because of the Snow Fort, resist 1, but also it means Go-Go Tamago has 3 strength on her as well.
It does indeed. This is the big problem when you don't play item removal. That Emerald Chromicon has been an absolute menace all game. It's gotten so much work, and that Snow Fort is also going absolutely fantastically. Now, I'm hoping we're going to get a die on the board, which is going to show us what turn we're in. I believe Jonathan should be turn 0, because that should be when the timer ran out, assuming our timer is up to, and the same as the judges.
Yeah.
So we do see Elsa. Now, we did see going after the Go-Go Tamago and did get over the line because of the support from Elanui, Princess of Aliyah.
Yeah, precisely exactly the reason you play Princess Elanui in this deck, for her amazing support ability, because of course she's only a 2-1, she's easily gotten rid of, but teaming it up with things like this Elsa exactly to cross over and get rid of this Go-Go Tamago with the resist.
Absolutely. Now, it should be, as I say, turn 0 here, which means essentially both players get 3 turns, including this turn for Jonathan. Hopefully that's going to put one of our players over 20 lore. Right now, we've got Mowgli. We're considering it. We are questing. You know that is a risk with Calhoun on the board. Now, Leonardo, in theory, with no... Leonardo could do it next turn. Between Calhoun, Pete, Angel, if there's another Go-Go Tamago, big if.
Yeah, and of course, this Calhoun currently having resist 2, the Raja is not going to be enough to take it out. And we saw previously, because the Go-Go Tamago was banished, Emerald Chromicon trigger from Leonardo was to bounce the Bagheera back to hand, so then the Bagheera could have challenged in the Calhoun and banished her. But of course, a great play by Leonardo to bounce the Bagheera back to Jonathan's hand before he had the chance to challenge with it.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to run the maths here, and it is literally exactly Go-Go Tomago. It would be 3 law from Go-Go Tomago, 2 from Calhoun, banishing the Mowgli, 1 from Pete, 1 from Angel, would be 7, which would exactly get Leonardo over the line. But are we in top deck mode?
Yes, we are, and it is Donald Duck, perfect gentleman.
You don't get to draw yet.
Is it going to be enough? Jonathan's on 16. It is 16 lore to 13. Leonardo's going to go up to 15. We can quest with both Angel and Pete, meaning then Jonathan's turn will be only able to quest up to 19.
And in theory, we come back to Leonardo, and he gets up to 20 and takes the 2-0 victory. We are on Jonathan's turn. He can get to 19. No one cares about 19. I don't mean to be rude, Jonathan. Please don't take offense when I say this. You need to find a way to get 1 more law. If you don't, Leonardo has definitely got game on board. And with the resist 1, it's going to be much harder to take out these characters. We are questing up to 19. Does he know anything that we don't? Does he have a way to get this last law?
Does he have perhaps a white rose that we don't know about?
Oh, I think I know what we're doing here. It's a raging storm. I adore this play. This is the play I was talking about a few turns ago, essentially saying you can't get over the line. I have got 1 law remaining. If I play a character and you cannot remove it, I win next turn. I believe we're on turn 2, incidentally.
I believe we started at 6 and we went down, so now this is turn 3.
And there we go. There's nothing there for Leonardo. Jonathan will take game 2. And that means that we are tied at 1 game each. And unfortunately, Kim, we're out of time, and that's where we finish.
Yeah, it's going to be a tie. Not great. Not what both players are looking for. But of course, it's not as bad as a loss.
No. Better than a loss, not as good as a win.
Both players won, though.
Both players did win. And that's the thing. Both players played so well. But I'm telling you, if I'm Jonathan, I am feeling... I'm not as happy if I'm Jonathan there. Having seen how game 1 ended and how badly it went and what a good position I was in, then to win game 2 with that raging storm play, it's very similar to playing something like, for instance, like a White Rose Jewel of the Garden. It's not the same, but play Raging Storm, play a single character, and your opponent can't challenge it. So in theory, even though it takes 2 turns and costs a lot of ink, it's a very roundabout way to get your last law without being interacted with.
Yeah, and really showcasing 2 really kind of rogue decks that not really commonly played. But of course, this Emerald Steel deck, we've not seen it at all. And I've talked a lot about Snow Fort and Emerald Chromacon, and definitely in this build with Emerald Steel, really showcasing how powerful it can be, especially against the likes of Amethyst Amber in particular, which has no item removal unless we hit it with the Mowgli before it comes into play while it's still in the hand.
Yeah, and we saw in that second game, the Snow Fort was huge, the Emerald Chromacon was huge. Now, it didn't actually win the game. That was a game of the 2 that they lost, but both of those made the game so much more difficult for their opponent.
Yeah, but it's really interesting, and I'm really good at that we couldn't get a game 3 because, we love our Disney Lorcana. We love to get more games in, and unfortunately, it is going to be a tie for both of our players and going into... But it's only round 2. It's only round 2. It's not over. They still have a chance. Our players today only need to get to 18 points to make it into day 2, and our day 2 is going to be tomorrow, where all of our players from day 1 and day 2 that have 18 points or more are going to battle it out for that all-important Worlds qualification spot.
And it is worth remembering, we are essentially running 2 parallel tournaments this weekend. We have a day 1 on Friday. We've done that. That was yesterday. We've got a day 2 today. Tomorrow we head into extra Swiss rounds and Top Cut, but they are still keeping the tournaments separate. We are going through separate tournaments. If you played on Friday, your Top Cut on Saturday will only, or Sunday, sorry, will only feature Friday players. Very important. And we essentially have 2 winners, each of which has won a 2,000 player tournament. Then we have our only best of 5 of the weekend. The winners of the Friday event, the winners of the Saturday event, they face off in an epic, I hope it's going to be epic anyway.
I hope it's also going to be
best
epic.
of 5 and then that is going to be who gets the world's invite. So I can tell you, whoever gets the world's invite from Ghent this weekend, they should be one of the favourites of the World Championships, because my word, have they earned it.
Yeah, because we're essentially running like 2 Disney Lorcana challenges. There's one on Friday, one on Saturday, and then the question that is on my mind, and I'm sure it's on a lot of people's mind, is it going to be a player from day 1 or a player from day 2 taking the ultimate win here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent?
It's going to be epic. I mean, imagine you get through that 2,000-person tournament, you're like, right, oh, there's one more game. Now I've got to play a best of 5 against someone who's actually as good as me and had as good a weekend as I have. And then that's going to be what determines whether I get that world's qualification or not. It's going to be stressful, but I'm looking forward to that final, Kim. It is going to be, I think, maybe like certainly at a Disney Lorcana Challenge, the highest stakes match we've ever seen.
Yeah, I am so excited and I can't wait but especially I know it'll be such a long day for our players and I really hope they're going to be excited because I know I'm excited. They have to go through 4 rounds of Swiss before they cut into top 32 and then we'll go all the way to first place player from each day goes all the way into one final winner for both days.
And it is a best of 5. So, I believe we've got some information about a challenge.
I believe we do have information about the challenge. So let's head over to our lounge area for a little bit of information.
Hello, Lumineers. Welcome back to the lounge here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent. I am joined by Jen, who is enjoying her very first Disney Lorcana Challenge as part of the broadcast team. And I have to know how this weekend has been for you so far, Jen.
It's been absolutely amazing. I'm having a wonderful time. I'm so honored to be here as part of the broadcasting team with all of you. I'm having an amazing time and I'm so happy.
Well, I'm so happy that you're part of the team. It's been a joy working with you.
Oh, you
so
too.
much fun. And I can't wait to have a little bit more fun with you right now because we have a mini game. Lumineers, we are bringing back the song lyric game, which I played yesterday with Baker. I won, which was very exciting.
Well done.
Yes, but we have a bunch of song cards here, and what the game is that you have to pick a card, and then you say the lyrics either right before or right after the card name, and then the other one will have to guess the card. So we have some cards. Should we leave them in a pile here?
No, I think
we spread them out a little bit, have some fun, make it very random. Who knows what we will get, but these are all song cards. Every single one, a Disney Lorcana song card. And you want to do a little rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll go first. Okay.
I'm actually really quite scared that I'm gonna let the team
Sometimes
down.
The hard part is thinking of the lyrics that would go right before or after. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is a fun one.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous. You gotta think. You gotta hear it in your head.
Wait, now I can't think of what the lyrics are right before it. No, I can't think of the lyrics that come right before. I can think of lyrics that come like 2 lines before it.
Okay.
And then along came Zeus.
Is that what you're giving me?
No, that's not the card name, but I know there's a lot of song cards from this song actually. But there's along came Zeus. He hurled his thunderbolt. Something, 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 and then this.
Zero to Hero?
No, it's in the same song.
Wait, so I have to name the card or the song?
You have to name the song, and you have to name the card.
Oh.
The card, okay? So the lyrics are that lead up to these words on this card.
Okay.
And then along came Zeus. He hurled his thunderbolt. Something, something, something.
I know it.
And
I know it.
And is the word right before it. And did this.
I know it. I know it.
The muses are singing it. It's lots of fun. I do love this. It's one of the greatest openings for a Disney Lorcana film, actually. I love how the muses open up Hercules.
It's because we haven't seen it in a while because
we haven't
it's
seen
out
it in a
of
while.
rotation.
It is.
And I know
No, it's in rotation.
It's in rotation?
It is.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of something different.
No, it's in. It was from Reign of Jafar is the set that it came out in. But we haven't seen it played a lot lately. It's an emerald card. I'll give you that clue.
Oh.
I can give you more clues if you'd like. And then along came Zeus. He hurled his thunderbolt. Something da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh my gosh, I'm
And
letting the team down.
he-
I love Hercules, and I'm really upset that I'm not getting this.
And he did something to the Titans.
Oh, he
Right. Yep.
stopped
Yes.
them in their tracks.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. He stopped chaos in his tracks.
Stopped chaos in its tracks.
Yes, that was a tricky
I
one.
could hear this.
Right.
In my head, I got the stopped, and then I was like,
Yes.
"What's the rest of the
Stopped.
line?
Yep.
What's the rest of the line?"
I see. Can you think of what comes right before this? I can't think of what comes right before that. I'm sorry to the folks watching at home. I couldn't think of what that was.
I can't think of it. It's hard when I'm like trying to hear it in my head,
Yes.
but yeah, it's really, really difficult.
All right.
I'm disappointed at myself for not getting that sooner,
Yeah.
but we got there eventually.
We got there. We got
Well
there.
done.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
Yeah,
I'm
no.
worried. I'm worried. These are
this one.
hard. These are hard.
Oh,
The face. It's like I said, sometimes the hardest part is actually thinking of what the lyrics are that lead into it.
I can't even hear the song in my head.
Oh no! We can pick a new song if you can't think of it.
I genuinely, it's a great card,
Okay.
but I can't hear the song at all.
You could show me and then I'll tell you. No, I'm kidding.
I really am not sure. I can't hear the song at all.
Oh, we'll pick a new one. What was it?
Beyond the
What?
Horizon.
Oh, Beyond the Horizon. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Because none of the characters actually sing
Exactly.
that in the film. It is like,
Yeah,
it's
it's Lilo and
from
Stitch, so
Lilo
it's
and
like-
Stitch. So Beyond that is a tricky one.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll let you pick a new one.
please forgive me.
Yes.
Please forgive me. Right, I'm gonna do this one.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, this one I know.
Okay.
Okay. But I have to think.
Yes. I can't wait. All right.
This is hard.
Hopefully
this
I'll
is a
get
challenge
it.
for both of us.
It is. I think we should get a point if we can think of the lyrics and if we can guess the card. Jen is hard thinking. Very hard. Yeah.
Okay, lyric before.
Okay.
With all the strength of a raging fire and
The dark side of the moon and the force of a great force of a great typhoon. No. Force of a great typhoon.
Yeah.
Force of a great typhoon. Yes. I got it.
I really second guessed myself there. I was like, wait, am I
know,
later in
I
the
forget which order
Yeah.
they go in, but yes, full
with
force,
the strength of a raging fire, with all the
force
of a
great
typhoon,
typhoon.
with all the. No, I did get them the wrong way around.
Well, but we got it.
I got them the wrong way around, but you got it
But
because
we
you're
got it.
amazing.
Yes.
So
All
well
right.
done.
Well done. Should we do one more?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm disappointed in myself as well because that's one of my most favorite
Oh.
Disney films ever.
Okay, I'm just gonna put that one back. I'm not even gonna show you.
No, thank you.
I'm just not gonna show you. I'm just not even gonna show you.
I want to know what
Okay.
it is now.
Okay. It is. Let's see here.
I'm scared.
No, you'll get this one. You'll get this one for
Really?
sure.
Are you sure?
I have faith in you that you will get this one.
Okay. I trust you. I do.
Okay. Don't blame me. You can blame my.
Don't blame me. You can blame my. Oh wait, is it Moana? Is it? Is it no?
Maybe you won't get it.
Don't blame me. You can blame my.
I can give you a different lyric at a different spot in the song too. Okay.
I'm looking for help.
I've got things you've never seen, and I've got. I think that's how it is. I've got things you've never, and I've got this.
I'm a disappointment
This.
to Disney fans everywhere.
It's hard, isn't it? Okay.
So hang on, say that second one again.
The second one, yeah. I can give you a little bit longer of the line. I'm probably saying it wrong. Chat will get upset with me. I've got hoodoo, I've got voodoo, I've got things you've never seen, and I've
Friends
got
on the other side.
friends on the other side. There, see, I gave you the look.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like I cheated, but that did it for me. Thank you.
Yes.
Yay! I love that song and I love that
miss
card.
this card so much.
Me too.
I miss it, but it's okay. It's okay. We have other
I
ways to
love
draw
that
cards.
song as well. One of the best Disney villains by far. in my
Really,
opinion.
yeah. Dr. Facilier
I
is
love
quite
him.
scary.
I love him.
All right, last one.
Are we doing
ready?
one more?
One more.
Oh gosh, I feel like I'm letting the team down though. That's the one you said no to, so I won't grab that. I don't know this well enough.
Okay, you can put it back down. We're just,
Don't judge me. Don't judge
us.
me.
Don't judge us.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
I mean, you said this lyric a minute ago.
Oh, did I? Wait. Okay.
And then along came Zeus.
Oh, he hurled his thunderbolt. Yes.
And it's a foil one.
Oh, a foil one.
Yeah.
Very nice.
That felt a little bit cheaty, but we got it.
We
and
got
it. Was
it.
the best one we did, so
We
it's
got
fine.
it.
We're taking it.
We're taking it. High five, Jen. We did it. We did some song lyrics.
Go
that
team.
was fun.
Don't
Hope you
judge
enjoyed
us.
that in the chat. And we are going to be back with more Disney Lurkana.
Thank you very much. Well, I tell you what, Kim, those games look fun. I want to get in on some of those games this weekend.
Me too. I think if anything, I could definitely guess Pua, so I think I'll be really good at draw the card.
I think I would be okay at guess the card. I'm pretty happy with my Disney Lorcana knowledge, my Disney knowledge in general. Don't make me draw the card. Nobody wants to see me draw the card.
Well, now I kind of want to see you draw the card.
I mean, it's just going to be random squiggles. It sounds like it's going to be really funny, but then you're like, oh no, it's just sad because he's so bad at drawing.
But even a stick man on a mountain, we might know what it is.
Hercules?
Sure.
Just draw a little thunderbolt in his hand. That I could do. Just give me Hercules. I'll focus on the thunderbolt. We will be fine. I'm a little bit sad, though, because that first game was amazing, right? Mm-hmm. But that's the first time all weekend we've not been able to go to a second feature match because we had so much Disney Lorcana action going on. We unfortunately ran out of time, but that's okay. Players this weekend are going to be fighting through. Now, we talked a bit about becoming a champion, getting the World's Invite.
Yes, we did.
It's not all about the World's Invite, Kim.
It's not all about the World's Invite, because before you get to World's Invite, you still have to battle it out through 4 rounds of Swiss, but then after that, we cut to top 32, and there's something really special that top 32 gets.
Top 32 gets that European Championship qualification, and I love it. When I talk to players there, I say, what's your goal this weekend? Every single one's like, I want top 32. I want that qualification for Euros. I can worry after that. But here's the thing. Let's say you don't qualify for the European Championships. You have a good season, you get close, you fall short. If only there was another way. Have I got wonderful news for you, ladies and gentlemen? There is another way.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. And I'm joined in the lounge by the wonderful Jen. How are you enjoying day 1, part 2 so far, Jen?
Really, really enjoying it. I'm having such a good time. We had a really interesting feature match on the feature table this morning, which was just like 2 really, really fun decks. And then we went to the second feature match, and it was a Ruby Steel. My baby.
I know you like a bit of Ruby Steel. Fun fact, Jen beat me with Ruby Steel on a set championship before pre-rotation. I was still playing B-Preps, and she took me down, so she knows a little bit about it. I know you were excited to see that.
That was my solid Ruby Steel deck, which is now unfortunately, yeah.
I
miss it. I miss it.
You can play it in Infinity
Yeah,
format,
I know.
which
I
is
need
coming
to-
up in
I need
June.
to do
Make
that.
sure you get those tickets.
Oh, yeah.
We want to talk a little bit about the championship events taking place later on in the year. We opened with a video presenting all sorts of information. Did you see those prizes, Jen?
Yes,
Are you
it's
excited?
absolutely incredible. I'm so excited. Like, just, it's just unbelievable, the prizing that we have available at these events. Like, it's just so cool. So exciting.
I'm considering whether or not I'm able to balance casting and hosting with also entering an LCQ and trying to win that Headless Horseman. I'm not optimistic, but I can dream. But we want to talk to you a little bit about the format specifically. So LCQ, this is a last chance qualifier. These did happen last year at the European and North American Championships, slightly adjusting the format this time round. We are going to be having 2 pods. 1,024 players total, so that means 512 players for each of the pods. It will be core constructed, but that is sets 9 through 13. So that means that fabled all the way through to what will be the latest set at the time, Attack of the Vine, which I am so excited.
So
the introduction of Monsters
excited.
Inc. Jen.
Gosh.
I'm buzzing, mate. I can't wait for that.
Can't wait.
Talk us through a little bit more of this screen here, Jen. From 512 players each pod, what's happening from there?
So with our 512 players in each pod, we've got single elimination, best of 3 matches. And our top 8 from each of those pods will qualify for the main event. So it'll be 16 players in total going through.
So it is all on the line. No opportunities to lose. Single elimination. If you lose, you are out. But if you can make it all the way to the top 8 of the pod, you will get the opportunity to participate in the championship event. And, of course, additional prizing if you're able to go all the way. So this will be your final opportunity to qualify to play in the championship outside of placing at a DLC or entering a CCQ. So if you really want to play in these championship events, that is your last opportunity to do so. So please get your tickets. They will be available on the 21st and 22nd of March, respectively. Keep an eye out. Get your tickets. Come on down and earn yourself a ticket to those championships. You excited for them, Jen?
I'm very excited. You got to go for it. Just go for it. Go for it, okay? Do it. Do it now.
Oh, you've been told. I've been told. You better listen to the lady. So, yeah, we're super excited for the championship event, but we're still in the moment. We're thinking ahead, but we've still got DLC GHENT to enjoy. This is day 1, part 2, and tomorrow will be Championship Sunday. We hope you're enjoying the show. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon.
We are going into the next round of our Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. How you feeling, Ross?
I'm feeling very hyped, Jen. I've swapped chair. It's our only game we're casting together this weekend. I'm very excited about it. Heading over into round 3 of the Saturday event. And I'm hyped.
And we're off already. They're ready. These players are ready. We've got Captain Hook down here for Tiago, a well-known name in the community, I believe, playing Amethyst, Steel, and then we've got Adam on the other side on Amber Emerald. Looks like it's probably going to be a nice dog's build, which we know so well.
I can tell you it is going to be a dog's build. Daisy Duck, Donald's Date coming down on turn 1. Quest for 2, but might give your opponent a character card in hand if you're not careful.
Absolutely. We're going to put that Hades looking for a deal into the Inkwell, play the Olaf Helping Hand. A card I think is really, I really love this card. I think his ability is so useful, and because it's also not just when he is banished that you can bounce a character back to hand, it is just when he leaves play. So even if he is put into the Inkwell by a Let It Go, it still happens.
Jen, we've got double Donald Duck coming in here.
Gosh.
Now, we also got Lady, Decisive Dog, fine, but double Daisy Duck. Not questing with any yet. The problem is if you quest, you might give a character, and then also you are then open to be challenged when you're exerted.
Yes, exactly. And of course, with that Captain Hook Forceful Duelist on Tiago's side, you don't really want to give it the opportunity to do a challenge here. But we see that Cheshire Cat inexplicable, coming down.
One gets inked, one gets put onto the board, lets you move damage counters around. We've seen it all weekend, being able to move damage from your side to your opponent, take out characters. There's no challenging there. You're not taking damage back. You're not worried about things like resist. You can just throw that damage over. It's one of the MVPs of the weekend so far.
Exactly, and I also think even more so for Adam now, not going to want to quest necessarily with those Daisy Ducks because they have that 4 willpower. They are so able to hold damage, which of course is then fuel for that Cheshire Cat on the other side of the board.
Is a little bit awkward. Bobby Demirsky, Spray Cheese Kid comes down. You draw one, you trash one. It doesn't give you a card advantage, but it filters your deck. It gets you further through to see some cards you might not otherwise be seeing. Absolute staple in these dogs decks. And look, I chose this as my pick for the weekend.
You did.
So I'm a little bit excited about this.
I know. And yeah, I mean, with something like Bobby or our Steel Mulan Disguised Soldier that can draw a card and then discard a card, you know, it just lets you cater your hand to try and get exactly what you need in the moment. But we see that Rhino coming down there, which can give an opposing character -1 strength until the start of their next turn, and he chose the Cheshire Cat. So trying maybe to kind of avoid if there's a potential any of his characters might get exerted. He doesn't want that too much damage coming in. So I understand that choice. But we've got the Calhoun Marine Sergeant here. Another one of my absolute favorite cards. I just think her ability is so powerful. But
oh, it's strength from a raging fire. 4 characters on the board. 4 damage being thrown into Lady. And that probably is why we saw the reduction on strength on the Cheshire Cat, because that took it from being able to challenge Lady to not being able to challenge Lady. But with strength from a raging fire, who needs to worry about challenging?
Exactly. And followed up by a nice Doc Bold Knight to get that empty hand turned into 2 cards. Very, very nice. Good play there, I think, from Tiago. He's in a nice position with those 2 cards in hand and a very wide board that we're seeing here.
I don't want to make this all about me, Jen, but I did name my favorite 3 Disney Lorcana cards on the last round with Kim. They're literally all on the board right now. The top half of the board, Daisy Duck Donald's Date, Calhoun Marine Sergeant, Doc Bold Knight. They're my top 3 cards in Disney Lorcana. I'm loving this game.
I mean, they're great choices. They're very good choices.
Oh, Adam's loving Tramp. It should be a 7 cost, but with 4 characters on the board, it comes down to a 3 cost, reduced by 1 for each character you have in play. So now all of a sudden, Tramp is a 3 cost, but then you get to draw 4 cards. And then you have to discard 4 cards from your hand. We said, you know, drawing 1, discarding 1 with Bobby Zemirski was good. How about drawing 4, discarding 4? You are properly fixing your hand here.
Absolutely. Really, really able to cater your hand. And I think we talked about this Tramp card quite a lot over the weekend so far because it is such an important card to this deck. If you don't see that Tramp early on, I think you're in a bit of trouble because he is just so important.
It's also a 7 cost, so when we look at Under the Sea being sing together 8, Tramp and any other character can join together, sing that, get rid of all of those characters that your opponent's got that are on the weaker side. And looking at Tiago's board, that's a few of them. So you're now threatening an Under the Sea if that's what you want in the future. If nothing else, you've got a 2/6 on the board that has just fixed your hand. And here we go with the discard. Remember, those 2 costs can be brought back with one of the Lady or Miss Park Avenue. So having those 2 costs in the discard, not such a downside.
You are correct, but I think as well, you know, Tiago deciding in the previous turn to get rid of that Lady, of course, trying to avoid that shift Lady coming down. It can still be played without shifting, but it does obviously cost a bit more ink. But we see the Genie wish fulfilled down there to draw a card. Christopher Robin, the new underdog, going into the inkwell.
He's joining in the fun. That's what he does.
Or is he, though? Because he's going in the inkwell, so...
I mean, if you're in the inkwell, you're still part of the team. You might not be on the front lines, but you're still in the deck. You're still on the board. You're just in the ink. You're fueling all the other cards. I think it totally counts. But look at Tiago's board here. We've got a bunch of characters. Now we are going to be questing with Olaf to go and get from 1 law up to 2. But now we've got Cheshire Cat. We've got Genie. We've got Doc. We've got Calhoun. We've got that forceful duelist Captain Hook. There is a lot of characters there. But then we look at Adam's board. 2 Daisy Duck, plus Bobby Zemirski, plus Rhino, plus Tramp. There's actually 8 law represented on Adam's board here. So he's going to be able to start really jumping up. Tiago's going to have to play a little bit of board control in the very near future because those characters at Quest for 2 are starting to build up on Adam's board. Absolutely.
But I think it's really, really tricky situation for both players here. But I think... unfortunately, I think especially for Adam, of course, having all of that potential lore on the board, but as soon as you quest with them, those characters are vulnerable, and Tiago having an absolutely fierce army there on his side of the board who could just easily wipe them all out. It's a really difficult situation, but...
It's another Daisy Duck Donald's Date. 2 was, I don't think 3's enough, frankly, Jen. I want to see the 4th one come down. But here we go. We're heading under the sea. And that is going to get rid, not of everyone. Calhoun and Cheshire Cat survive. But Genie, Olaf, Captain Hook. 4 characters are getting hit by this.
Wow, that was a big, big play.
I did tell you that was coming, though, like a couple of times ago.
I know.
I want that on the record, Jen. I told you that's what Tramp was going to do.
Absolutely, yeah, you predicted it. that's the thing I think with you know, we saw a mirror match on the feature table yesterday of
Yeah,
Amber
we
Emerald,
did.
and it's kind of me and Joe were saying, you know, it's kind of who can get the under the sea first, really. But of course, yeah, that was the best case scenario. I think like getting that was absolutely needed for Adam there.
Well, we're going to see Cheshire Cat going after that tramp. We can leave some damage on the board. That's going to be good for boosting up later. We see Calhoun taking out Tramp. Now, that 2-for-1 means that the banishing happened with Calhoun. That means there are 2 lore being gained by virtue of Calhoun Marine Sergeant's ability there.
And notably, still 2 ink available to potentially boost our Cheshire Cat and move some of that damage over.
Well, you could get Bobby Zemeski, you could get Rhino. The big problem here is that the 4 willpower on Daisy makes her so difficult to go after. Now, here we do see the Angel going after Bobby. Now, there are 2 options. One was going after Rhino and going after Angel, which is what we're seeing. You could have done this both onto one of the Daisy and taken out a Daisy, but Tiago here choosing to go for the 2 characters rather than the 1.
I understand it. I think there's a case for both options, you know, get rid of 1 Daisy or get rid of 2 other characters. And I understand the choice because I think it has just shrunk Adam's board so significantly, even just getting rid of those 2 kind of seemingly smaller, kind of unassuming characters there. But still those 3 Daisies, that's difficult to deal with.
It is, but Adam is not actually quested yet. There's 0 lore on Adam's side of the board. Those Daisies, they do have 4 willpower. That's lovely, but it's not infinite. So Tiago can start taking them out as soon as they end up exerted. So Adam here trying to find the right time to go, okay, now I can start questing with these Daisy. I know they're a bit vulnerable, but I do need to start getting some lore at some point. Now, it seems like Adam's got 2 cards in hand, has done very little, and we're already back over to Tiago here. No lore for Adam, and now Tiago needs to build his board. Strength of a Raging Fire will not take out Daisy Duck, but if you boost Cheshire Cat and move the 1 damage from Calhoun, that's gonna do it!
That's what he needed. Sometimes 1 damage counter is all you need to finish someone off. So I think we're questing. I think we're doing a big old quest here for Tiago, jumping all the way up to 7 lore against Adam's currently only 0, which is quite unusual for an Amber Emerald deck known for questing quite furiously early on, but of course not really being able to because Tiago had built up such a oppressive board, I think.
No, absolutely, and that's the thing. That Under the Sea came through right at the right time. Tiago's board was getting a little bit out of control. Now, the good news is he's actually playing around it a little bit now. Under the Sea would not be a good play if it came down here. We're playing Lilo Escape Artist from the discard pile. That is always an option. You can just play it as if it was in your hand from the discard. And now, oh, we don't have enough ink for Tramp, I'm afraid.
That's a really, really tricky one. We haven't seen a Grandmother Willow as well. I'm quite surprised. Maybe I would be surprised if Adam is not playing any Grandmother Willow.
Oh, there's no way it's not in the deck.
Yeah, exactly. But I think, unfortunately, just hasn't seen one this game so far. But we've got that smaller Tramp coming down. I believe it's the Street Smart Dog.
Enterprising Dog.
Enterprising Dog. He's a cutie.
He is, and he does come down for 1 less if you've got a lady in play, which would be great if you had a lady in play.
You had a lady, yeah. Unfortunately, no lady in play here. Just some ducks and a cute surfing girl.
But you do get to give a +3 strength boost to one of your characters.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So, moving back over to Tiago here. We got the dock.
And Tiago showing off the rule in Disney Lorcana that says you can play with other languages. I want to say that's a Chinese language card, it's not Japanese. So I believe that'll be a Chinese language dock coming down. Don't see that all too often.
No.
Nice to see the worldwide appeal of Disney Lorcana. But right now, those Daisy Duck are dropping like flies. Cheshire Cat coming in, moving damage over as well as challenging. it seems like Daisy is in a little bit of peril. By which I mean there were 3, Jen. Now there's only 1.
Very much so. She's feeling a bit lonely now, I think. But the Angel Experiment 624 and our Cheshire Cat Inexplicable are incredibly powerful against a deck like Amber Emerald Dogs, because they have a lot of those characters in that deck, have a smaller stat line, have lower willpower, so being able to move those 2 damages that each of those characters do can be really, really useful. Harder, of course, against Daisy with her 4 willpower. She's just so full of willpower, but we see it being done here to get rid of those daisies.
That's why we have the downside on Daisy. From a game design standpoint, there had to be a downside. A 1 cost and quest for 2 with 4 willpower. It's uninkable and might let your opponent draw a card. There had to be some downsides. Now here's an upside for Adam.
Woo-wee.
It is that street smart dog tramp coming down. Draw 2, discard 2, but again, we are trying to work through to give ourselves the perfect options of cards.
We love to see that tramp come down. Passing back over to Tiago here. He's still got a really good board going on, still got that Angel, still got that Cheshire Cat. We know they can do a lot for him. And he's, of course, got that Christopher Robin down as well now, that Quest for 2 lore. We got Genie Wish Fulfilled coming down, draw a card. Gonna be able to quest for 2 lore if it can stay. Maybe not stay, though. Who knows?
It has at least drawn a card. And again, that 4 willpower on Genie is a bit of a pain. We've been seeing it on Daisy Duck all the way through. You know, look at the strength on Adam's characters. 1, 1, 2. And there's nothing like Angel, Experiment 624, Cheshire Cat, things that can throw extra damage around. So Adam is going to struggle to take out something like a Genie with what he's got on the board. Looks like we're just going to do a bunch of questing here. Tiago is up 8 lore to 0. Or at least he was before this happened. We're now going up to 13 lore to 0. Tiago absolutely in control of this. And what's Adam going to do at this point to start taking out some of Adam's glimmers? The answer is the bigger, more threatening ones. There's nothing on the board that's doing it right now.
Unfortunately not. I think you know, in this situation for Adam, it is really tricky. You can see he's really, really thinking about what can he do here? What can I do? You know, you would hope for something like a Horseman Strikes, that pesky pumpkin, but I don't, you know, Amber Emerald Dogs doesn't really play that card, I don't think, like, generally.
Under the Sea is generally what they've got.
Under the Sea is the main one, yeah.
And that's not going to do enough here.
Yeah, you wouldn't even really, like, you might play a Raging Storm in this because, of course, it can be sung, but you're much less likely to Amber Emerald not known for being
a Raging Storm is an action, not a...
It is an action. I'm so sorry.
I made that mistake in the last round. That's the only reason I know, Jen.
It is an action. What one was I thinking of then? I was thinking of a different one.
You're thinking of Be Prepared, which was the precursor to Raging Storm, which was a song.
I wasn't thinking of that. I'm thinking of a different Emerald thing. Anyway, I'm getting or Amber thing. I'm getting confused. But anyway, so we've got some damage there going on to the Daisy and the Tramp.
Well, we've seen some challenging here. Essentially, we're starting to see the characters actually going after one another. The problem we have here is that there's still nothing too much there. Oh, we see the Giant Spectral Cobra coming in here. The Ghostly Cobra, Giant Spectral Serpent, and I think that might be it, Jen.
I think that's a scoop right there. Unfortunately for Adam, not much he could do in that situation. Wow, so Tiago takes our game 1 of this round on our feature table. I mean, if you were Adam in that situation with your Amber Emerald and you're looking at this mighty board across from you, what would you be thinking?
I would be thinking, I wish my deck had answers to this. and I'm sorry, but that's a genuine answer. We were looking at the board a minute ago. You've got a bunch of characters that just do not have the strength to take out the characters on Tiago's side of the board. Generally speaking, in Dogs, we're not giving away the whole deck list. We'll not open deck list till tomorrow. But generally speaking, you're playing Under the Sea, which is great for going after 2-strength characters. Things like Genie, things like Doc, things like Christopher Robin. But when you start seeing Cheshire Cat hit the board and some of these bigger characters, Angel Experiment 624, you just don't have ways to get rid of them. Essentially, what you need to do is get a wide board and get established so that when this starts happening, you can start challenging 2 for 1 or just racing for lore to get away from it. That's your out. When you end up with you're behind on lore, all your characters are lower strength, and your opponent's got a bigger board, you can't 1 for 1. You don't really have enough characters on the board to start trying to pull out some 2-for-1s, and you don't have those action and song cards which can go and save you. There's no World's Greatest Criminal Mind, there's no Horseman Strikes or any of that. You're stuck with Under the Sea, which is great in the mirror and against other aggro decks. It's great in the early game. We saw a really good one early game from Adam. Yeah. But at the point we were looking at a minute ago, it wasn't going to do the job.
Unfortunately not, you're right. It's a tricky matchup, I think. But very importantly for Adam, now in this going into this game 2, will be playing first, of course. And I think for a deck like Amber Emerald, that's very, very important and can go a long way. So, keen to see how this game goes. I wonder... I'm curious to see how much control Tiago will be able to have over Adam's board, especially with Adam going first. And I'm also keen to see if Adam will see that all-important Grandmother Willow this time.
Well, that was a big thing in game 1. We didn't see the Grandmother Willow coming down. That reduces, once per turn, reduces the cost of the next character you play by 1. That can help you get these cards in a lot earlier. It can help you get more characters on the board. You can get some bigger characters a little bit earlier. That's what Adam needs to do. Adam needs to set up a board. And look, Daisy was fine last game, but you weren't questing with them. You were waiting. So you weren't getting the lore from Daisy, but then when Tiago's board built up, wasn't enough.
Exactly. Really, really tricky situation. I've just seen that Christopher Robin come in Tiago's hand. It's going into the Inkwell, though. We're not going to play it. It could have played it, of course, with the underdog ability. If you're going second, you can play it for 1 less. But we've gone for a Captain Hook, which I think is a solid choice.
I mean, it's got Challenger 2. It's a 3-2 when you're initiating the challenge. That can be very good for taking some of these out. We got the Elegant Spaniel for Lady on the left-hand side there, which is fine. Nice little start there. You need to get a trap to make it quest for 2, but this is where Adam needs to start really pushing this. We're on the 2 ink turn. Do we have that Grandmother Willow? The answer is no, we don't. It's not in hand.
Unfortunately not.
That's not great.
No, I mean, we know that Tiago will be thinking as well, of course, with playing that Captain Hook as a Challenger 2, it is a huge threat to Adam's board. So like we saw before, it's going to stop Adam from wanting to quest with his characters because, of course, he doesn't want Captain Hook challenging into them. So definitely the right choice for Tiago there, choosing the Captain Hook over the Christopher Robin.
But at some point, you've got to start just questing, getting that lore. Adam was held off in the first game, and it didn't help him. It came back to haunt him. Someone like that Lilo needs to be questing. Keep the lady as a shift target by all means, but you need to get lore on the board.
Oof, even more of a deterrent, though, now on Tiago's board with a Calhoun coming down. Even more unlikely that Adam is going to want to quest with those characters. Of course, our Lilo Escape Artist, when it is in the discard at the start of your next turn, you can play it from the discard, but it gets played exerted, so she's still vulnerable to a challenge. It's a really tricky situation, and you know, a lot of thought and decision making needs to go in for these players to try and figure out how to navigate this. But we see a Mowgli coming down, which lets you look at your opponent's hand and discard a non-character card.
Well, your opponent discards. They are the ones that make the choice.
Yes, the opponent makes the choice. Unfortunately, we're not seeing a non-character card in Tiago's hand.
There's no choice.
Nothing, no choice, nothing's going into the discard. But it did give Adam information which can be incredibly useful.
And that's the key here. With an early game Mowgli like this, you get to see your opponent's hand, and if you're good enough, you can start mapping out their curve over the next few turns. You know that Elsa Fifth Spirit is there to come in, exert, and challenge immediately when you get up to 5 ink. You know your opponent's got these options, so you can work around that. We do see the Giant Cobra getting inked. Here comes Lexington. The alert's not that relevant in this matchup, but at least you got a 4/4 body on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Great stat line there with Lexington. And of course, we know Lexington has alert, which means that he can challenge evasive characters. But as you say, not particularly useful in this matchup. And I was just thinking, I wonder if Adam is playing Emerald Chromacons, because I think an Emerald Chromacon here would go a long way, because of course, if Tiago then is trying to deal with Adam's board, get rid of those characters, if one of Adam's characters is banished, he can then return one of the opposing characters to hand. So I think an Emerald Chromacon would really help Adam kind of figure out his own way of controlling. But I don't know if he plays them or not. We haven't seen one.
We haven't seen one, and it's one you don't see that often in dogs. I think it's most likely he's not playing it. Certainly it could have come in absolutely huge last game, but I would wager that Adam probably isn't playing it in this deck, so he's going to have to do what he can. And once again, you're flooding the board with characters. This is very nice, but they're not big. They're not great for challenging. So essentially, you've got a bunch of characters out here that are just waiting to be picked off by anything Tiago wants to do. We got Calhoun that's going to gain 2 lore when it went to challenge, so which means anything with 3 strength or less you really don't want to have exerted for fear that Calhoun will not only get rid of it but also go and grab 2. Now we do lore. We do see the tramp comes down. It is a free cost, reduced by 4 because 4 characters on board. Draw 4, discard 4. You can now be pretty sure he hasn't got many cards in hand, right? He's only got a couple.
No,
but they're going to be good.
I reckon so. I think he had there was an Under the Sea there, but did you see which card that he took? From the tramp? I'm not sure.
I cannot tell you which 2 cards are in hand. He's keeping them close to his chest, literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
We did see Angel taking out the elegant spaniel, the lady using that skill, and now it seems like we're back over to Adam. Now I know we top dead to go Tomago there. There is, I can't quite see.
I think it's a Mickey Mouse. Yes,
oh,
it's the
Amber
Mouse.
Champion.
It's the Amber Champion, which I think is going to do a huge amount for Adam here because, of course, your other Amber characters get +2 willpower. And while you have 2 or more other Amber characters in play, he gains Singer 8. So he would immediately be able to sing an Under the Sea by himself. But that +2 willpower, I think, could go a long way. Unfortunately, we've seen the Elsa Fifth Spirit come down, exerting the Mickey Mouse as soon as he's in, and he's being taken out immediately. That is not what Adam wanted to see.
The double challenge there is what did it, and it was taken out with Calhoun, which goes against a couple of lore at the same time. Lexington, we said about the 4/4 body being big. That did the majority of the work, brought Mickey Mouse down to the point where then Calhoun should just come and finish off. You gain a couple lore, but you also take it out. Worth noting, Mickey only boosts the willpower of your other Amber characters, not Mickey Mouse Amber Champion. So that meant that the 5 willpower had to go. And you look at the reaction of Tiago to that card coming down. Tiago was pretty clear there. I am not leaving this on the board. That is a priority for me. No, you're not having your Mickey.
No way will I let you keep that there and have that buff for your other characters. But we see that Della's Moon Lullaby coming down. Chosen Angel for the -1 strength, -2 strength?
-2.
-2, that's what it is. Yeah. So really, really not okay. Adam is probably quite frustrated about that situation. But we're singing an Under the Sea, which is going to get rid of so many of Tiago's characters going to the discard. Under the deck. He has put them in the discard, but they're now going under the sea, under the deck.
And
we go.
There's a very important point that needs to be made here. Delamoon's Lullaby lowered the strength of Angel. That's why Angel got caught by Under the Sea. 4 characters got caught. One of them only got caught because of that Delamoon's Lullaby. So it's not just the Under the Sea. It was that combination of cards that was so huge there. Tramp having a 7 cost to sing with. You only need 1 other character. Under the Sea comes down, and then you're left with just that Lexington. We couldn't get them all. We couldn't get the full board wipe, but leaving with just Lexington, and this is the point at which Adam needs to start making this comeback.
We've done a really great job, and you're right about Della's Moon Lullaby and Under the Sea, of course, really coming in clutch here for that combo, but he did a really, really good job there of trying to clear Tiago's board as much as possible. We see the Lexington going into the Tramp there, I think it was, both doing a little trade there, both going to the discard, and the Elsa is down there on Tiago's board. But yeah, it's another Tramp. He had another Tramp, so that Tramp has come down. He's going to be drawing 3 cards, have a look at them, and then discard 3 cards. So he's only got 4 currently, so he will only be left with 1 card in hand, but he can really, really decide what he wants, what's going to be the best card to have in hand in this situation. We do see that Grandmother Willow there. So he does have them, he just hasn't seen them.
And unfortunately, we're not necessarily at the right point in the game here. We are going to see just questing out going up from 3 to 7 lore, Adam, here with the Mowgli, the Bobby Zamirsky, and the Lilo Escape Artist. And yeah, you got one card in hand, but it's your best one out of 4. That is very different to a regular one card in hand.
Agreed. We have Genie Wish Fulfill coming down there. Draw the card for Tiago and play a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. Again, as we said earlier, just a threat for Adam. Doesn't want that Forceful Duelist to come in and challenge any of his characters.
Well, it's here. You got no options. Now, we do get Lilo Escape Artist coming from the discard. Remember, that can be played over and over again. It can always be played from the discard. It's like having an extra card in hand, and this is why one Grandmother Willow was discarded a moment ago. There is another one available. And oh, yeah, we've got a lady just for good measure, but we're not shifting. We're playing it normally.
Want to get as many characters on board as possible, and I think Adam's done a really, really good job here. And as well, I think with Lilo, yes, when you play her from the discard, she does come in exerted, so she's vulnerable, but it's another thing that your opponent has to deal with, because if your opponent doesn't get rid of that Lilo, then she's going to be there all ready to quest on their next turn. So it's another thing that the opponent has to deal with. Many, many, many things that Tiago is going to have to try and deal with here.
It's generally a good idea. The one time you can't is when there's a Calhoun on board, because Calhoun will not only banish, but also gain 2 lore from the ability by having done so. So you can't really do this if your opponent's got a Calhoun.
No.
Outside, if you've got the ink spare, it's something to do every turn, because best case scenario, you keep it and get to quest. Worst case scenario, you force your opponent to expend some resources in order to actually get rid of it. Just not like we see here. That could have been a quest or a challenge into something else. Instead, it was taking out Lilo, just not when Calhoun's on the board.
Exactly, you are correct there. So we see some challenging here, trying to clear Adam's board. Tiago has built his board back up very nicely there, and he's got 3 of them are evasive.
Speaking of which.
Oh my gosh, yeah, there she is, Lilo coming back into play. But yeah, Tiago with 3 evasives on board is not great for Adam right now. But we see that Under the Sea again being sung by Tramp, which is going to clear the entirety of Tiago's board. Wow.
And it seems like that might be it,
yes,
Jen.
I think that's it. Wow, okay. That's it. Game 2 ended there. It went to Adam, I believe, there, because that board wipe was just perfect for him, I think, in that moment. Completely destroyed Tiago's board, and there wasn't really much he could do at that point. Both on very, very either no or very few cards in hand. It's a really, really tricky situation, but it went to Adam there, so we're on 1-1 now.
And that was a big difference in Game 1 and Game 2. In Game 1, you had an early Under the Sea, but then a bunch of other characters came down. Tiago had enough ink and enough cards in hand to re-establish a board, and he re-established a board that was essentially Under the Sea proof.
Yeah.
Whereas in that second game, when Adam played the Under the Sea, he got... I don't think he quite got everything. I think he got everything except maybe... Everybody else, something I think
he got most of them.
It doesn't matter. He got enough that Tiago went, I don't have enough cards in hand, and I'm looking at your board. You can now just start questing out turn after turn after turn. And while you're doing that, I'm rebuilding my board. This isn't going to work. So let's go over to a Game 3. But Tiago is going first in Game 3. They get the choice of first or second, was what I meant to say.
Yeah.
And that is a huge advantage.
Yeah. Definitely. So really, really tricky for Adam, I think. Not being able to go first now in this turn, but in this game, But maybe he'll see that Grandmother Willow, though, which I think will do a lot for him, especially going second, because, of course, will allow him to get more characters out for less and build the board.
He's kept 4 cards. I don't believe one of them is a Grandmother Willow. I believe they were all inkable cards, and Grandmother Willow is not inkable. So hopefully one of these 3 cards from the Ultra in the card phase has gone and given access to basically the one card he really wants early right now.
I'm wondering how many Grandmother Willows he's playing in this deck, because we're just not seeing them. We've seen it like once, maybe twice, and we're in the third game now. I'm just really surprised because it feels like such a staple Amber card now, this new Grandmother Willow.
I'm not going to tell you what the deck list says. I can't look at the deck list. I'm not giving anything away.
Okay.
It's 4.
Oh.
It's always 4, Jen.
Yeah.
It's such a good card. It's such a staple. I could be wrong, I suppose. I'm not looking at the deck list. I don't need to look at the deck list. It's 4. It's obviously 4.
I mean, I'd be surprised if it wasn't 4, but I'm really, really surprised that we aren't seeing it more, especially if he does have 4. Like, where is it? He must be so frustrated. Where is she? Where are you, Grandmother?
Well, we are off here in game 3. We are 1 game apiece right now, and it's Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist for Tiago. Adam's going to his first turn. Adam did win game 2, right?
I believe so, yeah, because we're 1-1. I think it's just not updated on the top, but that's okay.
We'll update that on the screen in a minute, but I assure you we are 1 game apiece. Adam won game 2, Tiago won game 1. It's my friend, it's Daisy.
Yeah, you love her so much. She's great. But Daisy against the Captain Hook is not great. She doesn't want it. She doesn't want that Captain Hook coming near her. But yeah, it's. I still don't see a Grandmother Willow in that hand. Do you?
No, unfortunately, I don't want to be rude. I think we're going to miss it again. And again, I'm not giving away the deck list. We're not open deck list. I promise you, I'm not cheating here. I would be stunned if there weren't 4. There's always 4. There's an Olaf for Tiago. But where are these Grandmother Willow? We're 3 games in, and I don't think we've seen one on turn 2 yet. That's Delamu's Lullaby. That's not... Oh, wait, maybe it is there.
I think it might be.
Right in the middle of the hand.
It's hard to tell, but I think it might be there. We'll see in just a moment, because I'm sure if he does have one, I think it would be the smartest second turn play to do, of course. But that Olaf helping hand, I really, really good card, can be utilized so well in many ways with being able to bounce a character back to your hand.
It is there, Jen.
And
there we go.
There she is. Where were you? Grandmother, where were you? But you're here now, it's fine, you're here.
And then we get to play Lady, but now Lady is just a 1-cost card, that Decisive Dog. Very different to playing it as a... Oh, wait, no, it was a free card. It didn't even pay for it, I believe.
No, I believe that is the 1-drop one. I must admit, I get that my ladies and my tramps all a little bit confused.
That's Decisive Dog.
It is. It's Decisive Dog. It is a 1-drop.
Yes.
So played it for free, which is very, very nice.
And this is the difference it makes. You play Grandmother Willow for 2 ink, and then you can play a 1-cost character for free. Now you've got 3 characters out where you should only have 2. Now you go into your free ink turn, but you can play a 4-ink character rather than the usual 3-ink character, and then you can start building up into something like a tramp on, 3 or 4 ink in a way that you just can't in other matchups. Well, the tramp's not on the board yet. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, the Grandmother Willow reduces it. So, yes, Tramp goes down to a 4-cost. Grandmother Willow makes it a 3-cost. You've got 3 ink. A said 3-cost Tramp is on the board, or potentially in these matchups, and it is here now, Jen. It's so good. Draw 3, discard 3.
I know. So, really going to try and figure out the best hand to have here. Decide. You have to... These decisions can be make it or break it kind of choices, because if you need to make sure that you are catering your hand as best as possible for the current situation and also the potential situation you might find yourself in next turn after, etc.
Absolutely right. Back over to Tiago then, and I'm kind of liking Anna's board a lot more than I did in previous games. Daisy, Grandmother Willow, Lady, and Tramp, but an angel from Tiago, and oh...
Bye, Grandmother Willow.
That's a bit sad.
It was brief, but we had a nice time with you.
You got your ink back. You paid 2, and you got a reduction of 2.
Yeah.
But crucially, it let you get the Tramp. You don't get the Tramp on turn 3 without Grandmother Willow. That alone was worth the investment.
I agree, but I also think, discarding the genie to turn it into a snowball and cause those 2 damage to get rid of that Grandmother Willow. Absolutely understandable.
Oh, I know what's coming here, Jen. We've seen Delamu's Lullaby. That has reduced the power of the strength on Cheshire Cat. Bobby Zemirski goes into the ink, and it's going to be another Delamu's Lullaby to Angel, and this means that an Under the Sea is going to completely clear the board. I mean, surely, there it is, under the sea. Tramp sings it along with Daisy, and that gets everything double. Delamue's lullaby here to bring the 3 strength down to 2 strength to get a proper board wipe. This is how Adam wins this matchup.
Definitely imagine it. Looking at your hand, you've got 2 Delamue's lullabies, and you've got an Under the Sea. You've got the perfect combination of cards
Be rude
to
not to.
completely clear their board. Absolutely fantastic turn from Adam there. We're seeing a Hades looking for a deal, coming down on Tiago's board, choosing the Tramp. Are we going to put it at the bottom of the deck, or are we going to let Tiago draw 2 cards? Hades doesn't offer good deals. Either is not great, but you have to choose one.
I think you give your opponent the cards. I don't think it's an easy decision. I give my opponent the cards in this situation. Tramp threatens an Under the Sea on future turns if it's going to be relevant, but also it quests for 2. It's got 6 willpower. I think you have to keep Tramp. Adam clearly didn't want to. You can see by the body language he didn't want to. But I think you have to give your opponent the cards there.
I agree. I think I would have done the same thing, and that's exactly what he did, and it's very understandable. So we're seeing that Mickey Mouse Amber champion.
But it's so different to last game.
It is.
Because last game, Tiago went, oh, I am not dealing with that. And he had Elsa, 5th Spirit, and Lexington, small in stature, combined to take it out. That's not where we are right now. There is nothing. It's got 5 willpower, and you've got a Hades that can challenge for 3. Brilliant. Not enough. Now, if you've got an Elsa 5th Spirit next turn, you could combine the 2 of them to take it out. That is the only way you're really getting it, unless, I mean, something like an Angel Experiment 624 would do it potentially, but you need something that can deal damage now, or else that Mickey Mouse Amber champion is sticking around for a bit.
You're correct. So, Tiago, I think the best option is going to be an Elsa 5th Spirit, because, of course, being able to exert the Mickey Mouse and then put 2 damage in, finish off with the Hades for another 3 damage. But does he have an Elsa 5th Spirit? We're going to see.
Well, we're eyeing it up. We do have 5 ink, so we've got enough to pay for it if we want to pay for it.
I'm not sure.
Ink Demona, so now we've got 6 ink.
Oh, we're playing a Demona. Okay, ink a Demona, play a Demona. So exerting all those characters. So he has exerted the Mickey Mouse, so it's available for challenging. But unless he can somehow get a further 2 damage, Hades can only do 3 into that Mickey Mouse, if that's what he's wanting to get rid of.
The option here is essentially you challenge with Hades now, you take the damage back, and you hope for a Cheshire Cat inexplicable next turn.
Exactly.
And that would allow you to essentially boost under the Cheshire Cat, move 2 of the damage from Hades over to Mickey Mouse, and then you can take out Mickey Mouse without having to use a challenge or a quest next turn.
That's precisely what Tiago will be wanting, I think. But we're going back into Adam's turn now. He's still got a decent board. He's still got his Mickey. He's still got his Tramp. And, of course, most importantly, that Mickey is boosting the other Amber characters, which is all 3 of them, to have 2 extra willpower. Another Grandmother Willow. He's seen them all now. Where's she been the last 2 games? And now she's here all of a sudden.
She's trying to make up for it. Tiago looked in such a good position back in game 1. Yeah, she's back again. It's Daisy. And now, and there's one.
Daisy.
It's another Daisy. Treble Daisy. Can we get up to 4? That would make me very, very happy.
It would. You're half happy right now. If we can get 2 more, you'll be 100% happy, I think.
And we are just moving the dice. I think it should be 3 damage on the Mickey Mouse, should it not? Because Hades dealt 3 damage in the challenge.
Yes, I think that was a mistake on the dice. But yes, it should be 3 damage on the Mickey Mouse currently.
But then presumably 2 on the Hades, because Mickey does 2 damage?
Yes, you're correct. It should only be 2 on the Hades.
Unless I'm missing something. I think it should be 3 on the Mickey, 2 on the Hades.
I believe you're correct.
I don't see where the other... unless Hades was challenged by something else, but I don't believe it was.
Don't believe it was either.
No, because there's nothing in the discard. There's no damage on the board to say that a challenge has been done. There's nothing after Under the Sea. So I think that Hades should have 2 damage on, if I'm correct.
Yes, I think I may have just seen a lore guide going over there. I think we're having a lore guide check things out here just to make sure that everything is okay. So while they're doing that, let's chat.
I'm loving dogs, Jen. I'm going to be honest with you. It's going well. Game 1 was like a worst-case scenario. Game 1 basically just highlighted the difficulty with this and the challenges it faces. But it does look like we are back in the game now. We have corrected the damage on the characters. It is 2 on Hades, 3 on Mickey Mouse. So now we can get back into the game. But since Game 1... Adam has been showing the strength of dogs. Last game with that Under the Sea coming down absolutely crucially and going wide. There's 7 glimmers on the board for Adam, and there's 2 for Tiago, and now Adam's going, I can quest because, yes, I know you can challenge and take some of my glimmers out. You can't take them all out. I've literally got too many.
Yeah, exactly. He's shooting up all the way to 11 lore there with that questing. And as we said before, still got that Mickey Mouse Amber champion on board. So all those other Amber characters have a boosted willpower. So currently, those 2 Daisy Ducks, your favorite, are 1-6 stat lines.
2 Daisy Ducks? Look again, Jen.
3 Daisy Ducks.
3 Daisy Ducks are all there at 6 willpower.
I was so distracted by everything else. I hadn't even seen that one there as well.
Yeah, 2 came down in quick succession during the previous turn. I'm assuming there's 1 still in the deck. I don't think anyone will be silly enough to only play 3.
Oh, no. So Genie Wish Fulfill coming down there. Get that draw. Get that evasive on the board that's hard for Adam to deal with.
And it is hard to deal with, but right now, Adam's not having to deal with stuff.
No.
Tiago is the person under pressure. They are having to deal with stuff. Adam has got 11 lore on the board, and it does actually, to be clear, does have game on board next turn.
Yes.
There's 11 lore represented among the characters on Adam's board. Only needs 9. Tiago has to take 2 lore pips off the board just to survive into next turn. But that is not going to get him over there. He's down by 9 lore, and Tiago's counting up. I hate to break it to you, Tiago. I've done the count. We got 4 2-drop characters, or 2-pip characters. That is a Tramp and a Free Daisy. That's 8. Plus Lady, Mickey, and Grandmother Willow. 1 more each. That's 11. So
We're doing the maths.
You've got to take 3 pips off the board.
And there's the handshake. We are done. Wow. That was a really tricky situation for Tiago. Clearly realized there was not much he could do in that situation, and Adam takes the win. 2-1 to Adam. Very well played by both players, though. What an incredible round. It was really, really interesting. Every single match was so different.
And that's the thing. We kind of saw the three modes of dogs. In game 1, we saw my characters are actually quite small and my Under the Sea didn't stick, and I do not have the mid to late game to deal with a lot of these kind of mid-range decks. I lose. Game 2, we saw the Under the Sea, I win mode of dogs, which, I mean, you saw on stream with Super Joe yesterday. That is a powerful mode. And game 3, we saw the more traditional aggro mode of all I need to really do here is just go wide characters. Now, it was combined with that Under the Sea and the double Delamoon's Lullaby, which was phenomenal for taking out the entire board. But it's just, I've gone wide enough, you can't win. But I think we've seen over those 3 games how crucial Under the Sea is, how great dogs can be, but also how vulnerable it can be. This is why some players stay away from the deck. It has those games where you just feel completely outmatched. Because let's remember, game 1 was not even close. Adam did very little, and that game, I mean, dogs just got trounced in game 1.
Yeah, it's part of why I struggle to play a deck like that, because I feel... in those moments, I feel so helpless, and there's not a feeling I like. So, dogs is for some people, not for me. But I believe we have our second feature match that we can jump over to and see where they are at. Here we have them. So, I don't know what these 2 are playing. We've definitely got some Emerald there. We've got Jade and Jeremy here. Yes, so we've got Amethyst, Emerald, and Emerald Sapphire. Okay, Amethyst, Emerald, nice.
Do you not recognise the player on the left here, Jen?
Oh my gosh! No, it is. I wasn't sure if it was her. We met her yesterday, didn't we?
She came to our meet and greet in the hall yesterday. We had a lovely chat with her. Very lovely person. Of
course. I was like, I feel like I recognise that face. Why do I recognise that face? It's because we had a lovely, lovely chat with Jade yesterday, as you say, at our meet and greet. So that's really nice. I'm excited to see. She did mention that she was, to us, I think that she was playing Amethyst Emerald. So I'm really, really keen to see what her deck can do. She's clearly doing pretty well, so yay, Jade, go for it. But yeah, I'm really excited. There's the fist bump, so we're going in. Let's go in here.
Oh, I think oh no, we are already going. It's Pegasus gift for Hercules. We're rolling. Jeremy on the right, Jade on the left. You're welcome.
So we've got Jeremy has won that first match. We're going into our second match here, and we'll see. And of course, that means that Jade has been able to go first. So she's got that Pegasus, and she's got a Flynn Rider Whisper there, I think that is.
The Spectral Scoundrel.
Yeah, and another Pegasus on a board, of course, an evasive character.
Flynn Rider basically has two modes. There's the unboosted 1/2 quest for 1, or you can pay 2 to boost it essentially into a free cost, and it becomes a free 2 quest for 2.
Exactly. I think a really, really fun. I mean, we saw a lot of boost this morning. Those that were with us on the stream this morning, me and Joe had a really fun time watching a crazy, crazy boost-themed deck, which was really, really good fun. So I love seeing a boost character.
Well, it does look like we've got a card we do not see very often here at all. Is that Webby Van der
No,
Quack?
it's Emily Quackfaster, I believe.
It is Emily Quackfaster, level-headed librarian. You're absolutely correct.
Nice, and we've got that all-important Diablo down on board, which when it is banished, you can draw a card. However, we can see on Jeremy's board, we've got that Clarabelle. We've got that Prince Philip. We know that these characters have fearsome shift characters that can pop down onto them. So,
oh, Vanquisher of Foes, Prince Philip, he big.
So Jade, I think, will be aware of that. She'll be very wary of it because we don't want to see that malicious, mean and scary Prince Philip combo happening.
Jade is going aggressive with the questing here. We got Webby Van der Quack coming down, boosting the strength of Diablo up to 1. But that Emily Quackfaster, you may have missed it. It happened faster, but we did see the boost coming down. Essentially, it lets you boost one of your characters when you play, so we boosted the Flynn Rider. Jade is already on 13 lore, and Jeremy's got a Clarabelle and a Prince Philip down. I think we're seeing why we've gone here. Oh!
There it is! There's the malicious, mean and scary. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Jade's characters aren't very strong. There's a lot of 1 willpower characters, and Jeremy went, hang on a second. I know what to do about these. Malicious, mean and scary came down. And there's another one that's going to take everything out. Flynn Rider, Spectral Scoundrel. The only thing not boosted by that boost is, unfortunately, the willpower. Who needs Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, when you can just double Malicious, mean and scary?
Yeah, wow. I was not expecting 2 of them. I mean, one of them did so much already, getting rid of like half of Jade's board, but there's we see the Louis coming down, which when it is played, you can make an opposing character have Reckless on the next turn, and she chose the Prince Philip.
Yeah, that was an endearing alligator. We are looking for the shift. Now, we do have Prince Philip is going to be challenging into Louis. And I believe they will just take each other out. Louis does 4 to Prince Philip. Prince Philip does 3 to Louis.
I was just going to say that Prince Philip has ward, so it cannot be chosen. That was just a mistake there, and it's been caught by a lore guide.
Good shout.
I was just double checking that because I was like, I think that Prince Philip has ward. So we've had to choose the Clarabelle for the Reckless from Louis instead, because yes, can't choose the Prince Philip because it does have ward.
That Royal Explorer, it just means it stays on the board a little bit longer, gets you towards Vanquisher of Foes. The combo is essentially that you shift up into Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, and then you banish all of your opponent's characters that have any damage on. Hence the combo with Malicious, Mean and Scary. You put damage on all of them, and then you go. Didn't even need that with a double Malicious, Mean and Scary. So Louis is giving Reckless to Clarabelle here, and that leaves Prince Philip free to do whatever he feels like, frankly.
Yeah, but not great even to have the Reckless on the Clarabelle, because Jeremy's not going to want to see that Clarabelle go, but of course if it does have to challenge into Louis, it will be banished. But he's choosing to challenge with the Prince Philip instead, which means that Clarabelle cannot challenge, so the Reckless doesn't happen.
But at least cannot quest. That is the one thing you did there was
quest.
You stopped. So it did make a bit of a difference rather than just giving the Reckless to Prince Philip.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so we just had a little bit of a blip there with the ward mistake, but lore guides are on it, so we're all good. But we see that Cinderella dream come true come down on Jeremy's board, which very importantly, she is a princess, so she does trigger her own ability that at the at the end of your turn, if you played a princess that turn, you can put a card from your hand into the inkwell to draw a card.
Well, we see Emerald Chromacon. We've seen this already. It was big in the game I watched with Kim in the previous round. When one of your characters gets banished, you get to bump a card to hand, and it does not have to be your own. But speaking of Emerald characters that give reckless, it's John Silver, Alien Pirate.
Ooh, I love this card. He's fearsome. Of course, being able to give a character reckless when he's played is incredibly strong, but...
Apparently, Jade wasn't content with the Emerald Chromacon.
No.
She's also got the Amethyst Chromacon as well.
Oh
She's
my
completed the
gosh.
set. I hope she gets a prize for that.
Yeah, and she's also got that Flynn Rider has come back down.
Yeah, that Spectral Scoundrel is there, unboosted as it stands at the moment. Now, Reckless has been given to it by John Silver, Alien Pirate here. And Jade, she had this fantastic start, this absolutely streaming start. She needs to start getting some more lore on the board, or Jeremy is going to be catching up. Ever since that double malicious, mean and scary, she has not rebuilt her board.
No, it's a tricky situation. She went race. I'm all the way up to 13 lore now. I've got a huge board. But then, of course, Jeremy being able to deal with that board entirely within one turn with those two malicious, mean and scaries puts Jade in a really tricky position here. And Jeremy with quite a good board here. We might see a shift Clarabelle. He's got two of those smaller Clarabelles on board. We may see the shift. Who knows?
Well, right now, we're going to see Amethyst Chromacon being used to draw both players a card. Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom is in hand. That can just get you lore. It's not going to get you over the line, but it's going to get you closer to the line. What I like to call a cheeky lore card. Gaining lore in a way other than just questing.
Exactly. And we're seeing a Louis go into the inkwell there. We're going to boost the Flynn Rider and take out that Cinderella. You can't have any more low ink and draw cards, okay, Jeremy? No more.
It's fair, honestly. That Cinderella dream come true is just an absolute nightmare to deal with. Because not only does it let you ink, it replaces the card. So you don't just get extra ink, you get to see an extra card. And it's so good for getting towards those things on your deck you want. Now, Jeremy's questing out here. That's going to be 4 lore. That John Silver... Worth noting, it is 2 lore when you quest for that John Silver. There's 2 of them on the board. Jeremy is already pretty much caught up. He is, it's 2 turns away from winning the game now.
And also, of course, that John Silver quest for 2, as you say, has a big stat line of 5/5. But also, when he quests, you can do his ability again by to give a chosen opposing character reckless. Of course, no characters on board for him to choose currently, but very strong card.
Now, it's a lot to ask. I know this before I say it.
Okay.
But if Jade could draw into her other 3 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom and play all 4 of them, that would get her over the line. I don't think it's likely.
Well, she played one very early on. So we know,
did she?
Yeah, she played one right at the start.
That's not going to work
So we
then.
know one of them is already gone.
Boo. Never mind, I tried.
Yeah, but
because it's not looking good for Jade right now.
No, it's really not. It's really not. But we see that Show Me More coming down. So each player draws 3 cards, which, of course, you don't really want your opponent to draw 3 cards. But when you're in a tricky situation like this, it's nice for Jade, of course, to be able to draw those cards and see what she can get, see how she might be able to deal with the current situation.
So double-sided Finders Keepers, but rather than being a 5 cost, it's a 2 cost. That is a lot better. Now, we do get that Ink Caster coming down here. And if you've played card, that does let you then go and just get lore, cheeky lore, as I like to call it. This is an option here, the enigmatic Ink Caster. As long as you've played 2 or more cards, you just get to gain a lore. I don't know if that's going to get her too close to the end there. Cheeky lore is good, but she's going to need something else.
Yeah, might not be cheeky enough, but we're questing with that John Silver, making the Bobby reckless. Not a huge stat line for him, so if he does have to challenge, he's not going to last very long.
It's not going to go great.
Jeremy shooting up to 14 lore, so both players on 14 lore now, but a very significantly different looking boards here.
And that's the problem. Jay jumped up early and then had her board wiped. Jeremy has done this in a far more methodical manner. We now get Clarabelle light on her hooves coming down, that shift target finally coming out, and now Jeremy has got, oh, you're welcome, gets rid of the enigmatic Ink Caster.
Oh, wow. Of course, because your welcome doesn't have to target a character. It can also target items.
Or locations.
Or locations, yeah, of course. And then that player draws 2 cards.
It's great removal for pretty much anything.
And of course, now that he's got the Clarabelle light on her hooves on board, and Jade has a larger hand because he played the You're Welcome and she drew extra cards, that means that he's going to be able to draw cards because of Clarabelle's ability. So he really, that was a really nice play. Get the Clarabelle down, do the You're Welcome, draw some more cards. I'm in a great position here.
And Jeremy can just quest here. He's not going to get over the line this turn. He's going to go up to 15 lore. He's got 7 lore represented on the board. But more importantly, there's just nothing that Jade can do to challenge to take out any of these characters. It is very much a cheeky lore kind of deck. You're trying to go aggro in the early game and then get over the line with stuff like the enigmatic Inkcaster, like things like gathering knowledge and wisdom. Early game, lots of questing, get over the line with those cheeky lore cards. And right now, Jade is not close enough to the line. What she's not playing here is just a whole bunch of removal, I would imagine anyway. And that means that Jeremy is probably going to win. As soon as he goes over to his next turn, he can quest and take the game.
Of course, but you've got to take your time. We can see Jade thinking it through. Is there anything she can do here? You don't want to give up until you're 100% sure. You don't have to concede. Play the game out. There's no pressure. They still got time. And so you really need to think about it because there's a lot on the line for these players this weekend. So much amazing prizes available for all of our players this weekend, but we see that Show Me More coming down, so both players getting to draw 3 cards. She's really trying to search here.
Well, 1 hypnotic strength would put Bobby Zamirski up to a free, challenging for free. That's not going to do it. If she could find another hypnotic strength, if she's got the ink available...
She was shaking her head there.
...would potentially get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, she puts 1 to the front. And here we go, but that's not going to be enough to actually take out anything. That's free strength here. You needed to get up to 5 to take out one of the John Silver, because unfortunately that still leaves 6 lore on the board. So we're playing.
She's going for it. She's searching. She's really trying to figure it out. Can she do it? She was shaking her head a moment ago. She's shaking her head again. She's got a smile, but that's what we like to see, both players smiling. And I think that's it. I think she's past turn, and Jeremy is going to quest and go up to 20 lore, taking this round. He's got 2 games under his belt there, 2-0 to Jeremy. Well done to both players, though, both Jade and Jeremy playing very well there. Really fun decks, but Jeremy took it in the end, and it was very well played from him.
I mean, basically what we saw there is why playing aggro deck stresses me out, despite the fact I keep choosing to play them. Jade had an absolutely blistering start there in game 2, but when you're playing these aggro decks, you've got to get closer to the line. In your early games, when you're playing down the characters and you're questing out, you want to get up to like 16. 16 is generally what you're aiming for. You got things like, I would imagine, we did actually see it going into the ink. There's a White Rose Jewel of the Garden. When you play, you gain a lore. Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. When you play it, you gain 2 lore. Enigmatic Inkcaster. If you played 2 cards, you can exert it to gain a lore. And you want to use cards like that to get you the last 4 to 6 lore, of the 6 is on the higher end. You've got to go aggressive questing in the early game. And then those other cards get you over the line. When you end up on like 12, 13 lore, your opponent establishes, they wipe your board, which generally happens when you're playing aggro, because even if they don't play things like Malicious, Mean and Scary, they've still got those larger characters that can trade very favorably with yours. And if you're on 12, 13 lore at that point, it's really hard. You have to draw all of your cheeky lore cards at the exact right time, or you're not going to win the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And that's why we see things like the Gathering Wisdom and Knowledge, like at Go Tamago, for example, if you're playing Emerald. They'll come down a bit later at Giant Cobra, even if you're playing Amethyst Steel. So, yeah, you're completely right. But I think we have an interview that we're about to see with the winner of our previous feature match, the first feature match for this round. So we're going to throw back over to the lounge so you can hear them chat.
Well, I am joined by the winner from that match, Adam. Adam, how are you feeling after that victory?
I'm feeling incredible and very lucky. It was such a hard game. I'm really, really happy that I could win this.
Yep, so you're up against Amethyst Steel. How do you feel about that matchup? I'm sure it's one that you've practiced a lot of.
I've practiced this yesterday evening with my teammates, and I nearly lost every game. So I thought with this matchup, I'm thinking of a lose. So I'm very, very happy that this didn't happen.
Well, sometimes the best practice is actually losing, isn't it? And you sort of work out what you did wrong. And do you think that last minute practice was the key to your success today?
Yes, I do think. I knew the lines, purple steel. I knew all my key cards. I just need to draw them. And I was in game 2. It was very, very, very lucky because I had the lullaby of Della's.
Yeah, Delamoon's lullaby.
Yeah, and I top decked it twice, and that was the only chance for me to get back into the game.
Awesome. So obviously you're now 3-0 here in Ghent, Belgium, but you're from Germany. Whereabouts in Germany are you from, and what's the local community like there?
We have a really big community in the whole Ruhrgebiet. We have so many teams, so many nice people.
For those that aren't familiar, what kind of region of Germany is that?
It's Dortmund, Cologne,
Essen,
Bochum,
Bochum.
Essen,
Yeah.
and we have so many Lorcaner players, so many stores, and such a nice community. Hallo an alle.
Yeah, awesome. So is there anybody else you wanted to give a shout out to?
My wife, and my kids. I love you.
Oh, that's amazing. Super stuff. How long have you been playing Disney Lorcaner trading card game for?
Since set 1, I was at the in Essen at the Spiel, and I had my first booster packs. I bought them there, and first set I only played with one friend, and from set 2 I started to play at a local game store.
Amazing. My last question for you, but it's the most important one. Okay. I'm going to put you on the spot. What is your favorite card in Disney Lorcaner TCG? It doesn't have to be in your deck. I imagine Under the Sea might be your favorite card in the deck.
Okay, okay. People will hate me. Diablo.
Okay. The 3-cost legendary, the flood one.
Oh yes, I miss him so much.
I don't miss him.
I
must admit. No, but thanks so much. Congratulations. We're going to let you go off to your next round. The very best of luck. We're going to be back very soon with more Disney Lorcaner trading card game action.
Thanks, Joe. What a great chat with a lovely and very, very strong player there. That was a really, really fun feature match that we saw with that player before.
And look, I chose dogs as my pick for the weekend.
Yeah.
They're a very good dogs player sitting, I believe, at 4-0 right now.
Yeah,
This is round 4. Yeah, so 4-0, 3-0. 3-0.
I'm lost.
It's 3-0. Sitting at 3-0 with dogs right now, that makes me a very happy boy. If all the dogs players could keep winning, because I'm sure when we look at my fantasy draft in a minute, I'm sure it's going to be going just like yesterday. But if dogs wins, I get to swan around like I was right anyway, and that'll make me happy.
Yeah, exactly. No, but no, for me, come on, Amethyst Steel, come on, you can do it. I picked you as my win for this weekend. Go, go, go.
You've got the numbers behind you. It's the most played deck.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I feel pretty good about that. I do feel good about that.
It's looking pretty good. Well, we're heading up here, right? This is kind of like step 1, the Disney Lorcaner Challenge. Mm-hmm. And the final step, that's the World Championships.
Yeah, it is.
But between there, we have the European Championship. But I'm sure there's a bunch of people at home thinking, how does it work? What's the format going to look like for the European Championships? How is that tournament going to run? Well, do we have wonderful news for you? Because Rebecca is standing by with a very handsome man to tell you all about it.
Hello, Illumineers. We are here at Disney Lorcaner Challenge Ghent, and we know that you all are as excited as we are, because I am excited about the announcements that we have around the Disney Lorcaner North American and European Championships. Now, you've already heard about the format for the LCQs, the last chance qualifier. Ross joining me here in the lounge. We're going to take a look at the main event format.
And this is the big one. This is the most exciting tournament of the year for Europe and North America until we get to the World Championships. But it's not just going to be a tournament you can rock up to. There is unfortunately going to be a qualification. But then if you qualify, we're going to tell you how you're going to run through that tournament. And hopefully, if you have a very good day, qualify for the World Championships.
Yes, of course. The format is core constructed, and it's going to include sets 9 through 13 that is fabled through Attack of the Vine, which is really exciting. Of course, set rotation coming again, and that's what these players are going to be playing in those championship events.
We're going to keep people on their toes. There is another set rotation. There are new sets. We'll know a little bit about those sets. They're looking very exciting. Now, in terms of number of players, we've got 136 in North America, and we got 200 over in EU, and there's essentially 3 different ways to get there.
Yes.
There's 160 people that qualify from challenges.
Yes, and we have folks who have qualified through the CCQs, which are those third-party events happening around the world, and then also through those LCQ events that we talked about earlier.
And those are going to be both very fun and very stressful. 512 players, single elimination, 2 pods, but if you're one of those final 8 players remaining, then you get to go and play in that main event afterwards. And as a player, I can tell you these things are very stressful, but if you make it through, that feeling is second to none, Rebecca.
Oh, I can't imagine how it would feel to gain that spot to play in this North American and European Championship event. And they're going to be going into, though, some grueling rounds, 9 rounds of Swiss on a best of 3 on the first day, and then only the top 16 are going to be qualifying for day 2.
Yeah, you're going to have a very, very good run to make that top 16. And then, of course, we go into a single elimination best of 5.
Best of 5!
And it has to be best of 5, Rebecca, because that first round of top 16, absolutely crucial. You win that game, you get into the top 8, and that is your World Championship spot locked in. And then, of course, there's just a small matter of, fighting to become your champion.
Oh, yes. And of course, they want that. They want those amazing prizes that we've looked at. They want that title and all the glory that comes with it. But really, it's that top 8, the invite to the World Championship that I know is going to be on the players' mind. So, yeah, like you said, that top 16 round is going to be a lot of pressure on those players. And best of 5 is going to be huge.
And there's going to be players, we see it every time, there's going to be players who come through that LCQ, have a great run, and they're feeling it. They're in their zone. Their deck is working. They're playing well. And then they just go all the way through that main event up to that top 16 to fight for that World Championship qualification. We have no idea what the format's going to look like at that point. Everything's going to be different. But we do know that the best of the best are going to have to be at their best to get all the way through to that top 8 finish.
Yes, and of course, here in Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, the top 32 are earning their way straight to that championship. So they're going to jump right in. And we are excited to bring you all more gameplay today, more Disney Lorcana. So stick with us, Illumineers, and get your tickets, get your phones ready for March 21st and 22nd. That is when tickets go on sale for these championship events. We'll be right back with more Disney Lorcana.
Hello. I'm missing someone. Oh, hey.
Oh, what did I miss?
Not much. It's fine. It was just Rebecca and some guy talking about the World Championship. It's all good.
Oh, thank goodness that lounge is close.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds fun. I'll tell you what, Euros, I'm getting a little bit excited for Euros. We saw the promos earlier. They looked fantastic.
Absolutely.
And the last chance qualifier, I've played in tournaments like that in the past. They are the most stressful because when you get to Euros, top 16, that's going to be the most stressful round.
Yeah.
Because it's literally top 8 gets a World's invite, but we can't to top 16. So at both the championships, North American and European, we are going to have that round of 16 where everybody's top cut, half of them are going to the World Championships and half of them are going to fall just short. And if it's anything like last year, there aren't going to be many invites for the World Championships given out. And if you lose that top 16 match at the European Championships, you might not get another chance for that World's qualification.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's tricky. But we were talking about a stressful situation. We're going to go over to the lounge for a very fun situation here. I'm really excited. We played Draw the Card yesterday. I played it with Baker, and he drew a very questionable, in my opinion, Vixie. And I drew a apparently pretty good Pua.
Your Pua was awesome. I need to warn everyone there before we throw. Joe has told us that his art is next level. I don't want to be rude, Jen. He said that his art is going to make yours look, well, not as good as his. He is absolutely adamant that he is, I think generational artist is the phrase Joe used, so I think we should all judge him by those words.
Okay, well, I'll believe it when I see it, but we're going to go see it now. Enjoy.
Hello, Illumineers, back in the lounge. I am joined here by none other than Joe Curley, and I'm excited to put your art skills to the test.
Yeah, some have called me the generational artist. I think that's the first, might be the last. I'm certainly a little bit nervous.
Yes.
And our lovely production team as well have said, oh, it's all going to be winter spell cards, right? No, it's just a huge jumble.
We don't know. We don't know what these cards are. We don't know what set they're from. They did tell us that they're going to be cute cards, though. So
yeah. Most cards are quite cute. I don't know if that narrows it down that much, but we're going to give it our best
go. We're going to give it our best, and I'm channeling my inner Rapunzel today.
Fantastic.
And as we know, Rapunzel is a fantastic artist.
Absolutely.
Gifted artist, one might say.
Yep.
So hopefully that can help me out with some drawing for you. I'm not the worst, but I'm definitely not the best. So good luck to you. I think I'm going first.
Yeah, and also in the Twitch chat, you can get along, and you can also write it down in the chat what you think. Rebecca, you've got like 5 or 6 cards back there. One is going to be picked.
I'm not looking
at random.
I'm going to turn away, pick one at total random.
And of course, I cannot look.
And here's my card. Hopefully.
So,
this is cute.
Reaction. Okay, it's cute.
Production was right. Yes, this is very cute. And I'm going to put my microphone
down. I've got it covered, but hope you're all enjoying the action here. We are going to be bringing you the next round very soon, but while we've got a little bit of downtime, having some fun with it. I'm so ready, Rebecca. It's unbelievable. It's Simba. It's Nala. It's Grandmother Willow. That's not very cute, is it? It's... Okay, I'm seeing some cows. Is it space cows? I'm seeing some pigs in the fields. I'm seeing I'm not sure what this is. It's like a tree with ants on it. No words, please, Rebecca. That's cheating. She just said, that's her. There was no clues there. Okay, that looks like that's definitely a cat. Yeah, that's a cat. So it's Cheshire Cat, inexplicable. 101 Dalmatians, it's 100 puppies, it's 99 puppies. Let's go. That was a great effort. Although I think, if we're honest, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 puppies.
If I drew 99 puppies, we would be here for a very long time. But see, they're running down the street.
You've done a great effort there.
Yeah, 99
I'm not
puppies.
sure I'm going to be able to compete with that, if I'm honest. I'm going to wipe the board.
Unfortunately, they do kind of look like cats, I'm sorry to say. So apologies to all the dog lovers out there for my rendition of Dalmatian puppies, but you got it. That's the most important part. Swap seats.
We're going to do a little swap over.
Little swap.
As we're both right-handed.
Here we go.
Oh, it's just the chair.
Here's a pen for
I'm
you.
going to put the microphone down. I'm going to see what we're... Okay, let me just pick one at random. Okay.
The facial expression has me concerned.
Okay, I'm going to put my mic down.
Put your mic down. I can't wait to see what this is.
I think it's doable.
It's doable, he says. Joe says it's doable. I am looking forward to see what the doodle of this doable Disney Lorcana card is. And here we are. We are off. We've got a head. We've got some eyes, maybe some interesting... This is a villain, maybe. Oh, some sharp teeth. Who has... is this a headless... Well, no, it's not... Is that his head of the headless horseman? Okay, now we have round eyes. We've gone away from the triangles. No triangle eyes. Oh, with eyelashes, like an Yzma? What is... ears and some kind of elf thing. It's angry with the teeth and the ears and 2 pieces of hair. And now it's happy. Now it's a happy with an underbite. in the world? I mean, this is very good. It's lovely. It's okay, chat. Hopefully, you guys are all getting it. A third. Oh, is this an alien from Lilo and Stitch? This is not Jumba, is it? No, it's not Jumba Jukiba. It's not Pleakley. Is it la 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 la? Is it an angel singing? An angel siren singer? Oh, there we go. I see it.
Generational artist, I think was the expression that Ross used. But we are going to do one more. Shall I draw one more? Or?
I would love for you to draw one more. Okay. That was excellent. I'll give this a clean up. Yeah, the generational artist at work here.
Okay, I've got another one.
Doable also.
Doable, perhaps.
Okay, perhaps.
Perhaps.
All right.
Okie dokie.
We are ready. I am ready. Okay. Is it another alien? Not another alien. Okay, okay. That's a line we have. I love the attention to the perspective, I think, that's going on here. You know, for art. You want to... Oh, we don't know what to do. We've got some hair fur, some raging storm going on down here. Fireball being thrown. A dragon, maybe. Like a maleficent dragon. Maleficent monstrous dragon. Dragon fire. Yes. That's fantastic. I mean, fantastic in you drew it in a way that I could guess.
Yeah. Honestly, Rebecca, if we went one thing here, you're extremely good at this game.
You know, I love Pictionary. You know, I do enjoy it very much. Do we have time for one more, or are you ready?
We could do one more. We can do one more.
All right.
Should we swap over again?
Swap over.
I'll give the border wipe.
Here we go. Uh-oh, Pascal. I will pick another random card from over here.
Yeah, we are waiting for the next round to start, everybody, so you're not missing any action. Do not worry.
Okay. This might be a tough one to guess. This might be, we'll see. I think you can get it.
Okay.
I think you can get it.
I'm ready.
And here we go.
I am so ready. It's Simba. It's Nala. It's Mufasa. It's Scar. It's Arabi. It's Megara. It's Madame Medusa. Oh, it is a lion. But I've said all the lions. Oh, it's You Have Forgotten Me. She said it's not a character card. But
yes,
that's a great
I gave
effort.
you a little clue. I said not a character card, but it is You Have Forgotten Me.
I will say that Simba and Nala were also my first guesses for the last one, just by pure coincidence. I just wanted to say something and get the guesses rolling early. If it was Baker, I would have started with Be Prepared, for example.
Of course, yes. No. That's not bad.
That's a really good effort. I'm quite impressed. And I have seen our players are starting to get settled down, Rebecca, as well. So the next round can't be too far away. Have you been enjoying your time in Ghent?
I have been. Any favorite games that you've seen so far this weekend?
I think it's got to be yesterday we had an Amber Amethyst Raging Storm deck with the library. And then this morning seeing Lucas Kalper with Ruby Amber Boost deck. That was something I really, really enjoyed. But I've been really enjoying roaming the halls, seeing the big jigsaw puzzles going on as well. It's been an awful lot of fun, that's for sure.
I know that Baker was out there doing Disney trivia with fans as well. That was super fun and just lots of activity going on. But these games, some exciting decks that we've seen. Of course, this is the second of the main events. We had one that ran yesterday. Today is day one again. We thought it was so much fun. Let's do it all again. And we are going into round 4. So this is, of course, all players are trying to get to 6 wins or 18 match points to make it to day 2.
Yep.
So we are getting ready now to see some Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, but you also want to get as many wins as you possibly can. If you can go even better than 6-2, Rebecca, that's going to help you a lot on Sunday and even just help you secure that slightly better seeding. And that can make a big difference, right? If you're the 16th seed, you're going to be going on the play in your very first game. And then if you are the 17th seed, you would actually be on the draw.
Yes.
So it can make even that tiny little difference. So it's all to play for. Every single win matters as well for your tiebreakers. So it's
Yes.
really high stakes here, and that's part of the fun, isn't it?
That's a very good point. Yeah, being on the play or on the draw can be just that one turn difference
Yep.
can make all the difference
Although those
for these
underdogs.
players. The underdogs do change it up. And we've seen some fantastic underdogs in play this weekend. Christopher Robin really making a good showing. Angel that we just drew earlier,
Yes.
another wonderful
And
underdog.
Liquidator is actually one
Yes.
that I've been seeing quite a bit of. We saw it in round 1, and I've been really, really impressed by it.
Yes.
So really enjoying that dynamic.
And especially with dogs running around, something like Liquidator's fantastic for getting, trying to keep your dog's player in check in that
Absolutely.
early game. So
Yes.
having that Liquidator on board, really important. Well, I can't wait to see what decks we have here to show you in round 4. We have some amazing team members in the booth ready to bring you those games. So let's throw it on over there.
Thanks, guys. What amazing and also questionable drawings you did there. I really enjoyed them. So we're going into round 4 today. Our Saturday main event here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. How you feeling, Kim?
I'm so excited. This means round 4 means we're literally halfway through our day, essentially, meaning by the end of this day, we're going to have players with 18 points or more going forward to day 2, and that day 2 that we were talking about yesterday is going to be tomorrow.
I'm so excited. So we are very shortly going into our round 4 feature match here. And I believe we did glance at the what these decks are, and I think they might be both mine and your top choices to win this weekend. So we've got a little bit of a battle going on.
We do have
here,
a little
I
bit
think.
of a battle. Is Jen's pick for the win to take it all and win it all, or is my pick to take it all and win it all this weekend going to come out on top? Because I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to know, because I feel like either way, these decks play into each other pretty well. But then, obviously, Sapphire Emerald has really key tools to use against these Amethyst Steel matchups. Just in
Little
case,
spoiler there.
they're listening to us. You know our
spoiler.
predictions for this weekend. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen, because the reason I picked Sapphire Emerald is because it has all the key tools essentially that basically a really good deck needs, which is card draw, it has removal, item removal, and we're already ready to get into it.
Oh, yes, here we are. I'm really excited to see these this matchup. So we've got Matteo Ronco here on Amethyst Steel, my choice for the weekend, and we've got Edmund Chu, who of course we know is a very well-known player in the community, on your choice, Amber Emerald.
Yeah, you may recognize Edmund Chu, or Ed Chu, as most people, as he's known in the community, a previous DLC winner, not to mention did compete in Worlds.
Of course he
and
did.
did manage to take that second place, and maybe this season is coming back to take it all and get his #1 spot in the World Championship. And maybe he'll do that just this weekend and secure his ticket, and maybe my deck will be the deck to win and take it all.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not gonna root for that, because
Yes.
obviously I want Amethyst Steel to win. But hey ho, we are rooting for all our players here this weekend, all 2,000 players in our main event that we have here today, and 2,000 from yesterday. But here we go, we're off. So we have a Clarabelle coming down on Ed's board, and we have that Christopher Robin underdog coming down on Matteo's board.
Yeah, one of the new cards we got in this set, Winter Spell. And I know he's a bit of an underdog, if we think about it that way. But unfortunately, no turn 2 ramp there for Ed on Sapphire Emerald. And of course, the things these Sapphire decks always look for is their turn 2 ramp. However, did not go to waste. We were able to play a Vision of the Future, and there is that sail, the Azurite Sea in hand, perhaps for next turn.
Exactly, yeah. As a Sapphire deck, you don't want to miss that second turn ramp with the T-Po or Sail the Azurite Sea, but we can see that he's played that Sail the Azurite Sea now. But on Mateo's board, we see that brand new Pocahontas from Winter Spell following the, what is it? Following the wind,
Following the wind.
Yeah, that's it. I haven't got my glasses on and I can remember. Yeah, and that's a really, really fun new card in Winter Spell, I think. And we have seen it played quite a bit in this Amethyst Steel deck build. It's sometimes you see it and sometimes you don't.
Yeah, and here is our giant Cobra, and it does seem like our Amethyst Steel player did indeed discard a card in order to gain 2 lore, and then, of course, we're just gonna quest with Christopher Robin, who is also, he is a 2-cost 1/3, but he does quest for 2, but we were able to get it out on turn 1 because he has the underdog ability, meaning he did only cost 1 if you were the player going second.
Yeah, he's arguably one of the better underdog cards, I think, because we got an underdog card in every single ink color, and I think it's generally, he's seen as definitely one of the top tier ones, but we see that we've got that Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman down on Ed's board, which of course allows both players to draw an additional card at the start of their turn. And we've got that Yzma on Matea's board.
Yeah, Yzma Conniving Chemist, a really useful tool in these Amethyst Steel decks coming out to help draw cards. But not only that, there was a Strength of the Raging Fire came out to get rid of that Clarabelle. Mateo realizing, oh, I don't want you to be able to shift Clarabelle Light in her hooves here. I need to get rid of this Clarabelle 1-drop target right away.
Definitely. But we got that John Silver Alien Pirate came down, making the Christopher Robin, I believe, Reckless, which is why it's been flipped upside down, just so we don't forget that it has Reckless this turn, of course. You got to make sure you don't forget these things.
Yeah, but this is the card that could come in now and cause a lot of havoc. I believe that is the Cheshire Cat Whisper Inexplicable.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't quite tell. And for some reason, I was like, why does it look different?
It's the beautiful rainbow foiling, I think, caught her off guard.
If only you could see me, I was proper, head at 90 degrees, trying to figure out. But yes, it is, of course. It's our Cheshire Cat Inexplicable and immediately being boosted to move some damage over and get rid of that Donald Duck.
Yeah, so even though our Christopher Robin did have Reckless and had to challenge the Donald Duck, we were able to move the rest of the damage from the Cheshire Cat, off the Christopher Robin, to get rid of the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. And another vision of the future coming in, and Ed says, no, you've got this.
That
Amethyst Steel.
One of the quickest games that we've seen this weekend. So incredibly fast. But yeah, I think Ed knows. We know that he is an incredibly experienced player. I mean, he went to friggin' Worlds, as you said, got second place. So he's an experienced player. He knows it when he sees it, and he knew it was over, unfortunately. Wow.
Yeah, going for the vision of the future, trying to dig through the deck, maybe search for the answer he needed. Maybe he needed a Hades or a Let It Go or something to help, even if... Yeah, maybe it was a spooky sight. Maybe it was the Under the Sea might have helped. But unfortunately, our Amethyst Steel player got so ahead on lore so quickly. And I think that's the way you need to play Amethyst Steel into these slower decks. Yes, Ed was on the play, which he would have had a slight advantage against this deck. But that Christopher Robin still coming out on turn 1 because of the new underdog ability. Yeah. Being able to quest for 2 and really putting on the pressure so early on against Ed was really detrimental. And Ed just realizing, no, I have no way to come back out of this. Let's scoop up. Let's just go to game 2.
Let's go. Let's do a new match. It's understandable. Sometimes it be that way, you know. And I think because there was such a wide board against him, it was a really, really tricky situation. So we'll be going into our match 2 for this, our round 4 feature match here at the Disney Lorcaner Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. So let's see if this game lasts a little bit longer.
Yeah, and hopefully this time round, Ed will have the turn 2 ramp, which in this case, I do see a Tipo going back in the altering phase.
Maybe he had 2?
Maybe he had 2, or maybe there was a sale. Or maybe he is just going for that vision of the future and trying to play a different style.
Who knows, man? Who knows? But we will find out very shortly. I mean, if you are... How do you feel about this matchup? I mean, of course, this is Amethyst Steel versus... wow, my brain is blanking.
Emerald Sapphire.
That's it, the one. Thank
you got this, girl.
So, you know, how do you feel about this matchup if you're either of these players? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it okay?
Yeah, I know a lot of these Emerald Sapphire decks are cutting a lot of the Under the Seas, and they're leaning more into the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, and Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And that's kind of the plan you kind of want to take against these Amethyst Steel decks, because particularly in this instance, they have the ability to move so fast, and especially if you're able to just Prince Philip, Malicious, Mean, and Scary combo to clear the board, you have things like Giant Cobra. So even if they can quest so fast to be able to gain so much lore, they might be on 18, and then one top deck of a Giant Cobra can be really detrimental and for the other player, and that ultimately can sometimes lead to the game-winning play. So it is going to be Olaf Helping Hand coming into play for our Amethyst Steel. We're straight in on the action, and this time Ed does have that turn 2 ramp. He does have the Sail the Azurite Sea, and we are going to be able to ink, and there is 2 Cinderellas in hand, meaning next turn we could see the Cinderella come into play. Followed up by that Pocahontas that you're so fond of, Jen.
Oh yeah, we really could. So we're seeing this 2-4-6 potential curve for Ed Chu, which we have talked about a bit. Can you talk us through that, like 2-4-6 line that a Sapphire deck especially is looking for?
Yeah, of course, because obviously, like, we know we just saw the Malicious, Mean, and Scary in there, and ideally, you play your 3-drop Prince Philip with Ward, and then you can ideally shift, but of course, Sapphire moves so quickly. You get so much ink so quickly, you don't even need to be able to shift the Prince Philip half the time. If Ed can, like, there's another Cinderella in hand. What we could potentially see next turn is just another Cinderella, and ultimately just keep using Cinderella to ink a card and draw a card until he gets the Prince Philip and gets enough ink to be able to pull off the combo. And there is that Giant Cobra we were talking about earlier coming in for Mateo, and I believe he did discard to be able to gain an additional 2 lore.
Oh, yes. So we see an Elsephus Spirit there going into the Inkwell. And Ed, I think, just drew into it, You're Welcome. And also, yeah, has that Malicious, Mean, and Scary on board. But there's that second Cinderella that you were talking about before. So we've got 2 Cinderellas on board. So, as you said, potential to get even more ink into his Inkwell and play all of those big cards that we know this Sapphire Emerald deck plays.
Yeah, looking like he's inking the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, but of course having 2 Cinderellas on board, meaning it's another princess, so we're going to be able to do 2 Cindy triggers, meaning Ed's going to be able to ink a card, draw a card, and then if he still doesn't like his hand, he just have the ability to ink a additional card off the other Cinderella and draw another card.
Oh yes, we see that Yzma, Conniving Chemist again coming down, that all-important card draw for the Amethyst Steel deck. Not every Amethyst Steel deck plays this Yzma, but we did see recently, oh, there's a Clarabelle, light on her hooves, not a shift, we're just playing it straight up here, and he played the You're Welcome as well that we saw him draw into before to get rid of that Yzma that I was just talking about. She's gone.
Yeah, but
no card draw for you.
But not only that, he did let him draw 2 additional cards. But when you have a card like Clarabelle on the board, is really great because now Ed is going to be able to draw up just as many cards as Mateo has in his hand.
You are correct. It is beneficial. We saw that in the previous round as well, where they got the Clarabelle light on her hooves down and then they played the You're Welcome and they got to draw those extra cards. So it is a nice little combo there for them.
Yeah, and here is our shift target for the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes, our 3-drop with Ward. So when it has Ward, it's not going to be able to be targeted by any of the likes of Strength of the Raging Fire or perhaps Thunderbolt that Mateo might have in the deck.
And we've got that Genie Magical Researcher there as well on Mateo's board. Another new card from Winterspell, which has a boost 1, which I've talked about before. It's just a nice little cheap boost. I love a boost 1. And he gains 1 extra lore for every card underneath him. So currently he would be able to quest for 2 lore.
Yeah, and Giant Cobra there did take a little bit of a challenge, did take out that Cinderella Dreams Come True, and our Pocahontas was able to quest and gain 2 lore by choosing the Clarabelle to gain as much lore as a targeted opposing character.
I believe so, yeah. So, you know, notably the Genie Magical Researcher and that Pocahontas Following the Wind are quite a good pair to have on the board at the same time, because as you are boosting your Genie, you can then quest for more with your Pocahontas. But there's that Prince Philip you were talking about with Ward coming down, and also that another Cinderella Dream Come True, a Tipo to get even more ink into the inkwell. Wow, this Emerald Sapphire deck is really doing its job right now.
Yeah, Cinderella didn't stay gone for long,
No.
but Ed had another one, and Clarabelle out on the board, meaning that even though Ed's hand was empty, he was able to draw up to the same amount of cards that Matteo had in his hand. And it's so beneficial, this card. It's so great when you're against something like Amethyst, when Amethyst, essentially, as an ink color, is known for its ability to just draw so many cards. But also, we were able to get rid of that Pocahontas.
Yeah,
while the Clarabelle did a little challenge. And of course, Tipo Growing Sun with, I know it's Spessie's favorite flavor text.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard.
I think he said it earlier.
Yeah, he goes, Mom, I think I'm still growing. And then of course we have Demona coming in.
Exert all of those characters on the opposing board when she comes into play. And of course, also draw up to 3 cards. So I believe there Ed had 2 in hand, and I think he drew an extra one from the Demona. So not ideal for Matteo, but he also got to draw some extra cards into her hand, so that's nice.
Yeah, but she's not to mention, she's also a 5/6 stat line, meaning that we could challenge here. But of course, she can't challenge because she doesn't have rush or anything like that. But of course, our Genie Magical Researcher can challenge, and we will get rid of that Clarabelle.
Understandable.
And our Olaf here going into that Prince Philip doesn't want Ed being able to shift a Prince Philip Vanquisher of foes on top.
No, thank you. And of course, that Olaf helping hand could have bounced one of Matteo's characters back to hand, but the only character left is the Demona. He doesn't necessarily want to bounce her back to hand, although her when played ability is useful. We want to keep her on board, I think. But we see Edmund playing a You're Welcome here on his own character to get the draw himself. So he shuffles that character back into his deck, and then he gets to draw 2 cards. We do sometimes see this. Obviously, You're Welcome is used as a very, very good removal card for to get rid of something on your opponent's board. It can be also, it doesn't have to be a character, it can be an item or a location as well. But we do sometimes see it being used on the player's own character to get some card draw.
Yeah, and exactly the card that Ed probably drew into and definitely wanted to see was our Basil, which when played, you can bounce the opposing character back to the hand. But not only that, it's a John Silver Alien Pirate coming into play. And I do believe I also saw the Prince Philip Vanquisher of foes in his hand.
Okay, well, that's good to know. We got that Genie Wish Fulfilled coming down from Matteo, drawing an extra card, getting that nice evasive body on board. Quest for 2, Giant Cobra also, and I do think he discarded a card to gain 2 lore.
Yeah, and not to mention our Basil, whenever it quests, can discard a card at random from your opponent's hand.
Of course, of course. So, questing with Basil.
Yeah, I think I may have got a glimpse of what was in their hand, of what was in Ed's hand there. But of course, Basil's going to quest first. We're going to be able to discard a card at random, and that card was Demona.
It was using that interfere ability. I interfere with your hand and I get rid of something. Get out of here, because when he quests, chosen opponent discards a card at random, and we saw them rolling the die there to just choose one of those cards at random.
Yeah, and of course we can quest with John Silver, Alien Pirate here, and give an opposing character Reckless, meaning during Matteo's next turn, this Genie, I believe, has been chosen, is not going to be able to quest, is going to have to challenge.
Turning it upside down to make sure we don't forget that it has Reckless. Sometimes people put a marker on, sometimes people turn them upside down. I sometimes will put a marker on it. It's always good to you know, you got to keep track of things. You don't want to forget that.
There's a lot of stuff that happens in this game. It's important to know what's going on.
Exactly, you got to keep track. So, yeah, that John Silver, we saw it in the last round as well. Very, very powerful, not only when it's played, but when it quests, it can do that ability. Strength of a Raging Fire to deal 2 damage to the John Silver. Not enough to obviously banish it, but something better than nothing. And we play a Dock, draw 2 cards, and he's playing both of them down. A Palace Guard and another Cheshire Cat, getting rid also of the John Silver. Wow. That was a lot happened in that turn.
That was a lot, but really trying to regain his his board state, really. But however, majority of these cards, except Cheshire Cat, is going to be targeted by an Under the Sea, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Between Basil and Tipo, who knew they were such great singers, going to be able to sing together the Under the Sea to send all of those cards under the deck, and only our Cheshire Cat Whisper left on the board.
Incredible. And played that Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, that our Emerald decks love so much. No cards banished from it because there was no damage on board, but still, he quests for 3 and he's a 6/6, so you want to get him down.
Yeah, and that Hades looking for a deal, and Mateo's looking for a deal and wanted to get rid of the Prince Philip. It looked like Edmund said, no, I don't want you to get rid of my main Prince Philip under the deck. And so Mateo did draw an extra 2 card. Cheshire Cat is going to challenge the Cinderella. Cinderella's going to be banished, and we're going to boost this Cheshire Cat Gent to move the 2 damage off the Cheshire Cat and onto our Tipo Growing Sun.
Oh yes, you can clear my board, but I can clear your board as well. So now we both players with 2 characters on board. Mateo on 12 lore though to Edmund's 6 or 7/8. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, and also by letting Mateo draw 2 cards off this Hades meant there was cards in Mateo's hand to be discarded, for one of them to be discarded, because before that there was no cards left in Mateo's hand, to be discarded by this Basil.
You're correct, Kim. You are very correct. Of course, it quested and discarded a card at random. So, having a think, Prince Philip is going to get rid of that Cheshire Cat. Understandable. And we're playing another Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, down on the board. That is 2 huge characters on board for Ed here.
Yeah, we didn't even need to use the Malicious, Mean and Scary Prince Philip combo. We are just playing the Prince Philip's out to the board, but that second Prince Philip is no more, as Ed did choose to let Mateo put the Prince Philip on the bottom of the deck with Hades looking for a deal's ability. So just 1 Prince Philip and a Basil left on the board for Ed. However, this Prince Philip quests for 3. So it is such a good, it's a 6/6 quest for 3, and also it's evasive. So Mateo can't challenge into it very much. But of course, it's still 13-8 to Mateo, and there's still 4 lore on Mateo's board. He's threatening here.
It is a tricky situation. Is there another Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes? And all 3 of them, notably, have not been shifted. They have been played for their full ink cost here. I was not expecting to see 3 of those played, not shift, in such quick succession. Wow.
Yeah, and I did mention earlier, like, Sapphire will get a lot of ink, Jen, and this just proves the reason why you don't really need to shift it, and you can just play straight to the board. But of course, Mateo making great use of all of the tools like Strength of the Raging Fire in Amethyst Steel, being able to clear up the other Prince Philip that had damage on it. So just a Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, and Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes left on the board. It's going to be joined by John Silver, Alien Pirate. We're going to give the Genie Wish Fulfilled Reckless, meaning it's going to have to challenge next turn. And there is our 3-cost Prince Philip.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll get shifted onto. Who knows? But that's it. No, that is it. We have ended that game. I believe it went to Edmund Chu. Very, very nice. It was a very difficult situation for Mateo there. Not much he could do. Edmund, those 3 Prince Philip, I can't get over that. 3 Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes played full in cost in such quick succession. 6/6, quest for 3. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so interesting as well when you think about it, because Ed went first both games. But of course, game 1, he didn't hit the turn 2 ramp, which is kind of why it shows like how important for these Sapphire decks it is to kind of either get Tipo or get their sale and kind of get their ramp. So even though their early game is so slow, they build up so much ink to be able to play like the Prince Philip. And we saw it happen, and ultimately Ed was able to take the win, was able to gain board control and take the win, be able to. But this time, going into the next game, Ed's going to be on the draw.
Yeah, exactly. So really, really interesting going into this 3rd game. First game and second game were quite different, and of course, 1-1 currently in this feature match of round 4. So I'm really, really excited to see how this third game is going to go and who's going to take this win.
Yeah, and it's going to be the first time Matteo is going to be on the play this time around. Ed's going to be on the draw. And the question is he going to hit the turn 2 ramp?
Is he? That is the big question. He got it in the last game, but didn't get it in the first game. So, yeah, we shall see.
Yeah, ideally for these Emerald Sapphire decks, they're looking to hit their turn 2 ramp into perhaps their Cinderella. But of course, Cinderella's not the only 4-drop they can hit if they don't have the Cinderella. There's also Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. But both players going into the altering phase here, going to alter whatever cards they don't like. And, you know, if they really like, they can alter all 7. But if they only want to keep 2, they can keep 2.
Exactly.
And alter the rest.
I always feel when you're in the altering stage, if you're against someone and they say, I'm going to keep all of them, it's a bit scary.
Yeah, it is a bit scary, especially if you're the player going second. The player going first does have to alter their hand first, so you can just sit there, and this is the classic Ed Chu stare down, and we're ready to go. It's Olaf helping hand coming onto the board.
Very, very nice, good start. We love that Olaf helping hand. And we can see there is a T-Po in Ed's hand, so he does have that second turn ink ramp, but I can't quite tell if he has a card to play first. He's clearly trying to think about what to ink. He's inking the T-Po.
Yeah, I believe he's inking T-Po because he does have another turn to ramp in the form of Sail,
yes.
and we do see our 1-drop Clarabelle coming into play for Ed.
Great. So he had those 2 choices of the turn 2 ink ramp. You can go T-Po or you can go Sail the Azurite Sea. Both are good. Both are great options. And yeah, that's understandable. But we've got a Palace Guard coming down on Matteo's board. That big 1/4 stat line can be really tricky to get rid of and can get that cheeky lore quite early on because he's harder to deal with if he's exerted and vulnerable. Difficult to get rid of in a challenge sometimes early on.
Yeah, but of course, you just have that vanish keyword, so if he is targeted by any actions or abilities from song cards, for example, he will just poof and vanish.
And there's that Genie Magical Researcher again that we saw last time. Again, it's got that boost 1 ability, and it gets an extra quest for an extra lore for each card underneath it. So we got another Sail the Azurite Sea here for Ed. So we're getting that even more ink ramp. He's really going for it because you have to. That's what Sapphire does best, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately not a turn 3 Cinderella after that turn 2 Sail, but we do have another way to ink, and it's going to be in the form of Sail the Azurite Sea. So this turn Ed will be able to ink 2 cards, meaning he will have an extra 3 ink available, so he can ink 2 cards and perhaps play that Prince Philip. And yes, there it is, our 3-cost Prince Philip with Ward coming in, setting up for potentially either a Clarabelle shift and maybe further down the line our Prince Philip shift.
Very, very nice indeed.
Yeah, going back over to Matteo now, a Olaf, a Genie, and a Palace Guard on the board. What do you have next?
I mean, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, so we've got reasonably good boards for both players here. Of course, we have that Prince Philip Ward on board. So, you know, Matteo is going to be very, very aware of the shift for that. But he's using the Strength of a Raging Fire to get rid of that Clarabelle. So that shift is out of the window. It's out of here. You cannot shift that Clarabelle now, okay?
Yeah, Genie Wish Fulfilled came into play there, meaning 4 damage was going to be dealt to the Clarabelle. We could have just dealt 2, but no. We're also going to play a Genie Wish Fulfilled and draw a card. And there it is. It is going to be a Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes instead of using his ability to get rid of Glimmers with 2 strength or with a damage on them. It's going to be an Under the Sea to get basically all of the characters that have 2 strength or less under that deck.
That's another way to do it. I mean, yeah, because he's a 9 ink cost, and Under the Sea is an 8 ink cost, I believe, so it needs to be sung for 8. So he can sing it very, very easily, and I'm sure he's got a very lovely voice.
Yeah, Ed obviously showing he's very experienced in this deck and realizes, oh, well, you got rid of my Clarabelle, but I don't actually need my Clarabelle. I still have my Prince Philip shift. And a lot of times people are cutting Under the Sea and going full in on the Prince Philip Malicious Mean and Scary combo, where you can still play Prince Philip combo, but also you can still throw in an Under the Sea because Prince Philip shift himself can sing it.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got that Christopher Robin underdog down again. Importantly, a quest for 2. with a 1-3 stat line, not terrible. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! He's done it again! Singing Under the Sea with the Prince Philip. Get rid of those 2 cards that Matteo had just put down on the board. That is not what Matteo is wanting to see right now. Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So a second Under the Sea, can you believe it? Not only was there 1, there was 2, and Prince Philip singing it, meaning he still has his ink available to be able to play it, but I don't believe he did.
No, we can see he's just got a Cinderella Dream Come True in Ed's hand there. Matteo has the card advantage currently.
Yeah, and the genie, just a genie magical researcher on the board now. We know there was a Cinderella, but what was the other card drawn? And it was a Clarabelle Light on our hooves. Ooh. But of course, we could ink this if we wanted to, if Ed is looking for a better card. But it looks like he did. I don't know if he found a better card, but he did find that other Prince Philip.
He did indeed. He did indeed. So Matteo still has the card advantage here. He's playing that Yzma down to hopefully, if she can stay for long enough, hopefully get some more card draw. But Yzma tends not to stay for too long, unfortunately. If you see an Yzma, you try and get rid of her, you know?
Yeah, and of course, both of these glimmers on Matteo's board having 3 strength, meaning they're not going to be able to be targeted by another Under the Sea.
Very important.
Unless Ed has a way to reduce their strength. But of course, maybe we'll see another Prince Philip come in and a malicious, mean and scary, and we could clear them that way. Matteo choosing not to quest with his genie and wants to wait. But of course, you're welcome being not played on the genie to get rid of the genie, but instead, maybe Ed's looking for better cards to be able to use. Cinderella sings You're Welcome on herself to shuffle the princess back into the deck, and now Ed is going to draw 2 more cards, 2 new cards.
Serenading herself to sleep, nice and comfy in that deck. Drawing 2 cards for Ed there.
And you see what one of those cards were?
I think I did.
We got rid of a Cinderella into the deck to draw into another Cinderella. And
there
she's
she
back.
is. There she is. Wow. He must have been laughing at that. That's really fun.
Yeah, Prince Philip just went for a little skip,
He did,
hop, and a jump into questing for 3, bringing Ed up to 6. It is 6 lore to 3. Ed just getting a little bit excited there when Prince Philip went for a little skip, hop, and a jump, but a few cards flying all over the place.
Yeah, who wouldn't be excited? This is so much fun. Both players on 1-1 here in our 3rd match of round 4 here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Belgium.
Yeah, both players on 9 points, hoping to make it up to 18 points today. And who's going to win this game? It can still go either way, but of course Olaf helping hand, and that's Angel Experiment 624 coming into play, and still I believe 3 cards left in the hand for Matteo.
Of course, so he got those. We got to see that Yzma Conniving Chemist's ability, feel the power, tap her, and if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, draw until you have 3 cards in your hand, and that is exactly what he did.
Yeah, and this time we're going to boost our Genie Magical Researcher once again. This time going to quest for a total of 4, bringing Matteo up to 7, now bypassing Ed 6, so, you know, getting back up in this lore race.
Yeah.
And one final thing, just a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist coming back out onto the board. Well, not back out, he's just being played to the board.
Yeah, not a huge amount of difference in these players' lore counts currently, but quite a significant difference in their board states. And that was, what was that was played?
That was a Distract, another reprint card
yes,
we had this set, giving it minus strength, I believe. I believe it's 2 strength,
yes,
minus 1
chosen
strength.
Character gets minus 2 strength this turn and draw a card.
Oh, and we're going to hit Yzma with another Distract, perhaps hoping to do a little bit of an Under the Sea. But does Ed have it? Or maybe we can just challenge in and get rid of this Genie, because next turn, Matteo could boost this Genie again and then quest for a total of 5 lore.
Yeah, I think Ed really wanting to deal with these problems here on the other side of the board. He does not want Matteo, of course, to be able to quest more, and I think also probably doesn't want that Yzma to stick around.
No, definitely not, and that's what we are going to see is Prince Philip challenging into the Genie. Oh, and look at all those boosted cards that were revealed. It was the Duck, the Christopher Robin, and there was a Hades underneath there.
That's not what Mateo, I'm sure he wasn't happy with that. But
Yeah.
we see that Donald Duck perfect gentleman come down. Gonna get a bit more card draw. We love to see it.
Yeah, and especially needed now with only, believe, one card left in hand for Ed. Going back over to Mateo. No longer Genie Magical Researcher on the board, but Yzma, Conniving Chemist, has survived another turn. But not only that, there is another one in hand. Will we see it come onto the board? But first, it is going to be Genie, Wish Fulfilled. Mateo's going to draw another card. But what else could he do?
Of course. I think also, you know, it is important if you have a way to draw cards in your turn, you probably want to do that first because then you've got all the information, you've got all the options at your disposal in your hand. So we do always see players, you know, if they can draw a card, they'll try and do it right at the start of their turn, and that's exactly what Mateo did.
Yeah, and we could definitely see Mateo here discarding a card to trigger Angel Experiment 624's ability to deal 2 damage to something, but of course it's not going to be able to banish anything yet.
But we've got another Yzma, Conniving Chemist down. I was surprised to see the other Yzma lasting this long still. And now we've got a second one on board. I mean, this is a really, really quite a difficult board for Ed to deal with. But, you know, of course, both these players incredibly strong, very, very fierce players. So I'm sure they'll have options up their sleeves, you know?
Oh, yes, definitely something. You know, there's boundless of ways to draw cards and boundless ways of removal for Ed. But right now, Mateo just building up his board. We are going to ink a Palace Guard, it seems, and are we going to quest? Are we going to challenge? Of course, we can't challenge because this Prince Philip that is exerted is currently evasive, so we could only challenge with the Genie. But of course, in turn, Genie will also get banished, but we are going to discard a card and use Angel's ability to deal 2 to the Prince Philip.
I think Mateo trying to figure out if he can get rid of that Prince Philip, because I think you're right, Kim, that is one of the biggest things that is stopping Mateo from questing here. And of course, that's how you win this game. You got to quest and get 20 lore. You're welcome again. This is the 3rd time I think we've seen Ed do this. He's playing You're Welcome on his own character to get that card draw. He needs those cards. He's got to deal with Mateo's board. There's too much going on right now.
Yeah, You're Welcome is such a useful song removal card. Because not only can you get rid of your opponent's cards, you can get rid of your own card if you really like, but you can also target items. So in that kind of a way, it's great for item removal. It's great for glimmer removal, but also it's great for just singing on your own characters and playing yourselves. Donald Duck singing Malicious, Mean and Scary. And I do believe Ed does have the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes in hand to be able to play to clear Mateo's board entirely.
I wonder what it would sound like if Donald Duck actually sung Malicious, Mean and Scary.
It might be a bit like just quacks.
Yeah, I think it would. It would be fun to listen to.
It would be really fun.
Yeah,
I think I would be entertained. But of course, Ed's just taking the time to think about what to do.
Maybe he's thinking about what that would sound like.
Does he? Do you know what? I think maybe he is thinking about that. There's a lot of things he could do.
Sorry, me getting really distracted about these silly things when we have this super interesting and intense match going on in front of us. Lots of damage here.
Yeah, and
so
of course,
many
I
damage
don't
counters.
know if... Oh, it did indeed.
It was the Olaf.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because when the Olaf was banished, obviously, in turn, and then Mateo got to choose to bounce something back to his hand, so he did bounce the Angel, and of course, then our Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, came down by Ed. It happened a few times the last game, and of course, we're going to see it again. He has enough ink to just play it, and it's going to be Elsa, the 5th Spirit, coming in. We're going to exert it, and followed up by Angel Experiment 624, but of course, are we going to challenge here this Prince Philip? Because Elsa will actually be banished in return, and you're not even going to be able to deal with it. We can deal with it. Elsa is going to challenge, and with Angel 624's ability of discarding a card, we can deal 2. So only one Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, remains on the board.
Very nice. A very, very astute choice there from Mateo when the Olaf had previously left, was leaving the board from that Malicious, Mean and Scary Prince Philip combo. Of course, being able to bounce a character back to hand, so he bounced Angel.
But I have to mention, Ed played John Silver, Alien Pirate, but then also did an ink geyser action card, meaning that each player exerts and essentially shuffles all of your ink and then brings all of the other cards from their inkwell back to their hand until they have a total of 3 ink.
Yes, absolutely crazy. We saw one earlier, actually. I'm surprised I've seen so many ink geysers today. Like, I really wasn't expecting that at all. Such an interesting card. Really, what a fascinating ability.
Yeah, especially when we know that Ed just played Prince Philip last turn, meaning he returned a total of at least 6 cards back to his hand that were in his inkwell, which is such a great card if you think about it, because you might ink something earlier on that you need later on down the game, like a Basil. Maybe he inked a John Silver earlier on, but of course we're going to challenge and banish the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, and now Ed can just he can just quest out. We're going to be able to get up to a total of 19 lore, and if we can just stick a character to the board, and this is exactly the character you want to see with Ward, our 3-cost Prince Philip. And there's no way Mateo can target this because it has Ward.
This is such a difficult position for Mateo to be in. And there's the handshake. There it is. Ed Chu has taken that win. 2-1 to Ed Chu here in round 4 at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. Wow. Both players played so incredibly well there. But wow, we saw some really, really interesting plays in those 3 games.
It was outstanding because it went so quickly the first game. That was the quickest game I've seen all day.
Quick.
I have to say. And then it wasn't looking good for Ed at all. I was like, oh, he's not feeling great into this matchup, but he knew exactly what he needed to do. Yeah. A Prince Philip shift, even if you don't have a malicious, mean, and scary, and I think that's the thing that a lot of Emerald Sapphire players don't really realize, is that you don't even have to go full in on the Prince Philip combo. Prince Philip is a shift 6. Yeah. So you can get, once you have 6 inks, you can shift Prince Philip on your 3-cost Prince Philip, and then just sing Under the Sea, especially against the likes of your Amber Emerald decks when they have so many low strengths, 2-cost or less, meaning you can target so many characters, and especially against this matchup, there's a high, especially against it, there's only a couple of characters that have more than 2 strength, and then using cards like Distract is not one I've actually seen in many meta decks.
No, I haven't seen it much either. I mean, I didn't even realize what card it was, so you can tell that I clearly haven't seen it. I mean, yeah, is that a card you would think of if you were building this deck?
To be fair, until it was reprinted, because I only knew it as the card with the giant that kind of went like this. And then I didn't think of it, and then they were like, oh, this is a reprint card, and I went, it is? And then they said, oh yeah, it has the giant that goes like this. And I went, I do know that card, but I had no idea what that card did. So I am actually so happy to see that card in play, and especially teamed up with the likes of the deck that I chose to bring it all and take it all down. But of course, Amethyst Steel really putting on quite a performance, doing a great job, and Mateo did a great job to keep up with Ed. He took the game 1 win, and then Ed took the game 2, and then it really went 50-50, but both players really know these decks, both very skilled players, and it's only round 4. It's not over yet. We still have 4 more rounds, and it's so very exciting, and I believe we will have a feature match 2 coming up pretty soon. Yeah. But in the meantime, Jen, how are you feeling? Amethyst Steel.
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. He, as you say, incredibly well played, very, very well piloted deck. Just such a good job from both players there. And I really, there were points in that 3rd game where I really didn't know which way it was going to go. And I think I was feeling pretty confident that the Amethyst still had it, but
Emerald Sapphire took the win in the end. So Ed, we're now going 4-0 into round 5. But of course, the action's not over. We still get to bring you our feature match 2. I'm not sure entirely what these 2 decks are going to be at all, but I'm excited to see. And it seems like, well, I've no idea. Oh, I saw a glimpse of something. Oh, we have colors. Okay, we have information. Okay. It is Amber Amethyst versus Well, Baker's favorite pick, of course, Ruby Amethyst. So both decks going to draw a lot of cards, but of course we have Amethyst teamed up with Amber. I think we had a similar matchup yesterday.
I believe so.
You get a lot of the likes of Lanterns, Grandmother Willows to cheat out your bigger Amethyst cards. And unfortunately for our Amber Amethyst player here, didn't seem to have a 1-drop to play. And it seems like we're going into game 2 of our feature match 2. Ruby Amethyst taking the first win, meaning our Amber Amethyst player going on the play this time. Not sure who was the first turn, but anyway, Ruby Amethyst taking the win in game 1, it seems.
Very nice. We've got that Christopher Robin underdog coming down there for Hugo on Amethyst Ruby. We've got Adrian here with the Amber Amethyst. What is he going to play? What is he going to play? He's really thinking.
So our feature match 1, we had a you versus my deck prediction versus your deck prediction. And in feature match 2, we have a Joe Curley deck prediction and a Lorcana Villain deck prediction face-off. So
you are correct.
I am liking the little bit of a theme we've got going on here. And of course, Christopher Robin, a new card we got in Winter Spell. I know you're very keen on Amethyst Steel. The underdog ability, and I'm really enjoying, speaking of underdogs, that is the Angel underdog going into the Inkwell for Adrian.
Yeah.
Of course, he was on the play this time, meaning that he did not get to play it first, but of course Ursula Vanessa coming into play, 2 cost with Singer 4, I believe. Also just a 1/4, especially great for just, you know, singing beautiful songs.
Yeah, exactly, with her beautiful voice that she stole.
Yeah, and it does seem like Adrian is playing Colors of the Wind, also a new card we got this turn. I believe it's a 3-cost song, if I'm not mistaken.
It's 4 costs.
4-cost
yeah,
song.
4 cost. Each player reveals the top card of their deck. Draw a card for each different ink type of cards revealed this way.
Yeah, Vanellope von Schweetz going into the Inkwell. We are going to play Diablo, Watchful Raven, while Christopher Robin goes for a little Quest for 2.
Love that. He's joining in the fun.
Yeah, so Colors of the Wind teamed up perfectly with this Ursula Vanessa. So a 4-cost song. Ursula Vanessa is a singer 4. Could definitely just sing this song.
So we've got an Elsa coming down there. I can't remember which one this is, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, our 3-cost Elsa.
Yes, exploring the unknown. When you play this character, you may draw a card.
Yeah, definitely not your typical Amber Amethyst deck
No.
that we're very used to seeing at all.
Please forgive me for if I get lost in what these cards are.
Yeah, but our Ruby Amethyst deck, you know, we're going to be able to ink a card. It's going to be a Tinkerbell Fancy Footwork going into the Inkwell, and our Sisu coming into play, and our Amber Amethyst player did just draw a card, meaning that Sisu has a lot of strength, you know?
Oh yes, of course, because Sisu, her strength is equal to the amount of cards in the opponent's hand. So really, really nice card to play on your 3rd turn, exactly, of course, because it is a 3-cost card if you can play it, because of course early on in the game, your opponent is much more likely to have a lot of cards in hand, so her strength is going to be real high.
Yeah, and also Adrian now does have 2 Genie Wish Fulfilled in play. We do have the potential of inking a card and playing a Genie Wish Fulfilled to draw a card. It will be interesting to see if maybe we're going to sing with Ursula first. This Colors of the Wind, that's kind of been sitting there for a good while.
Potentially. I mean, I really would enjoy to see that card played, because we haven't seen it. It's such a beautiful artwork card, first and foremost. But there's the Tiger bouncing all the way. We're gonna bounce that card back to hand. I forgot what it was, but it was Diablo. That's what it was. I'm tired.
And here is that. We just saw Hugo draw a Lumiere Fiery Friend into his hand, which could come down and cause a little bit of mayhem, I like to call it, because Lumiere coming onto the board gives all the other cards, it's a bit like Snowford, and gives all the other characters +1 strength, which, you know, then with the likes of Tigger out, is not going to be able to target an awful lot of characters if they have more than 2 strength then. With cost, well, Tigger actually can cost, because Tigger based on cost and not strength, but anything with the likes of World's Greatest Criminal Mind, though, can help. if Adrian is playing World's Greatest Criminal Minds, we'll be able to target it if this Sisu is perhaps 5 strength or more.
You are correct, Kim. I really love that Lumiere fiery friend that we saw in Hugo's hand. Unfortunately, is going into the inkwell, which makes me sad. But we're getting that Diablo back out, that all-important Diablo, and it's because he's got another Lumiere. I didn't realise he had another Lumiere. That's why it's going into the inkwell. Yay, okay.
That definitely makes sense now. So currently, all of the other characters on Hugo's board have an additional strength. And another card, I am sure, Adrian, it seems like he's built a very, maybe, song-focused kind of amber amethyst that we haven't seen a lot, is a Kutamuti, another new card we've seen, where you can pay 2 less for the next character you play this turn. It works a bit like Lantern, a bit like Grandmother Willow, but also just another amber card to help cheat out your bigger cost glimmers.
Exactly. So Lumiere on the board there, giving all of Hugo's other characters +1 strength. And there's the Colors of the Wind being sung by Ursula, exactly as you said, Kim. Wow. I'm so glad we got to see it. That is so much fun.
Yeah, normally always Colors of the Wind, you will draw at least 1 card, and it's just unfortunate both of these players are playing Amethyst, and it wasn't a Ruby character or a Ruby card or an Amber card, so Adrian wasn't able to draw 2 cards, but he will at least draw 1 card off of Colors of the Wind.
Exactly. So we see a Horseman Strikes there, pesky pumpkin as I like to call it, going into the inkwell for an Elsa 5th Spirit. What are we going to exert?
It has to be Lumiere, yes.
It does. I do not blame him. That Lumiere, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I think can be really underestimated. It seems like such a small buff, but actually it's so strong. Being able to give all of your other characters +1 strength goes a long way.
Yeah, 100%, Jen. I agree with you. And now just a Sisu and a Diablo left on the board for Hugo. But of course, he's already on 10 lore. Adrian really needs to start catching up in the lore game.
He really does, yeah. 10 lore to 0 currently, and quite different looking boards. You know, we've got only the 2 characters for Hugo left. We've got 4 characters for Adrian. So not currently looking that great for Hugo, of course. He is on more lore, but the board states are quite different here. I mean, if you're Hugo in this situation, what are you hoping to get?
Well, we're going to ink a card. It's very interesting that we're choosing to ink the Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook here, and then we do have the ability to pay 5. Perhaps it could be a Headless Horseman, because ideally a Headless Horseman here would be really nice, because it means we could possibly get rid of this Elsa, and then also in return all of our other characters are going to have an extra strength, meaning the Diablo could get rid of the Ursula Vanessa if we really wanted to, or the Sisu could get rid of the Tigger or the Ursula if we really wanted to. But I don't know. What is it going to be? Or maybe it might be an Elsa 5th Spirit of his own. That's exactly what it is.
You said it and it happened. I really love when
it's
that happens.
It's like I summoned that glimmer to the board.
I know, you did. You were like, Elsa, come out to play. So there she is, exerting a character. And now we're going to figure out what's he going to get rid of. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how many cards Adrian has in hand currently. So I'm not sure exactly how strong Sisu currently is, but getting rid of that Ursula, so clearly more than 4.
Well, clearly at least 3 or more, because the Sisu does already have 1 strength, and it does seem like we have exactly 3, meaning the Sisu was able to challenge it, and we are going to quest with our Diablo Wrathful Raven. Hugo already on a 12 lore lead.
Yes, not looking great for Adrian here. Board has been halved and still on 0 lore.
Yeah, but not to mention there is another Elsa 5th Spirit in hand. Could be used to deal with Hugo's Elsa 5th Spirit. We're having a little bit of an Elsa battle off right now, quite possibly.
We are. There's 3 Elsas on board at the moment. But I wonder as well, there is damage as well. There are damage counters on the board, so I wonder if Adrian is playing Cheshire Cats. You know, if he got a Cheshire Cat right now, he could move that damage around, try and deal with Hugo's board. But he's put 2 damage from that Elsa into the Sisu. Really want to try and... no, sorry.
Yeah, the Elsa.
Yes, sorry. But playing another Elsa 5th Spirit here, we're going to...
challenge
send
with
the
our other
other
Elsa.
Elsa. Oh my gosh, there's too many Elsas going on.
I think
I'm getting
we
lost.
challenged with our other Elsa and our Elsa
Yes.
fifth spirit. I would absolutely love to see, and Ohana means family. I have no idea if Adrian is playing it, but it would mean he could heal the 4 damage off one of he could heal the 4 damage off one of the Elsa fifth spirits and draw up to 4 cards then in return. Well, I have no idea if he's playing it, but it is a new card, and I've been really loving experimenting with it. But of course, here is that pesky Cheshire Cat who is going to be able to move some damage, and it's going to be the 1 damage moved off the Sisu onto the Elsa that had the 4 damage to be able to banish it.
Indeed. We've still got some damage there as well on the Elsa on Adrian's board. So Cheshire Cat. Oh my gosh, is that a Monstro?
Here is the deck that Spessie's been waiting for. It is the Monstro combo kind of build.
It's a Monstro.
Are we going to
in
be
hand.
able to see a Monstro come out? But of course, I don't think we have enough ink yet. So we are going to play a Genie Wish Fulfilled. We're going to ink a Finders Keepers, and hopefully
a beautiful enchanted one.
And hopefully next turn, we're going to be able to draw an inkable card, perhaps ink it, and then maybe, I can't really tell because there's black sleeves and they're all on top of each other. But I believe we're on 7, and Monstro costs 8.
Yes,
so
he is
need,
at 8.
So Adrian needs to be able to draw an inkable card. We need Hugo to quest and exert all of his characters, because ideally, Hugo's on 14 here. We can quest up to 19, which is pretty huge. A Monstro here would really save him, meaning he only, well, actually, would it really save him? Because then there's a Genie Wish Fulfilled still on the board.
You have to.
Monstro could clear, but Genie's still on the board. The Diablo's not exerted. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Adrian.
Yeah, I don't know either. You would need to have like a Horseman Strikes or something as well. But then, oh my goodness, wow, yeah. I think it's a really, really, really tough spot for Adrian here.
Yeah, but then, of course, if you have a Horseman Strikes, you don't have enough ink
Yeah,
to play
exactly.
both the Horseman Strikes and the Monstro. But we are going to see a quest with the Sisu and a quest with the Cheshire Cat. We're not going to quest with the Genie Wish Fulfilled, meaning Hugo is only on 17, recognizing if Adrian can deal with the Sisu and the Cheshire Cat, it still leaves the Genie Wish Fulfilled and the Diablo, so we can still quest up to 20, and ultimately Hugo still has game on board.
Yes, but we see the Monstro coming down there with, whoa, there's the fist bump! There it is! Adrian, unfortunately, not much able he could do there in that situation. The Monstro was useful, but it wasn't enough, so the game goes to Hugo, our Ruby Amethyst player. Wow! Absolutely wonderful there. That was really well played, both players, but of course, congratulations to Hugo there. I mean, what a fun matchup.
What a fun matchup, and like, Spessy really wanted to see Monstro, so I hope we got to see a little bit of the Monstro deck there in action. But of course, not your typical Amber Amethyst build that we've seen over the weekend. There was no lanterns, there was no Grandmother Willows, but they did have the Underdog Angel, and of course, I believe they might have been playing a Kutamuti, so maybe if we saw one of the characters sing a Kutamuti, we could have gotten out the Monstro a little bit earlier to be able to deal with the board. But honestly, Ruby Amethyst still in control of the board majority of the time, showcasing how strong Ruby Amethyst can be. It's not all gone. I'm sure Baker's over in the corner screaming like he's really happy. Ruby Amethyst is doing well. We've gotten to show a lot of Ruby Amethyst this week, and of course, what a great 2 matchups.
Yeah, really, truly, like, it's really awesome. What a great round 4 here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Belgium. So we will soon be going into our round 5, and I'm really, really keen to see what we're going to have on the feature table for you. I do believe we have a player interview that we are going to go over to from the matchup 1 that we had before. We're going to go and talk to our winner over in the lounge. Take it away.
Well, we are here in Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, and I'm sitting here with Ed Chu.
Hello,
you
hello.
might recognize this face from not only world second place, but also our North American champion from season 1. And we just saw an incredible match, Ed. Your deck is kind of bonkers.
Yeah, it's really fun. I added some new tech to the deck, the Distract. I think a lot of people forgot about that card. I think it was a reprint from like set 3 or something like that. And I think I wanted to play it because it's similar to like how green yellow is playing the Della's lullaby to do the under the sea thing. So I thought that right now it's the under the sea meta. Like whoever can play that card the best is gonna win. So I was thinking about how to add that element to the green blue deck. And
hello, Lumineers. We are here in Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, and I'm sitting here with Ed Chu.
Hello,
you
hello.
might recognize this face from not only world second place, but also our North American champion from season 1. And we just saw an incredible match, Ed. Your deck is kind of bonkers.
Yeah, it's really fun. I added some new tech to the deck, the distract. I think a lot of people forgot about that card. I think it was a reprint from like set 3 or something like that. And I think I wanted to play it because it's similar to like how green yellow is playing the Della's lullaby to do the under the sea thing. So I thought that right now it's the under the sea meta. Like whoever can play that card the best is gonna win. So I was thinking about how to add that element to the green blue deck, and I thought that the distract would be a good addition. In that particular match, I didn't get to do the combo completely, but it at least lets you cycle a card. So I think it's at least worth that addition.
Yeah, you did do a lot of fun things, though, in that match. But let's go back to game 1 because that obviously went to the Amethyst Steel player, missing turn 2 ramp. At that point in the game, did you feel like you were sunk? Like, how critical is that turn 2 ramp for your deck?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple avenues. If you do miss ramp, you basically need to go for the Prince Philip combo, and I also didn't have that. So at that point, you're probably gonna lose the game. My opponent was playing a very aggressive version of the Amethyst Steel. Like he curved, like the Christopher Robin to Pocahontas Genie. I think that type of deck is extremely hard to deal with. It gets to really high like lore totals before you get to stabilize. Yeah. So that game, it was just like just clear your head and just go to the next one.
Yeah, and I actually heard you on a podcast recently talking about that this is the Under the Sea meta. So, but not only do you have Under the Sea, you also have the Prince Philip Malicious Mean Scary combo, and you have the Ink Geyser. Those are 3 really big plays in the game. We did see Ink Geyser come into play in that game 3. Do you think that kind of helped you clinch the win there?
Oh yeah, for sure. He was at really low lore total. I think it was like 7 or something. And I was able to play John Silver and Ink Geyser in the same turn. If you get to do that, you basically win the game. Yeah. I think that's the difference between Ink Geyser and something like Bend to My Will. I guess if you go Bend to My Will, your opponent can still play like Genie into Doc, chain a bunch of like card draw together, and still kind of pull out the victory sometimes. But if you suffocate them on the ink, then they actually can't come back. So I really been liking that card. It's mostly for the Sapphire matchups. But if you're in a really dominating position against honestly any deck, control the board, you can play Ink Geyser, you usually can, scoop the win for that.
Yeah, well, congratulations on your win here. It's really exciting to see your deck in play. Before I let you go, anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend, Emily. I guess she's sleeping right now. I realized, with the jet lag, it's by the time that I go to sleep, usually it's when this tournament starts.
It's true.
So, shout out to all the people that, come from America and, are grinding it out. So, yeah.
Well, thanks so much for chatting with me, Ed. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. And thank you, Illumineers. And we will have more Disney Lorcana for you shortly.
See you. Bye-bye.
What a strong player, Ed Chu there, who we saw win our first feature match there. Absolutely smashed it. Smashing it. He's going to keep smashing it. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Someone who gets second at Worlds is probably going to do well. So excited to see how he does this weekend. But I think, we saw some decks there that we have chosen for the win, and some of our fellow casters have chosen for the win in that round. But one that we didn't see is Sapphire Amethyst. So I think we can go and have a little look at a typical blurple as it's known within the community. Let's go and have a look at a little blurple deck list, I think.
Hello, Lumineers. We are here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, and we are getting ready to take a look at a deck that everyone loves, or maybe loves to loathe. Baker is joining me here in the lounge for a closer look at the Amethyst Sapphire deck, otherwise known as Blurple. What do you think of this deck in Winter Spell, Baker?
Yeah, I mean, Winter Spell did introduce a couple of new toys. It's a very exciting set. Lots of fun cards in there for both theme decks and for the competitive metagame. And yeah, this Blurple list looking kind of similar to how it did in Whispers in the Well and Fable, but we do have a couple of new toys. But yeah, this is a deck that I think most players have pretty high on their list of top contenders to perform very well this weekend. We're consistently seeing it making top cut at both DLCs and third-party events, and it's just the power level of this deck, Rebecca, is incredible. One card I want to highlight straight away and get your thoughts on, a reprint from the first chapter. As if this deck did not have enough removal, we now have the 5-cost Inkable Let It Go, where you just put a character straight into that player's inkwell, and it's a song at that. What do you think of the return of Let It Go?
Yeah, you can sing it, you could play it, and there are plenty of characters in this deck who could sing it. And Let It Go coming back, to me, has just made this deck even more consistent than it was before, which is one of the reasons why players love to play it, right? Is that consistency. I love Let It Go. I am glad that it's back, I will be honest, but I'm not so glad that Blurple got this tool back in its toolbox, because it is really, like you said, the power level of this deck is just insane. We saw Demona joining the crew last set, and she's still seeing lots of play along with that Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable. So there's just some really fantastic cards in this deck. But I want to hear you, Baker, talk about our new bouncing friend. Tigger is the one brand new card that we are seeing in this deck.
Yeah, Tigger bouncing all the way. Big fan of Winnie the Pooh. Anytime they print one of those cards, I'm going to be excited. But this one is actually very relevant to our metagame at the moment. This is a 4-cost Ingable character, and on play, you can return a character of cost 2 or less to that player's hand. We've had a couple of cards that have done similar things like this. In Ruby Amethyst, I'm a big fan of the Madame Medusa, where you can bounce a 2-cost or less, but you have to do chip damage. But Tigger doesn't need that.
No,
he will
he's just bouncing. He's bouncing all day.
Yes. But one very important interaction, and why I think we'll see this card in a fair few Blurple decks over the weekend, is that it's very good into Amber Emerald Dogs, which is a little bit of the boogeyman of the weekend and most weekends.
I think so.
Dogs is, again, looking very well situated to be incredible. Had a power increase of its own. We'll talk about that later. But the point is, Dogs is very, very good. And this Tigger is a nice way of being able to just mess their tempo up a little bit if you can bounce back that new Grandmother Willow, the Ancient Advisor.
Oh, yes.
That card in particular enables a turn 3 tramp from Dog, so that's one very important interaction if you can get rid of that quickly. And of course, any decks that are low to the ground, bouncing a 2-cost like a Calhoun or a Ruby Diablo, something like that, can be very strong. So yeah, I think Tigger is a nice choice for the weekend if you're expecting to see a lot of Dogs.
Yeah. Now, Blurple, it is a strong deck. It is a powerhouse. What decks out there, though, do you think that the Blurple players are trying to avoid?
I think Dogs more than anything. I think Dogs is the absolute counter to Blurple. Obviously, Blurple, you talked about their 12 removal pieces, and they're looking to dominate the mid to late game. There are a couple of other decks like Emerald Sapphire. It tends to be the Sapphire decks.
It's all those Sapphire decks. Yep, this one in particular. Yeah, just ramping up to all those big characters.
And they dominate the mid to late game. So that's why if you're an aggressive deck like Dogs, then perhaps you can sweep out a victory before they're able to really turn their deck online. Plus, they get things like Under the Sea, which a lot of characters in this deck, like Genie and Elsa, that could be sweeped under the deck. So I think Dogs is probably one of the hardest matchups for Blurple, and just anything aggro. Maybe we'll see some Amber Steel aggro in the room this weekend. You never know.
And I do want to point out that the Rafiki card in this deck is actually a card that has been teched in for those more aggressive decks. So that way a Sapphire Amethyst player can put down a card like Rafiki to take out some of those early threats so that those dogs can't run away with the game.
Yeah, you can check a Calhoun or the dog, the lady, the 1-cost lady. She is a 0/3, and she can potentially quest for 3 pretty early. So you want that like stat line, a nice beat stick in the form of Rafiki to check that. Basil always also here in the 1-drop slot with that support keyword, which is so good working along with Elsa. If you've got a Basil on board and they play a Genie or a Dumbo, immediately Elsa comes down, exert the character, quest Basil, support Elsa up, and suddenly she's hitting for 4 and taking out most of our oppressive, evasive characters.
Yes. Well, Sapphire Amethyst doing a lot of work.
It's an incredible deck. It's going to be consistent over the weekend. You see this version we're showing here is just 2 lines, super consistent, but also some interesting text that might make their way into this deck. The new Sven, the Leaping Reindeer, is
he's a very fun card.
Very fun card. Amethyst, 4 cost, and has Rush and Evasive and Challenger 3, so it's perfect for those evasive matchups where you might need him. So yeah, we might see some spice, some cool toys, but I think a lot of players are going to go for max consistency, and I can see Blurple doing incredibly well over the weekend.
Yes. Well, I can't wait to see how Blurple does. I don't know that any of the casters picked this as a winning deck, though.
No, this deck, it seems to be always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yes.
It's always doing well. Normally ending up in at least the top 4. There was a CCQ recently where Blurple was able to take the victory. Maybe this is the DLC
Maybe this is it.
to be Blurple's heyday. But a deck like this has got a target on its shoulders. There's going to be a lot of people in the room. Like, if you think your deck can't beat Blurple, I'm not sure you've brought the right deck.
No, I would agree. I would agree with that. You need to be able to beat Blurple to win this weekend. So, and, you know, maybe that's Blurple itself.
But you also need to be able to eat dogs. So this is the thing where you sort of split your attention between trying to beat both. Maybe you just say, okay, I'll have a better matchup into one or the other and hope I have a favorable bracket. But the fact remains, Blurple, it's going to be popular. It's going to do well, I would say, as are many, many other decks. So yeah, Blurple looking like it's going to do very well.
Wow, well, and now we know more about our well-loved, our very beloved Amethyst Sapphire deck. Thank you for that, guys. It is a well-represented deck. It's a well-played deck, and as I say, well-loved by a lot of people in the community.
It was also the second most played in the room yesterday,
yeah.
So I'm excited to see what kind of meta deck breakdown we will have for today. We don't yet know yet, but hopefully we will know soon. But we do have something else when we have a little something I don't think we've talked about today.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's come up, but we're going to throw over to Rebecca and Baker in the lounge to talk about our caster fantasy draft. I'm really excited about it. I don't know what the points are yet for it. But basically, if you don't know, it's become a little tradition, hasn't it?
It's a little bit of a Disney Lorcana challenge prediction.
Yeah, it's my first DLC.
Prediction.
So this is my first DLC on the broadcast team. So it's the first time I've got to draft my little fantasy team. And we did one for yesterday and one for today. And so we're going to go over to them to take a look at how our teams are doing.
Thank you, Jen and Kim. They look like they're having a lot of fun on the desk today.
Just a little bit. I think they're having a great time.
And I'm glad to see it. A quick outfit change for us, of course. A swift operation here. But welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the beautiful Ghent, Belgium. I'm in the lounge with my wonderful, beautiful co-host, Rebecca. You having a fun day?
I am having the best day ever. It's been fantastic meeting Illumineers, watching some amazing gameplay, and of course, following my fantasy draft team.
Of course, and that is one of the major themes, and what we're going to discuss with you right now is become a tradition throughout Season 2, the caster fantasy draft. We all draft 5 names from people in the tournament, and their points become our points, and see who is the best caster. Now, day 1, I'm just going to say I absolutely smashed it out of the park. I was well out in the lead, but these are our day 1 part 2 picks. Yes. Rebecca, it seems that you're doing better than me this time, but it's
I'm feeling great. Kim is in the lead with 42 points. 42
She's doing a little dance. She's having a lovely time.
She's over here cheering. I'm behind her at 36 points in second. I'll take that. But yeah, 42 points. Her team is doing fantastic. Followed by Spessy is in third. And you are right behind him with those 30 points.
Yeah, not doing as well today, but our points do accumulate over the 2 days. So I'm still confident that overall I'm in the lead.
Did we decide that?
Absolutely. And then they proceed to day 3, and if our people are still in the tournament, then they get to keep accumulating points.
All the points.
Yeah, not quite as high a score for me today, but I still feel like I'm out in the lead overall. But I'm going to need some more points throughout the rest of the day. So Team Baker, I need you to come through for me, followed by Team Jen at 27 points. And unfortunately, Team Ross way down at the end there with only 24 points. What is wrong, Ross?
You know, Ross said that he was happy, though, with his draft picks, that he won with draft picks. He got some fantastic players, some world qualifiers. DLC winners. So he was happy with his team no matter the points. So, but I hope that one of us can stay ahead of you, Baker. That's my goal. Is can someone beat Baker today?
No, it's a villain's world. It's a villain's event, and we're going to come out on top. But yeah, just a little update on the caster fantasy draft. We'll try and get you another update towards the end of the event. And who's going to have the most players qualify for day 2? Let us know in the chat which caster you think has the best chance of one of their team members proceeding all the way to day 3. I'm having a lot of fun.
I'm having so much fun. I was really glad to see Ed, who was just recently on stream, win his match. So he's on my fantasy team. I love to see that. And I am so excited for more games today, though. We're getting to kind of a critical point in the tournament. We're going to be going into round 5, I believe. And round 5.
Absolutely.
And we are coming up then on those 18 points. We have 2 more rounds. I know there's a lot of people that are still undefeated and trying to get those 18 points to get to day 2, Baker.
Yeah, it's going to be a tense last couple of rounds for our Illumineers. Of course, if you get those 18 match points, you proceed to day 2. The 4 more rounds of Swiss that we'll be doing tomorrow, and then a cut to top 32. That's for each of our 2 tournaments running simultaneously alongside each other. We will find out the champion of each individual bracket, and then they will face off at the end, best of 5, to see who is going to be crowned the champion of DLC GHENT and who is going to the World Championship.
Yes, of course, that grand finals leads to that world invite. Really important. A lot on the line here, and 4,000 Illumineers that someone is going to have to outplay, outquest, outchallenge to get that invite. I have to know, Baker, has there been any surprises for you this weekend? Whether it was a deck that surprised you, something with the meta that we've seen so far, any surprises?
A short surprise. Surprising one sense, the Amber Ruby, that deck that we saw at the beginning of the day. Maybe a slight surprise to see that, but then when you look at the pilot, Lucas Cowper, 5th place at the World Championship, maybe it's not as much of a surprise. This is a player who is known for playing with some spicy decks, takes the game extremely seriously. He wants to get back to the World Championship. So you know that he wouldn't have sleeved it up just for the laughs, just for the vibes. He is very confident in this deck. I did an interview with him earlier. He said, I don't really want to see Sapphire Emerald, but other than that, I feel like I've got a good matchup spread across the board. So I wouldn't say I am blown away with surprise, but yeah, Amber Ruby, it's nice to see that doing well. And Ruby Amethyst actually performing extremely well over the weekend.
It's doing really good. We did see one on stream just a bit ago.
We did.
And yeah, Ruby Amethyst, I know your favorite deck. You are loyal. You are so loyal to Ruby Amethyst. And
through the good times and the bad.
And the bad, right. No fair weather fan here. You are on Ruby Amethyst.
I'm repping the cosplay again, my Ruby Amethyst cosplay. So that was great to see again. I knew that we would have a good matchup into Dogs, which we're expecting to be popular, but I don't like the Ruby Amethyst into Blurple all too much. I don't like Ruby Amethyst into Emerald Sapphire too much. I think Amethyst Steel can be okay. It depends how you build your deck. But yeah, I don't think we have the best matchup spread, but that makes it even more impressive. And very happy to see Ruby Amethyst still performing well. I want to see it in the top 32. And let's not forget, Rebecca, as well as the World Championship, which is, of course, the coveted prize, that invitation. But the top 32 players from each event will also qualify for the European Championships. The next opportunity to play competitive Disney Lorcana, and another opportunity to earn an invite to the World Championship.
Yes, and of course, we did have all those fabulous announcements today about the European and North American Championships. Very exciting stuff. Tickets are going on sale very soon. March 21st, the European Championship is going on sale. March 22nd, the North American Championship is going to go on sale. And these events are going to be spectacular. And I know those players out there are really wanting to earn those invites. But besides that, the entire Disney Lorcana community is excited to be at those championship events.
And just seeing the social side of it as well. I was just running the quiz over there. A bunch of Illumineers showed up to show off their Disney knowledge. So yeah, what a day it's been. But we have more Disney Lorcana. We know that you guys want to see more gameplay. We're going to throw it over to the desk, and then Rebecca, you go take a break. I'm going to clean this case here. I'm going to make sure sure it's tip-top condition.
Absolutely
You
not.
can trust me, Rebecca. You
I
can go
cannot.
off, put your feet up, go and get yourself a cup of tea. I'll make sure that this is absolutely shining for our viewers. But until then, let's throw back over to the desk for more Disney Locana. Go on, Rebecca, off you go. It's fine.
I don't trust you.
Yes, thank you very much, Baker. Myself, Ross, sitting here with the lovely Mr. Joe Curley himself, trying not to cry about what is going on with my fantasy team, Joe.
I'll tell you what's going on with your fantasy team, Ross. It's in last.
Yeah, yesterday dead last, and today dead last. When we were doing the draft, I mind-gamed you into choosing Zach Bivens just so I could get Frank Carsten double.
Worth pointing out, Zach Bivens is not here. That's why it was a mind game, right?
That's why it was such a good mind game. I made you give up your #1 pick for a player who isn't even here so I could take a double Disney Locana Challenge champion. And yet I'm still dead last. But do you want to know my team, right? Frank Carsten won 2 Disney Locana challenges.
They have.
Luca Lazara, top 4 at Euros and top 4 at the World Championships.
Impressive.
Domingo Redina, the reigning European champion. Junior Franco got 2nd place in Milwaukee. And James Gray, who won Richmond a few weeks ago. Disney Locana Challenge champion in this season. My team is unbelievably stacked. And I'm in dead last.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, I would feel bad, but then I look back to when we were casting some of the first rounds together yesterday, and I look at how confident you were about your team, and actually, I don't feel sorry for you on this occasion, Ross.
Right, okay, people in the chat, tell me, am I going crazy here? My team is unbelievably stacked. How is it going so badly? Give me validation that I haven't just gone doing terribly here. I've got I've got both the players who've won multiple events on my team. And I'm dead last.
There's a long way to go, though, Ross. Let's not forget, there's a long way to go.
There is a long way to go.
If your team ends up with the winner of the DLC,
that's going
to help out quite a lot, isn't it? How have you been enjoying your time so far in Ghent, Ross?
Oh, Ghent has been absolutely wonderful, Joe. I've been having a wonderful time. I've had multiple waffles.
Okay.
That seems appropriate.
I've only had one, so I need to catch up.
We didn't even have a whole one because I stole part of your waffle.
You did, actually.
And it was delicious. But I've been enjoying the tram system here, very convenient. I've been enjoying the architecture, and everyone's just lovely. People in Belgium are being very nice to me.
And they love bikes over here. There's lots of bikes, which is always nice to see. I think it gives a nice vibe to the city when you see so many people whizzing past on bicycles.
Have you ever been to the Netherlands?
I have.
I feel like there might be a competition between the Netherlands and Belgium for most bikes, and I'm here for it, because all of these cities that have lots of bikes, you know what they all have in common?
What do they all have in common?
You can just walk around them.
Yeah, that's
You
very
don't need
true.
public transit. You just walk around the city and enjoy it. I love a nice walkable city.
Yeah, absolutely. And the food in Belgium has been great as well. That's, of course, one of my favourite things. No doubt about that.
No comment.
But I also love some Disney Locana trading card game action. What's been your highlight of the day so far, Ross? I'll start if you don't mind, because we saw in round 1 a Ruby Amber boost deck by Lucas Kalpu. I believe he's now sitting at 3 wins and 1 loss, so off to a very, very good start. But I've never actually seen a whole boost deck where the whole theme is around boost. But that was definitely the highlight of the day for me so far.
See, I was loving that round, and it wasn't because I was casting it, I was sitting backstage watching. But the Maui Half Shark, using a Pirate's Life for 5 lore multiple times, that was pretty good. I enjoyed the board wipe we saw earlier. There was a player, they were playing the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes shift line, but they actually got a board wipe with Malicious, Mean and Scary, followed up by a Malicious, Mean and Scary. That was really, really fun to see. And that card's a bit special to me, because the first time I ever saw that card was when I pulled the Enchanted.
Wow, that is impressive.
I was opening a box before that card had been revealed in any form. So I'm like, oh, I got an Enchanted. What is it? I'm like, that's a new card. And I read it and I'm like, oh, people are going to like this card.
Oh, that's brilliant.
This card seems good.
That is amazing. And I do think we're going to be starting with the next round very, very soon. We're getting into the, you know, you're at this stage in the day. It's about, what time is it local time? It's almost 3 p.m.
It's almost 3 p.m. local time, yeah.
And yeah, at that part of the day, you've got into the venue at 9 a.m. You're going to be feeling a little bit tired.
Oh, yes.
Of course, you've probably been traveling as well. So it's easy to underestimate at this stage in the tournament, actually, how much that experience of playing in a tournament can make a difference. Did you get a good night's sleep? Have you stayed hydrated? Have you been eating food that's going to give you the right energy? All those smaller details are the sorts of things that can really stack up and make a difference at this stage in the tournament, Ross.
Absolutely. When you've been playing Disney Lorcana for 5-6 hours, at that point, you get very tired. And it also depends, you know, if you're more practiced with your deck, then the games are less stressful because you're running through lines you've played so many times that you're not, you know, fatiguing yourself mentally quite so much. Sometimes playing faster decks can give an advantage over slower decks.
I like faster decks for that reason.
Yeah, you're getting more of a break between rounds, and this is legitimately important as you go through a large event.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we haven't seen many games going to that time, but it can certainly happen. We are now ready for the next round of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent.
Getting ready for round 5 action. We have our players already sat down, so we're just going to have a quick cheeky look. We're going to see if we can figure out what these players are playing and if there's anything there we've not seen. We saw a lot of Bagheera Cautious Explorer in a previous round I casted with Jen, but it looks like we might be seeing a more Curious Explorer, and it seems like, oh, that is an aggressive mulligan for Machiavellis here. Mulliganing 6, only keeping a single card.
Yep, and we can see they're playing that amber sapphire color combination. When you see sapphire, you expect to see Tipo and Sail in the deck and those aggressive mulligans to help find them. Machiavelli coming from Denmark, someone I've actually played against before,
nice.
Ross, and lost to. So definitely a fierce competitor, that is for sure. Amber Sapphire, one of those new color combinations. I actually had it, Ross, as my prediction to win the tournament until the very last moment where I switched to Amber and Amethyst. It's one of those decks which has real untapped potential coming in to Winterspell, in particular thanks to Raging Storm, but also Ohana means family in the sort of like slower control deck with characters with big willpower like the Surfer Stitch can be a ton of interesting card draw. Of course, there is also some Amber Sapphire Princess aggro decks, but I would expect it to be control.
Well, that's what we're going to find out over the next couple of turns. We are off here in round 5. We see an ink for Machiavelli, but nothing more. Lawpool over there. We're going to ink a Demona, play an Olaf helping hand, and then we go over to the second round of turns. Machiavelli here, not played anything yet. Can we get a turn 2 play?
Well, you're going to hope it's going to be Sail or Tipo. Let's see, 2 ink, and it is going to know. It's going to be Vision of the Future. So that 6-card mulligan from Machiavelli didn't help find that someone. Look, it was 1 card away, Ross. Now, worth mentioning, of course, after that mulligan, you shuffle your deck. So it's not necessarily going to be the card that was drawn with that 1 extra mulligan.
Still disappointing, though. We see a Demonis go to the Wyvern Clan, get inked. One of my favourites, Calhoun Marine Sergeant, hits the board.
Yeah, just an enchanted ink, no big deal.
I did see that. That's a little bit of a nice little flex. It's such a good card, never need it. Going to ink it. Now we do see Sail the Azurite Sea coming down, which is signed. I want to know who it's signed by. But first, we are getting ourselves extra ink, and we are getting ourselves extra cards.
Yeah, and that Nakoma Waiting Out the Storm is a card we've been seeing creeping into some of these Amber decks, particularly fitting in this Raging Storm Amber Sapphire build. It's a 4/6 stat line, but it was sent into the Inkwell. Machiavelli, of course, if they found that ramp on turn 2, would have been able to play that Nakoma on their 3rd turn, and that's the big difference. At this point in the game, they have the same amount of resources, but 1 character less on the board than they would have had otherwise.
Absolutely. We see Stitch and Carefree Surfer going into the ink so that we can play that enchanted Cinderella Dream Come True. That is going to be nice. You get an extra ink at the end of your turn, and you get to replace it in your hand as long as you played a princess. So it lets you dig a bit deeper in your deck as well as building up your inkwell, which is kind of lovely. We see Giant Cobra's going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. I don't know what it sounds like when a snake sings, but I do know that Cinderella has been banished.
Yeah, and that Olaf is lending the helping hand by continuing to quest alongside that Calhoun. It's now a 5-lore to 0 lead. You would expect, as that Genie Wish Fulfilled comes through, Lawpool going to have the early advantage in this game. It's going to be about how can Machiavelli make the comeback. Can they keep Lawpool away from that 20-lore mark and just close out the late game? It's a controlled deck that Machiavelli is playing, and that Raging Storm, of course, at 8 ink is something to look out for.
Well, we are seeing a Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future go down into the ink. Hades, is that looking for a deal? No, it's Infernal Schemer.
Yeah, it is the Infernal Schemer. It's the enchanted show out here, Ross.
Yeah, shockingly, I don't have that many enchanted cards. I'm more used to the regular art, but it is that Infernal Schemer coming down, and that means that we're starting to build up a bit of a board. We see Yzma, Conniving Chemist coming down into the ink from Lawpool. What are they going to use all this ink for, though? It is going to be Hades, but this time he's looking for a deal.
On himself, incidentally. So the big question here for Machiavelli is, does the Hades be put to the bottom of the deck, or do you allow Lawpool to draw 2 cards? Interestingly, if Machiavelli has that Raging Storm in hand, they might just decide to put that Hades on the bottom of the deck, ink for turn, and then that Raging Storm could be soon to follow. That seems like the option here.
I love that. Like, I'm not letting you draw cards because this dude ain't lasting beyond my turn anyway. So, are we up to 8 ink yet? We're not there yet, but we do, of course, have our ink for turn. Show me 1 inkable card and show me that Storm starting to rage, taking out every character on Lawpool's side of the board. We are inking a Let It Go. That is not controlling enough. You know what is controlling enough?
It's the big yellow button. It's Raging Storm. And Nakoma has been waiting out the storm. But Lawpool just asking on the rules on Olaf Helping Hand if it will be able to bounce back a card with its ability into hand. I don't believe that would be possible. And it is ruled in that favour, in that way that it's not. Happy to see a board clear back in Digital Arcana, Ross?
Well, yes, I think I am. I do like the idea, because I like comeback cards.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea that your opponent can jump too far ahead and there's nothing you can do. Comeback cards like Raging Storm mean you can play slower decks, go behind and mount that comeback. Here comes the Hades Infernal Schemer, going to ink one of Lawpool's cards. That was the Yzma. We have only a dock remaining here, but we're going to get a Genie Wish Fulfilled to come and join the party. And an Yzma Conniving Chemist comes back.
You got to be careful here if you're Lawpool, because this is a balancing act at this stage in the game. You want to go wide and get some questing power to get close to 20, but you also don't want to overextend and play too heavily into another copy of Raging Storm. And there is the Olaf Helping Hand joining down onto the board. Hades Infernal Schemer, the only character available for Machiavelli. It can quest for 2, of course, and then we could see another Raging Storm potentially, Ross.
If we get it in hand, it would not be a bad idea. Lawpool spent a lot of ink re-establishing their board. Be a shame if something happened to it. Right now, it's Vision of the Future. You look at the top 5 cards of your deck, you find any card you like. It's a very good card if you're digging for something specific.
Yeah, but there's only 8 ink to start this turn for Machiavelli. So now with this Vision down to 6. So could be setting up a Raging Storm for the turn a little bit later. Of course, also we know that Surfer Stitch, the Carefree Surfer, is a 7-cost character, but in order to draw off it, you need 2 other characters in play. And that's not going to be a possibility either for Machiavelli. Feels like a really important turn here. It's going to be the Horseman Strikes, dealing with that Genie Wish Fulfilled.
That's nice. Get one of those characters off of the board. It's something we're seeing a lot here, getting rid of those evasive characters. There's a lot of them around, like the Genie. Play it down, get rid of it. More ink being used for Machiavelli here. It's Sail the Azurite Sea, which also appears to be signed by the same person. I need to know who that is. Whoever's on interview this round, I want to find out who signed that card. It's important to me. For now, it means another ink in the inkwell for Machiavelli. So next turn, then now you can play a Raging Storm with a couple of ink left to maybe play a couple small characters.
Yeah, and that's a really big deal, Ross, isn't it? Because being able to get the first character on the board after the board clear is oh so important. That's why we've seen cards like Queen's Castle, cards like the Library historically with... And of course, Scrooge McDuck Manor with the Be Prepared. That's not something Machiavelli necessarily has access to in the Amber Sapphire deck. But if you can get that first character down, it can make a big difference.
Absolutely can. Now, we are seeing Yzma here using that ability not to quest, but to actually just draw until you've got 3 cards in your hand. That's a card you want to get off the board, because that can really, if that can draw you 3 cards a turn,
yeah,
that is one of the best value cards in the whole game as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, especially with Giant Cobra being like the main way for Lawpool to get those last little bits of lore, the cheeky lore, as you like to call it, Ross.
I do.
The more cards in hand, the easier it is to trigger the Giant Cobra, and Lawpool will do exactly that, creeping ever closer to that 20 lore mark. Machiavelli, He's still at 0 law, Ross, which is not a lot of law.
No, not at all. Speak of the giant spectral cobra, and it will appear. Machiavelli's not on any law, but again, this is a deck that can go behind, massive comeback. The first Raging Storm didn't hit. The first Raging Storm often doesn't stick. Your opponent has got a handful of cards.
Quest.
Okay.
Is it what I think it's going to be?
It is a second Raging Storm, and this is why you need to play it in multiples, often as a 4-off. You play one, and your opponent's got a whole hand that they can then go and use. I think that was Lawpul's entire hand now. He has nothing in hand. This is where you can start going and actually establishing your game plan, making that comeback. See if you can get rid of Dumbo and Christopher Robin, and then you're in such a good position. But the hand is your Stitch Carefree Surfer, your Cinderella Dream Come True.
I think it's Pete as well. It is.
Ghost of Christmas Future.
Which is, in fact, not a villain, Ross, but rather a hero, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty interesting. Usually these Pete cards are villains.
Pete's not always that nice.
No. But as the Ghost of Christmas Future, they certainly are.
He is an ally. He goes in that ally deck very nicely.
Yes, ally, not a hero. My mistake.
Yes, he does fit in that allies deck quite nicely, so not a villain here. But again, we're passing over, and we're going to let Lawpul go from at least 12 up to 15.
There's the dock off the top. That's what you need. The dock bold knight comes through, and it's going to be Calhoun as well as another dock. The dock chain is here. Machiavelli, I can't imagine, is going to be too impressed to see that.
No, can we change it from dock chain to dock train?
Yes,
just so that we can go like choo-choo, all aboard the dock train. Because right now, I am loving it. It is taking Lawpul close to that 20 law mark.
Dock train choo-choo. Brilliant. I like that one.
I'm loving it. Was that... No, what was that last card that got
Not
played?
sure, but we'll get that cleared up for you. It's certainly quest for 1, which is going to be quite important to note, as Lawpul is only 5 law away. And Machiavelli does have this peak down on the board. It has been boosted, and you can add...
You get to look at as many cards as are under it, which is 2, and then grab any card you like.
Not just characters, it can be any cards. So do we see that Raging Storm for Machiavelli? That would be the key moment. It doesn't look like that's the case.
Moana, Curious Explorer, gets bottom decked. The card was not Raging Storm, and that's what you need at this point. A third Raging Storm might be enough. Lawpul's gone through so much.
A spooky sight, though. That is certainly going to help. Dumbo will remain, but all of those other glimmers have been sent into Lawpul's inkwell. Okay, it's not quite the Raging Storm to deal with Dumbo, but on the flip side, it also means that this Pete is still on the board for Machiavelli.
That is huge. Now, the good news is, how much ink have you got, Lawpul? Don't even bother counting it. Just assume it's infinite. You ain't got that. You haven't got any cards. I promise you, whatever you top deck, you're going to have enough ink to play it.
Unless there's an infinite dock train. But we've already seen 2 docks.
We've already seen 2. We can have a little another dock train, but we're not going to have too much. Now, Lawpul here, he's got a lot of ink. If you can keep drawing cards, you can keep playing cards, and that is going to potentially be huge. I've got Elsa, the 5th Spirit, coming down here, and it is going to rest down. It's going to exert that Pete. We've now got...
Wow, hello.
There's a lot of enchanted coming out in this game. We've got some bling players rolling out here.
That is an absolutely beautiful enchanted angel experiment 64 from the latest set, Winter Spell. It's going to be strength and Elsa dealing with Pete.
Strength for Raging Fire gets 3 damage on. That means Elsa can then trade with it. But crucially, Lawpul's 4 law away from winning. And is Angel 2 or 3 law?
It's one law angel, but
it is
right now it's also got resist 2 as well.
Yes.
Lawpul, no cards in hand. And interesting, Ross, you said that inkwell was almost infinite at that point, but actually all of the ink was spent. Lawpul getting every drop of ink out, but it's the Hades and Angel now the last glimmer standing for Lawpul. They are now just 3 law away. It's going to be a Cheshire Cat inexplicable, and that is going to be the only other thing alongside that boost.
You might as well boost. You've certainly got enough ink. And here's the problem for Machiavelli here. They've done a great job of clearing the board turn after turn, but they've not established anything. They're still on 3 law. Great. Now you're getting more ink. Now we are finally getting a Stitch Carefree Searcher. Here we go with a couple of cards drawn.
Need to let it go, Ross, because this Angel has resist 2 right now with Lawpul not having any cards in hand. They have no ink available. They found the let it go.
Oh, there we go.
Unbelievable.
Some with Hades pops it into the inkwell, and now Lawpul is 3 turns away still from winning. Machiavelli has got to start getting some law rolling here. They are too far away. They're only on 3 law. They are playing keep away as well as I've ever seen any player play keep away. But Lawpul is going to go to 18 ink here. Hades comes down. You've got to bottom deck the cat. You cannot give your opponent 2 cards. Not when they've got infinite ink.
Yeah, of course, Lawpole would still not quite have won, even if Machiavelli didn't find that let it go. But just keeping Lawpole as far away from that 20 law mark is so crucial. Every single law matters at this stage.
And right now, game is on board for Lawpole. 2 law needed to win. 2 characters getting 1 law each when they quest. It's a spooky sight to get rid of the Cheshire Cat again into the inkwell. So that is Lawpole 2 turns away from winning. Machiavelli here still only on 3 law. Tipo Growing Sun comes down. We're going to quest for 3. But here Lawpole is going to go 1 law remaining. It's Genie, Magical Researcher.
And it's just going to have to be Machiavelli has to now remove every single character from the board. A single quest from Lawpole will seal the deal.
And that is going to be it. Machiavelli picks up his cards. Lawpole got too close to the end. And that is going to be 1-0.
Yeah, the Tipo top deck right at the end. Not what Machiavelli quite needed. But it was still a really fascinating match. Let's not forget, Machiavelli missed that turn 2 ramp, Ross.
He did, and that had a huge impact on the game. The problem Machiavelli had was he was never actually able to establish anything there to get rolling. He was playing keep away. He had 2 Raging Storm. He had that amazing spooky sight. He had other control as well.
Yeah.
But he never actually got a board established. He was on something like 6 law when the game ended. If he had had a couple more characters and able to quest a little bit more as the game went along, I think he probably takes that game.
Yeah, and I think the thing with the ramp is, right, okay, they ramped on turn 3, but you're like 1 turn behind, right?
Yeah.
You're playing Cinderella a turn later than you otherwise would. You're just developing the board that little bit later. You're not contesting. That Nakoma didn't come down, for example, on turn 3, or Cinderella. And getting those early characters, even if they don't actually challenge, they prevent your opponent from wanting to challenge. They deny that little bit of law. And as we saw at the end, every single law matters. When you're also playing this control deck and your opponent is so close to 20, it really forces you to make some awkward plays where you have to go out of your way to remove every single threat. And therefore, you don't have that luxury of setting up your own board as much as you would otherwise like.
And that's the thing. Lawpole got too close. When you're playing the control deck, you have to keep your opponent at like 14, 15 law maximum. Because they can try and get 2 or 3 extra law, but it's so difficult when you're under that much pressure.
Yes.
You can get 2 or 3 law, but 5 or 6 is so much harder. And the problem is Lawpole got too close.
Yeah, Machiavelli just didn't have that time to set up their own glimmers, and that was the big difference in that one. Of course, missing that turn 2 ramp, all important. But let's be fair, that is the nature of Sapphire. You only have often those 4 T-pos, those 4 sails. Throughout a tournament run, you are almost certainly going to miss ramp on some occasions, and Machiavelli still did a great job of managing that situation.
Absolutely, he did. Now, I think we had a fist bump. Was that the pre-altering hand? No, that was the start of the game fist bump. Rolling here in game 2. We see the turn 1, let it go, be inked by Machiavelli, and then we are popping over to Lawpole. We're going to get an Olaf helping hand in the ink, and Christopher Robbins joining the fun. Full-on underdog play turn 1.
Yeah, I do love myself an underdog. Now, Machiavelli, we saw in game 1, no ramp found despite that 6-card mulligan. I think there's something at the top there. Is it going to be Tipo? It will be Tipo Growing Sun. Of course, does have the opportunity to ink an uninkable. In this case, I think it was Raging Storm. That's one of the really underrated things about Tipo Growing Sun. In a deck with lots of heavy uninkables like Machiavelli's list, like Spooky Sight and Raging Storm, Tipo is very useful, not just for the ramp, but to fix your hand a bit.
Absolutely. We see Royal Guard Spectral Soldier coming down, Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, and then we just get a couple of law because we're questing with Christopher Robin. So Machiavelli hit the turn 2 Tipo. You had what you wanted. You wrapped it quite nicely. Now what can we do with our 4 ink turn? We're 1 ink ahead of where we should be. What can we do with that ink? The ink is going to be peaked. The play is going to be a second Tipo.
Yeah, again, not ideal.
Nope.
There is the opportunity to decline to trigger the Tipo ability here. Measure me again, but it will be taken. And perhaps Machiavelli lining up that Spooky Sight for the next turn. This Christopher Robin underdog is putting in so much work. A character which quests for 2 on the first turn against a control deck is exactly what you need when you go second.
No, it absolutely is. And when you're doing this, getting 2 law a turn, you're really saying to your opponent, do something about this, or it's going to get out of hand quickly. We now see Calhoun, who trades pretty favorably into that Tipo, which means that if Tipo gets exerted, Lawpool probably gets 2 law.
I have a feeling this whole board might be being cleared in just a moment's time, because Machiavelli is at 5 ink. That spooky sight was in hand. And of course, every character that costs 1, 2, or 3 will be going into the ink. So we're going to see that double quest into spooky sight, I would surely imagine. Machiavelli just making sure that's the play. They actually go for the challenge, which surely shows what I know, which is absolutely nothing. But spooky sight does come through.
I love this, and the reason I love this so much is because you're giving Lawpool a bunch of ink.
Right.
And basically what you did then is just give them 1 less ink with the Captain Hook.
Yeah, that is such an interesting play, Ross. Really, really fascinated to see that. Just valuing, instead of having that 2 law, preventing that 1 ink for Lawpool. That is such an interesting decision by Machiavelli, and I have to say, I love it.
Well, we do see the Yzma conniving chemist come down. Strength of a raging fire went into the ink. Well, 6 ink being used here for Pete. Ghost of Christmas Future combined with that immediate boost. And an Ilonwi, Princess of Elia.
Yep, with that support ability, very similar to that Sapphire Basil 1-cost character we're used to seeing. Very, very powerful card, particularly when combined with World's Greatest Criminal Mind. It could set that Yzma up to 5 strength and suddenly in range of Criminal Mind. It's going to be Dumbo and Genie Wish Fulfilled for Lawpool to join that Yzma Glimmer on the board.
Absolutely. We have 3 cards there. Yzma, well, this is the draw. We're not questing, we're not challenging. We're using that ability to exert and draw. And then we're back over to Machiavelli. You're down 6 law to 0. You are behind on law. You expect to be behind on law.
I think it might have been a Surfer Stitch drawn off the top there for Machiavelli. Of course, this Pete has been boosted, so the Pete questing would allow them to dig 1 card deep, but they don't need to dig 1 card deep right now when that Surfer Stitch, the Carefree Surfer, is found off the top.
Well, we do have the Horseman Strikes, which has been got. That could get rid potentially of, for instance, the Genie, I believe the Dumbo as well. We are using Pete to challenge into Yzma Conniving Chemist. Banish her, take her off the board. We are boosting Pete again there.
Yep, boost mechanic, great way of spending that extra little bit of ink and making sure that no ink goes to waste.
I absolutely love that, and of course means you can search more cards when you quest next turn with Pete, potentially searching the top 3 for any card. You're getting towards a free develop your brain, which is quite nice.
Yep, Machiavelli getting that 1 point, and we have just had those score totals updated for you, so apologies for that, but it is, in fact, both players undefeated at this stage in the tournament. 4 wins and 0 losses at this stage.
So this is big, because you win this, then you get to 5-0, and it means you need to win 1 out of 3 rounds to get yourself into that day 2 to come back. Actually, tomorrow, Friday, we made you wait a day. You have to sit today out. But today, if you get to those 18 points, you can just come back tomorrow, play that top cup. Here comes Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, and I believe, are we boosting? No.
2 ink is being spent on something.
We are
It's going to be the boost moving. It could just be 1 damage from Pete onto Ellenwheat to deal with that support Glimmer.
And this is kind of big, because now there's 2 damage that we can then use potentially in the future. But no, we're leaving it on there to use Strength of a Raging Fire, 3 damage going on to Pete. And Machiavelli was going to be able to potentially search the top 3 cards for anything next term. They don't need it. Now the Enchanted Demona again hits the ink for Lawpool.
Yeah, and for Lawpool, this was a nice turn in terms of board control, but what they've got to be careful of is that they need to continue to get that questing power in as well. The longer this game goes on, the more it will swing in favour of Machiavelli. Lawpool still 11 law away, is not particularly close to that 20 mark. Machiavelli with that double Horseman Strikes is probably feeling quite comfortable right now as they quest up to 3.
Yeah, they've got Stitch Carefree Surfer against the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, and now they can start building up their board, and now it's so much easier. We do Genie Magical Researcher, and then Doc Bold Knight comes down, grab another 2 cards. There is actually another Doc, so we could jump on the Doc train if we wanted here, Spessy.
We certainly could, and that Stitch Carefree Surfer with 8 willpower is not going to be easy to deal with. Nope. Once this card is down on the board, it is very difficult to contend with.
Absolutely. We are boosting up into the genie here. The magical researcher gets +1 law when they quest for every card under. So use a bit of ink, go there. That genie can get out of control pretty quickly. And with your Machiavelli here, it's got to be such a frustrating game. You're doing so well clearing the board, and Lawpole's just constantly building it back up again.
Yeah, that is the power of Amethyst Steel. You got that Amethyst card draw like Yzma and Dumbo combined with the dock train.
Choo-choo, all aboard the dock train.
It is a bold night show here in Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent, and it is going to be Lawpole passing the turn back on over to Machiavelli with that carefree surfer surfing on the waves. But, I mean, if you've got a Raging Storm here, Ross, you would be tempted, wouldn't you? Take the quest. It wouldn't be a bad option, I think.
I don't like losing my Stitch Carefree Surfer. That makes me sad. I do like taking out 5 glimmers from my opponent's board. This is pretty nice, quite frankly, and it does look like that's where we're going. Raging Storm comes down, and that means that we are getting all of those glimmers off of the board for Lawpole.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be that Angel Experiment 624 that comes down for Lawpole alongside the Giant Cobra, discarding the Elsa. 2 more law gain. We talked about at the start of the game the importance for Machiavelli to just keep Lawpole at that sort of 15 mark, and so far they're doing it nicely as Hades comes through.
Yeah, then we do see the Infernal Schemer going and popping Angel Experiment 624 into the Inkwell. 12 law for Lawpole. We need to keep an eye. If Lawpole gets too high up to that 17, 18 mark, it is easy to get over the line.
It's going to be a challenge from Hades, which is interesting as that doesn't finish off the Cobra.
But Ahana means family can heal up and draw 3 cards.
I am just in awe with all of the enchanteds happening right now, but it's actually going to be 4 cards because it was 4 damage counters. Shout out to the lore guide there, I think, and Machiavelli just having a little conversation to make sure that they got the right number. 4 cards drawn, that's more than Rapunzel gifted with healing could have done.
It's more cards than you would have got from a Finder's Keepers, which is a 5 cost rather than a 3 cost. That is very, very, very good value. Now we're spending a bunch of our ink here if we're Machiavelli. No, we're not. We're thinking about it. We are doing it. And it is Sail the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, another Hades has been found. And look at that, Machiavelli now with an abundance of cards to work with. Lawpole with just 1. So while the board state is quite even at the moment, and Lawpole is ahead in terms of lore, Machiavelli has the big card advantage at this stage in the game.
And we are getting Cinderella Dream come true. We had an ink. We had a second ink from Sail the Azurite Sea. We had a 3rd ink come down from Cinderella. So Machiavelli actually just threw 3 ink down into the inkwell in very quick succession. And this is going, it's going better. 12 law is not that worrying for Machiavelli. It's when you get too much higher. So right now you've done a good job. You're on 5 law, which is better than you were at this stage last game. Keep building up that law and keep going after your opponent's board because they're already 1 game up. You lose this, and that is the match.
Yeah, that Cheshire Cat inexplicable ability comes through, and it's going to be the Hades dealt with by the Strength of a Raging Fire. Well, it's actually the challenge, and then the Strength of the Raging Fire onto the Cinderella. So Lawpole, not the most impressive turn in the end. Machiavelli is making things awkward. There's the Infernal Schemer, and the face on Lawpole's says it all. Not too happy with the current situation.
You've got no board, you've got no hand, you've got a lot of ink. But it's basically top deck and play. But Demona's about the best top deck you can get here because that lets you draw 3 cards. So now not only do you get the big body of Demona on the board and be able to quest for 2, but the cards that you just drew for Demona, you've almost certainly got enough ink to play, including Hades looking for a deal.
Wow.
Which Machiavelli has to bottom deck because if you let your opponent draw more cards, they're going to keep doing this.
Yeah, that is a quite unbelievable top deck moment for Lawpole. But again, Machiavelli, this is why it's so important. Keeping Lawpole as far away from 20 as possible, but they are edging ever closer, Ross. They are at 12 law. Machiavelli at just 6 is still a long way away. Do they have another board clear with the Raging Storm? They certainly do.
And that's the thing. When you're Machiavelli, you've ramped so well in the early game, you're going to have the ink for Raging Storm. That's really not a big deal. The issue here is slowing down your opponent and making sure that they cannot build up this board. Because if they just keep building and you just keep getting rid, where's your own board coming from? We got Lexington, small in stature, and another Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan coming down, which means you draw another 3 cards. And as much ink as Lawpool's got, it's no longer infinite. It's another Lexington. And these are 4/4 bodies on the board. They're harder to remove. Spooky Sight, for instance, won't do it.
Yeah, and we talked about the Dock train. Right now it's feeling like the Demona train, but this is the power of Amethyst Steel. When you have cards like Dock, you have cards like Demona, which are drawing cards when you're low on cards in hand. You can chain them together, and they just help find the next piece, and Lawpool has just never run out of card draw by the skin of their teeth here. And all that extra ink Machiavelli's given them with the control tools like Spooky Sight and Hades, Lawpool is using to their advantage right now.
We have a vision of the future. We can search the top 5 for any card that we like. There's a couple of decent characters. I think Let It Go was a choice in the end that we grabbed there. It's not exactly perfect, but it will at least get a character off the board. We got Hades' Infernal Schema, which is going to ink a character on play. So to be fair, combine that with Let It Go next turn, you can start getting rid of some of these characters.
Yeah, that Hades has now come down. It's 2 Lexingtons for Lawpool. Still 8 lore away. If these Lexingtons both quest, they will only be at 14 and still 6 lore away, which would be 3 giant cobras, which is not going to be easy to do as that Elsa 5th Spirit comes through. It is going to be Lexington and Elsa challenging the Hades, and this other Lexington will quest for 1, meaning that they are now 7 lore away from victory.
They're up to 13. They've got 3 glimmers on the board. They've got Christopher Robin, the underdog, but in quest for 2. That's 5 lore represented on the board here. What does Machiavelli have to try and slow this down and stop it? Still only on 7 lore himself, and with no board established to try and get more lore in the future. Spooky Sight is going to come down. That will get everything but Elsa the 5th Spirit.
Yeah, that is a really nice Spooky Sight. The control of these Sapphire and Amber cards is there for all to see. And how about a Moana that allows you to ink from your discard? Don't mind if I do, says Machiavelli.
Yeah, that's really nice, because now you can just concentrate on drawing cards, keeping them in your hand, and inking something which is less relevant, or at least you could if it wasn't for Hades' Infernal Schema. We've got Benja, Guardian of the Dragon Gem, coming down. And here's the problem we see. This Hades looking for a deal is getting so much value for Lawpool because he's got so much ink. Machiavelli has to let him get rid of the character because you can't give your opponent cards that have got this much ink. Now, we do see Infernal Schema, which is going to ink the Benja.
Yeah, going for Benja instead of the Hades looking for a deal because every lore matters at this stage. Hades, okay, it's a 5-cost character. It's got better stats, but it only quests for 1. So Benja was the target for Machiavelli with this Hades, and the Palace Guard off the top. Has Lawpool's train of card draw finally come to its final stop?
Well, there are no cards in hand. We've got 2 characters on the board, each of which will quest for 1. If Machiavelli can get rid of these 2 and just play just another character or 2, you're still on 7 lore. You've been there for a few turns. Just play a couple more characters, start building up your lore here. That is going to be how Machiavelli gets towards the victory. We are still in game 2. Here comes Let It Go coming down. That is going to leave just 1 glimmer on the board.
Yeah, and only 1 glimmer on the board for Machiavelli when they play the Carefree Surfer. So no cards drawn for Machiavelli, but the Genie Wish Fulfilled will allow Lawpool to draw a card. And that is going to mean that they can make use of all of this ink that little bit further. And how about another Genie Wish Fulfilled? The Genie had 1 wish, and it came true as another Genie was found into Olaf. And I think that might be game on board.
That is game on board. There are 4. No, that's more than game on board. You've got 6 lore represented. Now the Horseman Strikes will take out one of those Genie. Game is still on board. There is 4 lore represented among those 3 characters. Lawpool is at 16. This is the danger zone as far as I'm concerned. Now we see Let It Go getting rid of the other Genie. We see Stitch, Carefree Surfer, challenging in and taking out that Palace Guard, Spectral Sentry. So it's now just Olaf there. Machiavelli is starting to build up that lore quite nicely. Now there's 5 on board. Machiavelli is in theory on a 2-turn clock here.
Yeah, and Lawpool is at 16. This Olaf can quest to 17, which would mean that a giant cobra would not be enough. You would need to chain a lot of card draw with cards like Doc and Demona, and somehow find 2 Cobras and enough cards to discard. It's going to be Elsa. Not the best card in this position, I think it's fair to say.
You're just looking for a good target. And Elsa, you know, you've got Rush, you've got Evasive, but you only have 2 strength. So there's nothing on the board you can actually take out right now. Everything's got enough willpower to survive.
It's going to be vision of the future for Machiavelli, looking at the top 5 cards, maybe looking for another control tool. We do actually see the Sail, the Azurite, see the card selected. Is it simply just going to draw another card? There was a bunch of low-cost characters found. It will be the Sail into a Develop Your Brain. Of course, the Develop Your Brain could also be played to look at the next top 2. Machiavelli just digging ever deeper into his deck, looking for a good card to play.
Well,
and Pete was chosen eventually.
Pete was chosen, and we see that Pete can be so good for grabbing whatever you want from your deck, being able to do targeted search of the top X cards, where X are the cards you boosted under. We get 4 lore being got here. Now we're up to 15 lore. Machiavelli does now have game on board, and crucially, Lawpool does not have game on board. Now we can actually get to the point, finally, with Machiavelli, where he can just play a bunch of characters and just focus on potentially questing. Olaf gets taken out by Cinderella. Has Machiavelli got close enough here? Now, Lawpool will win with a giant Cobra.
Well, he won't, because there's only 1 card in hand, Ross, so he would have to find something like a Doc into a giant Cobra. You need that 2nd card in hand.
You do.
So it's unlikely, but it's definitely possible.
Elsa quest for 1, that would leave you 2 away. And then, oh, and he's picking up his cards. Machiavelli is going to take game 2. We are 1-1. We've only got 25 minutes remaining. Should be just long enough to figure out which of our players is going to be going on to a perfect 5-0 record.
Yeah, it is so fun to see a brand new style of deck in Disney Lorcana trading card game with Winterspell. This Raging Storm card, I said it was the card I was most excited to see in Winterspell, because it just pushes a deck like Amber Sapphire. We've never seen Control Amber Sapphire before.
Nope.
And here we are with a 4-0 deck, 1 game away from that 5-0 on day 1.
And here's the thing, it's why Sapphire Ruby was so good for so long. You ramp up, so you've got the threat of that board wipe so quickly. In the past, it was Be Prepared.
Yep.
Now it's Raging Storm. You ramp nice and quickly, and it's not a turn 8 Raging Storm, it's a turn 6 Raging Storm potential, you know, maybe even early if you really go aggressive on the ramping.
Yeah.
But the point is, you're threatening it early, and you would never catch me playing this deck at a tournament like this. It is so nerve-wracking playing this deck.
I would be too slow, Ross, as well. It is a difficult deck to play. Lots of decisions. The games are going to go on for a very long time. And I think Machiavelli, the pace of play has been great from both players. And let's not forget, this was Machiavelli on the play. They went first here, but admittedly, that Christopher Robin underdog, I think, made such a big difference. It was a real tight game. I'm very excited for game 3, Ross, and to see if this Amber Sapphire deck can come out victorious.
It's a very fun deck. We've seen it work so far. Machiavelli's at 4-0 with it. We're 1 game each. Imagine having to play 8 full rounds with this if you're going close to time every round. That is going to be a little bit stressful. We are in the altering hand phase. Lawpool getting an extra 4 cards, keeping 3, taking 4 extra cards to replace 4 cards they didn't want. And I think 3 kept, 4 replaced as well on the other side. The Machiavelli here.
Yeah, both players doing some nice shuffling skills. Machiavelli, I think, wins the battle of the shuffling skills on this occasion. I'm quite impressed by that. Nice little shuffle.
Quite smooth, isn't it?
Yeah, better than what I could do, that's for certain. Although that is not saying much.
Well, it looks like we are getting ready to go. Lawpool is ready to get into this. I was about to play a card. We are cutting, but we are off here. Game 3, round 5 of Disney Lorcana Challenge GHENT. Lawpool inks a card.
Yeah, inks a card and doesn't play Christopher Robin on turn 1, Ross.
He's going first.
Because he's going first, and that's the difference of the underdog, right? It's so interesting to see how Lawpool maybe could have actually been better going off second in some ways in this scenario. It will be a turn 2 Christopher Robin, though, that Lawpool gets down.
You could have done that on turn 1. Yeah. Although, to be fair, you could have a turn 3 Christopher Robin if he really wants one. Now, Machiavelli inked the Tipo and then inked a Vision of the Future. Yeah, you had to have the ramp. You don't ink Tipo unless you've got another ramp ready to go. It is Sail the Azurite Sieve. So we do get that turn 2 ramp from Machiavelli, which he missed in game 1 when he lost. Has it here. We have now got Let It Go going into the ink. So Machiavelli has got the ramp like he wanted, and we go back over to Lawpool. We are going to be inking an Elsa Fifth Spirit to play a genie magical researcher.
And that is quite a daunting glimmer to see with that boost 1 ability, which increases the lore for every card under it. That can get out of hand very quickly indeed.
No, it really can. It quests for 1. Well, it really quests for 2, then 3, then 4, and every turn it quests for 1 more if you keep boosting it. Now, there is a Nakoma you've told us about a little bit, finally coming out early doors. A vanilla, like I like to phrase it, well-statted card.
Yeah, she is waiting out the storm. That 4-6 stat line is absolutely outstanding.
Really is. It means it's going to stay around for a while, but it gives Machiavelli something he hasn't had in the first 2 games, and that is something decent to just challenge with. Oh, you're going to quest constantly. I can challenge and take you out. It's been lots of actions before now. Maybe actually get some challenging down with these decent vanilla cards like Nakoma waiting out the storm. Could be kind of fun. Because that Christopher Robin, I don't want to be... He's taking the mick a little bit. He's already done this twice.
Yeah.
4 lore all on his own.
Yeah. Nakoma is looking pretty good. And we go back to that game 1 where Machiavelli wasn't able to play a 4-drop on their 3rd turn, and it made such a big difference. Lawpool was barely able to cross that finish line, so we are going to see the Giant Cobra, and Lawpool is looking like they're going to trigger it and discard a card from hand to gain 2 lore.
You cannot pass this up. Not when you barely got over the line in game 1 and you fell a little bit short game 2. You have to fight for every lore. You cannot not activate the Giant Cobra. Also, you have to boost the Genie at every opportunity here. And right now, you're on 4 lore. The Genie should be questing for 2 here, presumably.
Yeah, I think the players are just clearing up. Was the Cobra triggered or not? I'm actually not sure that it was, Ross. So in some scenarios, you have like too many cards in hand that you really want to play, and instead just hold on to them for now.
I thought we were discarding Christopher Robin. That was actually the ink for the turn, and you're right.
I think Machiavelli agreed as well. I think Machiavelli was a bit confused about that one as well. So we've got that cleared up. But very fascinating not to go for the Giant Cobra, right?
That could be something you regret if you get later in the game and you're 2 lore away from winning. It's a second Nakoma here. So really going for that, waiting out the storm. The 4-6, we've already seen Genie Magical Researcher go down. And that's a big difference to previous games. You can just take out these really annoying characters without having to dig for those big action cards.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the Nakoma, particularly when you think that this is a deck, Ross, that plays that Ohana means family, being able to heal your characters and draw cards for every damage counter on them with that 4 strength and 6 willpower. It is just a brilliant, brilliant card. Who needs an ability with stats like that?
Well, right now, you kind of need something. Unfortunately, Straight for the Raging Fire just took it out. So
maybe it could have done with Ward.
Yeah, Ward. Or like 7 willpower too much to ask.
And it is going to be back on over to Machiavelli. It looks like it's going to be 4 or possibly 5. It's going to be 4 ink exerted for that Cinderella.
Worth noting there's 2 Raging Storm in hand. So Machiavelli already ready to go back-to-back Raging Storm if he's feeling in the mood. It is going to be an option. Nakoma goes and takes down Christopher Robin. Only takes 1 damage back.
It's going to be the Cinderella trigger. Unfortunately, we didn't catch what was inked there, but definitely a possibility it was one of those 2 Raging Storms. Because of them being uninkable at this stage of the game, it was definitely a big decision for Machiavelli on what they inked with that Cindy.
Absolutely. So we got Giant Cobra there. We've got Yzma as well. We are now going to be inking for the turn. That is Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe. We got a bunch of ink. We got 6 ink, I believe. What are we going to be using it for, though?
Yeah, and Yzma's still down on the board, so if you can empty your hand and exert her, you can draw 3 cards, although Yzma, of course, has the opportunity to quest for 2 as well. Lawpool just slowing down the game at this moment in time. 19 minutes on the clock. The sign of a strong player, Ross, is knowing when to slow down the pace of play and just make sure you make the right decision in a crucial moment. And it's going to be Yzma exerting to draw 2 cards.
And then we're going to be playing Angel Experiment 6-2-4. Are we going to discard a card from our hand? Doc is heading towards the discard. So that should mean 2 damage counters coming down either on Cinderella or Nakoma, neither of which would be able to take out the character. But of course, when you combine it with Giant Cobra, Ghostly Serpent, it will. And then we get Doc coming down. We draw 2 cards. but neither of them are docked, so we're not hopping on the train just yet.
Yeah, and Lawpool actually went to go and discard that dock initially and keep the Hades, but changed their mind at the last moment. Just in case, I suppose they were worried that Yzma might get removed, and then they just run out of card draw. And seeing that Hades, it looks like that was the right decision from Lawpool to keep that dock instead of that legendary Hades looking for a deal.
Absolutely. You don't want to be stuck with no cards. That has been the big issue with Lawpool. You know your opponent's going to end up inking half of your characters for you. The big thing for you is just keeping cards in hand as well as you can. Now we're using a bunch of ink here. It is for Hades looking for a deal. Chooses Hades Infernal Schema. Does Machiavelli put it on the bottom of the deck, or do you give your opponent 2 cards? That generally this game, it has been do not give your opponent cards. That has been the general theory, and it looks like that's holding true here. We bottom deck Hades, and Machiavelli goes, no, mate. If I give you cards, you're just going to play them, and that's going to be annoying.
Yeah, but there was a grimace I saw from Machiavelli when that looking for a deal came through. So not an easy decision, unless Ross, of course, it was an extremely easy decision for them, and it was just a bit of a bluff with the body language and facial expression. It's definitely something that's easy to underestimate, but this is not kind of trading card game. It's a game you play across the table from someone, and you can definitely learn, or you can definitely gain some knowledge about your opponent's body reactions and things like that, and actually bluffing some facial expressions is something which some players definitely will use to their advantage.
No, you're absolutely right. We're not playing online here. We are in a big hall with thousands of people playing across the table. You need to use every piece of information that you've got. So Machiavelli here, we're not quite on the comeback train yet. We're still at 1 law. We're inking Moana. But now we're going to Raging Storm number 1 of the game. Clear that board entirely. And now we are back where we were in the past 2 games. And we know how this goes by now. Can Lawpool re-establish his board? Will Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, is going to help. Benja, Guardian of the Dragon Gem, it's a quest for 2. And Lawpool knows the deal here. He's done it 3 games in a row.
Yep, and Lawpool's hand is a Captain Hook and another Benja, so not at the moment access to any more card draw. It's going to be a big top deck moment as that Hades comes through. Can Lawpool find some card draw in the next couple of turns as Benja puts Lawpool up to 11 law and 9 away from victory? It's going to be the Benja and the Captain Hook with 1 card left in hand now for Lawpool as play passes back on over to Machiavelli, who is 10 law behind and 19 away from victory. It's a long road ahead for Machiavelli, but it's definitely possible.
It is. Show me spooky sight. That's what I'm looking for right now, Spessy. That would be wonderful and a lot cheaper than Raging Storm, quite frankly. You're at this point now, you know you're going to be giving your opponent ink with so many of these cards. You know whatever they draw, they're going to be able to play, so you're trying to keep them low on cards and just get rid of all their characters as they come down. We are now going to be playing a Hades that is going to put 1 Benja into the ink. The other Hades, and then you got Hades, sorry, is going to challenge, take the other Benja and banish them. But Genie Wish fulfilled into an Yzma Conniving Chemist, which is not good. They both quest for 2, and also Yzma refills your hand every turn.
And it's also going to be the last card from hand is that Captain Hook. Machiavelli has to deal with this Yzma in particular, Ross. Spooky sight, probably not what Machiavelli's looking for any longer.
No, unfortunately not. It is not going to get everything. It's going to miss the Genie, and it's going to miss the Yzma, and the Yzma is the most annoying one. I hate to say it, but it might be time for a Raging Storm if we've got one.
And it was the Horseman Strikes added to hand. It looks like there isn't a Raging Storm available.
No.
So Cinderella, I think, inked one of those earlier on to make sure that Machiavelli had inkable cards available. They've drawn the Ohana Means Family, but I think that this Yzma might just be safe and sound unless Machiavelli has a bit more dig. It's going to be Ohana Means Family. A Let It Go would be huge at this moment in time.
It does hit the Let It Go first card of the 2.
Oh my goodness.
And there we go with the Yzma straight into the ink. You said it, Joe. You wanted it. You got it. Ask and you shall receive. The rain dance didn't bring in the storm, but it did bring in a little bit of snow, and that was all we needed to put Lawpool into another pretty poor position. It's a double challenge into the Hades, and then it's going to be a Cheshire Cat and we are going to be boosting it up here.
Wow, that was a huge moment in this game, and Machiavelli, the tide has just started turning in their favour. Lawpool with no cards in hand and just an inexplicable cat on their side of the board. Hades is going to quest for 2. All eyes on the top deck for Lawpool. They need a dock, they need a Demona, but they find, I think it might have been a Captain Hook. It's a dock!
Oh, it is a dock! Choo-choo, ladies and gentlemen. Get on that dock train. Get yourself some cards. That is what we are talking about. But unfortunately, what we really wanted was the train. We wanted a second dock. We wanted a Demona. Even a genie wish fulfilled. Something to get extra cards so that we're not just drawing 2 from dock and then letting it go. We want to keep rolling because Lawpool's still on only 11 lore. That is still miles away from winning. It's only 6 ahead of Machiavelli at this point, which you want to be further ahead by now.
That is a huge moment. Both players finding their out at the right moment, which means there's still a long way to go in this game. 12 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Big shout out to these players for the amazing pace of play that is on display in such a high stakes environment.
Yeah, and again, if you're playing Machiavelli, if you are Machiavelli, sorry, you're playing this deck, you know it's slow. All 3 games, you've gone down quite big, and then you have an amount of comeback. How you can play 8 rounds of this and still keep mentally sharp, I don't know. But it seems like Machiavelli is one of the players that can, and that is going to give you an advantage. This is a deck a lot of people are not necessarily looking for.
Machiavelli showing the camera quite clearly what's in hand. It's going to be that Sven leaping reindeer. It is an evasive, and it also has a significant challenger as well.
+3.
Yeah, which is not quite enough to deal with that Hades, which is a bit of a shame, but we are going to see the challenge regardless.
Now, this would be wearing a Harname's family for Machiavelli. Would be amazing if it's still... Yeah, I was going to say, it's not going to be there. You're going to have to double challenge here. The second challenge is with your Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable. That is going to take out the Hades, leave Machiavelli with just Pete and Cinderella on the board. So you keep doing this thing. Lawpool does keep dealing with these threats. The problem is Lawpool keeps dealing with these threats and not gaining any lore. And that really is Machiavelli's game plan, not Lawpool's. And we do see the giant Cobra. Yeah. Did that just come down?
It just came down. No other cards in hand for Lawpool.
I was going to say, we didn't trigger, did we?
Just looking to get the Cobra down as a quester. It's not a great sign, is it? I think if you're Machiavelli, you're feeling quite good about that at this moment in time. And I think we saw that Surfer Carefree, that Stitch Carefree Surfer available for Machiavelli, which is going to help them out significantly, adding some extra cards into hand.
And they do have 2 extra characters, so that ability would trigger, would draw you 2 extra cards on the Stitch Carefree Surfer. So we're just, I think, having a bit of a chat with a lore guide here, making sure everything is above board and ready to roll.
Yeah. We'll get that all tidied up for you as quickly as possible, Ross, but it's 11-5 as it stands. Machiavelli still quite a while away from that win, but it is an absolute nail-biter, isn't it?
It is, and we do need to be careful with a score of 1-1 as it stands at the moment and time ticking down. We do not want to end in a tie. You've got when time runs out, and then you've got 5 turns, including the turn 0, which is one where we finish. So when time runs out, essentially each player gets 3 turns.
Yep.
You finish, and then the player who's currently playing finishes and gets turns 2 and 4, and the other player gets turns 1, 3, and 5. And then we need a result, or it's going to end in a 1-1 tie, which is not what we're looking for.
Yeah, and also worth noting, there usually is, as play continues, a little bit of a time extension offered by the lore guides if there is some sort of call. So we'll get that tidied up for you. So it's about 9.5 minutes left on the clock as that Surfer Stitch has come through. 2 cards added into the hand for Machiavelli, who is now 15 lore away and takes that challenge to just deny every lore possible for Lawpool.
Yeah, we see the trade from Pete into Cheshire Cat. And again, it's not because Cheshire Cat was some massive threat. It was just, yeah, he can quest with it.
What was the card for Lawpool? Is it a dock? Is it a Demona? Is it a genie? What have they found? Or is it going to be a measly Christopher Robin at this stage in the game?
That's a bit mean to say about Christopher Robin. He quests for 2. That's pretty useful.
That is pretty useful.
We do see the giant cobra ghostly serpent banishing in a challenge of Cinderella.
Ross, I think it's the strength of a raging fire. Definitely not what you want to see at this stage.
I mean, not when the only character your opponent's got is an 8 willpower Stitch. No. Tipo, Growing Sun, do we need any more ink? No, I don't think we even ink there. But Stitch, Carefree Surfer, that's why you had to play it to activate the card draw. Then we get to go through with a Develop Your Brain. You get to grab one of those cards. It's a Horseman Strikes. That has to be the choice. Better than Moana here. It means if something like a genie comes down, you've got an answer immediately. Oh, and access to Let It Go. But there's also Stitch, Carefree Surfer, which would draw another 2 cards. And also it quests for 2. Machiavelli could start really accelerating into the lore here.
Yeah, they absolutely could. And we are going to see, though, for now, more challenges, just keeping Lawpool as far away from that 20 mark as possible. But Machiavelli is going to be dominating the late stages of the game here. And it's a Captain Hook off the top for Lawpool. That 1 card left in hand, which I believe is a copy of a Strength of a Raging Fire. The top decks have started to falter for Lawpool.
And that's not where you want to be. You have plenty of cards that can get you into something better, but if you don't hit them, this is where you end up. You've got 2 smaller characters questing for 1 that are pretty easy for Machiavelli to get off the board to banish. You've only got 7 lore needed to win. You're way too far away. Hades' Infernal Schemer is going to get rid of one of those characters, leaving just Doc on the board. And that is not the hardest character to remove at all. And Let It Go is going to do that. It's a full board wipe for Machiavelli, and then we can just quest all the way up to 11. Only 2 lore behind Lawpool, and that's going to be enough. Lawpool knows he's not coming back from this position. Machiavelli takes it 2 games to 1. Who cares if you go down on lore when you can make that kind of a comeback?
That was so impressive and fun to watch. Big shout out to both players. That was a brilliant series of Disney Lorcana. It was fast, frenetic action. There was top deck moments. There was board clears. And I know that our fans in the venue were enjoying watching that on the big screen. I heard a big round of applause after that match, Ross.
Absolutely. And look, a deck like that Amber Sapphire deck, it's a very, very difficult deck to play.
Absolutely.
But if you're someone like Machiavelli who's got the skills, who's able to go through those games, it can give you an advantage. If you can play a deck really well that your average player really struggles with, you get a huge advantage coming into a big tournament like this.
Yeah, and I love the look of the deck list, and I'd love to find out more about it. And I do believe, Ross, we've got a winner interview from that last match, which we can go over to in just a minute. I'm really, really looking forward to hearing about the deck building, like the Develop Your Brains, the vision, the Ohana Needs family. So much consistency in that deck, Ross. Were you impressed by it?
I was impressed by the deck. I also, if I was running the interview, I would want to know what it's like to play a deck like this at a tournament, knowing you've got 8 rounds. And let's face it, a lot of the time, you're going to be going quite deep into that round time.
Yeah.
And I think you made the point earlier, Joe, and it's a very good point. It is just constant decision after constant decision. You've got to make them right. But I think the right decision right now, winner's interview.
Hello, Lumineers. I am here with Fermin, who is just fresh off of his round 5 win. You are now undefeated today, 5-0. How does it feel to be undefeated in the tournament so far? You are 1 win away from making it to day 2.
It feels amazing. I came here with a lot of college, and some of them couldn't make it to day 2. So right now I'm hype up. I just want to go to the next game and try my best.
Yes, well, you have 1 more round until you can make it to day 2, but this current win really was something that you were telling me was a little surprising, playing against an Amber Steel deck with some fun cards in it, that Desperate Plan where the player could draw cards. Can you tell me what this match was like for you?
So at the beginning, when I saw in the first game, he in Kagmowli, and he didn't play anything, so I thought, okay, this will be a control matchup, and he will be something like Amber Amethyst. But at the end, when he's still playing, I thought, okay, maybe this is different, and I didn't see it. Unfortunately for him, he missed the turn 1. He wanted to play something, but it was an aggro, and I have already in my head the plan, so I should try to keep the game, trying to be more over the board, and at some point I will sing. I have Under the Sea, so I will sing it. and it came. So I think it was the first trump or the second trump. I get under the sea, and after that I thought, okay, that's game over. So let's go to the next one.
Yes, under the sea, so key to this deck.
Yeah.
And I have to ask, are you someone who's been playing Amber Emerald for a long time, or did you recently switch to dogs? Why did you decide to bring that deck here this weekend?
So actually I started in set 9 to play Lorcana, and I started with Amber Steel. And then at the end of the set 10, I just give it a try in a championship with the dogs. And it came well. And then for this DLC, I was really testing. And I was trying to have something different on my list just to give surprise, I will say. But it's close to the dogs one. And then I think last week, after Siler won the CCQ, I thought, wow, his list is amazing. Maybe I have to change mine. But yeah, my wife was telling me, you already practiced something. You already studied for this exam. So just stick it to the plan. And yeah, that's my story to hear. So.
Yeah, well, it's done you well so far. Yeah. So you said that you just started playing Disney Arcana in set 9, so not for very long. What was it that you got into the game? Are you a Disney fan? Yeah. Or are you? Okay.
So I was about to start collecting cards, not playing. So I went to the store, my local store, and there was a guy there that he said, you're going to buy some Lorcana cards. I can give you a lot. And he said, if you want to come here, playing Tuesday, we play everybody. And it was that friendly that I came there. He gave me a lot of bulk that he has for all the other sets. And I started going to play and didn't stop.
Well, I mean, the community, I'm sure that you build is such a huge part of the game. It's not just the game, but the game itself, so much fun. Yeah. And you're doing so well today. Congratulations on your round 5 win. Before I let you go, is there anyone that you would like to say thank you to today?
Yeah. I will say my wife that was supporting me all the time, and also my teammates. They were here, and also we were testing a lot. We were trying our best. And to Alejandro, one of my friends that is in Madrid waiting for me. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for chatting with me. Illumineers, we are going to have more Disney Lorcana gameplay for you, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Now, of course, that was not Machiavelli, the winner of the game we just saw. That was a previous person we saw winning on stream. And if you're thinking, I need to see Machiavelli and learn about his deck, Don't think we've not got you. We've got you. We'll be chatting to Machiavelli very shortly indeed. So, frankly, make yourself comfortable. Don't even get out of your chair. We are going to be hearing from them in a minute. But first, Joe, we need to check in on what's going on with the caster draft.
Yeah, I think it's time, Ross. Ross has been talking himself up all weekend long. All he wanted to talk about on Thursday evening was the caster draft.
Yes.
And how brilliant his team was.
It was.
And now he's not so keen.
He's not so keen anymore. I was so buzzing Thursday evening after the draft. I had my list. I had a full-on... I didn't have a list, that's a lie. I had a spreadsheet. I had made a full spreadsheet with the top 8 of every Disney Lorcana challenge. I was completely ready. I got most of the players I really wanted. My team is stacked with half of World's top 8. Half of World's top 8 is in my 2 teams over the 2 days. I've got the European champion, the world champion, like half of the Disney Lorcana Challenge champions, and it's not going well. Jen is just off camera celebrating like she's more than 3 points ahead of me. And she's not. She's only 3 points ahead of me, despite her wonderful dancing. But Jen and I took very different approaches to this draft. Jen basically drafted a bunch of her friends, people she knows personally, people she wants to support, and it turns out that was a better plan than drafting the best players in the game statistically.
Yeah, and we can see that it is Kim out on top, Diego Saz, Sailor, Rob DeHaan, Bennett Cole, and Keen. 5 players that I am very familiar with. I think no surprises to see that team doing so well, although I do feel for you a little bit, Ross. I will say my team is looking pretty good. I know that not all of my players have had the best day so far, but definitely excited to see if any of them can win the whole thing, Ross.
No, absolutely. We see some players there. You know, there's a bunch of people with golden Mickeys. Guess how many people on my team don't have a golden Mickey?
Is it 0?
It's none. Several of them have multiple golden Mickeys. I'll tell you what, I might have to find some time later. I'm going to find some statistical measures to prove I drafted the best. Maybe it's average position, maybe it's total number of golden Mickeys. But seriously, though, Baker was absolutely crushing it yesterday. Today, Kim's team is absolutely out there doing wonderful work. Kim looks happy in that picture, and she should. Her team is doing fantastically.
Yeah, she certainly should be. It's hard to argue with that, Ross. I will say there was a little bit of confusion with some of my caster draft team.
There were.
I drafted Zach Bivens, who was actually not able to make it out in the end, but big shout out to him. And I also drafted a player on Friday who actually played on Saturday, and a player on Saturday who actually played on Friday. So I had to do some rejigging, but I'm extremely happy with my team nonetheless.
Not only that, there was somebody you drafted who we later found out had already been drafted by someone else, but we didn't tell you for like 3 rounds of the draft.
Yes.
So they had to be replaced. You did have a little bit of a nightmare in the draft, and yet after all of that, you're still comfortably ahead of some people.
Yeah, no surprises there, I must admit. That. No, there is a lot of surprises there. I think your team's looking really good. And it really just shows you as well, doesn't it, Ross, that you can be one of the best players, but if it's not your day, right? And also that these are players that have done so well predominantly in Season 1. And it also just shows you that just because you did well in Season 1, you're not guaranteed to have that same success. I mean, many of your players have also been extremely successful in Season 2. Frank Carston and James Gray, 2 of the DLC winners. But it really just shows you that into this kind of trading card game, you have to come into every single tournament with that same attitude, as I'm sure your players have. But if you try and shortcut or anything like that, you are going to fall down the pecking order quite quickly.
And it is worth noting the only Disney Lorcana challenge we had previously had in the winter spell meta was over in Melbourne.
Yep.
And don't think I didn't try and draft some of the top performing players from there. But when we had a look, I don't believe many, if any, of those players that did so well in Melbourne are actually here this weekend.
Yep.
I'm sure there's some people that have played in both, but I was looking at the kind of like the top 4 and none of them were here. So this is a new meta. We have a new set. Things are a bit different. You know, there are new cards which are making a huge difference. Things like Grandmother Willow,
Yep.
which is transforming decks. But I don't want to be a liar.
Let's do it.
I told people we were going to have a chat with Machiavelli, and hopefully this time we're not going to be disappointed.
We are here, Illumineers, in the lounge with Maka, who just expertly piloted his Amber Sapphire deck to victory here in round 5. That match was wild to watch, and I, for one, am such a fan of this deck. My son is actually playing Amber Sapphire deck, and I think there's a lot of Lorcana Illumineers who are very excited to see you playing this. But tell me a little bit about this match, especially in that first game. You missed ramp, and that seemed to make a huge impact.
Yeah, I did the criminal thing. I was a little bit greedy. I kept my Cinderella because I was not knowing what he was playing, so it was blind. I was like, I'm just gonna put back 6, hope to get the ramp because you want to go into Cindy, into Moana.
Yeah.
And then you can go Raging Storm on 5, and like, luckily enough, I got to win the next 2 games. But it was like, I think game 2 is probably like a game you can watch and you can learn a lot from both players.
Yes.
It was like so on and forward and like duck into like.
It was the dock train, they were saying. Yeah, I kept getting docks. You kept getting Demonas and everything.
Yeah.
But some key cards that are in your deck. Of course, Raging Storm did a lot of work. Also, that Ohana Means Family.
Yeah.
A lot of new cards from Winter Spell in this deck. What do you feel like are kind of the key cards that make this Amber Sapphire deck work?
I think that people have get used to that we don't have Be Prepared anymore.
Yeah.
So people, they're like, they're over committing to the board. They're not respecting it. Mm-hmm. They're also not respecting the Ohana Means Family.
Mm-hmm.
And I play 2 of them, and it's sometimes with the Nakoma, you just get so much value because you get to hit into the Cobras, you get to hit into the new Genie, and like, because they want that lore.
Yes.
And like, when you get so many cards, it's like you don't care if they spam a Demona or a Duck, because you can always spooky Raging Storm or play Hades and let it go. And like, so the way we finished the last game was like, Okay, I hate is the Captain Hook and let it go on a dock.
Yeah.
Just to put board pressure and then like Stitch, just so good to closing out the games.
Great. So great, yeah. Well, I have to ask one more question.
Yeah,
I asked you before, but for the viewers at home, because Ross was asking on stream, who signed that Sail the Azurite Sea in your deck?
It was Valeria Buonafonte. I mean, his name is at Nordic Card Show at some place in Denmark.
The artist for the card.
Yeah,
yes.
I was like, it's my favorite card, and I think it's such a good card. But it's good that we have a rotation in like 6-7 months, so I'm gonna hang on to Amber Sapphire until we rotate, because like I love princesses, my daughter loves princesses, and like who doesn't love to play Raging Storm?
I mean,
and Stitch and Ohana, and it's also beautiful.
It is very beautiful. Well, congratulations on your
very
win.
much.
Good luck the rest of the day. Before I let you go, anyone you want to say thank you to?
I want to shout out the Danish community, especially Jutland. It's a 12-hour drive yesterday. Thanks for keeping up with us, and I love the production. I love this. I wish Baker was here to yell, be prepared, but he can yell Raging Storm.
Raging Storm, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Lumineers. We'll be right back with more Disney Lorcana.
And we are right back with more Disney Lorcana. And thank you very much there too, Rebecca. I did want to know who signed the cards. Turned out it was the artist, and now I am very happy. I did get a chance to chat to one of our artists, Oggy Christensen, who's here, the artist of Angel Experiment 624. Although I prefer the Simba, the 2-cost uninkable, the Quest for Free. That's my favourite card that they've done. Either way, it's been nice chatting to the artists a little bit this weekend, and I love that we get to come to these events and really celebrate the art of Disney Lorcana, as well as the wonderful players like Machiavelli.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, Ross, you were very, very happy when Rebecca asked that question. He said to me, I forgot I'd even wanted to know that, because it was such a back and forth match. And I also will say, Ross, you visited one of the beautiful or brilliant vendors at the venue to make sure you've got that Simba card with you to get signed. I know you've got a lot at home, but you forgot to bring it. But good news, we've got vendors here at the Disney Lorcana Challenges to sort you out if you're ever needing a single or two.
Yeah, they did hook me up. That was very nice of them. And yeah, I've got plenty of those Simba, because that's a card I've popped in a bunch of decks. I do love my aggro.
Yeah, Ross once beat me at the Content Creator Set Champs.
First one ever.
Yeah, for the Rockstar Stitch. And you just went full aggro mode. I couldn't quite believe it. I just come back from a tournament. I finished like 3rd or 4th. I was feeling very confident. And Ross just quested.
I'd never met you before. This is the first time meeting in person. And I'm like, oh, who's this guy? Is he any good at Lorcana? You're like, yeah, I've just went to a fan tournament in Poland, got top 4 out of over 200 people. No big deal. So I managed to get that, and I won my second game, and then my reward for that was playing against Baker, which incidentally was the first time I'd ever met Baker. He had a Pocahontas which could continually, it was the old Pocahontas, the amethyst, that exerted one of your opponent's characters when you played it.
Right.
So I'd play a character, and he'd just exert it and take it out. We could have played that game like 20 times. I'd have maybe won one of them by complete luck. But I got top 4. I got my Rockstar Stitch. That is the most important thing.
Yeah, you were very, very happy with that, and who can blame you?
I was delighted.
That was a really, really fun event, and this has also been a brilliant event here. Great to hear from Machiavelli, and I do believe quite soon we're actually going to be hearing about the meta breakdown for it's like day 1.5 almost, isn't it, here in this tournament? We saw yesterday...
Friday day 1? Saturday day 1?
Saturday day 1. We saw on Friday day 1 that the most represented deck in the room was actually Amethyst Steel.
Yes.
And then it was Sapphire and Amethyst in second, and Amber Emerald in third. So most likely we're going to be seeing that same pattern, although it could be different. Worth noting that the deck lists were submitted yesterday morning at the same time.
Yes, and I made that point earlier, and that is very, very important. It means that players today could not metagame after watching Friday. It meant that both pools of players, Friday and Saturday, put in their decks at the same time. And that's why we would expect a very similar metagame spread, because everyone came into Friday with the same information. It could be wildly different.
You never know.
That would be an upset.
Yeah, you never know. And I'm going to be really interested in particular, Ross, to see what the number is on the Amber Emerald dogs. We saw it just under 15%, which I thought it might creep up closer to 20%. So I'm going to be really interested to see that in particular. Also very curious, Ross, to see how many players are playing some of these more unorthodox ink color combinations. Things like Amber Emerald, Amber Sapphire. Are we going to be expected to see many more of them in the room?
We've seen a few Ruby decks on stream so far again this weekend. And look, coming in, we did not expect Ruby to do very much of anything, frankly. There was one top 8 over in Melbourne. But why would we speculate on what the meta game might be when we could just go and ask some of our lovely co-casters and they can give us actual facts and data?
Hello, Lumineers. We are back in the lounge. I am joined by the wonderful Jen here. And before we talk about some really exciting things, I wanted to give a shout out to our production team and this wonderful set they've put together with, I don't know if you can see, but we have some of the cutest pillows. I know Jen was saying she wanted to take that one home.
This is my favorite, and I'm really, really hoping I can take it with me at the end of the weekend. And you've got the cute one.
I do.
Oh, no, you've got the chill one. I've got the
Woody
cute one.
up there in the corner. You can see him on the shelf.
Yeah, we've widened the shot because he's been there all weekend. And he's just hiding.
Woody's been hiding. I don't know where Buzz is. I think Woody may have
he's somewhere
done something.
Yeah, he's lost currently,
so
but it's okay.
Though, that we know that Buzz and Woody are going to be making their way into Disney Lorcana very soon. That is coming in Wilds Unknown. But right now, we are in winter spell, and today has been such an exciting day, Jen.
It really has. We've seen some super interesting deck lists on our feature tables, especially this morning. Me and Joe got to cast one where there was a boost-focused deck that was really, really interesting. Just so much fun. And we're going into round 6 shortly.
Yes, a very important round where these players are trying to secure their spot into day 2. Now, yesterday, we had a 2000 tournament that happened, the Friday main event, and we did take a look at that meta. We saw a breakdown, so a little bit as a surprise there that Amethyst Steel, the top deck represented in the room, followed by Blurple and then Amber Emerald. And we are going to take a look now, Jen.
I'm so
Are you
excited.
ready? Let's see
really
what we have today.
Okay.
And there it is. Very, very similar. Amethyst Steel again taking that top spot, followed by Amethyst Sapphire. What I'm going to point out here, though, the first thing I noticed is that Amber Emerald up at 18% today. I want to say that yesterday was maybe closer to 10 to 12%. So a little bump here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, no surprises of these top 3, I think, for yesterday and today. Both the same top 3 that we've had and the same top 3 that we expected, I think. You know, these decks are currently reigning, you know, and very, very popular. But we do have our Emerald Sapphire in 4th place there, shortly after, which I think was the same yesterday as well, but only 8% representing that today.
Yeah, we have basically between those top 3 decks, it's 60% of the room, over 60% of the room between those top 3 decks. And then we have a few other smatterings of other ink pairings here. Sapphire Steel, Amber Steel, Amethyst Ruby we've seen on stream a little bit. That's very exciting. And then Amber Sapphire sitting at about 3%, which is that wonderful match that we just recently saw. I will say that I am slightly surprised that we didn't maybe see a higher representation of Amethyst Emerald. I know that Snow Fort and there's some builds out there that are becoming more popular that maybe I thought we might see a few more of those decks.
Yeah, we did see an Amethyst Emerald on the feature table earlier, played by Jade, which was really fun to see. But I agree with you. I think a bigger representation would have been quite nice because it is a fun ink color combo. And as you say, we've got some of those new cards like Snowfort, for example, that are really powerful. But yeah, I also think it can be quite a difficult deck to pilot. So
yeah, I would agree with that, definitely. I know that you, though, picked for your prediction to win this entire weekend, you picked Amethyst Steel to take it all.
I did.
I bet that you're feeling pretty good about that choice right now.
I really am. I mean, yeah, highest representation on Friday, highest representation today. So, I mean, in terms of, like, you know, percentages, it's looking pretty good.
I think there's a lot of Illumineers out there who would agree that Amethyst Steel is good. And to be honest with you, the games that we've seen and the games that I've played, Amethyst Steel is very, very strong. But it's going to be interesting to see those conversion rates, right?
Agreed.
What actually is converting, what actually is making it to day 2. Is Amethyst Steel going to convert like we the players out there are hoping that it will, or are we going to see some of the other decks crack into that day 2 with those 6-round wins?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I think, you know, we've had a lot of these decks on the feature table this weekend so far, and it's going, you know, I just, in round 4, I think it was, I was watching with Kim, and we had an Amethyst Steel versus her choice of, what did she choose again? My brain is forgetting things. Anyway, it was...
I'm trying to recall. I don't know.
It was versus whatever her pick is for the win this weekend, and her pick won. Amethyst Steel, it did well, but it didn't quite make it. So, yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to see how this all pans out, and we all know that dogs is, you know, our Amber Emerald dogs.
Yes,
which
that's still my pick.
Yeah, exactly.
That is still my pick to win and take it all is Amber Emerald. I know a lot of Illumineers out there might disagree with my pick, but I still think it's doggone good. So that is my pick, and I'm sticking with it. And let's though take it into some more Disney Lorcana gameplay. We know that you're all excited to get into this all-important round 6. We have players trying to get those 18 match points, make it to day 2, and hopefully earn their invite to the European Championship and claim the title of Disney Lorcana Challenge GHENT champion.
Who's going to do it?
Let's go over to the booth.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent, Belgium. My name is Baker, and I am joined by my original casting partner, the tag team champions of the world, Joe Curley. Joe, what a pleasure to be back in the booth with you, mate. Does it not just feel like yesterday we were opening the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge in Lille?
Yeah, and look how far we've come. We've now got 4,000 Illumineers here. There's so much exciting things happening in the building. I know that you were doing some Disney trivia over. What was that experience like for everybody over there?
It was fun. Like, again, obviously, a lot of people are here for the highest level of competitive play, but we have a lot of casual fans, a lot of people that just want to enjoy the Disney atmosphere. So it was great. We did 10 Disney Lorcana questions. We did 10 general Disney questions. There were a lot of people there. I think they were enjoying themselves.
No, that's brilliant, because also you're here for the main event, but even some of the very best players are not going to have the best results in the main event. And having more things to do that's not just playing more Disney Lorcana is great. Of course, playing more Disney Lorcana is brilliant, but the little things you can do to break it up also adds to the experience, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. The artist signing, we've got the fan zone, quizzes, everything. So if you've never been to a Disney Lorcana Challenge and you are in a position to, please, I implore you, come on down, join us. Multiple over 4,000 player events. We've got Infinity events in June as well, Joe. I am buzzing for that one. There's a certain song that I'm looking forward to singing, but that is not this day. We are going into round 6 of day 1, part 2, and it's getting quite tense now, Joe. I think players realizing maybe they need to win out to make their day 2.
Yeah, and also not just that, Baker, but it's also you're playing against other people that have that same record as you. You're playing against extremely high-level opponents, and you're not only playing to make day 2, but have the best possible result going into day 2. Because day 2, your result from day 1 carries over, right? In order to make that top 32 cut, you need the best result possible, and you also want to play for the highest seeding possible as well.
Absolutely, and if you can go completely 8-0 today, that maybe takes a little bit of pressure off of those 4 final remaining rounds of Swiss tomorrow. Like, obviously, if you can win out, fantastic. Get that top seed, get to be on the play during your top 32. On the play is a pretty good advantage, but...
It is, although I have to say those underdog cards, Baker.
You're enjoying them.
I've been so impressed. Seeing that we saw in the last game, Christopher Robin comes down on turn 1 when going second, and then when they went first, they couldn't play anything on turn 1 despite having 2 Christopher Robins in hand. So I've been really enjoying the underdogs. We've seen Liquidator quite a bit as well in those Ruby decks. But here we go. Ready for the next round of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Ghent.
I am excited. Will there be any underdogs here? Oh, goodness me, baby. I'm excited already. I see some cards I'm a big fan of. So we've got Krakoti on the right-hand side and Carvo on the left, both at 15 points. So looking to get as many wins as they can throughout the rest of our day.
Yeah, and we've got Cavo to the left on Amber and Emerald, of course. Amber and Emerald, historically, it was more of a discard deck, but we know most likely it's going to be that dog-themed Lady and the Tramp deck. Lots of characters going wide and possibly singing Under the Sea to try and close out the game.
Absolutely, and on the other side of the pitch, it's looking like we've got some good old-fashioned Ruby Amethyst. I'm so excited to see this. Now, Joe, I'm going to be honest, off the bat, I feel like the main reason I would bring Ruby Amethyst in this format is to looking to prey on the dogs decks. I think that's our best matchup, so he's got to be feeling pretty good as soon as he finds out what this matchup is, but that doesn't mean it's a sure thing. Dogs can take it.
Yeah, what is it about Ruby and Amethyst that gives it a good matchup into dogs?
Yeah, so I think the way we curve out, we have an ability to go nice and wide. Obviously, Sapphire decks are a little slower in setting up, but we have some fantastic beat sticks, one-drop things like Tinkerbell, Rafiki, you see the Diablo in the hand, which is going to be the turn 1 ink, and we curve out, we have things like Headless Horseman, so we have a lot of ways of being able to remove these characters, specifically Headless Horseman removing a street smart dog before they get a chance to sing Under the Sea can be huge. But yeah, that Ink of Diablo, and down comes Olaf, helping hand on 1 turn.
Yeah, also that turn 2 Diablo for Croquette, that uninkable with that 3 strength. 3 strength, such an important number against these Under the Sea decks. It's going to be Bobby, the Spray Cheese Kid, as the turn 1 play for Cabo.
Yeah, this card going to allow us to draw a card and discard a card. Of course, filtering through, get some of those uninkables out of our hand, and just look for the perfect curve for this deck. Like you said, Joe, we want to go as wide as possible because bodies on board for dogs is worth more than just the bodies. They make the cost of playing something like Tramp a lot cheaper, and the Tramp Enterprising Dog, which can boost even more strength. We're going to see Christopher Robin into the Inkwell, and one of my favorite Ruby 2 drops, Joe, Diablo.
Yeah, really, really good card. It gives me flashbacks to Mr. Smee. Of course, this is an uninkable, but it's going to be Ursula Deceiver inked, and it's going to be that Grandmother Willow, and look at that, the ideal opening for a dog's deck. This Grandmother Willow plus the 1-cost Lady suddenly means there is a possibility of that turn 3 Tramp, which was not possible before Grandmother Willow.
No, in the past it was as early as turn 4, but this Grandmother Willow, the ancient advisor, coming in clutch for a lot of decks, but dogs very much benefiting from it. We're going to ink, and comes down another very impactful Amethyst card, the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable. This card has been meta-shaping, in my opinion, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely has. That Diablo quest for 2. Olaf helping hand, not lending a helping hand, but here comes Tramp. It's going to be 3 cards drawn and then 3 cards sent to the discard. And of course, if you're Croquette here, you're going to be looking very carefully at what cards are discarded and therefore trying to make a read over what cards have been kept.
Absolutely, and even the discard can be a resource in this game, Joe, because the 5-cost Lady, Miss Park Avenue, that can return 2 or less cost characters from your discard to your hand. So these cards in discard are going to be very relevant. We're going to be discarding that Amber Champion Mickey, a champion that's been seeing a lot of play, Joe.
Yeah, has Under the Sea discarded. So when you see that Under the Sea discarded, you see the Delamoon's Lullaby discarded by Bobby. Are you thinking there's another Under the Sea, or are you thinking you're safe? Well, that is a difficult position to be in. Of course, Cheshire Cat and Diablo both having 3 strength is giving you some protection, but we know that cards like Rhino, which can give -1 strength, as well as Delamoon's Lullaby, can mean that Cheshire Cat and Diablo can still be vulnerable to Under the Sea.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm Ruby Amethyst going into dogs, a card that I really want to get down is Lumiere, which can boost some of your characters that or have that 2 strength or less that would be swept under the deck. Suddenly, not so easy to do so. As you mentioned, there's things like Deaders that can still get them down there, but I think Lumiere could be an impactful card here if we see it. Down comes another Street Smart Dog, Joe.
And I also see that 1-cost Rhino found as well. So if there is an Under the Sea available, we could spend that last ink on Rhino, sing Under the Sea, and then you're sweeping up the board. You would only leave either Cheshire Cat or Diablo, depending on what you target with Rhino. Probably Cheshire Cat would be what you go for.
I want that Cheshire Cat off the board if I am the dogs player. Of course, this Cheshire Cat has that boost keyword. You pay 2 ink, put the top card of your deck under it, and then you can move 2 damage from one character to another. And a lot of these dogs, Joe, do already have 2 willpower or less.
And look, the Rhino is actually discarded, which suggests that Cavo didn't have a second copy of Under the Sea. These Tramp decisions are all important, but of course you don't know what the right call is. at the moment, right? You discard the under the sea, you realize a turn later based off what you draw, oh, I wish I kept that. But Cavo here still in a good position with a big wide board.
Yeah, and this Daisy Duck coming down, worth noting, Ruby Amethyst these days not playing a lot of non-character cards. You saw Cavo ink that Ursula Deceiver on turn 2, which is a very heads-up play. Most Ruby Amethyst players playing no songs whatsoever. You might see some actions like They Never Come Back or Hypnotic Strength, but yeah, largely you're expecting the bulk of the deck to be those character cards. I would love a Headless Horseman to be the 5-drop play from Croquete here, because otherwise these Street Smart Dogs are going to get underhand, Joe.
Right, and with 2 Street Smart Dogs, would you ever go for the Headless Horseman on the Grandmother Willow?
I think it's a strong consideration, but obviously the more tramps you can get off the board, then the harder it's going to be to sing Under the Sea. Yep. We are going to exert one of those tramps courtesy of Elsa, the 5th Spirit, and then we're going to double in. Of course, Elsa has that rush keyword, and Diablo can swing in, and both with enough willpower. Oh, it was the Genie that went in as well.
Yep.
Both, oh, all 3. Yeah, you're going to need a total of 6 willpower at least on that Street Smart Dog. So, yeah, nice play there, and all the characters survived.
But it shows you the power of the Street Smart Dog, that it took 3 glimmers to challenge it. There comes the Chromicon. Ooh. Ruby Amethyst, does it have much item removal usually, Baker?
Generally, no, Joe. We don't play a lot of item removal. This Emerald Chromicon I would expect to stick on the board for the rest of the game, but this is a card that if you are more experienced and you can tell how to play around it, of course, you want to make your challenges before you commit something to the board, before you pay ink, so that you can then respond to your opponent's decision of which card they want to bounce. But yeah, this Chromicon's probably here for the rest of the game.
It's a fast-paced game, but it's now Krakot's turn to play. Whenever you've got that Emerald Chromicon down, you feel quite comfortable, and it's really all the pressure on your opponent. The key thing when you're playing against an Emerald Chromicon, so Krakot here, slowing down, planning out the whole turn. In which order do you do the challenges? In which order do I play my characters? Because if you do one thing out of sequence, it can be absolutely game-losing.
Yeah, and I've seen some players just quest everything out except the character they're going to challenge with, but then you don't have anything left to continue challenging the board. So really going to have to think about it. Of course, worth mentioning, there's a couple of floating damage on both the Genie and the Elsa, which is going to be very good for the Cheshire Cat. We're going to put Olaf into the Street Smart Dog. Olaf banished himself. Of course, when banished, can return a character to your hand. I'm not expecting that to happen right now, though.
No, it doesn't look like that ability will come through, but it looks like Krakot is going to prioritize trying to remove this tramp from the board to prevent any Under the Seas being sung.
Going on a little quest there, getting 3 lore, Croquet going up to 6. And what's the Cheshire Cat planning? Yeah, so you see the sequencing there, still not taking out the Street Smart Dog, so no trigger from this Chromicon.
Yep.
Croquet doing a great job at navigating this game so far. There's the finish. What will this Chromicon bounce?
It's going to be Elsa. Now, Elsa bouncing it back, it feels like, well, why would you do that? They're just going to replay Elsa again the next turn. But ultimately, that will be their whole turn on Elsa. So then the Elsa can sweep back through. It challenges again the next turn, and you bounce back Elsa. It can just really slow your opponent down. This Emerald Chromicon, one of the most powerful items in Disney Lorcana for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you were to bounce back the Genie, then you can draw another card when it comes down. And, of course, the Cheshire Cat with a card under it would also return to your hand if bounced by the Chromicon. But here's another new card from Winterspell, Joe. Genie Magical Researcher. What are you thinking about this card? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it, and I'm definitely liking the look of it against that Emerald Chromicon for that boost mechanic as well. So really trying to nullify the value of the Emerald Chromicon, but there's the Lady Shift, Baker.
Yeah, the Miss Park Avenue on play. Return up to 2 characters of 2 cost or less to your hand. It is going to be 2 rhinos, the 1/16th wolf. So we've got 2/16ths of wolf in our hand total.
Yeah, and that can definitely, of course, help with that Under the Sea down the line. Lady, a 5-cost character. Not quite the 7 cost of the Street Smart Dog, but certainly can contribute nicely to that Under the Sea.
And, of course, this lady, she hits pretty hard as well with a 4/4 stat line, able to remove this Cheshire Cat and live to tell the tale. Rhino into the Inkwell. Another one comes down. We get to choose a character to get -1 strength.
Yeah, and the decision here, because it will be until the start of Cavo's next turn on that strength reduction, this Genie will only have 1 strength, which might make it a little bit awkward to make some favourable trades for this Genie now.
Absolutely, and there's a couple of Daisy Ducks here. I mentioned earlier, most of the cards in Crocot's deck are likely to be characters. Are we going to get a couple of triggers? We're going to see that Demona. That's a fantastic card that we want to see. And the Headless Horseman. Ooh, that's pretty good.
It is pretty good, but this Emerald Chromacon is making things so difficult. There's just very, very little opportunity to remove all of the characters on Cavo's side of the board. Every time you remove one, they bounce one of yours back. And Krakot's going to have a ton of cards in hand here, but that's the power of the Emerald Chromacon. You keep bouncing cards like Elsa back to hand, and Krakot just doesn't have enough ink to keep flooding the board.
Yeah, if I'm Krakot, I want to have a lot of 1 and 2 drop characters here so that I can go as wide as I can, because look at the board for our Dogs player here. Nice and wide. We're really going to need to kind of match the amount of glimmers on board. So it's not looking good for Krakot, but we are coming into those turns where we can play Headless Horseman, Demona. So let's see if he can claw it back.
Yeah, we are going to be inking Demona on Krakot's side of the board. Brings them up to, it looks like 7 ink. Not going to be playing Be Prepared in this case, so that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, Baker?
It would be, but if that was the case, then we would have probably would have held on to Ursa the Deceiver, and it might have stolen it by then. But yeah, I would have loved to see it, but not today. The only board wipe is in Amber, so no board wipes in this match unless there's a random one in the Dogs deck. I do doubt it, though. Down comes that Headless Horseman, the terror of Sleepy Hollow, with the leaves no traceability, gonna banish something, and then the Emerald Chromacon triggers, and we're gonna return that Genie Magical Researcher to hand. And let's not forget the gathering strength ability on this Horseman. When you take a banish, all of your characters get +1 strength.
Yeah, so this Genie now at 2 strength, back to where it began, thanks to that 1/16th Rhino as well. And it will be Daisy Duck challenged by Genie. Interesting decision. I would go for the Genie, I think, here if I'm Cavo. I wouldn't want that Headless Horseman back in hand for Krakot. That is the decision taken.
Yeah, I agree with you, but to the point you made earlier, if he did return the Horseman, that might make up the majority of Krakot's following turn.
Yeah.
But I still do agree with that decision. We're going to replay our Genie Magical Researcher. Again, this is a boost character. You can boost 1, and for every card under him, he gets an extra law, which really can put a clock on the game, Joe.
It certainly can. It's going to be 2 ink spent, 2 Grandmother Willows in play, so look at that. That was 3 ink spent, in fact, on that Miss Park Avenue, and a couple of Daisy Duck Donald's dates. Donald's got 2 dates now. Double Daisy Duck comes through.
Lots of prizes for Daisy, and this is a lot of aggression. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 law on the board, so Krakot's going to have to remove at least 2 law from this board, which I do think is possible. He's got a couple of characters left, but I'm going to be honest, this matchup is not going well for Ruby Amethyst so far. I spent the beginning saying I think this is a pretty good matchup, and so far we're showing that Dogs can still get the job done.
Yeah, the key thing is that Emerald Chromacon,
it really
isn't
is.
it? We've seen a lot of Dogs players actually moving away from it entirely, because we've seen Blurple players bring in cards like Wasabi, we're seeing Bengers, but actually trying to find that balance between Under the Sea and Emerald Chromacon is very difficult, but you can see if you can find that Emerald Chromacon in the right matchups at the right moment, it can make all the difference. It is uninkable, which is a problem, but you've also got cards like Bobby, which could potentially discard it. So I'm a huge fan of the Emerald Chromacon. I played it at DLC myself, and it really is a nice deck to be playing because all the pressure is on your opponent. It's a long day, and it's a long tournament, and just having a card like that where you can sort of sit back, relax, and make your opponent maybe make some mistakes, it's a pretty nice place to be.
Yeah, absolutely is. And you mentioned a lot of players moving away from the Emerald Chromacon. A shout out to Sailor, who is in the room here today playing, won a CCQ at a third-party event, as you mentioned, without that Emerald Chromacon, respecting the addition of things like Benja and Wasabi into these sort of decks. So, yeah, it's still all to play for. Our Lord Guy's just tidying up the board a little bit, but I am very happy to see this matchup. But even though I think it's favoured for Ruby Amethyst, it's great to see that, you know, some Dogs cart pilots can absolutely still manoeuvre this matchup.
Yeah, and the Emerald Chromacon versus item removal discussion is really, really fascinating because you have these sort of like ebbs and flows of a metagame, right? Like, I always think that Iago is sort of best, the Iago Vanish, like 1 or 2 weeks into the metagame where everyone's trying new cards, not really playing their Illusion Hate. Then everyone starts playing Iago, everyone starts playing Illusion Hate, Iago becomes worse, and we've sort of got something similar with the Emerald Chromacon. The fact that Sailor won this CCQ without the Chromacon maybe means that a lot of the Blurple players, for example, are taking out some of their item removal, and then maybe you just sneak that Chromacon back in. So it's really, really interesting to find like those little pockets of opportunity to make those calls and try and find the right prediction. It's almost impossible to do, but that's the skill of a good deck builder and a good tournament player to make the right call.
Yeah, it's these little knock-on effects. Just one pool of data from one event can completely change everyone's deck building. So it's going to be fascinating to see it. Just to go back to this match a little bit, I think what might have gone wrong for our Ruby Amethyst player here here is they've just played out curve, which in any other matchup is exactly what you want to do. But as I said, against dogs, especially if they get that Chromicon down, I think you need to be able to go wider. I think you need to be playing 2 1-drops on 2 or a 2 and a 1-drop on turn 3, and you need to go as wide as possible, and maybe not in a position to be able to do that. So this Emerald Chromicon coming in spades so far. Have you spent much time playing dogs yourself, Joe?
I haven't played that much dogs myself, but I've definitely watched a lot of it. And that Chromicon, the Chromicon is just such an interesting card. It turns your deck from what often would be an aggro deck in a sense, where you can win as an aggro deck, but extremely slowly, because every time one of your characters is removed, you bounce back your opponents. You just keep that board advantage. You just have one character more available than your opponent. You just quest and quest and quest, and suddenly your aggro deck can win extremely slowly. So really, really love the Emerald Chromicon. I think it's one of the best cards in the game.
Absolutely. But we are back to play here. We are going into, I believe, game 2, shuffling up. Let's see how this next one is going to go. Perhaps we can go a little wider. Oh, maybe a little bit of a frown from our Ruby Amethyst player there. But, of course, this is pre-alter. At the beginning of a Disney Lorcana game, you get to draw you draw 7 cards. And any of those cards that you do not like, you put them at the bottom of your deck, draw back up to 7, and then shuffle. The alter, one of the most powerful features of Disney Lorcana, Joe.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think that you can alter as much as you like, but I have a feeling that there's still not going to be any item removal, even if you alter 59 cards, which is, of course, not possible. But I don't think there's really any item removal. Is there anything that comes to mind that you could play, Baker?
The only card that is a consideration is the Maleficent, the Vexed Party Goer. She is a...
wow, that's not very good item removal.
No, well, that's exactly... That makes the point, though, right? Like, it's slim picking. She's a 3-cost Ingable 0/4, and you can discard a card to bounce a item or a character of 3 cost or less to that player's hand, but not something I'm expecting Krikot to be playing here.
It's a card I like, you know. I've played it quite a bit in some of my aggressive decks, but...
Why am I not surprised, Joe? Turn 1, Ink of a Demona, and down comes that Tinkerbell, the 1-drop, 3/1 stat line. This is what I like to see, of course, into a lot of the characters she is going to trade, but if we do see that 1-cost lady, the 0/3, then this Tinkerbell could live to tell the tale.
Yeah, it certainly could. 3/1 stat line is really impressive. And you said you wanted to see 1-drops. Well, there you go. That's probably the perfect turn 1 play, isn't it?
It is, but I want to see more, Joe, especially if this Chromicon is going to come down. And Krikot, you know, just really suffered from that opposing Chromicon. So I'd like to see a bit of a wider board here, but it's going to come down to what is in the hand. See the Amber champion, Mickey, who raises the willpower of all your Amber characters by 2. And if you have 2 other Amber characters in play, Joe, get Singer 8, which is very relevant for singing that all-impressive Under the Sea.
Yeah, it's going to be Dumbo into the ink, and it will be a 2-cost, in fact, an item, the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Probably not the ideal play. And also the Daisy Duck looks like a pretty nice play. Lumiere, though, could be a bit of a threat. Do you expect to see Lumiere in Ruby Amethyst?
I absolutely expect to see it, but the fact that we would have played it that turn almost definitely if we had it. That is not the turn 2 drop that we won, the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, but I do get a little look at the hand. It feels like we're a little cloggy with uninkables.
Well, the interesting thing as well, though, is if you have the Lumiere, you could just bluff that you don't.
Sure.
Wait a turn, trick Cavo into taking a quest with that Daisy Duck, and then take it out with the Tinkerbell when they're not expecting it. Otherwise, if you play that Lumiere, the Daisy Duck is surely just going to stay ready. The Daisy Duck, though, might just stay ready anyway, Baker, right? Because if you're adding extra cards into hand, it can be a bit of a problem. Although, of course, the Emerald Chromicon, if you've got it available, makes that Daisy Duck to quest a little bit more favourable, decides not to quest with Daisy, which I think is probably the sensible decision at this moment in time.
Yeah, well, like we said, Joe, just having bodies on board is so relevant for dogs, for lowering the cost of the Street Smart dog, for raising the strength courtesy of Enterprising dog. And it's interesting because dogs is almost an aggro deck masquerading, a combo deck, a control deck masquerading as an aggro deck. They have those tools to go aggressive. Against Sapphire decks, you'd absolutely take those early quests. But any other matchup, really, you want to prioritize going as wide as you can, get to the point where you can play that Under the Sea, wipe the board, and then start turning them sideways.
Yeah, and important to note that Cavo did not find that Grandmother Willow on turn number 2. So no turn 3 tramp on this occasion. Turn 4 is going to be the earliest tramp can come through, which means we're not going to expect to see Under the Sea until turn 5. I mean, they could actually Under the Sea now with a Lady Shift. No, they actually couldn't. But Lady Shift is something you can see with an Under the Sea, although, of course, 3 strength on both Tinkerbell and Genie means that's not going to be a good option anyway. 3 strength, so good against these dogs deck. So it's a good start for Krakot, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, absolutely is. Down comes the Lilo Escape Artist at the beginning of your turn. If she's in the discard, you may play her as she comes in to play Exerted, which can be a fantastic way of continuing to extend your board. We're going to see Genie, Wish Fulfilled, come down for Krakot, drawing a card. Again, not as wide as I would like to be going, but got to play the hand you've got. But I have already noticed, Joe, there are 2 Headless Horsemen in the hand of Krakot, so that could be very impactful over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, it certainly could. This Tramp coming down 1 turn later can make a big difference, right? Because if you get that Tramp through on turn 3, that's going to mean that you've got 1 turn of safety from that Headless Horseman. But now, with that Tramp coming down on turn 4, Headless Horseman might have a target, I think.
And that's so important. You mentioned earlier, Joe, the ability to play Tramp a turn sooner, courtesy of Grandmother Willow. But if you're just playing it on traditional curve, playing it on 4, then yeah, the Horseman is going to come in absolutely clutch. And an interesting observation, this Tinkerbell, Joe, just to talk about for a minute, it's interesting to compare it with Rafiki, because you talked about this going into the Daisy if we had a Lumiere. It's an interesting conversation about Ruby Amethyst players. Do we want the Tinkerbell or the Rafiki? Because the Rafiki would actually survive a challenge into the Daisy Duck, whereas a Tinkerbell wouldn't. We're going to ink, and down comes the terror of Sleepy Hollow. We're going to remove that street smart dog immediately, Joe. Get it out of here.
Yeah, and that is going to be a big moment in this game as Krakot is now going to quest, it seems, with the Genie, getting the first 2 lore on the board, although they're just making sure that is what they want to do. Do they want to quest with the other Genie or the Tink? I think they might be just leaving it at 2 lore for now.
Yeah, I think we're scared of either a shift into Lady Miss Park Avenue, which will be able to easily answer the Genie and survive, or even the enterprising dog coming onto the Daisy. But it does appear to be that Floodborn Miss Park Avenue. We're going to return 2 characters of cost 2 or less, like Grandmother Willow and Lilo are going to be the targets to our hand. So yeah, heads up play from Krakot, not questing with that magical researcher.
A Rhino plus Under the Sea would be an interesting option here. That's what it's going to be. Both Genies are going to go under the sea.
Under the deck, swept away, and there we have it.
Oh, it's actually, yeah, it's going to be both Genies. So the Rhino targeted the Genie, not the Tinkerbell. Both Genies swept under the sea.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. Tinkerbell and the Horseman surviving to tell the tale. What can we follow up with here? Like I said, I do think there's another Headless Horseman in hand. Perhaps we can play that and another 1-drop. Again, I want to prioritize going as wide as we can here. I do see a Diablo. Not great at challenging.
You know, I'm so impressed, Baker, by the power of this 1-cost Rhino. It's something we saw really being used in Amber Seal as a shift target in days gone by, but now the fact that it's able to still be so good as that second Headless Horseman comes through, that cost reduction has so much synergy with Under the Sea, and also it just being a 1-cost character as well is pretty good, is pretty nice.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and this Tinkerbell, of course, got an additional strength due to the Headless Horseman taking out a character, so the gathering strength, putting that Tinkerbell up to the 4 strength needed to remove the target. Very nice.
Yeah, it's going to go back on over to Cavo now. It is only 4 lore to 0 in Krakot's favour. Lore not really what the players are fighting for right now, rather board control. And with those 2 Headless Horsemen, it's going to be really difficult for Cavo to deal with them.
Yeah, this is exactly where I want to be as the Ruby Amethyst player. You've kept Cavo off of the street smart dog. He's only at 0 lore. We've been able to quest out a little bit. And these Horsemen are going to be hard to remove from the board outside of challenges. Of course, they do only have 2 willpower, nice and fragile. But you notice Cavo's board, all of them only 1, so it would require a double investment. Or if we can find the enterprising dog, maybe that's a way that we can get it off the board.
Here comes Nani. Nani, an unbelievably good card.
Oh, my goodness. I thought we were getting a miss there, Joe.
Now, the Nani, if you have 40 characters, which cost 1 and 2 in your deck, has a 99.1% success rate. So if that was a miss, it would have been quite unbelievable.
Have you been talking to Mr. Frank Carsten, Joe? Sounds like a stat he'd come out with. This Nani Stage Manager, what do you think of this card, Joe? Brand new for Winterspell.
Unbelievably good. Like, you don't have to build your deck around this card because you already play a bunch of 1 and 2 cost characters. So she just slots into this deck. She's got great stats, she refills your hand, and she also helps you sing some songs.
She really does. She can sing Della's Moon Lullaby on her own, or she can combine nicely with Lady Miss Park Avenue for that 8 cost needed for Under the Sea. Down comes Genie Wish Fulfilled. We're going to ink that Christopher Robin, and down comes the Diablo, and we're looking like we're going all gas, no brakes with it. Not what I mean. Sorry, Joe, it's been a long time.
We talked as well, though, about that Emerald Chromicon and how good it was in game 1, Baker, but this is where the Emerald Chromicon would be absolutely useless.
Absolutely.
Because what your opponent can just do if you're at this stage in the game is just totally ignore the Chromicon and just quest. So as good as the Chromicon is, in this sort of scenario, it would be a really, really bad card for Cavo to have access to, because Crackle could just ignore it totally.
And he's got a bunch of 2 questers. Again, the Ruby Amethyst identity, very different to what it was pre-rotation. We're just curving out. We've got a lot of gas. Down comes Finnick. This is a very interesting card, Joe. Wow. Bouncing back a character of 2 strength or less. So there goes the Genie, and now Cavo going to engage in some challenges.
Yeah, this is giving me Kit Cloud Kicker flashbacks, although it is a 1-cost character, so not as good at singing songs, but a really nice addition into the Amber Emerald deck. It's not one you see all the time, is it?
Not at all. The spiritual successor, but I think probably looking to prey on the mirror match more than anything, Joe.
Yeah, really interesting card to see for sure. I actually like the look of it quite a bit. I'd imagine it's not going to be 4 copies of it, but I can certainly see some value in a 1 or maybe 2 of the library into the ink, library down into the board.
Very nice. These libraries becoming more popular than ever in Ruby Amethyst. I think they're pretty good into Emerald Sapphire. They can potentially struggle to deal with it, and it's nice to insulate yourself against an opposing Prince Philip. But in this matchup, it's going to be hard for Cavo to take out this library unless he can go wide and play an enterprising dog to boost it up.
It's 7 law to 1 in Krakot's favour with that library and Genie. Finnick and Lilo escape artists for Cavo. They're going to both quest, which bumps him up closer, but still a long old way to go. Krakot comfortably in the lead in terms of law, and I think feeling more confident at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and I see a Lady Miss Park Avenue in the hand for Cavo.
That's big.
That is big, but we would have to pay full retail. We have no shift target, so we would have to ink and pay the complete 5 cost to get it down onto the board. What is Cavo thinking here? But yeah, game 1 went to Cavo. If you're just joining us, this is game 2. I'm thinking this is a lot better situation for Ruby Amethyst. We're going to ink that Bobby. Down comes a lady, and we're going to rejuvenate our hand a little bit.
Yeah, and that library is going to tick along and go up to 8 law now for Krakot. And of course, that Genie wish fulfilled does have the opportunity to quest as well, but that Lilo escape artist questing for 2 could be an interesting option to challenge as well.
Absolutely, but respect to Cavo, who's done a pretty good job of clearing up this board. A few turns ago, it was looking pretty overwhelming for Krakot, but Cavo's done a great job of controlling it as well as he can. This library, though, could be a problem. What do we have as a follow-up? We're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink, I do believe.
Dumbo's in hand, and I was about to ask you, Baker, like, what kind of card draw are you looking for as a Ruby Amethyst player? Do you think Dumbo is the perfect answer here?
Actually, I'm a bit to and fro with Dumbo at the moment. Some Ruby Amethyst lists actually removing him with the addition of things like the Horseman Strikes and just a lot more evasive targeting cards in the format at the moment. Dumbo potentially being a little bit too slow, but in a situation like this, when you've already got an evasive character on the board and you can play Dumbo and get the value on that same turn, then even if Dumbo is removed by something, then at least you still got your value. So in this matchup, I like it a lot more. And down comes the fiery friend.
Now that is so big, because I was just about to say, Cavo, I actually didn't catch what went back to hand from the lady, but Cavo does have Under the Sea Singer available, right? You've got total of 8 on the board, and of course with a Rhino with some cost reduction, the Dumbo and the Genie could have been swept under, but that Lumiere makes things a lot more difficult for Cavo to deal with.
Yeah, this Lumiere is fantastic in this matchup. It's a 2-2 and boosts the strength of all your characters by 1, and what I would love to do here is actually get down a second Lumiere, not only to make it even harder for you to get characters under that 2 or point less threshold, but they protect each other. Lumieres suddenly have 3 strength each.
Yeah, it's going to be a big old quest. Not interested in challenging the library. It is now 9 law apiece. Cavo, the tide has just started to turn ever so slightly in their favour. There is a window of opportunity here, Baker, for them to close this one out in game number 2. Krakot was definitely looking like they were going to close this game out and go to game number 3, but it looks quite delicately poised right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. All of a sudden, this belt board is looking very overwhelming. Krakot going to take his turn, tick away that library, going up to 10 law, and we were able to quest for a total of 3-4 this turn if we want to, but Cavo applying too much pressure, that go-go not getting any value from its law burst, but something else you need to fear in this matchup, right, Joe?
You certainly do, and you also have to fear that library because it's not being challenged and it's just ticking along. It hasn't drawn that many cards.
Nope.
but that one law every turn is awkward to deal with. 8 willpower. If you're going to deal with that as a dogs player, you're going to sacrifice a ton of law to remove it. So instead, it's just sitting there, ticking along every single turn.
That being said, Cavo has gone wide enough that he may be able to just ignore it himself and just come out ahead. So are we going to see dogs take out Ruby Amethyst 2-0? It would be a shock to me, but I would be very impressed.
Yeah, it's a big moment in this game. Lumiere is giving that extra strength, but it looks like it's just a quest here for a total of 4, although we might see Dumbo making history. Instead, we'll have to wait to see exactly what the play here is.
Yep, this Dumbo, of course, has breaking records where he can exert, and you pay 1 ink to draw a card and gain a law, or you can give that ability, making history, to your other evasive characters. Just get confirmation here on what we're doing. We'll be able to tell as soon as the law goes up. Should be 14.
Yeah, and Cavo's questing for 10 this turn, but Baker, if they find a tramp off the top, some way of increasing the strength of one of their Lady 1 costs, that would be game. So Crockett might be just taking a big risk and praying. So the top deck here, there is a top deck that could win it for Cavo. A tramp 2 cost off the top would win them the game right now.
Do we find it? Oh, I think it would have been slammed straight away if we do, but Crocotte able to present a board where if Cavo can't deal with it, then Crocotte's going to take this victory.
Wait a second. Everything seems to be questing, Baker.
Okay.
Everything seems to be questing.
A daisy trigger, another Lumiere added to hand.
It's a scoop. It's a scoop.
That's
Cavo
it.
says you win. That was a big, big moment. It all came down to the top deck at the end.
It certainly was. Yeah, you're right. That enterprising dog could have come down and put that lady up to the 3 law needed to cinch that. But Ruby Amethyst coming in the clutch, taking us to a game 3. We love a game 3, don't we, Joe?
We do. And I've got to say, Baker, I absolutely love this final turn from Ruby Amethyst because they just say, okay, if you top deck this exact card, I lose. But mathematically, it's unlikely, so I play to win. I do not play in fear of you potentially getting very lucky. And that's what you've got to do sometimes in card games. You've got to play to win and know that you have an opportunity to lose, but the odds are in your favor.
Exactly, and even if that enterprising dog wasn't drawn, it was still a 2-turn clock based on the bodies on board. So our Ruby Amethyst player identifying they needed to go nice and wide, able to get down an Yzma and some big guys, and yeah, it was enough to get over the finish line. But Joe, we did not see the Emerald Chromicon during that game, so that could be something that is a very impactful. Will we see it in game 3? Again, dog's going to be on the play this time, and if we can develop that Chromicon on turn 3, then I'm going to be worried for our Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah, I think the play draw is going to matter in this one quite a bit because the Chromicon, if you can get it down when you're the aggressor, you're questing, and you force your opponent to challenge, that's where it's so good. Also, we also saw a turn 4 tramp, which was hit by Headless Horseman. If you're going first, you can still get that turn 4 tramp and sing under the seat before the Horseman comes through. So it's going to be a really, really tricky one for Ruby Amethyst to do on the draw. But Ruby Amethyst can definitely do it, especially with a Lumiere, I think.
It can absolutely get it done. We are still to go as wide as I would like us to be going in our first couple of turns. We'll see if that changes here. And, of course, because Crocotte is on the draw, could have access to the underdog Christopher Robin. But, Joe, I prefer the stats, to be honest. I think my one drop, I want to be a Tinkerbell. Maybe there's Rafiki's in the deck. Yes, the questing for 2 is good, but you really need stats on board. We're going to do an altar. I think that was a 5 there for Crocotte.
Yeah, probably for this matchup, the underdog you would like most is that Liquidator, isn't it? But I don't think it's a card you can really justify in Ruby Amethyst.
No.
It's going to make your matchups into things like Amethyst Steel quite bad. We do see the Liquidator sneaking into decks like Ruby Sapphire.
Oh, yes.
In that Amber and Ruby Boost deck we saw Lucas Cowper playing earlier. But in Ruby Amethyst, you really just need good cards in the Amethyst mirrors as well.
And there's already so many one-drops, the Diablos, the Tinkerbells, the Rafikis, things like that. But we shall see how this one crumbles. Moving into game 3, this is round 6, DLC Ghent. 2 more rounds to go. These players want to make it to day 2, and we're off to the races. Inking the 1/16th Wolf, and down comes Daisy Duck, which could be tough to answer unless we have specifically Tinkerbell into Lumiere.
Yep. And Tinkerbell to Lumiere would answer the Daisy, but it would still be a trade.
It would.
And Cavo, the best opening here is, of course, going to be this turn 2 Grandmother Willow into a second copy of Daisy Duck. Do they have it? It's going to be a Lilo Escape Artist.
Okay.
Of course, not bad, but let's be honest, there's much, much better openings, and I think Krokot's going to be really relieved not to see that Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, Krokot already knows immediately that Trampo will not come down until turn 4 at the earliest, so a little bit of breath, a little bit of the space that he needs. I do think I see the Lumiere in there.
Lumiere just got added to hand. It was a gift off Daisy Duck.
Oh, you love to see that. Very nice. Do we take that? Of course, as you said, it would be a trade with the Tinkerbell, but this Daisy Duck questing for 2 could get out of hand. I do think we're going to commit to that. Fiery Friend coming down and a nice trade Tinkerbell into Daisy Duck, which not only removing the law, but removing a body from the board, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Cavo was the heavy favourite for this game number 3, but based on how it started, I think that Krakot's got a real opportunity to win this game on the draw here.
Absolutely. Down comes Nani, stage manager, inking that Tramp Street Smart Dog, which tells us that we probably have another.
2 Under the Seas have gone under the sea themselves from that Nani.
Wow.
Of course, Krakot doesn't know that. That was hidden information. They only see the card added to hand, but 2 Under the Seas at the bottom of the deck. With an Emerald Chromicon, probably 3 Under the Sea max in the deck, would you imagine?
I've seen a couple of builds that play 4, but the vast majority are on 2 to 3. So if Carvo is only on that 2 to 3 count, then Krokot should be breathing quite easily. But don't forget, the Tramp Street Smart Dog can dig so aggressively, we might still be able to find that 3rd copy, assuming there is one in the deck. I'd love to see a 2 and a 1 drop here. I know there's a Diablo in hand. There we go. We're going to ink. Down comes the Diablo, Watchful Raven, and the Tinkerbell. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable now if I'm Krokot.
Yeah, this is the opening you said you wanted to see, but also if I'm Cavo, what I'm most looking for probably in this matchup, even more than the Under the Sea when going first, is that Emerald Chromicon.
Yep.
The big question is, when do you drop it? It might just be now. That Lilo Escape Artist has so much synergy with the Emerald Chromicon. We are going to see it. Is there enough as well? Is there a 1 drop? There is. So that's 4 ink spent masterfully. Nani might not be questing, but Lilo certainly will be.
Absolutely. So Krokot's going to have to think about how he wants to navigate this. If he banishes this Lilo, the Chromicon will trigger, and you've got to think he wants to keep the Diablo on the board, or at least get that 2 law. Maybe you quest with the Diablo, then maybe you put the Tinkerbell into the Lilo. No, we're going to take another route. We're just going to say, okay, I think I might actually just be able to win this race, so I'm going to turn him sideways. Lumiere going into the Lilo. We're going to get a trigger, and because we haven't played anything yet, Joe, we can immediately redeploy maybe this Diablo or something else from our hand. That is absolutely the way you play against Chromicon.
Yeah, you really have to plan out your turn, but that Lilo Escape Artist, it didn't look like the best turn 2 play, but really, there's no place she'd rather be than in that discard, but you have to take that Lilo at the set stage. So ready? Now set is when Cavo is deciding, do I pay 2 ink to have my Lilo Escape Artist enter play exerted thanks to that no place I'd rather be ability, and then you draw for turn.
Yeah, if you have drawn, you have missed the timing for this Lilo, but very impressed with Krokot there, doing exactly what I want to see as the Ruby Amethyst player, knowing how to play against the Chromicon, getting the quests out, taking out a character with the Lumiere, which doesn't lose you the Lumiere, and then the 4 ink able to play 2 drops to the board. I'm liking this style.
Yeah, but the Lilo Escape Artist, so much brilliant synergy with this Emerald Chromicon. In this position, it's about going as wide as possible and just trying to bounce back as many of your opponent's characters as possible. Get board control. Really, at the moment, what Krakot's doing so well is they have so many units on the board, exactly as you've said, Baker. Now, Cavo has to do something similar and just try and get back some board control of their own.
Yep, that Lumiere that was exerted with 1 damage is going to be removed, and then Finnick going to come down and remove something else. So Cavo knows that he needs to keep this board state as under control as possible. But Krokot, with a nice low end of the curve hand, I think we can continue to go wide, and I hope we do.
Yeah, this Finnick was brilliant here, bouncing back Lumiere. I do wonder if the sequencing could have ever been different. Finnick first, bounce back one of the Lumieres, then Lady could challenge and maybe stick around on the board. I'm not sure if I'm right on that, but it's definitely something I would love to look back on. Let us know in the chat. But that Finnick is still really, really impressive either way.
And yet we see that Diablo taking a character out, being bounced back. But again, because we haven't spent any ink this turn, we can replay as many characters as possible. Down comes that Diablo. We've still got 3 ink left to play with. Another 2 drop, it looks like. A second Diablo. We have a misery of Ravens on the board. Shout out to Colorers Law.
And there is that Emerald Chromicon, though, still lurking. And it looks like it's going to be 5 ink spent, perhaps not. It's going to be Finnick first, challenging that Tinkerbell. And now that lady's going to come through. Is Finnick going back to hand? Maybe that's why they took that challenge first. It certainly will be.
Yeah, opting to take the Finnick and the lady. Just the Daisy sitting there on her own. No Donald to keep her company, but these cards seem much more impactful. Again, the Finnick is going to help us control the board, and the lady can potentially shift for us or even quest for 3.
Yeah, the 4-4 stat line's really, really important here as well for Cavo,
Sure is.
because at some point, Krakot just wants to get into a game state where they can just stop challenging Cavo and just start questing. But that lady with that 4-4 stat line means that it's really not too appealing to quest with these Diablos at this moment in time.
No, and this is a point where you do need to try and play something a little bit on the heavier side. Down comes Yzma, Conniving Chemist, and that Lumiere is certainly going to help because it's going to boost these 2 Diablos up to 4 strength. But, Joe, we know the Finnick's in hand.
Yeah, the Finnick is making such a big difference. Again, we've talked about it as a bit of an unorthodox inclusion, but when you can bounce it back to your hand with, or return it to your hand with Lady and reuse it multiple times, it really shows you how powerful it can be. It's going to be that Mickey Mouse Amber champion. Lilo Escape Artist was not played this turn, worth noting.
Yeah, absolutely. And this champion is going to boost our willpower of Amber characters by 2. Down comes Bobby Zimmerowski, dude, the cheese spray kid, drawing a card, discarding a card, going as wide as we can here, but no Finnick to get rid of the Lumiere.
Yeah, and
did we ink it, or did he keep it?
It's still in hand, I do believe, but I think that Cavo just here doesn't want to take a challenge and instead just wants to start questing themselves. I think Krakot's in a really good position here. If you can get to this point as a Emerald Chromicon player and you're doing the challenging, it's not going to feel too good. But that Amber champion is making the difference. No need for that Finnick on the Lumiere when you've got the Amber champion.
Absolutely, and because we have 2 other Amber characters in play, the Nani and the Lady is indeed a dual ink, then this Mickey is set to sing Under the Sea. We're going to play Christopher Robin, empty our hand, and then we're going to feel the power. And Yzma's going to draw us back up to 3. There's a Lumiere in hand. You'll love to see that, Joe. And an Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf is lending a helping hand, and Christopher Robin is joining the fun. This is what you wanted to see. Krakot is probably going to start just ignoring that Chromicon and starting to quest and become the aggressor. That is the key thing in this matchup. When can Krakot recognize that they are no longer the control player and they can just go questing?
I am the dominant player, and these Christopher Robins here have a 3-3 stat line at the moment, Joe, courtesy of these Lumieres. So while they're predominantly here to quest, they will absolutely get involved, but we're going to go even wider from Cavo. Just 1 good turn deserves another. Finnick, Daisy, and Lady all deployed to the board.
Yep, no trigger on that Finnick. Of course, it does cost you a couple of ink, and those Lumieres are actually making things impossible because both Lumieres are boosting up the other Lumiere, meaning those are 3-2 Lumieres.
They sure are. Christopher Robin's a 3-3. This Olaf is a 4-1, and this Olaf, when banished, can return a character to your own hand. Worth noting, doing some math now at this point, Krakot at 8 lore has 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 on board, so a couple of turns away. But Cavo on 5 lore has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board, potentially 10 if we can boost up the strength of this 1-drop lady.
And Krakot's found that window of opportunity. No problem, Emerald Chromicon. I'm not going to challenge. I don't even have to think about it. I'm just going to quest.
And down comes the Elsa. We're going to exert that lady. We take that challenge. She does 4 strength back, 4 damage back, sorry. And are we going to get a Chromicon trigger? And Krakot reminding his opponent, to be fair, he may not have forgotten, but Krakot pointing it there, just saying, hey, make sure you get this.
Yep, that's the spirit of the game that I personally like to see. It's going to be the Bobby Zimmerowski bounce back with the Emerald Chromicon. Easy to forget. You can actually bounce back your own characters with it. That Bobby could just dig 1 card deeper, maybe find something like a Miss Park Avenue to refill the hand.
But Under the Sea at the moment doing absolutely nothing unless we can remove these Lumieres. They won't even remove the Lumieres themselves because they're boosting each other up to that 3 strength. So it's going to require a lot of pieces for Cavo to wipe the board. My game plan, if I'm Cavo, is just trying to find the point where I can win the race, but it's not looking good. Krakot at 13 lore with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board. So Cavo has to remove at least 2 lore.
Yep, and Cavo is going to take a double challenge. Daisy Duck and that Amber champion challenging a single Christopher Robin. The underdog is certainly not an underdog anymore.
No, he is joining the fun. He can hit back like the rest of them. He can challenge like the rest of them. You'll love to see it, but Crocotte potentially able to go to 19 this turn. But down comes the enterprising dog that's going to raise the strength of the lady. Oh, that took a lot of investment to get those Christophers off the board.
Yeah, it did, but that is what Cavo had to do, and they have managed to do it. And again, now that Crocotte has just decided to take on this game plan of being the person who's doing all the questing, if they stop and have to start challenging again at some point, then Cavo will be in a really good position. So suddenly Crocotte is only at 13. They are 7 lore away, and the board only quests for 3. So has Cavo just managed to swing the game back in their favor?
Potentially. Crocotte, of course, top decking at this point. The Yzma was able to rejuvenate his hand, but he played all those characters, and then Cavo did challenge that Yzma. Of course, she does have to exert to use that feel, the power ability. Crocotte topping something. He's not played it yet, so you got to think it's not as simple as a genie wish fulfilled. Otherwise, you would just slam that baby down.
Yeah, I think you could be right. It's also just with that Emerald Chromicon, right? You just got to plan out that whole turn. Are you going to take any challenges?
Yep, we are going to put the Elsa into the Mickey. Of course, only has 5 willpower. It doesn't boost its own willpower, so that takes out the Elsa in return. The Chromicon's going to return the Lumiere to hand. We're going to challenge into the Daisy with our other one. So Crocotte saying, I need to take a turn off here to do some challenging, control your board. How much ink do we have to play with? I think it's 7 or 8. 1 damage on the fiery friend.
Yep, no Chromicon trigger here. Could have bounced back the Bobby, could have bounced back the Tramp or the Lumiere, but Cavo decided no trigger necessary on this occasion.
Yep, Crocotte, I think, just potentially drawing a card there prematurely will get a decision, some guidance here from our lore guy. But yeah, I'm really loving the play from both of these players. They understand the matchup. They are identifying when they need to be the aggressor, when they need to be the challenger. But this Emerald Chromicon is just making things so tricky.
Yeah, and the pace of play has been brilliant for both players. It is high stakes. It's been a long day here. Playing on that stream table, it is nerve-wracking, and it's great to see both players just having a chat with our lore guy to make sure everything is clear and sorted.
Yeah, and it's an important game, Joe. Both players at 15 points. Whoever wins this game does secure their day 2. So even if they lose their final round, then they are safe. But if you lose here, it is sudden banishment going into the final round.
Yeah, big shout out to all our lore guides working so hard this weekend. We couldn't do it without them.
And a lot of brand new cards as well from Winterspell. Some of the interactions can be particularly tricky as well. So yeah, a huge shout out to our lore guides. It does seem like we're just shuffling the deck. Card drawn a little bit prematurely, but innocent mistake, simply sorted.
To the best of us, mate.
Absolutely.
It really does.
We've all been there. We're going to pass over to Cavo, Crocotte's board. Look, oh, the Yzma. That is really nice. We're going to take out the Lumiere.
Bobby's going to quest as well. That Lilo Escape Artist has been played back down onto the board. Can Crocotte, though, just start questing? Of course, is it a horseman?
Is that a horseman? I might be wrong.
Of course, the Yzma could also just quest for 2 if you don't want to draw at this stage. Not the best turn from Cavo. It has to be said.
No, I think I definitely want my cards. No, you're right, Joe. He is just going to choose to turn them sideways. Lumiere first, and then Yzma. We've got 1 card in our hand. What's it going to be? Put us out of our suspense, Crocotte. What have you got for me? Going up to 16 lore. So if this is any character, then we are... Oh, it is the Headless Horseman. I knows them when I sees them, Joe.
It is the Headless Horseman. Yzma's going to be bounced back to the hand, which means that there is not game on board for Crocotte, but still Cavo is trailing. But there's the Miss Park Avenue. Is it just a little bit too late, though?
It might well be that Mickey's going to go into the inkwell. We play the Tramp. We're going to remove that Lumiere. Those Lumieres putting in so much work over the course of this match, Joe. I imagine this horseman's going to go on a nice little quest.
Cavo's shaking his head. He doesn't look too happy about the situation he finds themselves in. Yzma comes down, and that is 2 lore away from Crocotte. Cavo has to deal with the horseman and the Yzma, or it will be game over.
And I'm not sure how many ways are possible to interact with this Yzma. We would have to play Adela's Moon Lullaby and then Under the Sea, and that's going to be it. Throws down his cards, the fist bump, and our Ruby Amethyst player secures those 18 points and secures that day 2. What a banger of a match there, Joe. I really enjoyed that. A shout out to both our players. Like I said, identifying the matchup, knowing when they need to be the challenger, knowing when they need to start turning them sideways. And yeah, that third game, I think, a perfect example of how you need to play around Chromicon as a Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah, it really was the story of the Emerald Chromicon, wasn't it? In game 1, it was so good. In game 2, it never showed up. And in game 3, it was just that beautiful... Hello.
Oh, we have a wild Steve Warner coming to join us. Goodness me.
It's going great.
It's going very well. We just watched a heck of a match. Ruby Amethyst against Dogs. Great play against Emerald Chromicon. That's a tricky card, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of...
Good.
It's a very difficult card to play against, and it takes a lot to kind of decide what you can do, what your opponent's going to do, and how you're going to work around it. So that was some very impressive and skilled play.
I loved it, yeah. Dogs, obviously, is one of the most powerful decks in the format at the moment. Ruby Amethyst, maybe not seeing its former power days from the past, but Dogs is probably the matchup you most want to see. Would you agree?
I think so, yeah. It's a lot of fun to watch.
It is. We had a whale of a time watching that there, but two very talented players. You're going to be here tomorrow for the final day, aren't you? You certainly will. Check it out, more competitive Disney Lorcana. Thanks, Steve. Always a pleasure to be joined by the co-creator of the game. But yeah, you mentioned the story of the Emerald Chromicon, I agree. But I also think the difference there in that third match, Joe, was we were able to, as the Ruby Amethyst player, go wider. We were able to play a 2 and a 1 drop on turn 3, play 2 drops on turn 4, and I think that is the way you need to approach this match. Yeah, that Lumiere was so good as well. I do want to go back to that one decision on the Finnick. There was 2 Lumieres down, right? So one Lumiere was exerted, one Lumiere was ready. The play was that the lady challenged the Lumiere to trade, and then Finnick bounced back the other Lumiere. I just wonder if the sequencing would have been better if you go for the Finnick first, which then means that other Lumiere is still at 2 strength, which when you challenge it, your lady would have stuck around on the board. That was definitely a really big moment in that game. Yeah, and again, it's high pressure here, Joe, and it's a long day of Disney Lorcana as well. Again, that was round 6, and playing these sort of decks is a lot of mental brain power, right? So, yeah, but commiserations, what a match. I strongly enjoyed that, but it does appear, Joe, that we have even more Disney Lorcana. Oh my goodness, let's go. What a treat. We're going to go over to feature match number 2 here in this round. And a player that you may well recognize on the right-hand side of the table there, Diego, a well-known Dogs player. But Joe, I'm going to say this on the quiet side, I have it on good authority that we are not playing Dogs as Diego today. That is controversial, isn't it? Diego from Canada. Certainly is. We are playing Amber Steel. What do you think of that? Didn't expect that one bit. And part of me wonders, I mean, I'm sure Diego is just picking what he thinks is the best deck to take this weekend. But also, if you're like a known player associated with it. Sure. If I'm playing against Diego round 1 or even round 6, I'm going to be mulliganing game 1 as if they're playing the Dogs. I wonder what he inked here as well. Imagine Diego can just disguise himself as a Dogs player for as long as possible. Absolutely. I mean, this is game 2. No secrets anymore. No secrets anymore. And that's a shiny hand. Look at that. The experiment 6-2-4. But yeah, this Mowgli does force your opponent to reveal their hand and discard a non-character card of their choice. And we're going to remove one of the most powerful songs in our metagame, Joe, Strength of a Raging Fire. Yeah, and it is 1-0 in terms of games to Diego, but in game number 2 here, Hayne 1-0 ahead in terms of lore. So it is Diego that's going second in this one. Amber Steel, historically quite a quick deck. I saw a Pocahontas in Diego's hand. I'm not sure which it is. There's 2 Amber Pocahontases. There's a 3-cost, which we see that Rhino shift. It is going to take out Lady. Very nice. The 3-cost Pocahontas would be my guess, which is a 2/5. And when you play this character, you give +1 lore to another character. There's also a Floodborn 5-cost. But I believe you need to shift it in order for its ability to be very relevant. Yeah, it needs to be shifted, and then opponents can't challenge at the start of your next turn. Which is really good, but I've been put off by the lack of good shift target for it. Yeah, I was just about to say, I think we need a 1-drop Pocahontas, and then you're going to see the ceiling of that card unlocked. But yeah, this Rhino, the power hamster coming down for a shift of 2. He is a 4/3, and when he has no damage on him, gains resist 2. So you need 5 strength total, Joe, to take this hamster out in 1 swift hit. Yeah.
Or 2 copies of Fire the Cannons.
Yeah, I guess so.
Whatever. It was in the World Championship final, wasn't it? With Dinkan Pham on the Rhino. He forgot about the resist or something like this. So it didn't end up mattering. But
he still took that game. But yeah, it just goes to show, even at the highest level of Disney Lorcana, mistakes can be made.
Yes. Yeah, it was a really, really fun moment. And this Rhino now has sung a song. It's not quite And Then Along Came Zeus. It's He Held His Thunderbolt, but it achieves the same thing in this moment.
And another Ursa Deceiver coming down. Let me have another look at your hand. Oh, this is the bodyguard. It's the chief. He is a 5/5.
Okay, it was not Pocahontas.
It was not, no. But from the same IP, so you were close there, Joe. Yeah, it's the chief. He is a 5/5 bodyguard. He cannot challenge, but 5/5 on a quest for 2 for what I think is a 4-cost character is pretty well statted. Would you agree?
Yeah, bodyguards are really, really strong. I mean, of course, we've seen Amber Steel in the past using Tiana, so I can just imagine that curve of going Tiana into a 5/5 bodyguard. I don't know if Diego plays that, and look at that synergy. Lilo, Escape Artist, has been turned into a snowball from the good aim ability, and of course, there's no place she'd rather be. Lilo will be able to be played from the discard in that set phase moving forwards.
Yeah, she loves being in the discard. She is an Escape Artist, and that beautiful glimmer foil version of the card, you love to see it. But this Angel Experiment 624, a brand new card from Winterspell. As you said, Joe, she can let you discard a card to basically turn any card into Fire the Cannons.
Yes, which is something I definitely like a lot. Well, we've seen the Emerald Chromicon in the first feature match, and it's back. So Diego is going to be very experienced at dealing with the Emerald Chromicon as a Dogs player in Days Gone By himself.
Absolutely. I think Diego is one of the players that you can expect to know how to sufficiently play around this Chromicon, and this Amber Steel deck is very aggressive in and of itself, and may be able to reach a point where it can ignore the Chromicon itself. But Joe, maybe some more characters that already fit into Under the Sea range, but we're prioritizing a lot of big guys.
Wow.
This new Stitch, Joe, what do you think of this?
Wow, wow, wow. So this is not going to draw any cards immediately like the Carefree Surfer, but the Snowboarder Stitch here, when you quest, if you have 2 characters in play, you will draw 2 cards. So it's a slightly delayed card draw. In fact, it's just
a card. Yeah,
just
draw
one
a card.
But it's still, drawing cards is not something easy to do in Amber and Steel unless you find that dock.
Absolutely not, and this is a 5 cost as opposed to the Surfer, who is a 7. 4/5 quest for 2 is pretty good. And just a little note, one of my favorite things about this particular Stitch, this epic one, different artwork, which I'm a big fan of, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's the only epic card like that.
It is, you're absolutely right. More of that, please.
Yep, I totally agree with that. And look at Diego just questing, ignoring Hayne entirely with that Emerald Chromicon. And that is going to be probably the name of the game for Diego. Of course, possibly he plays something like Benja as item removal in his deck, but might not even need that if he can just quest out to win the game.
Absolutely. I imagine we're going to start off this turn by just questing with this Stitch to allow us to draw a card. It's actually going to start off by returning the Lilo to hand, which makes, to the board, which makes sense. You have no cards in your hand before drawing. You've got 5 ink. This is absolutely the time to keep putting the Lilo down.
It's Lilo, Stitch, and Angel, Baker.
This is a Lilo and Stitch deck in through and through. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, I'd be really interested in seeing if Diego is playing that Rockstar Lilo as well. I've been really impressed by the Rockstar Lilo synergy with Doc in particular as a really good late game card draw. A little bit expensive, not sure we necessarily see it, but it's something to look out for.
Yeah, this Rockstar able to play character of 2 cost or less from your discard, and you mentioned the Dock, which of course when played allows you to discard your hand and draw back up to 2. Kind of reminds me of Perdita, who is out of rotation now but had a similar ability for replaying 2 or less drops. But we've gone really wide here, Joe.
Yeah, and I got to say, Haynes' turn, the last turn, I think might have been a little bit too greedy. They just did nothing. And I think they might have underestimated the questing power here that Diego was presenting, because suddenly they just said to Diego, well, you don't have any decisions to make. What you do, you have one. You either do nothing yourself or you quest. Diego, of course, decides to quest, and now Hayne is really far behind with that Emerald Chromicon on the board, not offering much at all.
Yeah, and the problem is we don't even have a way of singing Under the Sea here. Unless we can ink, no, but we would need 3 ink to be able to shift into the Mist Park Avenue as well, and then we could potentially sing Under the Sea. But as it stands, not happening. Diego's got 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore on board.
Yeah, 10 lore on board is all you need to win in this position. So you'd imagine that Hayne is certainly going to deal with that. I'm not sure that Diego's got any cards in hand currently.
Nope.
Tramp discarding that Under the Sea, discarding the Nani, discarding the Lady Miss Park Avenue, another Lady Miss Park Avenue. And also worth mentioning then that this angel currently is untouchable. That is the name of the ability that is giving a resist to. Diego takes it just like that.
A humongous victory, 2-0. Diego getting his 18 points and securing his day 2. He's got one more round left to go. You got to think he's still going to want to get as many points as possible. He wants to make his Swiss rounds tomorrow as stress-free as possible. But yeah, shout out to Diego, a world's player, a DLC champion, and one of the most respected players in the world.
And what was great about that, Baker, is we just saw Lady and the Tramp versus Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch came out on top, but we do now have an interview from our feature match.
Thank you, Baker and Spessy. We are back in the lounge, and I'm joined by our feature match 2 winner. You may know him. He may look familiar. It is none other than Diego. He taught me everything I know about dogs, so I'm so excited to get the opportunity to interview him. However, you're not playing dogs.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about that and why you chose not to, and why you're in particular running a deck that's not Emerald, Amethyst, Amber, Emerald at all?
Yeah, it's a little bit different for me. If people have been following what I've been playing at other DLCs, in set 9 I played dogs a lot, in set 10 I played dogs, and now I changed it up because people are saying dogs is the top of the top, and I'm kind of the person that likes to play something that isn't the very top. So it's not something I had to get targeted for. I've also, even at the last DLC I was at, everybody that I faced knew, like, you're on dogs, you're on dogs. So I wanted to throw a curveball in there, and I'm playing something different. Steel song, Amber Steel, which is like the classic Steel song from before rotation, and yeah, the deck is really smooth. It's treated me well today. Started off 6-0, so yeah, going strong.
Yeah, amazing. And I want to ask about your previous games during the day, like when you sat down to play, and people obviously, well, people may not have known you, but most of them probably did maybe recognize you and said, oh, he's most likely playing Amber Emerald. Did anyone, once you started playing cards, be like, whoa, dude, what are you doing?
Actually, not, maybe they didn't say it to my face, but maybe here in Europe, it's a little different. So
yes.
In North America, like, that was what it was. Everybody knew I was the dogs guy.
Yes.
Here is might have been a little different, but yeah, it could have been a curveball for them, so yeah.
Yeah, and you obviously changing from something like dogs so much. Have you played Amber Steel for long? Is it something you've been testing for long? But obviously you knew the matchup into dogs pretty confidently, I want to say. So you knew what lines to take, what they were going to do.
Yeah.
But had you been practicing this deck? Is it something that you've been wanting to play for a while since Winter Spell?
Yeah, so I had a friend come up to me, Elias Habibi. He has been playing this deck for a little bit, and then he came with this list. He's like, this is a great list. So I gave it a try, and it was really smooth. It does very powerful things, and if your draws are in the right order, it can blow out any deck. So knowing dogs so well, I just know that matchup from the other side. And if you know the other side, you know exactly what to do. So it is a matchup I did practice, and yeah, I was prepared for it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's something that obviously, well, we've talked before about Amber Emerald in general, and I was very shocked to see you playing something else when you had mentioned, don't hate me, but I'm not playing dogs. But I'm still so happy I got you on my fantasy team. I'm so happy that you are doing amazing, and I hope you continue to do amazing, and best of luck for the next few rounds. But before I let you go, is there anyone you want to thank, or any thank yous you want to say before I let you go?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Elias Habibi for bringing this deck and being a practice partner. And shout out to the rest of my team, Team Slab Sharks. They've been tremendous help. And yeah, that's a good shout out. I'm happy to be here, and I'm hoping to make Top Cut.
Amazing. I wish you best of luck in the next few rounds. And it's round 6.
Round 6.
Round 6. 2 more rounds. Every win counts. So I wish you best of luck in the rest. And we're going to head back over to the booth with Spessy and Baker.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Kim. Great to hear from a mind such as Diego, again, one of the most experienced and respected players in our community. And yeah, he secured his day too, which is fantastic. That was a banger, Joe. It was great to work with you again, my friend.
Really, really enjoyed it. And it was two really, really fun matches.
Really was.
I have to say, it was almost like me versus you on the Amber Emerald Chromicon versus Ruby Amethyst. You've come out on top on this one.
Maybe we need to actually have that matchup, me and you, at some point, like all times.
I'll request maybe I don't play the Dogs deck necessarily. I'll find another Emerald Chromicon deck. Maybe my Emerald Steel.
You're going to play your Emerald Amethyst Law Drain deck, aren't you?
Like that.
And I'm going to cry. But we've got more Disney Little Colour action. But before that, we're going to send it back over to the lounge. Again, one of our nice little funner game segments. We're going to be playing a little bit of Guess That Disney Song. So let's send it back over to the lounge. Take it away.
Illumineers, welcome back to the lounge. We have some very exciting news, some very important news, a huge update, and that is we have found Buzz.
We've found Buzz, guys. No need to fear no more. And you can catch Buzz coming out in Wilds Unknown, the set after Winter Spell coming out in May. And I'm very excited, Rebecca. Are you excited?
I'm so excited, yes. And I'm so excited that we found Buzz and that Buzz and Woody are both joining us here in the lounge today. But I'm excited that you're joining me in the lounge, Kim.
I'm excited to be joining you in the lounge, Rebecca.
How has the weekend been for you so far?
It's been so phenomenal. It's been amazing. I just got back from going around and meeting and greeting loads of folks and just Disney and Arcana people. So many people not even here for the main event. Just came as attendees, and their kids are playing in the main event, which is amazing. And the parents are just playing inside events saying, I'm not very competitive, but my children are, so I'm just here supporting them. And they're playing Super Sealed and Infinity side events, and it's just so magical.
Very magical. I love that so much. There are tons of families out there, tons of young Illumineers, which is so wonderful to see. I'm ready for some more fun with Kim. We are back with another game for song lyrics. Name that song card. So as y'all know, Kim and I are going to take turns. We're going to randomly pick a card. We have a bunch of Disney Arcana songs here. I'm going to spread them out so we can choose randomly. And then you're going to have to tell each other the lyrics that come either right before or right after, and see if we can each guess the song. Are you ready, Kim?
I'm ready.
It is a challenge. It's tough to think of the lyrics and then to guess it. All right, we're going to do a rock, paper, scissors. You start. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I get to go first. All right.
Okay.
Let's pick a good one here. I'm going to choose this one. And
do I need to close my eyes?
Okay, you're gonna get this one.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Ready? I'm gonna hold it like this, and I have to do some hand motions, movements with it. Okay. Ready? Because the quote unquote lyrics that come right before this are knock, 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 knock.
Do you want to build a snowman?
That's it. Yes. I knew she would get it just from the knocks, but yes. Do you want to build a snowman?
Yes, I do want to build a snowman.
Fantabulous. I have to say, I actually really love this card. Have you played with this card?
I haven't played with the card.
It's really fun and sealed.
Yeah,
I will tell you, it's really fun and sealed. All right, well, that's 1 point for Kim. Good job. All right.
Okay, now I go.
You get to pick a card. Yes.
I will go. I will summon a card.
Summon.
I'm gonna go
a
with
glimmer.
This one. Hiding.
Glimmer.
Oh,
I'm nervous.
Okay.
The face. Oh no.
I think you'll actually get this one.
Okay.
It's actually quite.
You say so.
Quite simple.
Quite simple.
The cards will tell.
Yes. Wait. That's the words that comes right before it?
Yeah, 'cause I've
got friends on the other side. Yes. Jen and I had that one earlier.
Oh, we didn't take out the old songs.
That's okay. Okay, that's okay.
1 point for Rebecca.
I did different lyrics for that. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna pick this one. Oh, this is a fun one. Okay, you're gonna get it. Get it. Okay, what comes? Look for the
bare necessities.
Look, this girl, so good. So good. Look at that. The bare necessities. That was brilliant.
Okay.
All right.
2 points. Can Rebecca match my 2 points?
We'll see. I don't know.
I'm going for the hidden ones.
The hidden one, yes. The hidden glimmer. What is it?
Oh.
Thinking
Okay.
face. Thinking cap is on.
This is hard because the lyrics that come after it,
give it away.
Yeah, are the name of the song.
Okay. Thinking, and so it's tough sometimes to think of the right lyrics to say. Yeah, because you don't want to give away too much.
Oh.
Or what's the end of a phrase that comes before
Because if I say the opening,
yeah,
I'm not going to be able to pronounce it properly.
Uh-oh.
So,
now I'm thinking.
So I can try.
Yeah, do it.
If I remember, yeah. Okay, because I'll try it.
Yes.
And I'm gonna probably butcher it, and I'm really sorry. But then if you don't get it, I can say the line that comes after. However, you will more than likely guess this song card.
Yes.
Hello, hi, Nike, Nikki, Nike.
Yeah. Wait. So it is Beyond the Horizon.
Yeah.
Amazing. I actually
because I didn't want to say Hawaiian roller coaster ride because that's
right.
the name of it.
Yes. Okay, I have to tell you the truth though. What's funny about that card is Jen and I actually had that one earlier too. But we didn't know what to do, so we skipped that one.
Oh, okay.
We skipped it. We skipped it. Okay. Let's see here. Let's do. Ooh, okay. Lyrics. I'll give you the lyrics right after it. Okay. So sad, so true.
Oh, I know this song.
Yes, you do.
It's Ursula.
Yes, it is. You know it.
Oh, poor unfortunate
That's
souls.
It. I knew you would get it. Good job.
Okay.
Yes.
Will we go 3 apiece?
Yeah, we'll go 3 apiece.
Okay.
Let's mix them up.
Oh.
I'm ready for it. Kim is thinking again.
I don't know how this song goes.
Oh, no. Okay, you can skip it. You can,
okay, great.
We'll skip it.
Okay.
I had one like that earlier. I just immediately put it down.
Okay, great. Okay.
I'm excited.
I'm gonna go with the line that's nearly after it.
Okay,
kind of
I'm
after
good with that. I'm good with that.
It's because I can say it coolly.
Okay.
And that's the gospel truth.
Oh, okay. So what is the? Okay, there's multiple cards this could be. The gospel truth is actually a card in the game. But what is the, is it Along Came Zeus? He hurled his thunderbolt?
Yes.
He hurled his thunderbolt. There we go. Nice. And that's the gospel truth. Fantastic job.
So did we put the boys to shame?
Well, Baker's the only one of the boys who has played, and I did win. I beat him.
Nice.
So,
okay.
Yes.
We're tied.
Everyone's doing wonderfully, though. It's kind of a challenge to think of the lyrics off the top of your head, but super fun. I hope that you all had fun playing along in chat and that you guessed those cards as well. I love all the song cards in Disney Arcana, and I love the Disney songs. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I love Disney movies so much is because of the wonderful music, and it's just brilliant the way that the game designers have worked that into the gameplay and how this game functions with the songs, and the characters can sing them for free. So, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we're going to be back with more Disney Arcana. Lumineers, stick around.
Thanks, me and Rebecca. And before we jump into round 7 of the Disney Lorcanon Challenge here in Ghent, we are going to have a little look-see at an updated version.
¿Qué tal? Ahora sí los saludo, vuelvo, que lo que pasa es que hoy día tuve que hacer muchos trámites, la idea era hacer el día 2 completamente castellano, el casteo. Bueno, para todos los que se van uniendo, todos los que estaban, es una retransmisión, ¿no? Recuerden la cadena oficial, lo pueden ver a través del Twitch, lo tengo ahí en los comentarios de esta retransmisión el día de hoy. Vamos a hacer el casteo más en castellano y el día de mañana puede ser que se me unan hay unos compañeros también para lo que sería el famoso día 2. Recordemos que este día, el día 1.1, como le digo yo, porque el día de ayer también hubo un día 1, un main event, donde se jugaron 8 rondas y el día de hoy también, de nuevo, 8 rondas, ya vamos a la 7ª ronda, así que vamos a ver cómo se da, mientras saludo a todos los que están ahí en pantalla, a todos los que se nos van quedando en el casteo, los saludo ahí, algunos estaban preguntando por el casteo, bueno, volvemos a lo que sería la línea principal, de momento comentarles eso, ¿no? Vamos a ir a la ronda número 7 mientras están hablando, haciendo un poquito, ¿no? de comentario de relleno. Antes de saltar a lo que sería la ronda 7, vimos a través de este día 1.1, vimos a través de este día que han habido match interesantes, ¿no? Ahí como lo dio vuelta el danés contra PS, jugando muy, muy brillante. Vimos recién lo que podría ser Perros contra Red Purple, ¿cierto? Un rubí, dicen por el chat que no estaba muerto. Y mientras que no enseñan este fantasy draft de aquellos que pues, llegan a ser día 2 o quienes se pueden quedar, ¿cierto? Con lo que sería la presea del DLC de Gang. Mientras saluda a toda la gente que se nos va uniendo, que se nos va quedando en la retransmisión que diga, ¿no? De este DLC de Gang, casteo totalmente en castellano. Recuerden ahí en los comentarios también pueden ahí comentar la jugada y todas las cosas que se nos van colando, ¿no? En lo que sería este DLC. Tremendo evento, lo habíamos comentado ahí. Saludamos también a toda la comunidad de España, grande la comunidad de España. Ayer vimos incluso un puertorriqueño que iba haciendo día 2, que por lo menos en stage se quedó 6-1, no sabemos si habrá ganado o perdido la próxima, pero día 2 sí que hacía. Y de momento la comunidad también española dando cara, jugando muy pero muy bien. Saludamos también ahí a grande José Ángel, que de momento iba en la mesa 44, así que ya muy bien ahí el muchacho de esta zona de Levante, como siempre les saluda su caster, ¿no? Para los que no me conocen, Gustavo, Guru, para los amigos. Vamos a castear lo que queda de DLC de Gen en este día 1.1, ¿no? Como digo, porque el día de ayer también hubo un día 1, 8 rondas. Recordemos que tienen que hacer mínimamente un 6-2 para hacer día 2. Y después para llegar al ansiado top 32 tienen que hacer un 10-2 de mínimo, ¿no? Pueden hacer 11-1, 12-0, pues mucho mejor, pero de momento un 10-2 ya puede llegar cómodamente a lo que sería el top 32. Así que vamos a ver que ya nos quedan 2 rondas, la 7ª y la 8ª, que seguro nos van a enseñar algunos que están ahí, ¿no? Que están ahí para poder llegar no solo al día 2, sino también con una comodidad, ¿no? Comodidad para poder llegar a ese top 32, ¿no? Los saludo a toda la gente que va llegando, les recuerdo, chat en castellano, caster por lo menos en estos momentos, lo que queda, ¿no? Lo que queda, lamentablemente, les comenté de principio que tuve que hacer algunos trámites, ¿no? Tuve que hacer algunas cosas, no pude estar completamente el día, ¿no? Ayer sí que casteamos para los que quieran revisar, también está en mi canal lo que fue el día 1, ¿no? Este día 1 que fue el día de ayer, que albergó al menos casi 2000, ¿no? Jugadores y el día de hoy también, lo mismo, ¿no? Ya casi 2000 jugadores, una locura, o sea, el día 1 y el 1.1 que está haciendo una cantidad insana de jugadores, para que vean que el Lorcana está más vivo que nunca, está muy vivo ahí para todos los que quieran, los que se preguntaban, ¿no? ¿Qué estaba pasando con el Lorcana competitivo? Pues en los DLC está muy bien. Lo que está un poco preocupante, que lo han hecho a lo largo de esta transmisión, ¿no? La transmisión oficial, que ya les comento que está en Disney, ahí en Twitch, constantemente hablan del DLC de Dortmund, hay preocupaciones, ¿no? Porque pareciese que no están vendiendo la suficiente entrada, entonces constantemente durante el live dicen, por favor, aunque hay entradas disponibles, cómprenlas. Algo llamativo, ¿no? Especialmente en este formato, porque recordemos que no es core, es formato infinity. Algunos les encanta, a mí me gusta, algunos lo odian, pero la verdad es que el día de hoy con el core ha estado muy, pero muy bien, casi 4000 personas prácticamente jugando lo que sería el main event. Vamos a ver cuántos quedan, ¿no? Cuántos quedan para el día 2 y mañana sabremos, de forma muy interesante, sabremos, ¿no? Sabremos si ya se van ahí, quién llega al top 32. Cuando ya se posicionan las casters de momento, vamos a escucharla un segundo.
Feature table match here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent, Birmingham.
Dios mío, se le va la olla también acá. Bueno, nada, están en posición para ya enseñar lo que serían las mesas. Dice DLC Birmingham. O sea, eso pasó hace muchas temporadas atrás. Y así volveré, ya van a mostrar, ¿no? Nos vamos a ir a los playmats, nos vamos a ir a las mesas con lo que sería el Feature Match Stage ahí de la ronda número 7, ya definiendo si hace día 2, quién lo logra de forma más cómoda. Vamos a ver qué jugadores son los que posicionan para el live. Vamos a ver. Y mientras ahí siguen conversando las casters, así que ahora sí que, digamos, mientras hacen un poco de contenido, ¿no? Recordemos un poquito más friendly mientras las escuchamos.
I think anyone other than Baker needs to win today.
I agree, and I also had a look, and I'm very, very proud of my team. We have fallen behind a little bit.
Están hablando un poquito del draft, ¿no? De este como draft, de quién quiere que pase, que campeonee, que llegue más lejos, un poquito en el fondo cómo van ganando los puntos en este draft. Ahí está, ya está. Ahí está, vamos a ver cómo se posicionan ahora en lo que sería esta ronda número 7 mientras seguimos escuchando a las casters.
Our immaculate. Jen, have you gotten a chance to look around and have a wander around the halls?
I have a little bit, mostly in between running around to try and do all the various things that we do here this weekend. But the one thing I really, really want to go and check on that I haven't had a chance to is the giant puzzle. I don't know.
There's a giant puzzle?
Yeah.
No podía ser de otra forma. Claramente Ravensburger deja ahí un giant puzzle. Bueno, siguen un poquito rellenando ahí las casters hablando de lo que había, ¿no? De lo que hay alrededor, si está visto.
Where our Lumineers can go and take their picture.
Muy de Ravensburger.
So I think after this, after our round 7, we need to go and take a picture in front of that green screen.
I agree. But we'll go, and I'll check out the puzzle situation
and
as
then
well.
I think the puzzles are near that. So
yes,
we can also check out the puzzles.
I'm really excited.
While we go get our photo on.
Yeah. There's a lot to do, like truly, there's so much. I was talking to people just moments ago about how they've added all of these extra little things in to this DLC that just, I think all the players are really, really enjoying. Like the little law book.
Yes. The little quest?
Yeah, the quest thing. It's so cute. And all the badges, like having to, everyone gets, comes in and gets 6 badges of one color, and they have to go and trade with other Illuminators to try and get one of every single ink color. And I just think it's such a nice touch. It's such a fun little activity that people can do in between rounds, whether they're in the main event or the many, many side events that we've got. I think it's just a lovely touch.
Yeah, not only that, but there's also collection quests here this weekend, which we've seen previously in the parks in America, and I believe it's the first time we've had it somewhere in Europe. So I'm really excited to hear how people got on doing that, because if you complete your collection quest, you're going to also get a promo. So I'm really excited to see how people got on doing that. So I'll definitely be trying to chat to some of our Lumineers here this weekend that partaked in the collection quest and see how people got on with their little booklets that they got with the little booklet quest, because that seemed really exciting as well.
Definitely such a fun extra little thing for all of our wonderful players who are here this week. And of course, so many people have traveled from very far to be here. We've got people from all over the world playing this weekend here in Ghent, Belgium. Belgium, I got it right that time because I'm not tired, it's fine. But yeah, it's really, really amazing. Just the dedication, I think, of all of these players, traveling so far and coming, and so we hear so many stories about people coming with all of their friends, and some with family, some with their teammates, and I just love it.
Yeah.
I really do.
It's just a real spirit of the Disney Lorcana community, and I can't wait to go see more. And I have a sneaky suspicion We're
al
ready
final las
to
casas,
get
que es verdad,
into
un
round
poquito lo
7.
bonito de la
We're
comunidad de los
here.
canales,
I'm
la familiar y
excited.
todo. Pero ahora lo importante, nos vamos a los playmas, nos vamos a las tablas cuando ya vemos que tinta, nos vemos un BS a la izquierda de Hipólito. Mira qué grande, justo llegué para comentar. Hipólito, el mexicano, dando acá la cátedra. Qué grande, México lindo y querido. Está acá con 15 puntos. Vamos a ver, tiene que llegar, ¿no? Una ronda más y podría encajar esos 18 puntos. ¿Qué sería, no? ¿Qué sería hacer día 2? De momento solamente tiene 15, por lo cual ha ganado 5. Cuando vemos, quizá ahí están un poco mezclando, ¿no? Porque por un lado tenemos BS y por el otro lado tenemos APS. Hipólito que está jugando un BS, un deck muy interesante. Vamos a ver si es la versión más alias, es una versión un poquito más control. Pero muy bien ahí el mexicano, poniendo ahí la cara, ¿cierto? Por la comunidad latinoamericana. Y felicitamos también que la semana pasada lo vimos, ¿no? Un CSQ que se hizo en México con los queridos casters ahí de Lord Carnales, mientras tinta la demona, que va a responder, ¿no? El alemán que tiene que responder con esta poca junta, nos vamos a ir rápido. Recordemos que puede ser un BS, no sabemos si una versión Alice, es una versión más control. De momento, Hipólito, el mexicano, qué bonita la camisa que tiene puesta, hay que responder. Cuando tiene una Cinderella en la mano, tiene un Vincenzo Santorini y un Horizon. Al parecer, todo apunta a que es la versión un poquito más control y por ende Kevin lo sabe, este alemán, y sale lo más rápido posible con ese Robin y con esa Pocahontas. Vamos a ver, turno 4, un clásico cuando tinta el Let It Go. Esperemos que eso no le cobre, ¿cierto? Algún problema en un futuro al mexicano. Hipólito va a tener que ya tintar con la habilidad de Cinderella. Al final tira el Horizon para abajo, sigue tintando. Recordemos, un deck que tiene que avanzar rápido, que tiene que hacer mucha tinta, ¿no? Tiene que hacer mucha tinta esta versión Control de Blue Steel distinta, que difiere, ¿no? De lo que sería la versión de Alice, cuando ya Kevin tiene que responder también y sabe, ¿no? Que ya al próximo turno se le puede venir un posible Goliath o se le puede venir otra cosa, ¿no? Cuando responde con el Cheshire Cat, va a cuestear con el Robin, cuestea de 2, cuestea uno más con Pocahontas, usa la habilidad. Recordemos que cada vez que este carácter cuestea, pues ganas, ¿no? El lore igual a una carta exertada, en este caso una girada que sería este Christopher Robin. Entonces ya se va a 7 rápidamente. Acá Kevin que está intentando ir lo más rápido posible, pero de que lo más probable es que esa Pocahontas se vaya, ¿no? Se vaya. Y cuando juega por 6 y va a entrar la Tinkerbell, qué bien se va a deshacer Hipólito de la mesa. Está pensando cómo, ¿no? Si lo hace con la Cinderella, le dice, hay un punto también en ese share cut. Yo sé que me vas a mover esos puntos, pero de momento vamos a ver cómo. Ahí está, quita un poquito lo que sería la mesa y vamos a ver si es que tradea o no ese Christopher. Y así va a ser, le mete uno de daño y barre la mesa bastante rápido. Muy bien por el mexicano, imponiéndose ahí por lo menos en la mesa, ¿no? Por un Cheshire que no puede cuestear porque ya esa Tinkerbell que entró a colocar muchos daños, ya saben, cuando gana un challenge le hace 2 de daño a una criatura objetivo. Cuando por 4 va a responder, tiene que responder con una Angel interesante, esta carta, una MVP que se ha visto durante todos estos días del challenge, le va a pegar 2 de daño. Se va esa Cinderella, se queda con menos cartas en la mano Kevin, pensando en un posible Goliath también, ¿no? Que puede llegar por parte de BS, que le puede beneficiar. De momento ya es turno de Hipólito cuando va a roba cartón Hipólito, que tiene un Vincenzo Santorini que puede acabar con esas aspiraciones de ese Cheshire Cat y parece que es lo que va a hacer Hipólito, ¿no? El mexicano. Vamos a ver. Que pega 4, paga los otros 3 con 7 y se va a venir, es inminente, ¿no? Vincenzo Santorini, 3 de daño cuando entra. Se va ese Sharkad, recordemos un punto de daño que le hizo la Tinkerbell y puede ser que Hipólito ya se vaya al cuesteo, pero no, le pasa el turno, prudente el mexicano, cuando ahí ya baja se juega con lo que sería un Genie por parte de Kevin, tiene que regular un poquito la mano, no se vino ese turno 6, ya tiene Hipólito 2, lo que sería Let It Go, algo que ojalá no le pese en un futuro. El mexicano Hipólito. Vamos a ver qué hace Kevin. Cuando tinta algo que no le sirve tanto en este match. A menos que haya un in runner, y le va a pasar el turno. Kevin, que se queda ahí estancado un poquito en 7, y que cuando ya este B se empieza a brillar, recordemos que tiene otro Horizon al parecer en la mano, entonces ya se pueden ver cosas muy, pero muy interesantes cuando tinta ese sail. A ver si lo canta o lo juega. Obviamente lo va a cantar. Hace para él solamente, dice Hipólito, para mí las cartas, no me interesa que tú descartes, va a robar 3 en este caso. A ver qué sucede con Hipólito, muy bien jugado por parte del mexicano. A ver qué sale, si sale un Hades, qué sale en rescate de Hipólito cuando juega. Ah, bueno, una Sonic Warrior llega a la mesa. Ariel, esta carta que se vio mucho en lo que sería más la season pasada, ¿no? Se vio mucho, sería muy bueno que tuviese alguna canción para cantar con ese Tinkerbell, pero al parecer no. Se guarda un turno el mexicano Hipólito cuando ya roba a Kenny y tiene que responder porque ya tiene una amenaza muy grande. Estoy hablando de esta Ariel. Cada vez que cantas una canción puedes pagar 2. Le hace 3 de daño, algo muy peligroso. Algo muy interesante, ¿cierto? En la mesa a favor de Hipólito, a favor de este Blue Steel, y que ya tiene que pensar. Si tuvo una salida rápida, quedó en 7, pero ahora ya tiene que pensar. Porque en la mesa hay unas cartas muy grandes, ¿no? Resistencia muy alta que no se pueden quitar. Cuando ya cuestea, se va a 9, Kevin. Tiene que pensar esa Angel que no se puede sacar del todo. Va a jugar por 4 y vamos a ver qué responde. Y Kevin saca lo que sería la Isma. Esta Isma ya para el próximo turno, ¿no? Posiblemente el próximo turno poder robar más cartas. Está pensando si tinta o no. Se queda con una carta. Aunque podría ser, si es que sale una canción con esa Ariel Sonic Warrior, simplemente pagar 2 y deshacerse de esa Isma. Vamos, turno de Hipólito, turno del mexicano, que tiene que responder, yo diría una ventaja, ¿no? Una ventaja mínima en lo que sería la mesa, con estos cuerpos tan grandes que a PS le cuesta mucho, especialmente si es que le va quitando los personajes. Vamos a ver cómo lo hace Hipólito. Vamos a ver qué sucede en este caso. A ver, cuando piensa acá el mexicano y va a jugar una Cinderella de momento, se dispara el trigger por otros 4. Parece que canciones no habrá. Y juega otra Cinderella. Parece que se va a jugar a full cuando va a cuestear ya de 3, sus primeros 3 para el mexicano. Cuando parece que quiere buscar de alguna manera una canción para empezar a hacer bien la habilidad de esta Ariel. No va a querer cuestear. Pero ahora sí Kevin va a tener rienda suelta a lo que va a ser la habilidad de Isma, ¿no? Eso es lo que piensa el mexicano. Esa doble Cinderella, puede hacer Cinderella por uno, pero al final no hace nada, se va a quedar con la. Ah, no, le dice, bueno, turno Cinderella roba, piensa si se la queda el mexicano, está pensando si puede, tiene otro trigger la Cinderella, jugó 2, pensando si se la queda o no, quizás para buscar algo interesante. Y sí, parece que encuentra algo interesante y Paulito se la va a quedar, no dispara el segundo trigger de la Cinderella. Ahora, ¿quién puede responder con esa Isma? Puede jugar su mano, jugar la Isma, jugar 3 cartas. Eso es algo muy, pero muy interesante. Eso es lo que está pensando Kevin. Piensa, ¿no? Que por suerte tiene ese vacío, que puede seguir cuesteando, irse a 11. Cuando va a jugar la cobra, va a decidir descartar, va a empezar a acelerarse, va a 11, posiblemente 13 con ese cuesteo de Gini, va a jugar una carta. Así va a jugar el dog y hace la habilidad, no la misea, no quiere hacerlo para no girar esa isma, aunque le puede dar aún más carta cuando ya tinta ese Palace War y por uno va a jugar un Olaf. Tremendo secuencia que se saca Kevin. Cuando decíamos, bueno, no pasa nada y es tremendo, va a robar 3 cartas más. Qué pedazo de turno, qué criminal lo de Kevin. Le sale todo, pero todo perfecto y ahora es cuando el mexicano tiene que pensar cómo me saco absolutamente todo. Es muy complicado, ya tintó al menos que haya robado una patada criminal. A ver si robó una patada criminal. Vamos a ver. Aún puede descartar, ¿no? Con la Angel y hacer cosas, pegar 2 de daño, y es lo que piensa Kevin. Y está pensando en la habilidad. Va a descartar, le va a pegar 2, mira que tenía un dog. Y tenía una pata. ¡Qué criminal lo que hace Kevin! Impresionante el turno que se saca el alemán. Le sale todo, pero absolutamente todo bien. Hace el robo, coloca 3 cartas en la mesa, jugando con 2, jugando con Isma, y además el criminal. Tremendo Kevin, el alemán. Saca justo, ¿no? Una carta para descartar y además lo que sería esta patada, que era un out, ¿no? Que era un buen out para el mexicano, para barrer la mesa, entre comillas, ¿no? Por cada canción podía pagar solo 2 y reventar la mesa cuando ya lo tiene un poco más complicado, porque la verdad es que se le vino todo. Pero puede responder el mexicano, puede responder que tiene una Tinkerbell, que puede pegarle a ese Angel, que puede borrar lo que podría ser algún Olaf, o podría al revés, ¿no? Pegarle a la isma. Tiene que pensar Hipólito, las decisiones son más complicadas cuando Kevin se saca un turno, pero increíble. Hay que decirlo, el alemán, con la suerte, los dioses del Lorcana se lo dieron un poquito. Tiene que pensar Hipólito, con esa carta robó, recordemos que se quedó con una de las cartas que no quiso usar la habilidad de Cinderella. Y eso es lo que tiene que pensar, recordemos, tiene que pensar, tiene que reflexionar, tiene que ver cómo se saca esto. Recordemos que de momento lo terrenal es algo que se puede sacar Hipólito, es algo que puede luchar. Recordemos que los evasivos son los que más le hacen daño a este BS, pero eso es lo que piensa Hipólito, es que el turno que me hizo, está pensando, es que el turno que me hizo le salió bastante perfecto al alemán y es lo que piensa mucho. No es fácil, no es fácil, especialmente cuando tuvo una salida muy rápida, Kevin. A ver cómo lo hace Hipólito. Vamos, cómo lo hace México. Es lo que piensa, es lo que piensa, porque no se saca absolutamente nada con esa Cinderelas de momento. Sí, con la habilidad de Tinkerbell sí que puede hacer cosas, ¿no? Pegarle a ese Angel, pegarle después a lo que sería la Isma. Y el tema es que también está el Olaf, ¿no? Es Olaf que posiblemente, si es que lo piensas, va a iniciar, se va a subir a la mano el Doc. Entonces, las decisiones para el mexicano son complicadas. Recordemos que tiene 15 puntos, ha ganado 5. Y Kevin, por el otro lado, va 5-1-1, ha empatado una ronda. Y eso es lo que está pensando. Ahora le va a pegar, efectivamente, le pega a la Angel. Se tiene que vanillar esa Cinderella. Vamos a ver si es que hace la jugada de Tinkerbell a esa Isma para reventar lo que sería a esa Angel. Y parece que así va a ser. Efectivamente, le va a pegar 3, se queda con 3 de daño. Ahora piensa hacia dónde van los 2 de daño. Eso es lo que está pensando. Y bueno, le dice ahí al alemán, oye, colócale los contadores, no seas así. Sé que estás pensando mucho, que la situación es compleja, pero tienes que decirme hacia dónde van esos contadores. Tienes que colocarlo y eso es lo que piensa. Le va a colocar 2 al dog y parece que tremenda jugada que se va a sacar el mexicano. Increíble lo que tenía en la mano. Sí, señoras y señores, cuando se dispara lo que sería la Tinkerbell, se vanillea todo al mismo tiempo. No puede. Eso es lo que le dice. Se va a vanillar todo al mismo tiempo y después se tiene que disparar el trigger. Y ahí está. Se vanillea también la Angel. Y ahora es cuando tienes que pensar. Que me hiciste un turno de ensueño, pero tienes que pensar si es que te subes algo a la mano, si se sube un genio, se sube una cobra. Y parece que va a ser la cobra, ¿no? Y qué buena respuesta de parte del mexicano después que le hicieron un turno increíble del alemán. Un turno increíble. No puede decir que no robó bien acá el amigo Kevin, porque sí que, sí que robó una secuencia increíble. Lo pueden ver para los que vienen llegando. Pónganle un poquito de restar, ¿no? Ahí a lo que sería esta partida, porque fue increíble lo que hizo Kevin, pero también no se queda atrás el mexicano y responde que se queda ahí quizás con una Tinker, no sé si la robó, se la quedó, pero cómo hizo el trade perfecto. Se limpió la mesa, una mesa que la veía un poquito complicada, un poquito difícil. Cuando va a descartar, en este caso la cobra, se va a 15 peligrosamente, se va a ir a 17. Ay, no, y cuando... No puede ser, otro dog, Dios mío, Kevin, cómo roba a los dioses de Lorcana, pero te tienen ahí, ¿no? Te tienen ahí de ahijado, ¿no? Increíble, los dioses de Lorcana. Descarta un dog, ve los 4 dog en esta partida, por casi seguro que fueron 4, si no 3, pero sigue siendo una cantidad insana cuando tiene que deshacerse de ese Gin Hipólito si quiere seguir respirando, aunque está muy complicado también porque tiene ahí para irse a 19 en caso de que se quite el Gin, ahí tiene que quitarse más mesa, ¿no? El pobre Hipólito, que además de hacerle un turno criminal también le saca, ¿no? Le saca este dog y acá es cuando quizás se venga lo que puede ser el Hades, ¿no? Recordemos que ya tintó 2 Let It Go, así que se ha quedado con dos removal al menos, ¿no? Lo que está pensando. Recuerda que también tiene el rayo de Zeus, eso es lo que piensa. Si tuviese el rayo podría cantarlo también. Es lo que piensa Hipólito. Piensa. Quizá ese Hades, quizá ese Vincenzo. Y ahí está, lo vimos. Es un Vincenzo Santorini que se deshace de ese Gini. Sería bueno que tuviese otro removal Hipólito, pero parece que no va a ser el caso y se va a ir a 19. Malo sería que Kevin robase una cobra, además. más. Además de todo lo que ha robado el criminal, robase una cobra y cerrar el game. Cuando ya se va, ya gana el próximo turno. Le dice, ¿tienes una cobra o no? ¿Tienes una cobra? Porque estás ahí, si no hay el otro turno ya ganó. Vamos a ver si hay justicia divina por parte del mexicano, a ver si hay justicia divina. Después lo criminal que ha robado Kevin, que no puede quejarse que ha robado bien. Porque, o sea, que ha robado mal, que diga, porque ha robado excelente. Ha robado excelente. Vamos a ver Kevin lo piensa. Si no, va a tener que empezar a tradear, pero el otro turno igual. Con esos 2 Vincenzo Santorini es suficiente para llevarse el primer game, Hipólito. Vamos a ver. Dice Kevin, bueno, nada, se van al otro game, el alemán que dice, no, no tengo nada. Bueno, malo sería, ¿no? Sinvergüenza, ¿no? Después de hacer unas partidas increíbles, se ríe el mexicano, se ríe porque de verdad la que salió, ¿no? Y todo dice ahí, las caster impresionadas del manejo, del increíble manejo del mexicano Hipólito, dando la cara acá en lo que sería la representación latinoamericana, el DLC de GHENT, cuando el alemán no lo puede creer, después de haber hecho jugadas increíbles. Pues bueno, para que sepa que los latinos también sabemos jugar, y ya nos vamos a la otra partida rápidamente. Esto baraja una velocidad muy rápida y ya se viene el match nuevamente, lo que sería on the draw Hipólito, a ver si le saca este match y hace y confirma lo que sería el día 2. Vamos, México lindo y querido. Vamos a ver si ya se arrasa, ¿no? Y puede responder. Cuando ya tiene el RAM, tiene que robar una carta más y se queda con esa mano. También roba otro tipo. Se ríe el mexicano ahí. Está, bueno, más o menos, dice Kevin. No, después que lo que robaste, criminal. Un sinvergüenza, se ríe. Y Kevin, tremendo cómo robó, hay que decirlo. Muy buena jugada también de Kevin, muy bien pensado, muy bien jugado. Y nada, acercándose a lo que tiene que hacer frente a un match muy control. Y Hipólito, que está jugando unas cosas un poquito más spicy, esta versión de BS, ¿no? Es distinta, ¿no? Que es distinto a lo que podría ser la versión Alice. Es una versión más contra, cuando se queda ahí del rayo de Temo y todo, para poder responder. Y que en tinta una Elsa se va de Palace War un poquito más lento. Y vamos, no hay un turno 1 demasiado rápido en este caso. Vamos a ir con Hipólito, a menos que ya el alemán después salga, ¿cierto? Salga de Christopher Robin, que es algo clásico de un PS versus un match más control. Vamos a ver cómo responde el alemán. Cuando tinta la demona y definitivamente, obviamente, tiene que estar siempre Christopher Robin, un MVP, ¿no? Cuando juegas contra un deck más control, recordemos Hipólito sí que tenía turno 1, pero no vio necesario jugar esa Mulan de momento. Va a robar y ya va a empezar la fiesta del rampeo, que tiene todo, tiene otra Mulan, parece que es la que robó, tiene Cinderella, tiene Rayo de Temo, así que va a poder responder, creo, de manera cómoda, ¿no, Hipólito? Cuando ya juega posiblemente, ¿cierto? El tipo, porque ya tiene otro en la mano, va a tintar, también tiene una patada, ¿no? Tiene una patada, algo que puede ser interesante. Y también lo que es la Ariel, estaría Sonic Warrior. Recordemos que este BS, la versión Control, tiene muchas canciones. Entonces hace mucho juego en este deck. Cuando Kevin tiene que responder, ir a una velocidad, ¿cierto? Muy, pero muy rápida. Cuando tiene un dog en la mano, va a tener una cobra, va a descartar. Y es lo que está pensando. Está pensando si descarta o no, porque tiene un Gin en la mano, tiene un dog en la mano. Y hay algo más que no veo que debe tener una salida muy, pero muy agro. Si es que llega a descartar, sería 3, 4, 5 y sería 6. Y parece que no va a descartar, necesita la tinta, necesita confirmar lo que sería ese posible Genie. Se va a 3 más, dando un poquito más de tiempo, ¿no? Hipólito, que sí o sí se vendrá una Cinderella y que va a hacer muchas cosas. Cuando ya sale la segunda Sonic Warrior, pues una carta tintable, es lo que piensa, porque tiene al final, sí, claro, se va a ir a tinta, es lo que piensa el mexicano, tiene que jugar la Cinderella sí o sí, puede ser que la patada sea la carta que entinte, porque recordemos que ya con la Cinderella puede girarla, ¿no? Eso es lo que piensa, está viendo qué tinta, qué coloca en la tinta para poder jugar a esa Cinderella, cuidado que es peligroso, ese Let It Go que te puede servir en un futuro, Hipólito, con tranquilidad piensa, él sí que sabe manejar el deck, sabe manejar el TV y va a ser la Sonic Warrior, va a hacerle creer que no tiene la otra, por supuesto, va a jugar, va a ver si juega, obviamente, la Cinderella, vamos a ver si cuál va a ser la carta de fin de turno que va a tintar, eso es lo que vamos a ver, ¿no? Va a cuestionar uno con tipo, no, va a hacer, disculpe, va a hacer ahí un trade, va a pegarle un poquito de daño a ese Robin y ahí es cuando está pensando el trigger posible de la Cinderella. Interesante. Y cuando va a ser finalmente va a ser el let it go, ¿no? Para que no se entere Kevin que ha intentado un let it go, ya se queda ahí con el próximo turno 6 cuando roba un pit, tiene 2 canciones, tiene la patada y tiene también lo que sería el rayo de Zeus y una partida que ya Kevin, obviamente, lo dijimos, tenía que asegurar ese Genie y vamos a ver si es que empieza a cuestear, es lo que está pensando, porque ya ese Christopher Robin se puede ir. Cuando va a empezar el tradeo, no quiere saber nada de ese tipo y va a cuestear 3 más, se va a 7. Kevin, que también teniendo una salida bastante explosiva, pero ahora va a responder el mexicano, que puede bajar la Sonic Warrior, puede cantar o puede bajar también el pit, es lo que va a pensar acá. De momento va a tirar la patada abajo, va a jugar por 4. Mira que robó otro Zeus, ese sí que no te lo vas a esperar. Vamos a ver si se lo juega de inmediato o lo piensa. En nada de pensar, va a ir el Zeus directamente a ese Genie. Lo más probable es cuando le dice al Genie, sin lugar a dudas. Y ahora que empieza a apretar, Hipólito también no tiene quizás suficientes criaturas, ¿no? Kevin dice, espérate, que no te doy el turno, que tengo que hacer el trigger, que es princesa, y es lo que está pensando. Y va a tirar nada más ese pit, no lo necesito, necesito más canciones para seguir haciéndole, rompiéndole la mesa a Kevin. Recordemos que tenía un dock casi seguro en la mano, Kevin, el alemán, que va a jugar otro Genie increíble, responde. Acá la mantiene que tintar, se va a ir a 3 más, que es lo más probable, o puede ser que tradee la cobra por la Cindy, no lo tengo muy claro. Recuerda, de cuestear sería 11 acá. Kevin, cuando tienen que empezar a bajar más criaturas y se queda ahí con una cantidad de 5 criaturas. Y está pensando ahora, busco el trade, canto, busco algo, va a hacer el 3 finalmente, le va a pegar 2 de daño a esa cobra, se va a ir a cuestear de 3, se va a 10 y es cuando ahora, Hipólito, vas a brillar con ese canto de ese Zeus que va a acabar con ese Genie, que puede también acabar, o ya sea con la cobra o con el Christopher Robin, ahí lo va a meditar. Cuando aparece un Hades, también en rescate de Hipólito, por si acaso, ¿no? También tengo el Hades, y está cuando ahí tiene que pensar Hipólito, puede cantar, puedes hacerse ese Genie con esos 2 de daño, puedes hacerse también de lo que sería, ¿no? De lo que sería una cobra, pero ahí le quedaría solamente 5, ¿no? 5 tintas para poder jugar. Eso es lo que está pensando. Cuenta la tinta, tiene 7. Vamos a ver qué tinta. Bien que puede hacer, ¿no? Puede tintar, puede mandar a tinta el Genie, tradear la cobra. Muchas líneas, ¿no? Muchas líneas que puede tomar el bueno del mexicano Hipólito. Eso es lo que está pensando. También puede pagar 4, pagar 2, tradear y así. Así puede llevarse 3 bichos. Y es lo que está pensando Hipólito. Puede ser que y así va a ser, ¿no? Va a pagar 4 ese Zeus, lo más probable, le va a pegar al Genie, se va a deshacer de la cobra, va a tradear el Christopher Robin, y ahí está, qué buena jugada por parte del mexicano, se va ese Genie, esos dos que le van a pegar a la cobra, y ahora se viene el tradeo al Christopher Robin, se queda con solamente 2 bichos en mesa, 2 cartas en mano por parte del alemán, y le da el turno, cuando tiene 2 palas War y va a 10. Ahora es lo que tiene que pensar Kane, pero que tiene una cantidad de tinta interesante de momento. Va a jugar 4 y te juega el tercer Genie, de ser Genie criminal nuevamente. Si además el match pasado fueron 3 Dog, ahora son 3 Genie. Lo bueno es que tiene para responder Hipólito, y ahí está. Piensa y no hace la habilidad porque tiene otro Dog en la mano, este criminal, el alemán, que se va a 12. Lo que no sabe es que Hipólito tiene la respuesta. Vamos, vamos, Hipólito, que tienes la respuesta. Va a robar. Recordemos, ahí tiene el Hades para responder. Parece que también un Vincenzo Santorini. Pero va a ser, en definitiva, va a ser ese Hades, ¿cierto? A lo que podría ser ese Genie. Y ahí está, le hace al Genie, le va a pegar al Palace War. Le va a pegar a ese Palace War. Digo, no, perdón, a ese Palace War al que tiene daño. Ahí está, sí, el mexicano, que no se confunda de Palace Guard. Cuando ya parece que le da el turno, que creo que tiene ahí un Vincenzo y es lo que piensa, y le da el turno finalmente. Algo que parece que no le gustó tanto, pero ya va a 12, 13, 14 que se puede colocar el alemán Kevin. Vamos a ver cómo responde, ¿no? Tiene un dock en la mano, eso segurísimo, porque no quiso descartar y va a jugar la cobra. No hace el trigger porque tiene el criminal, tiene otro dock. 3 Genie, 2 dock. Impresionante lo de Kevin. Lo bueno para las aspiraciones de Hipólito es que no pudo tirar ese trigger, ¿no? De lo que sería esa cobra cuando se va a 14. Tiene que empezar a encontrar algo, ¿no? Tiene que empezar a encontrar algo, especialmente si le da el turno, porque podría quedarse con 2 cartas muy interesantes. Costes altos puede ser. Por parte de Kevin, ¿no? Cómo responde Hipólito, el mexicano. Y era una patada. Bajar. Ay, Dios mío. Y ese clock que tiene el Genie, el otro Genie, el 3-4, que bustea de 1 y que cuestea 1 más, de acuerdo a la cantidad de buzos. O sea, podríamos decir que el próximo turno podría irse de 2, 3, 4, 5 y 6. Tiene letal en mesa. Kevin tiene para ganar y cerrar la partida, pero acá va a responder Hipólito, ¿no? A ver si encuentra algo, si encuentra. Pero recordemos que creo, si es que no me falla, tiene en la mano lo que sería un Vincenzo. Pero la verdad, increíble. En el match pasado, 3 dogs en una secuencia increíble. Sin embargo, igual se dio la partida Hipólito. Y ahora de nuevo, 3 Genie, 2 dogs. O sea, increíble también Kevin cómo roba. Y también que vimos la cobra en 2 ocasiones. Quedan solamente 2, pero insistimos, tiene letal en mesa. El alemán, y eso es lo que está pensando, lamentablemente resisten demasiado los bichos, tiene que ver cómo lo hace. Si hace el doble take no es tan bueno porque igual se quedaría a 19 en caso que bustease, ¿no? Que bustease ese Gini, que es obvio que lo va a hacer Kevin o debería hacerlo. Eso es lo que piensa el mexicano, ¿no? Porque sí que puede tradear el dog, sí que intentaría, ¿no? En posibilidad tradear ese Palace War, pero necesita algo, aunque sea una patada, algo para deshacerse de lo que sería la cobra. Vamos a ver, al final, ¿qué hace? ¿Qué hace Hipólito? Está pensando, le cuesta, la decisión es difícil, la decisión es muy difícil. Cuando va a cantar. ¡Ah, bueno! ¡Ah, bueno! No puedo creer la carta que viene a salvar. Y le va a pegar desde no, Dios mío, cómo le pega los damage. También le va a pegar al Genie. Dios mío, la canción que aparece. Jesucristo. ¡Qué bien por Hipólito! La que le pega 3 de damage a 3 criaturas. Cómo lo revienta, tremendo. Tremendo lo que hace. 3 de damage. El Sing Together, el que le tira dice, bueno, no te voy a entregar. Dios mío, qué ida y vuelta, qué ida y vuelta que tiene este match cuando ya pensamos que Kevin lo tenía. Juega la poca juntas, juega una de además, se va a ir a 16. Y es lo que dice, ¿no? Con esa canción pudo deshacerse absolutamente de todo. A ver cómo responde ahora de momento. Ahora, cuando le toca el turno, ¿no? El turno. Vamos a ver. Con beso. Vamos, Hipólito, ahí. Te saludan en el chat. Vamos, Hipólito. BS Control versus este PS que ya se va a 16 peligrosamente. Que Hipólito tiene que ir sorteando todos los obstáculos. Increíble. Cosa que roba Kevin, cosa que roba el alemán es un peligro. Es increíble. Cosa que roba el alemán es un peligro. Así que vamos a ver cuando mira, tinta ese Pluto. Va a cantar. Y llega el Horizon a favor de Hipólito. Qué bien con el trigger en la pila de lo que podría ser ese Ariel. Vamos a ver si se deshace. Va a pagar 2, se va a deshacer lo más probable de la Pocahontas. Está diciendo adiós la Pocahontas, señoras y señores. Cuando tienes suficiente también, si es que ves 7, vamos Hipólito. Yo confío y el chat confía. Que ha sido difícil, ha sido un áspero. Que tras turno, después de sacarse todo, tiene que ahí luchar el mexicano. Vamos, que consolida este día 2, tiene que luchar. Va en 16 y que posiblemente en 19 si es que no llega a barrer la mesa, cosa que lo dudo porque lo va a hacer, ¿no? El mexicano Hipólito. Vamos por México, dice Hipólito. Lo dice el chat también. BS, muy fan de lo que podría ser este Blue Steel. Y piensa Hipólito. Con cuidado Hipólito. Puede ser que tengas también. Que sería bueno un Let It Go en este momento. Sería espectacular un Let It Go. Espectacular para llevarse lo que sería ese Hades. pero no. Va a ser finalmente la Namari, va a robar, va a descartar. Parece que tiene una cinderela, le veo una cinderela en la mano. A Hipólito que no nos deja, ¿no? No nos deja ver muy bien. Bueno, va a descartar la cinderela. Y va. Y ahí estaba, let it go muy, pero muy bien. Se deshace, le va a pegar 3 al Doc. Y señoras y señores, qué bien por parte del mexicano. Y ahora con esa Namari que va a empezar a filtrar como locos. Y que Kevin no se puede quejar que ha robado mal, ¿eh? Pero cuando ya aparece por 4, el cuarto Genie. Es que es Jesucristo. ¿Cómo robas, Kevin? ¿Cómo robas? Que alguien le revise, ¿no? Le pongo un radar al deck increíble. 2 Doc en esta partida, los 4 Genies. En la partida pasada se roba los 3 Doc. Vamos, pero Hipólito aún queda patria, aún confío. Y cuando juega la Elsa, que le va a girar, ¿cierto? A la Namari, pero no va a hacer nada. Cuando tiene nuevamente, Kevin tiene el letal. Va a disparar la habilidad. Dime, Hipólito, querido, por favor, que tienes un Hades, ¿no? Qué bueno que sería un Hades, pero la cosa está muy cuesta arriba para el mexicano. Hay que decirlo. Va a decir la habilidad de Namari. No encuentra lo que necesita cuando tiene un Angel. También tiene la Angel. Que no es precisamente lo que necesitaba. No es precisamente lo que necesita. Tiene que descartar. Lo piensa. Hipólito. Vamos, Hipólito. A ver, es que increíble cómo roba el alemán. Además se queda con una carta en mano. Increíble. Los 4 Genie, 2 Doc. No les puede pedir más, ¿no? Cuando dice que descarta la Angel, va a robar. Y al parecer. ¡Ay! Y roba un Hades. Sí, señoras y señores. Aún queda patria. Aún queda un poco de game. Y va a ser. Ese querido. Y ese querido Hades que se va a llevar al Genie. Que después Namari va a tradear lo que sería al Palace Guard. No te puedes quejar, Kevin, que has robado como Dios. No me pongas carita. La verdad es que has robado increíble. Y ahora está Namari que va a tradear al Palace Guard y va a empezar a cuestear. Pues a ir a sus primeros 4, ¿no? Primeros 4 para Hipólito. Un match muy complicado. Porque recordemos, es que además tiene una cobra o roba una cobra. Ya es match para Kevin. Vamos a ver cómo responde el alemán que ha robado como Dios. A ver si lo sigue acompañando a los dioses del Lorcana. Va a cuestear. Y si tiene la cobra, será la tercera cobra, ¿eh? Vamos a ver. Tercera cobra, 4 Genie y 2 Dog. O sea, ¿qué más puede pedir Kevin? Vamos a ver lo que piensa, ¿no? Porque además es que tiene una demona o algo así, le daría también un poco de vida a Hipólito, ¿no? Buscar los removal, buscar la respuesta también. No sé si Hipólito de momento juega Ink Runner, que también podría tradear esa Elsa, pero ya 18 va a jugar el Christopher Robin y tiene que buscar, ay, que tiene que buscar con esta Namari, tiene que filtrar otra vez, roba y descarta, pero parece que no va a ser posible, ¿no? Es muy complicado, ya se iría a 19, ¿no? A 19. A ver si es que roba un Vincenzo, algo va a descartar el Goliath, va a robar. Y vamos a ver si encuentra algo más. Por 2. ¿Qué tiene Hipólito para responder? ¿Qué va a jugar? ¡Wow! Y encuentra una canción. Sí, señoras y señores. Aún sigue vivo. Le va a pegar 3 al Christopher Robin. Va a empezar a cuestear. Cuando puede ser que juegue la otra Namario. ¿Qué tiene en la mano? En la mano Hipólito, Dios mío. Piensa si es que la juega o no, porque puede ser también complicado para las aspiraciones del mexicano. Y nada, va a empezar a cuestear o se la juega. Se la va a jugar. Juega el Sail, va a robar. A ver si encuentra ese movimiento de cuello que ya te conozco, Hipólito. Ese movimiento de cuello que ayuda, que dice que parece que encuentras lo que quieres. Vamos a ver si es que ahí el sueño. Sería bueno que hubiese algún Zeus para deshacerse de esa Elsa, ¿no? Recordemos que ya se puede. Vamos a ver, es lo que piensa. Así que ya, Hipólito, tienes que pensar, querido. Tienes que pensar, ¿no? 2, 4, 6, 8. Se va a 12. Y se va a letal, señoras y señores, también. Se va a 12. Se va a 12, Hipólito. Se va a 12, que puede ganar el próximo turno. Tiene que ver la tercera cobra, Kevin. Tiene que verla. Y no la ve, señoras y señores. Sí, hay justicia divina. Justicia divina para el querido de Hipólito. Hipólito el mexicano que tenía una patada, además le dice que te iba a reventar igual, pero qué grande Hipólito contra viento y marea, en donde los dioses del Lorcana le estaban dando todo al alemán. No fue así, Hipólito lo encuentra peleando como todo buen latinoamericano por su vida, peleando hasta el final, encontrando los recursos y finalmente Hipólito con un Blue Steel Control va al día 2, logra los 18 puntos. Sí, señoras y señores, seguimos vivos. Latinoamérica más vivo que nunca en este DLC de GHENT. Hipólito dice, yo vengo a reconquistar por acá en Bélgica. Se coloca lo que podría ser un 6-1, ¿no? Y ya a ver si es que la próxima ronda gana y va, sí, continúa, ¿no? Tremendo lo de Hipólito, el latinoamericano que llega a 18 puntos, que lo vimos. Contra las cuerdas constantemente, contra las cuerdas estuvo. Y sería mucho, ¿no? Para Kevin, después de 2 dogs, 4 genios, 2 cobras, tendría que tener mucha suerte, ¿no? Tenía que tener mucha suerte para ver la tercera cobra, hizo el tercer game, pero lo más grande, Hipólito, cuando esto no para, no para, seguimos con Ronco Mateo, uno de los que los vimos también, Ronco Mateo, en lo que sería la Lore League, así que saludamos ahí a todos los hermanos italianos también, toda la gente de Italia que se vio, ¿no? En un match interesante que recordemos también muestran Ronco Mateo versus Jens, el italiano, duelo europeo entre el italiano, entre el alemán, pero que ya va ganando 1-0 Jens, recordemos, con este ámbar amatista, un deck que es muy, pero muy favorable, ¿no? Lo que sería un ámbar amatista que responde, ¿no? Que responde muy, pero muy bien a lo que son los decks con morado, o sea, los decks con amatista. Y más si es que tiene también, ¿no? Si es que es una versión, ya vemos que es una versión Lantern, ¿no? Pero a ver si es que también tiene el Racing Storm, si es que lo tiene también, es muy desfavorable para las aspiraciones de Ronco, cuando ya juega lo que sería la linterna, le da turno a Ronco, y ya que sale con esa Pocahontas, ¿no? Tiene que salir un poquito rápido, quizás ya lo vio, algo que no vimos nosotros, ¿no? Y cuando sale con la cobra, piensa si es que hace el efecto o no, no va a hacer nada, le va a dar el turno, es que ese Rafiki cómo mete miedo, y recordemos que ya con esa lámpara, ¿no? Con esa lantern, puede acelerar el turno, y es lo que va a hacer, turno 4, y va a jugar un Dumbini Bambini, y le pasa el turno a Ronco, que tiene que empezar a responder con un turno 4, un buen turno 4, y lo juega, es Gini, un buen turno 4, tiene una demona, cuando ve especialmente lo que sería la patada, esa secuencia que sale muy bien, va a cuestear de 2 en este caso, sus primeros 2, 3 va a cuestear Ronco Mateo, se pone ahí en la delantera de lo que sería el lore, pero recordemos, ya Jens puede castear algo, ahí, y va a ser, ahí se va la calabaza, se va Tugini, robo carta, que tiene un Sven en la mano, tiene una demona también, tiene Sharkite, va a desaparecer lo que sería a esa Pocahontas, no quiero saber nada más, va a ser un turno 2, va a ser la Grandmother Willow, una carta muy pero muy buena dentro de las inclusiones del Lantern, este que acelera no solamente con la linterna, sino que también acelera, ¿no? Acelera con esta Willow que le va a bajar el coste, cuidado que puede bajar si quiere, porque si una demona cuando ya Ronco roba su segundo Genie, muy favorable, ¿cierto? Para lo que tenía, baja el Tiger, va a empezar a cuestea finalmente 2, empieza a apretar el acelerador, Ronco Mateo, le pasa el turno a Jens, recordemos Ronco, otro de lo que se vio en la Lore League de la semana pasada, cuando ya tiene otra linterna Jens y puede seguir acelerando, y es lo que va a hacer, otra linterna, y va a bajar, ¿no? Va a bajar el Cheshire Cat, va a ir con tranquilidad, no necesita de momento bajar ese Sven, tiene la demona también en la mano, y parece que eso va a ser lo que tira el turno. A ver cómo piensa el alemán, que lleva el primer win, que se llevó el primer win, que tiene 16 puntos, recordemos que por lo menos tiene, ¿no? Ha ganado 5, ha empatado 1, y acá está, en la séptima ronda. Cuando juega la demona por demona, lo hizo más rápido Ronco Mateo, juega la demona, y parece que acá se vienen los trades inminentes, ¿no? El trade para lo que va a ser el Sharecat, ahí está el trade para lo que va a ser la Willow. Vamos a ver qué hace primero, ¿no? Cuando ya, mira, Ronco Mateo, las 3 cartas que roba también, muy buenas. un dog, ¿no? Con un Cheshire Cat y con una Angel. Y obviamente lo dijimos, el tradeo va a cuestear de 1, se va a 6, pero con una mesa muy, pero muy favorable. Vamos a ver cómo responde ya. No hay demona, recordemos que la tintó Jen, se queda ahí. Va a jugar Mowgli, le quiere mirar primero la mano y no encuentra nada, pero le mira la mano muy, muy interesante y no era para nada lo que había dicho. Ah, no, sí que era un Cheshire Cat, perdón, que diga, sí, era un Cheshire Cat, y ahora es cuando tiene que pensar Jens, que puede jugar por 4, que tiene un Sven, que puede deshacerse virtualmente de ese Genie, y eso es lo que está pensando. No va a jugar el Cheshire Cat, va a mover, va a jugar con los daños, va a mover 1 para 1, total tiene un Sven, puede deshacerse después, ¿no? De ese Genie, va a esperar el alemán, cuidadoso, meticuloso con el tema, mientras que el otro roba ya su tercer Genie, sería ronco, increíble también. ¿Cómo están los PS robando, eh? Y es cuando roba el tercer Genie, le dice la cara del alemán, no se lo puede creer, pero parece que robó otro dog, ¿no? Ahí sí que se le complicó más el panorama. Va a tintar esa Angel que no le sirve mucho, va a jugar ese Cat, y es una pelea, ¿no? Es una búsqueda cuando ya empieza a cuestear. De 4 más se va a 10 ronco, que sube, que avanza bastante rápido. Por el turno, a ver cómo responde el alemán, que virtualmente tiene 5, 6, tiene 5, 6, 7 tinta para jugar un carácter, pero no para jugar la ira. Vamos a ver cómo responde una ira. Estaría bastante bien cuando lo más probable es que juegue el Sven, ¿no? Para deshacerse de ese Genie, mover quizás los daños. Es lo que está pensando, ¿no? Está pensando este alemán. Lo tiene un poquito complicado tras los robos magistrales. Ahí está, aparece el Sven. Se va a chocar con el Genie. Lo más probable es que mueva los daños. Acá el alemán. ¿Qué es lo que va a hacer? Puede ser que los mueva aquí, ¿no? A ver si los mueve. A ver hacia dónde los mueve. Lo mueve al Olaf, si los mueve al Genie. Es lo que piensa. Sería muy malo el Genie porque también puede responder. En este caso, ronco con lo que sería exactamente. Se va el Olaf, dice que no hace la habilidad, se queda así y le va a dar el turno, pero recordemos que puede responder ronco Mateo bastante fácil con ese Cheshire Cat, además que tiene 2 dogs en la mano, o sea, ha robado 2 dogs, 3 genies de momento. Roba nuevamente por su turno, ronco. Va a jugar primero ese Genie 3-4, cuidado que se le arranca la tinta. Paga 2, va a haber un dog. Es que esta jugada es muy criminal. Va a descartar, no lo juega, se queda ahí. ¿Por qué no lo juega? Porque quiere mover los daños, es inteligente, ronco, no lo va a jugar. Le va a pegar al Sven, le va a mover los daños. Y ahí está. Se deshace de una amenaza inminente. Ronco Mateo jugándolo muy bien. Y de momento que va, cuando también tinta y va a jugar el Olaf. Cueste a 2 más con la demona. Se queda sin mano. Pero para lo que le vale ronco, ¿no? No tiene miedo porque tiene una mesa muy, pero muy potente. Recordemos además con ese Genie que tiene boost, ¿eh? Como juega ronco Mateo también ahí con 10. Y ahí Jens que piensa, ¿no? Con lo que robó. Va a jugar por 5. Va a jugar una vez. Lo más probable es que lo haga robar, ¿no? Lo más probable es que lo tire para abajo con esa presencia de mesa que tiene ronco. Va en 12. Virtualmente el próximo turno puede. Y le dice, no, finalmente le va a decir que robe 2 cartas. Y nada, no encuentra la respuesta Jens y le dice, no pasa nada, amigo ronco, lo hiciste muy bien, nos vamos a la otra. Ya tenía un letal, un recontra letal en mesa, ¿no? Una partida que lo vimos de nuevo, un PS robando muy bien, robando 2 dogs, 3 Genie, que no encontró todas las respuestas. Es que fue muy rápido también, fue muy rápido, encontrando en curva perfecta lo que fue la demona, le hizo robar 3 cartas, a Jens solamente le hizo robar una. Así que muy bien, este duelos de amatistas muy difícil, ¿no? Especialmente para aspiraciones, ¿no? De momento, cuando salen así, ¿no? Cuando salen muy rápido, muy agresivo, el ámbar amatista no puede frenar, ¿no? A este PS. Pero vamos a ver. Ahora comienza Jens, tiene que comenzar. Vamos a ver si es que se va de nuevo a lo que sería Lantern, que es el corazón de este deck, cuando ya hace el mulligan. Mira, que tiene Christopher Robin en partida doble. Christopher Robin en partida doble. Puede hacer turno 1, Christopher Robin, turno 2, Christopher Robin. Y, bueno, sería tremendo cuando finalmente hace un mulligan agresivo de 5 cartas. Y por parte de Mateo, al parecer también, ¿no? Ronco Mateo que los trae, ¿no? Con este PS. Hasta de momento, todos los PS que hemos visto, ¿no? Mientras estoy casteando, han tenido una suerte increíble. Se sigue teniéndolo el italiano. Recordemos 1-1, Jens versus Ronco Mateo. Ronda número 7. Este alemán que va 5-0-1. Posiblemente si gana ya, obviamente asegura lo que es el día 2. Esperamos, ¿no? Esperamos ahí las decisiones y ya el comienzo de este tercer game se define que por tiempo no va a ser cuando turno 1, Shade a la tinta, juega la Elwin, la 2-1 con support. Ahora Ronco es cuando tiene que responder. Y va a ser Christopher Robin por Christopher Robin, que se va jugando para empezar a acelerar un poquito Ronco Mateo. A ver si es que vemos la linterna o va a ser la Willow. Definitivamente va a ser la Willow. Va a acelerar un poquito. Tiene un Tiger en la mano. Tiene una Lantern también. Al parecer. Tiene también un Mowgli. Tiene cosas para contestar acá Jens. Cuando otro Christopher Robin. O sea, vio 3. 3 Christopher Robin. 2 a la tinta. 1 en juego. Cuando juega la Pocahontas, recordemos. Pero a ver cómo ya responde Jens. En un posible turno 4, ¿no? Y va a jugar lo que es para cargarle lo que sería el tempo. Muy bien, ese Tiger, ese 4-3, bastante molesto, que se queda ahí, ¿no? Recordemos que tiene una demona y tiene un Dumbini Bambini, algo muy, pero muy interesante ahora. Y cuando roba un Sven, qué buena esa carta, la Sven, a ver si es que vemos a Dumbo a tinta, juega Lantern. A ver qué es lo que hace, recordemos que tiene ahí, efectivamente se ve el Dumbo a la tinta, puede ser que juegue el Ante, puede ser que juegue el Sven sin tener que estrellarle nada, pero ya para el próximo turno jugar la Demona, eso sería increíble, ¿no? Para las aspiraciones del alemán, eso es lo que está pensando, efectivamente, lo va a jugar así, va a cuestear con el Tiger, pero no le importa porque recordemos que se queda con la linterna posible, ¿cierto? Que salga una tintable, se arriesga el alemán a esa tintable, ¿no? A ver cómo lo hace. Recordemos que con la linterna le alcanzaba justo a ver si ve una tintable. Los dioses están con él. Y cuando ve un Mowgli, y ahí está la tinta. Y va a jugar la demona. No juega de frente, no juega la Lantern de inmediato. Algo bastante interesante. No jugar la Lantern cuando le pega. Pero que no se muere, ¿eh? Ojo, que ese Sven no se vanillea. ¿Qué hizo acá el alemán? Se volvió loco. Que no se vanillea. Algo que tiene que decir, porque le pega a 2 ese Gini, no le pega. A menos que se haya equivocado de Gini, eso es lo que está bien. ¿Qué acaba de pasar? Se deshizo de la amenaza al Sven, que no tenía nada de daño. Y es lo que tiene que hacer un rollback. Acá los jueces lo están mirando. Por favor, acá, por favor, deberían los jueces están mirando todos. Ese Sven no se vanillaba. Pero bueno, vamos a continuar algo bastante llamativo, ¿no? Cuando ya se juega esa Elsa, vamos a ver qué responde. Puede ser que gire a la demona para que no se enderece, vanillarle lo que sería ese Tiger. Vamos a ver cómo responde acá. Lo que más me llama la atención es que el alemán no quiso jugar esa Lantern, ¿no? No quiso jugar esa Lantern. Pudo haber jugado a la demona igual y haber robado 3 cartas en vez de 2. Pero bueno, por algo él está ahí, ¿no? Está ahí con 16 puntos. Cuando piensa, ¿qué va a hacer? ¿Qué va a hacer? Es lo que piensa. Ronco Mateo, que le queda, creo, una carta en mano. Está viendo qué hace. Le va a girar finalmente, es lo que dije. Le gira la demona para que no se enderece el próximo turno. Le mete 4 de daños. Increíble lo del Sven. Yo no lo puedo entender, ¿eh? Yo lo del Sven, lo juro, yo no les puedo entender lo que acaba de pasar con el Sven. A ver si es que perdí algo ahí. El chat que me lo pueda comentar. Que de qué me perdí, que qué pasó. Que al final ese Sven desapareció. Si le pegó un Gini que pegaba 2, no al que pegaba 3. Entonces ahora vamos a ver la respuesta. Se va lo que sería la Elsa, va a robar cartas, se va a ver acá la linterna, un support, o puede ser que también juegue el libro. Ahí las decisiones las tiene que tomar el alemán, no yo. Pero tiene que deshacerse de ese Gini, ¿no? Cuando tiene muchas cartas también decía una carta yo. Ronco Mate tiene 5 cartas en mano. Y un montón de cartas también. Vamos a ver qué sucede en esta partida número 3, round número 7, ronda 7, cuando se juega acá la abuela, la otra Willow. Vamos a ver si es que tinta cuando tiene unos Hannes Family. Sí, tiene unos Hannes Family. Puede tintarla, puede jugar la Lantern o puede jugar el libro. Y no, va a tintar el libro, va a jugar la Lantern, se queda los Hannah Family y no quiere deshacerse de momento de ese Genie porque no alcanza, un 3-4, recordemos, que no quiere tradear nada. Cuando roba carta con ese Genie, segundo Genie que ya ve Ronco Mateo, tinta, va a jugar la Pocahontas que le habían subido a la mano con ese Tiger, recordemos, 6 de tinta, parece que le da el turno, cuando tiene un Dog, un Cheshire en la mano, ¿no? Ronco Mateo. A ver cómo responde el alemán. Le pasan el turno, que tiene mucha tinta a su disposición, más las 2 Willow, más lo que sería esa Lantern. Cuando no puedo creerlo, ¿no? Se va de cuesteo. ¿Cómo le pudo haber ayudado? ¿Cómo le pudo haber ayudado ese libro, ¿no? Que tintó y haber tintado mejor, ¿cierto? El Ohanis Family, que es lo que se le queda en la mano. En la mano tiene un Ohanis Family obviamente quiere estrellarse contra ese Genie y después robar 3 cartas. Pero bueno, de momento se va a ir de los evasivos, Mateo, también. Que va a 1 y a 4 de lore. Va a empezar a tradear también. No sé si ese cuesteo le va a traer muchos dividendos a Jens, pero pensando en que le va a querer tradear, va a tradear también con la demona y con el Ohana Family. Ese Royal War va a pegar mucho y también va a poder deshacerse pues de quizás la Pocahontas si es que se llega a girar Ronco Mateo. A ver cómo responde el italiano. 1-1. Ronco Mateo versus Jens. Purple Steel versus Ámbar Amatista. Es el duelo, la versión Lantern. Cuando va a jugar el Share Cat, le va a pegar, va a mover los daños. Lo más probable es que a ese Royal War, ¿no? A ese Royal War que puede ser peligroso en un futuro. O quizá una Willow, es lo que está pensando, es lo que piensa. Y va a ser finalmente a una Willow. Pero cuidado, ¿no? Cuidado con ese Royal War. Y acá es cuando Hannah Family va a brillar, ¿no? Va a brillar estos Hannah Family. Cuando se va de cuesteo, se va a 3 Ronco Mateo. Ahí se queda con todas las. Le mueve ahí las cartas Ronco Mateo para posicionar. Que tiene una ventaja igual mucho de tinta. Tiene 6 de tinta más la Lantern que puede ser para criaturas. Y además tiene una Willow si es que no se deshace de la otra. Es lo que está pensando Ronco Mateo. Si es que lo hace o no lo hace. Si es que tradea esa Willow o no con la Pocahontas. Y es lo que piensa. Porque no puede hacer nada más este turno. Vamos a ver qué hace. Si es que cuestea, se va a 7. No, va a hacer el tradeo finalmente. Esa Willow le queda 1 de daño. Y vamos a ver. Vamos a ver cómo responde Jens, que se quedó el Ohanis Family para este momento. Que tiene que brillar. Tiene que brillar ahora el Ohanis Family. Ahora es cuando el tradeo simplecito. Mira, le pongo 3. Voy a robar 3 cartas. Me limpio. Finalmente le dio dividendos quedarse con ese Ohanis Family. Y ahora ese Royal War que se va a deshacer de la Pocahontas. Por eso es importante la decisión. En vez de quizás Ronco haber acabado, ¿cierto? Vanillado ese Royal, decidió vanillar a las abuelas. Y que la verdad sigue teniendo una ventaja. Sigue bajando algo de coste 4 con la linterna, que lo vemos al costado derecho, muy alejado, ¿cierto? Del Battlefield. Vamos a ver cómo responde también Jens, que va a bajar un Cheshire Cat. Y por 4 va a jugar un Dumbini con 2 cartas en mano. Y ahora Ronco Mateo tiene que responder. Sí que lo va a hacer con las cartas que tiene en mano. Que tiene además una Elsa. Y ahí está el giro. Va a hacer el tradeo. Le pega, le mueve los contadores. Muy bien. Se deshace de la amenaza del Dumbo. Cueste a 2 más. Se va a 5. Ronco Mateo. Y ese Shark Cat que está pagando y en demasía. Cómo responde el alemán Jens. A ver. Por fin roba unos Genies. Por fin roba los Genies, Jens. Su primer Genie. Su segundo Genie, porque así llegan de sobra. Si llega uno, llega ahí con el compañero, con el amigo. Cuando ya empieza a cuestear de 2, se va a 6. Ya empieza una mini carrera, ¿no? 5 a 6. Y con las diferentes amenazas, ¿no? Recordemos que no le importa el cuesteo, en este caso a Jens, porque si quisiera estrellarse, la demona solamente tendría que hacerlo, ¿no? Con algo suficientemente fuerte. Cuando ya roba otro Genie, Ronco Mateo, cuando ya tiene el Olaf, tiene el Dog, roba 2 cartas más y no roba la patada, que parece que era lo que quería encontrar con 6 personajes. No es el caso. Parece que vamos a ver si se va de quest o no. Que con la presión que tiene ese Cheshire Cat en la mesa, parece inofensivo, pero tiene mucha presión. por parte de Ronco Mateo, porque si llega a cuestear, claro, puedes tradear, ¿no? Puedes traer su Genie, pero después con los movimientos de daño que pasa ese Share sí que te puede hacer daño, ¿no? Así que nada, va a cuestear finalmente, qué es lo que tiene que hacer esta carrera, ¿no? Se va a 8, le va a dar el turno, vamos a ver si es que tienes una demona sería clave también, ¿no? Cuando roba, se endereza esa demona, porque tenía 2 cartas, ahora tiene 3 cartas, tiene que encontrar algo, a ver si encuentra las calabazas para deshacerse de forma rápida de los evasivos. Recordemos que falta mesa, ¿no? Pero en un costado derecho por parte de Mateo también tiene a otro Genie. La cantidad insana de Genies. Cuando aparece el Stitch Sorfero en este deck para robar 2 cartas, para intentar encontrar la respuesta. Bueno, sería que pudiese encontrarla cuando ve un Criminal Mind que no le sirve mucho en este match. A ver si roba o no roba lo que sería la calabaza. Sería muy bueno para poder deshacerse, ¿no? De los bichos, del oponente, ese Sharkat que está cobrando y mucho. Piensa, Jensen, piensa. ¿Tendrás una ira también, Jensen? ¿Tendrás una Jens? ¿Tendrás alguna ira, Jens? Y por el otro lado que roba un Hades, que tiene también lo que sería el Lexington. Cuando por 2 le va a bajar. Qué interesante, le va a bajar la fuerza a alguno de los bichos. Unas Dela, esta canción que comúnmente se ve un poco más en lo que sería el duelo en el deck de perros, cuando ahí va a tradear por 0, no le pega nada, le da tremendo dividendo en este caso a Jens, esa jugada que tiene 2 cartas en mano, que puede cuestear también con la demona, y lo que está pensando muy bien, y cuidado con ese Stitch Sorcerer, un 4-8 que aguanta lo suficiente, pero recordemos, también es una carrera, a ver si cuestea de 2 más se va a 8-8, lo piensa el alemán. Encontró finalmente, encontró respuesta, encontró las posibilidades, ¿no? Vamos a ver, es lo que piensa Jens, cuestea o no cuestea, es lo que más piensa. Recordemos que a turnos no se van a ir, quedan 27 minutos, queda mucho tiempo para ambos jugadores, así que no pasa nada. Piensa Jens, piensa, cuestea o no cuestea, si tiene una demona, si tiene algo, es lo que piensa. Tiene un coste 1, Jens, ¿qué es lo que piensa? Ya tintó, va a cuestear finalmente, se va 8-8, después de pensarlo tanto, ya se va y le toca el turno a Ronco Mateo, que tiene un Hades, que tiene un Lexington y que tiene la tinta suficiente, al parecer, para que es cuando jugar por 5 el Hades se lo va a tirar al Stitch Sorfero, y cuando roba una patada, es la patada la que roba, ¿no? Es la patada la que tiene en la mano Ronco, ¿no? Qué increíble, es que increíble lo de Ronco Mateo, es increíble cómo roba el muchacho. Ahora va a girarse sin problema, va a cantarse, puede deshacer incluso del Sorfero. A ver, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, del Sorfero no, pero sí de la demona. Uno que le está molestando por tierra, ¿no? Esta demona que se puede deshacer de ella fácilmente, Ronco Mateo, que parece que es lo que va a hacer. Primero la va a pegar, va a mover los daños, se va a deshacer de Genie, y ahora es cuando se viene el canto, de seguro va a cantar, puede cantar, deshacerse esa demona, o deshacerse de ese Genie también. Depende qué es lo que gestione Jens. Pero sí o sí tiene que girar, en este caso, tendría que girar, porque ya gastó toda su tinta, tendría que girar el Genie. Tendría que girar el Genie para tirar esa patada. O girar el Cheshire, pero es algo que no quiere hacer. Obviamente no quiere girar ese Cheshire Cat. Lo que piensa Ronco Mateo mientras va a tintar, le duele tintar ese hook de cierta forma, por alguna razón. Es lo que piensa Tiquití, lo piensa, lo en tinta, y ahora es cuando tiene que o cuestear o cantar, y parece que se viene acá el canto, la patada criminal. Al final se va a deshacer nada más del Genie para que no le pueda contrarrestar, ¿no? Para que no le gane la batalla de evasivos a Ronco Mateo, y se va de 1, se va a 9, y vamos a ver si es que cuestea de nuevo con el Doc. Al parecer no va a ser el caso, lo va a cuidar muy bien, porque recordemos, el Olaf, si se lo vanillean, obviamente lo más probable, ¿no? Que se suba a ese Doc. Y el problema ya está siendo de Jens, que tiene una mesa muy complicada, pero bueno sería un Storm. Buenísimo sería una ira. Cuando se endereza esa demona, porque ahora tienes 3 cartas de nuevo, Jens. Eso es lo que está contando. Que con 3 la calabaza le ayuda a quitarse ese Genie, pero no a quitarse a más evasivos. Cuando tira ahí el Yago a la mesa y está pensando qué puede hacer, y va a ser por 4 va a jugar un Sven que llega al auxilio de Ronco Mateo, que juega la demona y va a robar una carta y va a robar 3 cartas. O sea, perdón, 2 cartas más, Jens. Interesante lo que se gesta acá. Vamos ya a ver el tradeo. Adiós a ese Cheshire Cat que me estaba molestando demasiado. Adiós a ese Genie. Y se va a quedar así, parece la cosa. Se va a quedar así. Cuando esa demona se va a tener que quedar congelada. Y es lo que va a pasar. Se queda congelada esa demona. Pero ¿cómo batalla el alemán con esta mesa? Porque ya, recordemos, ese Stitch Sorcerer que cuesta 2 también va a seguir molestando. Demona que no se va a girar. Y que ese Sven va a desaparecer, ¿no? Eso es lo que piensa. Es mucho lo que tendría que tradear. Tendría que pegarle con el Hades, tendría que pegarle también con el Olaf. Tradear un poco de mesa. Pero también le viene en beneficio, ¿no? A Ronco, porque podría cuestear con el Doc, tradear ese Stitch. Pero vamos a ver, parece que algo más tiene en mesa. Y así va a ser. Y se juega todos los bichos, efectivamente. Y acá es cuando se viene una jugada. Va a ser una jugada muy criminal. De seguro va a cuestear con el Dog. Y así va a ser. Cuestea con el Dog. Va a estrellar el Olaf y el Hades. Ahí está. Se devuelve el Dog. Lo va a jugar. Va a ver primero si es que roba una patada. Parece que no es el caso. Y ahí está. Estrella también. El Stitch se queda con un Paraswar. También estrella lo que sería el Sven. Se queda con una posición de mesa muy ventajosa. No se puede girar. Esa demona tiene 3 cartas Jensen en la mano. Tiene otro Gini, también Ronco Mateo, muy bien jugado por parte del italiano, muy buenas jugadas y compensando todo lo que tiene cuando aparece una Elsa, que vamos a ver qué gira, si gira, vamos a ver qué gira, si gira el Gini, va a ser en este caso el Lexington, va a deshacerse de la Elsa, vamos a ver si es que esa demora se deshace del Lexington, en efecto, se va a deshacer, puede ser Ohanis Family, dime que sí, sería robar unas 4 cartas, sería increíble. Y va a ser Ohanes Family. Ohana means Family. Va a robar 4 cartas. Roba una cantidad increíble de cartones. El alemán va a jugar la abuela que puede tintar. Va a jugar el Mowgli. Y cuando le muestra un Christopher Robin y una Pocahontas, cuando puede tintar otra vez. Pero esas demonas, lamentablemente, esas demonas no se van a desgirar. No robó mucho cartón el alemán en esta ocasión. Cuando ya se asegura, ¿no? También de que no quiere ver alguna patada y cuando le juega todo, le escupe la mano, Ronco Mateo va a bustear con ambas criaturas, o sea, con ambos genies y se va nada más, se va 2, 3, 4, empieza la carrera, se va a 14 y ya tiene letal en mesa. Sería bueno, sería estupendo, una ira para Jens, no sé si la juega, pero una ira lo pondría en juego totalmente. Vamos a ver si es que tiene una ira o no la tiene. Pero que la verdad, las secuencias de Ronco Mateo han sido increíbles, la verdad. Cuando juega un Cheshire Cat, cuando va a mover los daños, 2 de daños, a la Pocahontas, no quiere saber nada de ella. Y vamos a ver cómo responde más, porque no tiene suficiente. Ohana Miss Family que pareciese que no le hizo encontrar todas las respuestas acá al alemán, que parece que le va a dar la partida, ¿no? Eso está pensando, está calculando, no alcanza a reventar todo, que por el otro lado tiene 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 justos. No alcanza a reventar todo a menos que saque algo, ¿no? Que tiene ahí, que también tiene la Elsa, cuidado, que aún puede contestar, pero que esa resistencia 4 le impide, ¿no? Le impide de cierta forma hacerlo. Es lo que está pensando. Tiene que eliminar esos Genies. Puede ser que esa Elsa elimine al Genie, pero de todas maneras sería 5, quedaría 19. Número peligroso, ¿no? Para las aspiraciones de Jens. Vamos a ver qué sucede. ¿Cómo lo piensa Jens? ¿Qué hace? Tiene un Hades también en la mano. Tiene un Rafiki. No le sirve de momento. Está ahí. Muy crítica la partida. Va a tintar el Rafiki. Se la va a jugar con el libro. Encontrar alguna respuesta más. Y al parecer que está muy complicado el panorama. Vamos a ver si la Elsa gira algo. Si hace algo, está muy complicado. Tiene que girar el Genie, tradear a uno de los Genies, no alcanza a tradear el otro. Y lamentablemente creo que esto ya podría ser partida para Ronco Mateo. Vamos a ver qué roba Jens. tampoco podemos verlo en cámara, pero lo mejor es que haya visto una Ira que no vio, una Elsa, y finalmente va a ser la Elsa, ¿no? Va a ser la Elsa, le dice ok, va a girar un Genie, poco desahuciado el tema, que va a pegarle 4, no hace más, esos Hannah Means Family que al final no le ayudó para nada a desgirar esas demonas que se le quedaron congeladas, y le dice que no tiene nada que hacer, que cuestea demasiado, que aunque te quites un Genie, nada, le dice, le pego con las demonas que están congeladas, y manito nomás, pasa a día 2, Ronco Mateo con 18.21 ante este ámbar amatista. Secuencias que vimos, decisiones de jugadas de Ronco Mateo espectaculares también. Hay que robar también y hay que jugarlo, y lo jugó muy bien el italiano. Se lleva este 2-1 frente a Jens. Lamentablemente, ese Ohana Means Family que al final de momento dijimos fue una salvación y se convirtió en una pesadilla para el alemán. Se convirtió en una pesadilla porque no dejó girarse, no enderezarse, que diga las demonas. Le pesa eso en esta parte, en este tramo final del game. Y es así como el italiano Ronco Mateo, que lo vimos en la Lore League también, jugando muy bien, ha ganado, se lleva este 2-1, pasa el día 2. Así que felicitaciones a Ronco Mateo mientras escuchamos ya a las castas que nos tienen que decir.
Matteo there, absolutely fantastic job, and I believe we are going to get to chat to him now and hear all about the experience that he just had.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Matteo. Just got to a 6-1 record here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. And of course, 6-1 means 18 points. That means locked to be coming back for day 2 for more Swiss and hopefully some top cut action as well. Matteo, how you feeling?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's my second DLC ever. So the first one didn't go very well, but I'm happy to lock the day 2 in this one.
I mean, I'd say so. 6-1, locked for day 2. Do you feel like coming to one DLC and just kind of having that experience has really helped for the second DLC?
Yes, obviously it helped getting the right mindset of playing such a huge tournament, of staying relaxed and focusing only on the next game.
Now, you're playing Amethyst Steel. That is the most played deck on the Friday tournament. It's the most played deck on the Saturday tournament. Are you worried about playing the most played deck in the room, or do you feel like you've got an advantage because you know the deck so well?
I honestly don't know how to feel the playing the more played deck. I'm very confident with Purple Steel. I played it for like a year.
Oh, wow.
Even pre-rotation, so those color loves me and I love them.
So you were playing it before it was cool,
yes.
And now that it's cool. And I think that probably gives you an advantage, right? Because you know the playstyle of this deck so much better than people that picked it up in the past 2 months.
Yes, probably. It's especially for the mirror, you have to play very carefully, and it's not always depending on who start and who's on the draw. So I'm very confident with the deck.
And how have your mirror matches been going this weekend? How many have you played? How have you been winning them all?
Yes, I played 2 and win both of them 2-0.
Very nice. Now, is there a particular card in the deck that jumps up as an MVP, a card you particularly love in your current build?
I love playing the new Pocahontas over
Yeah.
Kaloon. She's insane.
Yeah, Pocahontas following the wind, it is putting in. How often are you questing for free a lot with that?
A ton of time.
A ton of times. Oh, absolutely love it. How are you feeling about your chances kind of going into tomorrow? Do you feel like your deck is set up? Are there any matches you're worried about?
Not really, because the cool thing about Amethyst Steel is that every matchup is a 50-50.
Oh,
so
nice.
it's really dependent on how you play the match.
And you feel like your play style is working this weekend? You feel like you can get through those?
I'm putting the work to do so, yes.
Very nice. Well, I've got to ask them, what is the goal this weekend? What are you looking for?
The Golden Mickey.
Oh, the Golden Mickey.
That's my goal.
I mean, that's a hefty goal. You got to get top 8 for that. But there's one right here. It is beautiful.
Yes.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in achieving that. Before we finish up, any shout-outs you want to give out?
Yes, I want to say Fishbone. My friends will understand it.
I will ask no further questions, but I will say 6-1, lock for day 2 is awesome, and I will also tell you that don't go anywhere because we are not stopping the Disney Lorcana action all weekend.
What a lovely guy and what an awesome
Brutal ahí la
player.
entrevista que le hacen al italiano, muy bien. Bueno, más o menos las preguntas son casi iguales, ¿no? Las que le hacen al entrevistado de cómo se queda con el deck. Al final, la elección de sus colores, que prácticamente ustedes lo aman, lo vimos un poquito muy bien. ¿Cuáles son sus expectativas? Por supuesto, quiere el gol de Mickey, se lo quiere sí o sí. Es su segunda vez en un DLC oficialmente. Y que ya hace un día 2, así que brillante ahí por las aspiraciones del italiano, jugando muy bien. ¿Cuál le parece la carta MVP de su deck? Dijo que Pocahontas le parecía insane, le parecía ridículamente buena. Así que bastante bien de parte de la entrevista, que quiere seguir más, ¿no? Recuerden que se posiciona a Ron Commander en este caso un 6-1, a puertas de lo que sería la ronda 8, a veces que se queda con un 7-1 y se va más cómodo al día 2. ¿Ya? Cuando ya los dejo acá, antes de lo que sería la última ronda del día de hoy, para ya definir a la gente, ¿no? De que se va, o sea, perdón, del día 1, 1.1, para ya definir las personas del día 2. Los dejo acá con lo que sería el material interactivo de la señal oficial de Disney Lorcana. Recuerden, esta retransmisión con el comentario en castellano, pueden también comentar ahí en el chat. Vimos partidas increíbles, como vimos en la ronda 7 a Hipólito, el Blue Steel ganando, y ahora al italiano Ron Mateo también llevándose el triunfo 2-1. Así que los dejo invitados para lo que sería la ronda final. De momento les dejo si lo quieren ver con los comentaristas en inglés, por supuesto que les dejo el link en la descripción de este live.
That she's been very mean again, malicious, mean, and scary. So yeah, we're going to draw that card. I want you to mix those up for me, Ross. Don't look at them.
Okay.
Do not look. I will draw first, and we'll see how quickly you can guess it, or if at all. And don't forget, you guys at chat, we want you playing along. Okay, let me take one of these at random. I'm going to take that one. Put these up here. Let me take a look. Oh no.
I shan't be looking. Don't worry, man.
You weren't looking. You promise?
I promise I wasn't looking.
Okay, I believe you. All right, okay. I mean, again, you guys have seen my lack of talent, so I don't know how well this is going to go, but we will certainly give it a try. I'm going to put the mic down, Ross, and I'm going to have you cover for me.
I mean, you're an actor and a caster, Baker. You're not here for your artistic talent. I was doing a cosplay earlier, though. The cosplay was pretty sweet. I was impressed by that. Horned King. Hopefully there's some pictures that have gone out. People at home can have a little bit of a look at. Absolutely no idea right now. Could be a banana. Could be the Horned King. Anything with horns. Could legitimately still just be a bunch of bananas. I mean, honestly, I'm stuck on bananas. That seems to be all. Okay, we've gone slightly away from bananas here. It could be, is it some kind of quadruped? No. I thought it might be kind of like a porcupine style thing, something with horns. Is it a dragon of some description? I'm getting a dragon-y kind of vibe. No, okay. I am so stuck right now. Also, I just want it on the record. When Jen was drawing Pua yesterday, I got that in like 2 seconds flat. Jen's Pua, beautiful. Is it Merlin Goat? Is it actually Merlin Goat?
He's the Merlin Goat. Microphone would help. So you've been saved from seeing me try to finish that off. I was struggling, but I was hoping that at least these horns here would get you.
Legitimately, I was just thinking, what has horns? It's not a dragon. Wait, goats have horns.
Wait a minute. Should I do a little bit more just to sort of finish the bit? See how well we could do it. That's the neck right there. He's got a bit of an ear coming out here like that, and then up. Yeah, I've definitely got the dimensions of this wrong.
It's not the best. I think you're making it worse, man. Those eyes is not good. Okay, the beard actually does help a little bit. I'll give you that. Okay, people at home in chat, who got it faster than I did? Because I think I did pretty well there. I mean, it was here. Baker's wonderful drawing.
Thank you. I have all the talent of... yeah, I'm not going to finish that particular sentence. There we go. There's his little legs. There's his little legs and his mouth. He needs a little like that because he's very surprised. And he needs his spectacles as well. There we go. A flawless Merlin goat. What more do you need? Shane Hartley, get me on the art team. We're ready to go. But at least you got it, Ross, so it can't be that bad. Right, we're going to swap places now. I'm going to put this Merlin goat down. I'm going to swap places with you. You jump over there, buddy, nice and quick. I'll look after Buzz, don't worry. Oh, you wipe that off for me.
The goat's in pain.
The goat is in a lot of pain. Wow, yeah, the less said about that, the better, basically. Right, you're going to need a pen, Ross.
Have you got my pen?
I'm going to hand that over to you. Let's mix these up a little bit and have you pick one of those that you like. I'm going to look away, just in case.
Oh, no.
All right, okay. Is it safe to look? I hope so. Okay, let's get rid of these. Buzz, you look after these cards. Please don't steal them. All right, how confident on a scale of 1 to 10 are you feeling, Ross?
2 to 3.
2 to 3. That could be a lot worse. It could be 1 or 0. Okay, Ross.
Oh, this is not going well,
See the image. Feel the image. Let the image flow from your eyes into your fingertips and produce artistic talent on this whiteboard. Okay, here we go. He's getting himself ready. He's deciding where he wants to start off. Right, what have we got here at the moment? Looks like maybe an eye that we've got so far, but it could all change. Let's see where this is going. Okay, maybe not. What is that on the top of the head there? Okay, yeah, so we've got a couple of eyes. Oh, goodness. Okay, I think I might already have a little bit of an idea, but I want him to draw a little bit more because he got it wrong. He should have made me kept going. He got it too quickly. He put me out of my misery. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make him draw a little bit more of it before I take a guess, but then probably I will still get it wrong and look a bit of a fool. What is that going on there? Okay, is that a mouth? Is that a nose? I'm still not strictly sure. These look like they could be wings on the side to me, and we've got a bit of a chicken-type foot. Okay, a little bit of detail. Let's see, what else have you got? Okay, is that water? Is that ground? Okay, I'm going to guess hey. Hey! So what we're saying is we're both equally as good at recognizing the other's terrible artwork.
I mean, I think that is an excellent way to put it, Baker. The artwork left a lot to be desired, but we both know our Disney characters so well, we covered for each other's terrible artwork.
You are absolutely right. Chat, did you get it? Also, I checked yesterday when it was me versus Jen. They gave Jen an 8 out of 10 and me a 6 out of 10. So she won that one. Please do the same again. She's very happy about this. Please do the same again in chat right now. Marks out of 10 for my Merlin goat and marks out of 10 for Ross's hey. We will check and then me and Ross, the winner will laugh at the other.
I honestly believe, and I have never said this before, I think my artwork might have been better. These are clearly wings.
Presence was not better.
You're
gotta go.
Persistent you're, is what you are,
you're
Ross.
Too persistent in the lounge, so you gotta go. I'm so sorry.
Rebecca, I'm so sorry for that. It was out of my control. Ross insisted.
What is this? What is this?
Exactly. This is hey, apparently.
Honestly, it's pretty brilliant. He did a wonderful job.
I mean, I guessed it. I mean, it was enough for me to guess it, so it can't have been that bad.
Yes.
Did you enjoy watching that?
I did. I love these mini games, the draw the card, the song lyrics, so fun. But I had to come in and interrupt for a bit because we have some fun stuff to talk about, Baker. We do. So as you know, we have 2 tournaments going on. And we know the meta breakdown from Friday, but we do actually have a look now of the conversion and how many decks made it to day 2. So as a refresher, let's look here at the meta breakdown from Friday. Of course, we had that Amethyst Steel at the top, and we have Amethyst Sapphire right after it, followed by Amber Emerald. And we talked about this before, Baker. It's not just about what is the largest representation in the room, but it's what makes it to day 2? What does the conversion look like for these decks? And so now, let's take a look and see what decks made it to day 2.
Let's take a look, but yes.
Look at that. Amber Emerald with a 22%.
That is an incredible conversion rate, but I can't say I am hugely surprised. We all know the Dogs was going to be a top contender.
Qué brutal. Bueno, ahí cuando
muestran
muestran
meta,
un
maybe you want to
poquito
put it, and
los días, ¿no? El día viernes, lo
22%
que es el
it's a little
sábado.
crazy, but it's not entirely surprising.
Bueno, supuestamente el meta, ¿no? De este día sábado. Y porque, o sea, perdón, del día viernes, que diga, ¿no? El día viernes, main event, win rate, estos son los que hicieron día 2. Entonces, en porcentaje, los 3 primeros decks les fue mejor, ¿no? Para hacer día 2, en términos de porcentaje, ¿no? De conversión. 22% lo que sería perros, 18% purple, 15% ámbar amatista. Ojito, yo lo dije, ámbar amatista, uno de los buenos decks. Lo que más me sorprende lejos, por lejos, es Emerald amatista. Muy buen porcentaje de conversión. Es verdad que no jugaron mucho, pero tampoco muy pocos. Al igual que, bueno, Purple Steel, que es lo que se veía, el deck más jugado el día de ayer, el día viernes, también tiene una tasa de conversión interesante. Y no se queda atrás Blue Steel, me llama la atención brutalmente, Amber Steel y Red Purple. O sea, si lo vemos en estricto rigor, el deck que la rompió y que la sigue rompiendo en términos de tanto cantidad de jugadores y de conversiones perros con una 22% es una locura. Los demás ya está interesante. Lo que más me llamó la atención no es tanto la conversión de PS, ¿no? Siendo que hubiera muchos perros, ¿no? Un poquito que se iguala con lo que se de Purple, que no es un matchup tan favorable, ¿no? Pero lo que yo me saco de sombrero es ese Amber amatista. Lo sigo dejando ahí con el contenido de relleno, ¿no? De este DLC.
But we like to see the decks that aren't highly as represented. We want some Emerald Amethyst. We want some Ruby Amethyst. Even take my bias down. We just want to see as many decks as possible. Another deck that we've seen putting in fantastic work this weekend, Amber Ruby. We actually opened up the entire show with Lucas Kalper, 5th place at the World Championship, rocking that deck, saying, I am confident into nearly all of the field. I don't want to see Emerald Sapphire, but other than that, I'm happy.
Yeah, and we've seen some of those decks in day 2. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens. But we are here in the Saturday main event. We have how many more rounds left?
We're going into our final rounds.
We have one more round. This is the last chance for some of our players to make it to day 2, trying to get their 18 points. So Baker, myself, and Buzz are wishing all the players good luck here in round 8. We're going to throw it over to, I believe, Ross and Spessy, who are in the booth, ready to bring you round 8 here from Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent.
Sometimes known as Spessy, but today I will be calling him exclusively Mr. Joseph Curley. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing very, very well, thank you. I have to say, I was watching your art. I'm going to give it to you, Ross. I think the Hey Hey was better than the Goat. I checked the chat. I think the chat is in agreement that the goat was great. If Baker had about 30 more minutes to finish it, I think he would have won.
Yes, I agree.
But
in an untimed match, I think he takes it.
Yeah, I think you deserve the win there. I was actually quite impressed, if I'm honest. I didn't think you had that in you.
I did not think I had it in me, and we might do that many more times over the years, and that might be the only time it's ever a guessable
What did you think of my angel? You were pretty impressed by it, right?
No, I wasn't impressed by the angel. However, what I will say is, and this is a key for anyone at home who's playing these kind of games, there is a trick, and the trick is focus on the key parts. So the angel ears are a little bit all over the place, but then you had those 2 extra things coming out the head. I don't know what they are.
That thing's at the head.
Yeah, but
antennas.
The antennas, call it antennas. The antennas combined with the ears, I went, oh, it's angel.
Yeah.
I was watching, I did get that, but it was less, it looked like angel and more, like with Baker, it didn't really look like Merlin goat, but it had horns. And what has horns?
Dragons.
Well, also dragons.
Yeah, dragons also. But we are heading into the last round of the day, Ross. And of course, we're going to be back tomorrow for the final day. It's the third day of Ghent, but it's going to be the day 2 for all of our Illumineers who finished 6-2 on the Friday main event, 6-2 on the main event on Saturday. And of course, any scores better than that. There's players at 7-1. There's going to be players at 8-0 as well. We saw Zan Syed finishing 8-0 yesterday. I've just been
impressive.
up and speaking with Ed as well as Diego Saz. Both those players 7-0 going into the final round. We saw Ed on Emerald Sapphire on stream earlier, Diego on Amber Steel with that Lilo and Stitch themed deck at 7-0. So really excited to see all of those players back in the building tomorrow. It's going to be a huge day of Disney Lorcana.
Absolutely.
Cuando volvemos ya a lo que serían los plemas increíbles, comentáis Basic brutal lo de Ed jugando, creo que Berpoli, lo que sería Sans, ¿no? Jugando Ámbar Steel 7-0 que se van en este round. Pero no son los que nos enfocan, no son los que nos están enseñando, sino que nos están enseñando un win and in para hacer día 2. Por un lado, Michael, que lo pararon para abajo, ¿no? Con 17 puntos, que tiene 5 wins, tiene 2 empates, de hecho, jugando Purple Steel, cuando nos vamos a ver un mirror, porque por el otro lado, Sarah Youth, que necesita ganar, va 5-2, jugándose el todo por el todo. El alemán contra el francés, en lo que puede ser, de momento, un mirror de Purple Steel. Purple Steel, uno de los decks, ¿no? Que más jugados y que por lo menos la tasa de conversión, lo comenté hace poco, lo mostraba en la gráfica, no tuvo la mejor tasa de conversión. Es verdad que no siempre el deck más jugado, el que saca el mejor cierto porcentaje de eficacia, de conversión en este caso, pero sin dudas pese un gran deck. Y acá es cuando vamos a ver estos dos jugadores, el todo por el todo. Por un lado tiene que ganar, ¿no? Tiene que ganar este francés, el alemán también, uno que tiene 17 puntos y otro que tiene 15. 5 wins, 2 empates, pero que no le sirve al francés para hacer el día 2. Cuando ya sale patá, y no sale con turno 1, algo que quizás le pueda pesar al francés. Cuando ya se la está jugando a full, se la juega toda el alemán. Vamos a ver, turno 1, sí que hay turno 1 por parte del alemán. El hook, y ya sabe, ¿no? Ya sabe Michael que se está enfrentando a un mirror, el alemán, lo más probable que también. Ahí lo recontra confirma. Turno 2, la Calhoun para que no puedas cuestear. Y la cosa va a quedar un poquito detenida. Un poco que lo comentamos el día de ayer. Un mirror que tiene que ser, ¿no? Gracias a los Dumbos, gracias a las demonas, son los que van a romper un poco quedarse tan estático, porque así se va a ver el match, por lo menos en los primeros turnos, ¿no? Muy estático, no van a tradear nada, se van a quedar muy quietos hasta que ya empiecen los Genies, cuando ya empiecen los Dumbinis, cuando llegue también la Demona y la Elsa a hacer estragos. De momento, turno 3 para Michael, el francés que juega el Cheshire Cat, y vamos a ver si es que efectivamente, amigo, esto es un mirror Cheshire Cat por parte de Sarah Youth, el alemán. Cuando ya turno 4 puede ser que aparezca el primer Dumbo, aparezca el primer Genie. No creo que aparezca un Tiger, ¿no? Pero bueno, ahí va a depender de la decklist de Michael, el francés, cuando juega un Captain Hook y va a jugar un Christopher Robin haciendo mucha mesa y va tremenda la jugada que hace Michael, no importa el turno 1, tenía la patada para deshacerme de ese gato, y si es que lo quieres hacer, si lo quieres tradear, tendrías que ser con las dos criaturas, algo que le rompe un poquito el tempo a Sarah Youth. Se queda con 2 cartas Michael, que se queda con 3 tintas además, no tinta nada, no sé si es que porque no tiene para tintar o porque simplemente no quiso. Cuando ya el alemán piensa que puede ser las posibilidades, tiene que ir barajando el segundo libro, este PS que juega con 2 libros muy bien, y va a jugar su Genie en este caso, que es lo que le quebró un poquito el tempo, ¿no? Ya con ese gato hubiera cantado la patada. Lo que sí es seguro es que entra en juego ese Genie por parte del alemán y va a tener que tradear, ¿no? Va a tener que tradear, va a ganar 2 de lore, se queda solo con el Genie y ahora le da rienda suelta a Michael para que pueda cuestear, ¿no? Para que pueda hacer de las suyas. Vamos a ver si es que esta vez tinta. Vamos a ver qué pasa en este tremendo match. Última ronda por el win-and-in. ¿Quién hace día 2? ¿Será Michael? ¿Será Sarayud? Cuando ya se viene el Genie, este que bustea este 3-4, va a bustear, va a aprovechar la tinta que le queda, el francés. Parece que puede ser que empiece a acelerar. Así va a ser la carrera. Va a cuestear de 2 de momento. Piensa si es que cuestea o no. Va a cuestear también con el hook. Piensa si cuestea o no con esa Calhoun. Y al parecer no, la resguarda el francés, es precavido, es cauto. Cuando ya es turno del alemán Sarayud, vamos a ver qué hace. Tiene también una Gian Cobra. Tiene que ver si es que va a jugar más bichos, ¿cierto? Si es que tiene la patada, si es que puede jugar 2, cantarla y deshacerse de esa Calhoun o de ese Robin que está molestando, quizás de ese Genie. Pero lo concreto es que va a jugar el Sven, el sempiterno, que va a acabar con el Christopher Robin, que ya empezar a cuestear o va a tradear nuevamente. Es lo que piensa Sarayud, tradea o no tradea. Va a tradear finalmente a ese Capitán Hook. Piensa, tiene 2 cartas en mano. ¿Cuál es la probabilidad que tenga, cierto? Un bicho más y pueda catarme la patada. Eso lo va a determinar Michael. No quiso cuestear, ¿cierto? No quiso cuestear con esa Calhoun. Sabe que podía tener un Sven y así era, como lo lía el francés. No quería perder esa carta tan importante terrestre, ¿no? Que tiene este deck. Y sí que tenía la patada. Lo que no tenía era más bichos para jugar. Le va a girar algo. No es necesario. Están ambas giradas. Letra D, eso sí. Él es Ben. Ahora es cuando quizás ya se ve el cuesteo, ¿no? Se queda sin carta en mano, eso sí. El francés se fue literalmente a all-in cuando va a cuestear D3. Empieza un poquito la carrera. Vamos a ver cómo responde Sarayud. Tiene esa ventaja, ¿no? Esa ventaja que tiene ahora 4 cartas en la mano. Vamos a ver si es que son útiles para este matchup. Piensa, ¿no, Sarayuk? ¿Qué es lo que tiene que hacer? Lo que tiene que buscar. Vamos a ver. Abusa demasiado esa matista en el meta. Efectivamente, es muy abusón. Cuando se viene el descarte, va a ganar 2 de lore. Está muy fuerte el PS. La verdad es que está muy fuerte. Hay que decirlo. Cuando se va a jugar el dog, no quiere saber de la Calhoun. Y ahí es cuando ve la patada tremendo de ese robo. Una patada y un Genie. Algo que cae muy bien. A ver si la canta. Se deshace de esa Elsa. Porque sabemos que terrenalmente se puede deshacer de la Calhoun el Genie. No, de momento va a cuestear. Va a cuestear, no va a hacer nada. No va a hacer nada con esa paga. Interesante. Porque está el top deck, Michael, también. Tendría que robar muy bien. Y es lo que hace, roba muy bien, roba un Genie, va a robar cartón y parece que va a ver si es que hace el boost nuevamente. Si hace el boost, sería de mucho de lore, ¿no? Sería de 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sería en una carrera, queda en 11. Está interesante lo que pueda hacer. Muy abusón, este Purple Steel, pero para ambos lados, ¿no? En este mirror, cuando va a hacer el boost, cuidado que ese Genie ya puede cuestear de 3, 4, 5, se iría a 11, Michael, es lo que está pensando. Piensa, que es lo mejor. Se queda con una carta en mano, la que le dio el Genie. Efectivamente, es lo que va a hacer, no le importa perder el Genie con esa cobra, va a cuestear de 3, pero se va a quedar resguardado. A ver si es que hace algo con esa Elsa. De momento pareciese que no. Sí va a hacer algo, va a cuestear. En este caso se va a 10. Se guarda la Calhoun porque sabe que si tiene que tradear esa cobra con ese Genie, puede después sacarle dividendos, ganar 2 de lore al estrellarse. Y es cuando ahora Sarayud tiene que ver el alemán. El alemán tiene que ver cómo responde a este francés. Cómo responde a todas las cartas que tiene, a ese top deck bastante bueno que le trajo ese Genie, que le trajo lo que sería más posibilidades para combatir con la mesa. Vamos a ver, cuando piensa Sarayud, calcula que tuvo que tirar un dock para deshacerse de su Calhoun. Piensa Sarayud, tiene que ganar uno de los dos, tiene que ganar para hacer día 2. Es un win-and-in, tiene que hacer uno de los dos. Tiene que pasar, uno de los dos pasa el día 2, el otro se queda en este día 1.1, día sábado, día crucial, ronda número 8. Ya no hay más, es esto y se acaba. Vamos a ver, por parte de Sara, que va a jugar la Elsa, por 5 juega la Elsa. Lo más probable es que gire, ¿no? Va a girar a ese Genie infame. acaba de aparecer, vamos a ver si es que canta o no, si es que lo tradea, que parece que es lo que va a hacer, es lo que piensa, tradea o no tradea, va a tradear el Genie, efectivamente, desaparece, se queda con 3 y le muestra lo que había debajo y había un Dumbo y había un capitán. Es lo que tiene que pensar ahora, si es que tradea o no, si es que cuestea, es lo que piensa, porque si, bueno, le va a hacer, finalmente le va a pegar a ambos. Pareciera que no tiene al final lo que sería la patada, porque sería muy extraño, ¿no? Veamos que tiene en la mano, tiene otro Genie, que es lo que habíamos visto. Al final lo que robó fue la Elsa. Pero ¿cómo guarda, no? Puede ser que guarde mucho. Estoy casi seguro que es una patada lo que tiene en la mano Sarayut, pero lo guarda, ¿no? Lo guarda muy bien, lo mantiene ahí. Se hace el ajeno cuando juega el Hades. Otro gran robo por parte de Michael. Le va a tirar lo que sería el Hades a esa Elsa. Vamos a ver cómo responde, ¿no? Cómo responde, si es que roba o no roba. Lo que tiene que pensar, ¿no? Es lo que tiene que reflexionar, que decidir. Si la tira para abajo, ¿hacemos el trato o no hacemos el trato? Y el trato va a ser tirarla para abajo finalmente a esa Elsa, dejarla así. Esa Elsa que va a hacer rienda suelta al Genie. Acaba, se queda con 4 de daño. Y esa lo dijimos, esa Calhoun que va a tradear, se muere a ambas, pero se van y llegan, queda 12, queda con una posición de mesa bastante interesante Michael, y le va a dar el turno a Sarayut. Quiero ver lo que tiene en la mano, porque si no es una patada, no sé lo que es. Por 4 va a jugar, el Genie va a robar carta, tiene un Benja que parece que no es tan útil en este match, pero que roba un Dumbini, una carta muy importante para ganar el Mirror también, un Dumbo, ahí el Dumbo primero, pero al parecer le va a dar el turno, se queda ahí, sigue ahí robando cartón Michael pensando, puede ser que tenga también una demona, puede ser que tenga ahí más respuestas ante ese otro Genie que acaba de bajarse el alemán. A ver cómo responde, cómo se hace de este apasionante game. Recordemos, ronda número 8, es esto y se acaba. Uno de los dos pasa al día 2, ambos no pueden. Uno de los dos pasa al día 2, ambos no pueden. Así que el que gane se llevará el empate. Obviamente no le sirve a ninguno de los dos le sirve el empate. Así que va a ser tremendo lo que se dé en este duelo. Cuando ya juega a Angel finalmente. Juega la Angel, quizá en este mirror, a esta altura, quizás no sea lo que quería, ¿no? Pero sí le sirve para tradear bichos pequeños y lo que pueda hacer, ¿no? Y se va a quedar estático, cuestea, se va a 13. Mike cuando va a robar ya, roba cartón Sarayut, tiene, recordemos, roba creo que una demona, ¿no? Es lo que tiene en la mano cuando solamente se queda con un cartón, ¿no? Se queda un cartón el francés. Duelo más que interesante, insisto, duelo muy interesante, el win and in para el día 2 para ambos. Este francés que a pesar que tiene 17 puntos necesita conectar una sexta win, necesita cuando ya se baja el Dumbo y va a pensar si roba o no roba, que va a jugar finalmente, va a tintar y ahí es cuando tira, finalmente va a jugar, juega la patada que la tuvo guardada. ¿Cuánto se lo guardó? Un montón, va a cuestear 2, se queda 8, paciente el alemán, ve el momento cuando tiene que tirar la patada y así fue, ¿no? La tira ahí justo, casteándola, posiblemente Michael tenga ahí, puede ser que tenga una demona, ¿no? Y si la tira la demona, pues no le importa a Sara, que ya tiene el Dumbo, ya tiene el Dumbo en mesa, parece que no tenía un Cheshire Cat, puede mover los daños, que es lo que va a hacer, va a mover 2 daños al Genie, y piensa, y le va a pegar 2 más, y va a acabar, ¿cierto? Se va a quedar con 4, y vamos a ver qué sucede cuando ya se ida y vuelta este match, sigue cuesteando además con ese Hades Michael que se va a 14, ese Cheshire Cat que puso a poner mucha presión en mesa. Vamos a ver qué roba. Cuando roba Sarayut, qué roba el alemán. Alcanzamos a ver qué roba el alemán. ¿Qué puede ser lo que roba acá el alemán cuando va por uno? Va a robar primero con el Dumbini, uno que gana mucho el mirror, ¿no? Le puede traer estragos, no puede quebrárselo con esa Elsa. Tiene que encontrar una respuesta para deshacerse de esa Elsa o del gato. Una de las dos tiene que deshacerse cuando ve a la Elsa. Muy bien. La ve ahí. La ve. le gira, acaba con su Elsa, le queda ahí, qué tremendo lo que encontró finalmente el alemán, lo encuentra una solución, parece que le va a dar el turno, pero recordemos, ya se iría 16, el francés Michael, que tiene ahí cosas para responder, y ve el Genie, roba cartón, tiene 2 cartas en mano, una que no sabemos, no muestra, no enseña las cartas este francés, cuando va a tintar, ¿qué es lo que tinta? ¿Qué es lo que guardó tanto tiempo? Un pit, mira, una carta muy, pero muy buena, interesante en principio en el mirror, cuando especialmente está haciendo la curva de la patada, pero de momento ya no le sirve, ¿no? De momento ya no es algo tan crucial. Dice Michael, va a cuestear, se va a quedar, ese Cheshire va a pagar por 2, va a mover daños, y el daño a dónde se va a mover, es lo que piensa. Hacia dónde va ese daño, pero nada, no hace nada con él. Se queda ahí parado y sigue. Continúa, y ahí es cuando ahora Sarayuk con ese Dumbo puede encontrar un montón de respuestas si lo decide, pero lo que va en contra es la cantidad de lore que tiene el francés 15. Prácticamente el otro turno, así que no pasa nada, por ejemplo, sería a 19, pero va a hacer la habilidad de Dumbo, se va a 10, roba carta y encuentra la patada, una patada que le puede servir y de mucho, especialmente si quiere acabar con el Genie. Vamos a ver qué hace. ¿Qué hace Sarayud? Lo hace finalmente. Encuentra la patada. La segunda patada ya sería, porque una sí que la guardó. Es cuando está pensando, cuando va a pagar. De momento, vamos a ver qué hace. Cuando va a jugar parece que el otro Dumbo, ¿no? Juega el otro Dumbini. A ver si tinta y tira la patada nuevamente. Sería increíble. Vamos a ver qué pasa. O si quiere robar una más, ¿no? Pero si es que roba una más, no puede jugar. No puede jugar la patada. Pero no, va por 2, va a jugar. Y ahí está. Y se deshace del Cheshire Cat finalmente. Porque dice, por último, me puedo deshacer de ese Genie. Lo malo es que se queda a pie, ¿no? Se queda a pie a una posible Jan Cobra. Recordemos que que cuestea, se va a 18. Y si tiene una cobra en la mano, Michael se llevaría este primer game. Vamos a ver qué pasa, porque tiene una carta en mano precisamente Michael. A ver, ya está. Cuesta de 3. Si tiene la cobra, puede ganar este duelo. No, veamos qué tiene ahí para responder Michael. De momento, si se cuestea, ya digo, se va a 18. Y tremendo, tremendo este duelo, apasionante. Ronda número 8 por el win and in. ¿Qué hace Michael? ¿Qué hace el francés? Piensa. Mira todas las cartas que tiene. ¿Cuál es la probabilidad de quizás robar una cobra? ¿Qué es lo que le hace falta para poder cerrar el game de inmediato? Si no, tiene que empezar a tradear, tienen que empezar a quitarle bichos también a Sarayup, porque ya con 2 Dumbos va a ser una ventaja muy grande. Serán 2 de lore y 2 cartas que pueda robar. Más la carta de turno, está sin mano. Un mirror, tremendo, tremendo mirror que se está viendo. Muy complicadas las decisiones. Cada una la vale. Así que tienen que ir con tranquilidad. Pero ya en un punto álgido de la partida. Vamos a ver qué sucede. Vamos a ver qué juega. Con qué se anima. Cuando al final va a ser por 3, puede ser. Vamos a ver qué ve por 3. Lo va a jugar. Y juega un Sven por 4 que diga para deshacerse de esa Elsa. No se deshace de lo que sería el Dumbo. Es para que ese Sven siga, ¿cierto? Siga con vida, no sea vanillado. No quiso tradear. De momento no quiso tradear lo que sería el Dumbo, ¿no? Con ese Sven, sino que todo lo contrario. Irse ya de lore, se va a 18. Ah, pero eso es lo que está. Le pega 3. Que no. Sí que lo vanillea, eso le está diciendo. Sí que lo vanillea, le pega 5. Si le pega 5 con el Challenger. Y cuando va a empezar a cuestear, se va a 18, insisto, a tiro de una Gian Cobra. Esto es complicado para las aspiraciones de el alemán. Vamos a ver si eso sí. Vamos a ver si eso sí. Si aparece, ¿no? Si aparece. si aparece algo, ¿no? Si aparece alguna respuesta y eso es lo que está contando, piensa, está a tiro de una cobra, insisto. Cuando robó un Lexington no es lo que quería precisamente el alemán. No era lo que necesitaba de momento. Vamos a ver qué hace. Definitivamente va a tener que robar. Va a tener que robar el alemán, es lo que piensa. Cuenta. Está a tiro solamente de lo que sería una cobra, pero también tiene que deshacerse de los bichos. Es lo que piensa. Con el Lexington que robó, no era lo mejor. Finalmente va a tener que tradear al Genie. Va a pegarle y se va a quedar, simplemente se va a quedar a 19. Le juega el Lexington y se la juega totalmente el alemán. Simplemente se la juega ahí. Vamos a ver qué sucede en esto, que se puede ir a 19. A ver si roban la cobra. No roba la cobra. Sí, roba lo que sería el Dumbo. Va a ganar 1 de lore. Se va a 19. Y si estas cosas no cambian, no hay algo extraordinario, estaríamos hablando que el francés estaría llevando este primer duelo contra Sarayú del alemán. Parece que le va a dar el turno. Entonces ahora se viene. Vamos a ver qué sucede cuando roba un Olaf. No era el top de qué o qué necesitaba el alemán Sarayud, pero tiene que empezar a buscar, ¿no? Y es lo que va a hacer. Va a robar por turno. Se va a ir a 12. A ver si es que roba algo más. Algo que lo pueda ayudar. Algo que lo pueda salvar. Vamos a ver, piensa el alemán que se quedó mucho tiempo. Recordemos esa patada. Va a seguir robando. Recordemos que el Lexington le puede ayudar. Y parece que no, ¿no? Parece que no roba la respuesta. Es lo que piensa, es lo que está viendo. Parece que no roba la respuesta. Parece que fueron 2 Blackheron. Y nada, le va a tradear. Se va a quedar con 2 de daño. Y le dice nada, robó 2 Blackheron, 1 Olaf. Y no puede hacer más, ¿no? Le está diciendo, nada, es tuya. Es tuya. Y la primera se la lleva el francés en tremendo Purple Steel Match. Este Mirror Match que salió sin turno 1, recordemos, el francés, quizás haciéndole un poco creer, ¿no? Al alemán que no tenía respuesta. No fue así para nada. Tuvo la respuesta muy bien con el Cheshire. El turno 4 le baja 2 bichos, le tira la patada, le rompe un poquito el tempo, se deshace del Cheshire de este caso del alemán y vuelve, ¿no? Qué tremendo mirror match, qué bien pensado por el francés, que llega a un punto que tienes que empezar a hacer, ¿no? Tienes que empezar a hacer la carrera cuando escuchamos acá a los comentarios.
Got no board, they play a character, you take it out. They play a character, you take it out. They play a character, you take it out. And I know you cannot challenge active characters, but there's so many ways we've got, like Elsa and all these other tricks to get rid of them. And you can then buy yourself a couple of turns, and while you're doing so, you're building up your board, questing, and get to victory. That's how these big comebacks happen. So right there was so close, but just could not quite control the board well enough at the end. Left that one Dumbo on the board. And that was all it took. And it was that Sven leaping reindeer, Ross, that really made the difference. Agreed. You said they're just going to quest. We kind of agreed that the line here is just a quest. So you're not going to be able to do any challenging unless you have a leaping reindeer. He leapt in and he done good. The Challenger +3, by the way, absolutely crucial for allowing it to challenge into and banish the Elsa. Absolutely huge.
But comentaban que era muy complicada las decisiones, ¿no? En cuanto en el mirror match, cuánto pesan las Elsas, cuánto pesan también los Dumbo en un momento. Pero como les digo, la carrera que tienen que hacer al principio. Y ese 1-2-3, ¿no? Ese 1-2-3-4 que diga, el 1-2-3-4, tener los bichos, tener la patada, saber qué tirarle de removal. Quizá ahí un poquito aguantando, ¿no? Lo vimos, el alemán aguantando mucho esa patada, la aguantó muchos turnos cuando pudo quizás jugarla antes, pero bueno, fue cauto, fue con más calma. Quizás esa calma no le vino quizás perfecto, pero ahora comienza el alemán. Vamos a ver si es que se cumple que el que sale on the play gana en este mirror PS. Recordemos, última ronda. El que gana se va al día 2. Un win-and incompleto. El pobre francés, ¿no? Que tiene 2 empates, pero que no le sirve de nada. Tiene que ganar. Tiene que ganar. No ha perdido, es verdad. Ha ganado 5, ha empatado 2, pero no le sirve de nada si es que llega a perder. Si va a perder una, pues pues no le sirve para llegar al día 12. Ya con 18 puntos, eso es lo que sabemos. El alemán también se la juega, el alemán se la tiene que jugar completamente porque él sí que lleva ahí un récord no tan favorable, ¿no? Un 5-2 que se la está jugando, que tiene ahí 15 puntos. Cuando ve turno 1, Olaf. A ver qué responde ahí. Los primeros turnos que son un poquito así, más tranquilos, más congelados, ¿no? A ver si es que se juegan con turno 1 y efectivamente este Christopher Robin, que tiene la habilidad de Underdog, que a pesar que es de coste 2, recordemos, la habilidad de Underdog, si es que tú vas on the draw y es tu primer turno, por supuesto, puedes jugarlo por un 1 menos. Es una 1-3 que cuesta por 2. Una de las únicas Underdog no poderosas que se han quedado en lo que sería el meta de esta Season 11, cuando ya se juega el libro de turno 2 y le va a pasar el turno a este libro interesante, Decklist, este PS que juega este libro que le da un poquito de recursos cuando lo deseen, cuando ya Michael se va completamente a la ofensiva, cuesteando de 2, defendiendo su Christopher Robin con una Calhoun, y le va a hacer el turno a Sarayut. Va a ver cómo responde acá el alemán, a ver si es que tiene un buen turno 3, tintó, recordemos, un Dumbo, tiene otro Dumbo en la mano. Vamos a ver cómo responde acá el alemán. Así que saca una jugada interesante y por 3 va a jugar el Cheshire Cat, ese que le pesó, ¿no? Que le pesó en la partida pasada, que le duró mucho a Michael, que hizo muchos estragos. Vamos a ver cómo responde ahora en curva. Recuerde que ahora la curva la tiene Sarayud, pero no perfecta, ¿no? Porque turno 2 jugó el libro y ahora por 3 se va a venir el Genie para cuestear y parece que va a ver si deja la vía libre, a ver si es que cuestea igual Michael, se va a 4 y es lo que piensa. Lo que piensa, porque un posible tradeo, recuerda que ahí la Calhoun también puede ayudar. Y no, parece que le va a ceder el turno de momento, no cae en la trampa. Michael, el francés, sigue y se va a quedar así. Vamos a ver cómo responde el alemán. Por 4 va a bajar el Genie, va a robar carta que tiene una patada. Una patada, ¿no? Al parecer tiene sí, una patada, puede ser. No alcanzo a ver la última carta al alemán. Sí que puede tener una respuesta. Y si fuese una patada, podría ser algo muy bueno para poder deshacerse de la Calhoun, pero no va a ser así. Va a robar carta y le va a ceder el turno a Michael. Le cede el turno. Vamos a ver si turno 4 hace algo más. Vamos a ver el turno 4 de Michael. ¿Qué hace? ¿Qué hace? Lo piensa, lo medita, lo reflexiona. Cuando ya tinta una patada, mira, interesante. Y por turno va a bajar una Angel que va a hacer mucho daño. Ahí piensa si descarta o no descarta para hacerle ese daño. Esa Angel 3-3, recordemos que tiene la habilidad que descartas una carta, le pega 2 de daño. Cuando va a cantar, tenía otra patada, se deshace nuevamente de la amenaza, le gana la curva al alemán, le gana un poquito esta carrera, ¿no? Y ahora es cuando piensa Michael, cuando se queda con una carta en mano, ¿qué va a hacer, no? Si es que la descarta, ¿no? Para deshacerse de ese Olaf. Y ya podríamos decir que se va a la vía bastante libre, ¿no? Especialmente para cuestear. Pero de momento solamente va a cuestear, se va a ir a 4 el francés Michael. A ver qué sucede, ¿no? A ver si le da el turno, lo piensa, sigue pensando qué puede hacer. A ver si va a descartar y acabar con eso Olaf. A ver si... No, no hace nada, le da el turno, ahora tiene que responder. Que puede robar. Recordemos que en la mano tiene un Hades, ¿no? El Hades 3-4, el que hace ahí el deal, el trato. A ver si es que sale positivo esto. De momento mucha presión por parte de Michael con sus criaturas, ¿no? Con esta Angel 3-3 que no tiene el resist, pero que sí es muy molesta. Va a tintar finalmente la cobra, va a jugar el Hades y vamos a hacer con quién hace el trato. A ver con quién hace el trato. El trato va a ser con ese Genie 3-4 y va a ser, tu trato va a ser robar 2 cartas y roba las 2 cartas cuando sí que parece que tiene una patada, puede cantarla. A ver qué amenaza se puede sacar si saca la Angel, si saca la Calhoun. A ver qué es más molesto. Y va a jugar la patada que se la tira de inmediato ese Angel, desaparece, se queda de momento el Olaf ahí parado, va a tercer turno de Michael, que tiene que responder, que ya tiene 3 de lore. Va a jugar un Genie, va a robar cartón. Qué tremendo lo que se está viviendo en esta ronda número 8, el win and in. Y Dios mío, tenía otra patada, 3 patadas. Ya vio en este duelo Michael, el francés, increíble. Como robó, sigue cuesteando, se va a 5, sigue teniendo una presión ahí en la mesa. Y tiene 2 cartas en mano además. O sea, además de todo, tiene 2 cartas en mano. A ver, cuando roba una demona el alemán, tiene cosas para responder. Sí, tiene cosas para responder el alemán, de todas maneras. Tiene para responder. Cuando baja un Benja, que no es muy útil en este match, cuando baja el Lexington y por 2 va a bajar la Black Heron, se está quedando con una carta en mano, que es la demona, ya lo vimos. Vamos a ver si es que roba carta o no roba carta. Y está pensando, podría robar carta, podría encontrar una patada, podría encontrar algo. Pero claro, como quiere jugar la demona el próximo turno, no lo va a hacer de momento. Parecer, y eso es lo que está viendo, a ver si tradea o no tradea, y eso es lo complicado. Va a tradear finalmente a lo que sería ese Christopher Robin, que está metiendo muchos problemas, y ahora es cuando tiene que responder Michael el francés. Le bajaron una mesa interesante, ya no se puede girar tan fácil con ese Genie, porque ese Lexington sí que puede molestar y mucho. Así que vamos a ver qué hace el francés, que tiene 3 cartas en la mano. Recordemos, el alemán tiene solo una carta en mano, que es la demona. Por eso se la jugó un poquito más así. A ver si es que tinta y juega la demona, después puede robar 2 cartas más. Cuando se ve la tinta, ese Hades para ya tener 5. Michael por 5 va a jugar la Elsa, le va a girar el Lexington. Que se puede, le va a pegar 2 de momento, interesante, y ahí se va a ver el tradeo, ¿no? Recordemos que tiene alert solamente en el turno, se va a ver el tradeo, va a ganar 2, se va a ir a 8, probablemente ese Genie que se lleve el Hades, y se va a llevar ese Hades nada más, el Genie se queda con 3 de daño, eso sí, a pie, ¿no? De que se vanille con un Olaf, va a cuestear 2, ese Genie que se queda con 2 cartas en mano, se va a 10 el francés y ahora va a responder el alemán, que roba y roba un Olaf. No tan bueno, quizás lo juegue. De momento no, va a robar, va primero a buscar respuestas, puede encontrar respuestas y encontró unas más certeras, unas mejores en este caso. Encontró un Sven y encontró una Elsa, pero ¿qué será lo mejor? ¿Qué será mejor? ¿Qué será lo mejor? Es lo que está pensando acá el alemán, que no quiso jugar la demona de momento, no quiso jugarla de inmediato, y por 4 sí que vamos a ver al querido Sempiterno, a Sven. Vamos a ver con qué acaba. Cuando juega también el Olaf, puede ser que acabe, ¿no? Vamos a ver si es que primero tradea el Olaf, va a tradear, no se va a subir absolutamente nada a la mano. Ese Sven que va a acabar con el Genie, con la esperanza que no tenga un Cheshire Cat, ¿no? El francés Michael, ojalá que no tenga a Reza, ¿no? El alemán que no tenga un Cheshire Cat, porque ahí sí que le podría romper más aún la mesa. 3 cartas en mano, el francés, cuando ya juega otra Calhoun, cuando ya va a jugar otra Pocahontas, se queda con una carta en mano, va a tradear el Sven, tradean ahí los evasivos y se queda así un poquito la mesa estática y ya interesante, ¿no? Porque con una demona en la mano, cuando robo un Hades, eso es una carta muy interesante que puede ser, pero será bueno tirarle un Hades a una Pocahontas, será bueno tirarle un Hades a una Calhoun, eso es lo que tiene que pensar el alemán Sarayut. Vamos a ver de momento cómo lo hace. Y finalmente sí, va a jugar, en este caso una Elsa, va a girarle, va a pegar, va a deshacerse de esa amenaza, quizás cueste con la Heron, pero no creo que no le va a dar más lore a su oponente, pero cuidado que tiene una carta en mano el francés. Vamos a ver, cuando roba, la carta que tiene en mano ahí por el robo, y va a ser un Genie, roba otra carta. Ay, qué bien, cómo Roy le va a dar el turno nada más. No puede hacer nada tampoco el francés, que se queda con una carta. Cuando roba el Sven, demona, Hades y Sven. Muy buena posición, muy buenos cartones que tiene el alemán. Ese Hades que puede ir directamente al Genie para robar más carta. Pero cuidado, ¿no? Lo bueno es que no tiene carta, tiene una carta en mano el alemán. Va a ver el Hades, se lo va a tirar el Genie. Sí, sería muy cruel, ¿no? Si es que tuviese una demona, la única carta en mano del francés, que llegase a ser una demona, sería tremendo. Pensando ahí el alemán. Está pensando y obviamente va a ser el genie. Un trato. Makes a deal. Hacemos un trato. Vamos a ver cuál es la decisión, ¿no? ¿Cuál es la decisión? Realmente le va a dar 2 cartas. Roba la primera. Roba la segunda. Roba otro Hades. Roba otro genie. Va a tener que tintar la demona. Se queda con 3 cartas. Y es cuando quizá ya vaya a cuestear. No, parece que se va a quedar todo estático, que es lo que digo. A veces el PS se queda así estático, estático, hasta que el otro empieza a ver, ¿no? Hasta que el otro empieza a ver las demonios, empieza a ver esta Elsa. Se deshace finalmente de la Elsa, queda con 2 de daño, va a cuestear de 2, se va a 2. Algo tiene que hacer, algo tiene que hacer. El alemán tiene que acabar con ese Genie. Está teniendo muchos problemas, pero también hay una Calhoun que ahí está debajo que si vanillea un carácter, puede irse a 14. Cuando ahí tiene el Sven que se va a deshacer de ese Genie, posiblemente, pero que tampoco lo va a dejar cuestear, ¿no? Al alemán. Cuando tiene Genie, va a robar carta, no roba finalmente lo que sería la patada, que era lo que buscaba para deshacerse absolutamente de todo. De momento, va a bajar al Sven, el Sven que se va a estrellar. Y eso es lo que tiene que pensar. Se estrella contra el Genie, lo más probable. Así va a ser. Contra el Genie. Le queda 2. Las cosas se van a quedar así. Se van a quedar congeladas. De momento no va a hacer nada. Se queda ahí. Las decisiones que tiene que tomar el alemán son complicadas, son difíciles. Más cuando perdió el primer game. Y está pensando. Miren, y se va. Va a empezar a cuestear. Cuestea con 3. Y mira que le va a dar 2 lores for free, ¿eh? Esos 2 lores for free que le va a dar esa Calhoun, ¿eh? Los 2 lores se va a ir a 14, a 15 potencialmente. Muy peligroso. Ahí las jugadas empieza a apretar, ¿no? Empieza a acelerar el alemán también, que no se quiere quedar atrás. Pero con 12, potencialmente 14, 15 por lo menos en mesa. Por parte de Michael. Vamos a ver cómo responde. ¿Qué es lo que hace? Lo que tiene que hacer. Cuando ya va a pagar 4. No encuentra nunca la sexta tinta porque no la quiere así tintar. Cuando juega el Dumbo y parece que vamos a ver si es que roba o tradea ese Sven. Que robar sería muy malo, ¿no? Porque le deja a pie de tradear quizás con el Genie o de tradear con el Sven. Vamos a ver, es una situación complicada, pero que parece un Dumbo quizás un poquito más tarde, ¿no? De lo que quisiese, ¿no? El francés. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver qué ocurre. Finalmente va a ser el tradeo. Se queda con 4 puntos de daño. Y por el otro lado, que puede hacer for free, insisto, puede ser for free. Pero esa Calhoun, si lo hace for free a esos lados, puede ser que piense ahí Michael que se va a subir el Hades o algo. Finalmente es lo que piensa. Por eso lo tradea por la Black Heron. Se va a 14. Y ahora es cuando tiene que pensar Sarayu. Tiene que pensar porque tiene que sacarse también ese Dumbo cuando roba. Y lo que no sabe Michael es que tiene el otro Hades. Y de seguro ahora sí que tiene que ver una patada con las 2 que robe. Eso es lo que dice. Además hice el trade así, lo hice perfecto para efectivamente no te subiera a la mano. Pero bueno, amigo, sorpresa, tengo otro. Hagamos un trato. Va a ser el trato. ¿Qué va a escoger Michael? Finalmente va a ser 2 cartas. Roba por la primera, roba por la segunda y no ve, no, se le hace muy esquiva las patadas al alemán. No quieren aparecer. Finalmente no quieren aparecer. Muy esquivas. Cuando ya se la tiene que empezar a hacer un poquito de presión, a hacer un poco de mesa. Y ya cuando se viene el tradeo finalmente a esa Elsa, que no le importa, ¿no? A saber si llega a tradear ese Dumbo. Si se gira, ¿no? Porque tiene ahí el Lexington. Vamos a ver si es que tinta, no va a tintar. O si es que va a cuestear, ¿no? Que es lo que debería empezar a hacer también el alemán. Irse a 6. Es lo que piensa. Si tinta o no tinta. Va a tintar el Dumbo. Tiene una presión de mesa. Y el alemán empieza a correr también por 2. Se va a 6. 14 a 6. Muy complicado. Igual el panorama para el alemán. Mike lo tiene ahí. Tiene que pensar ahora qué carta le puede servir. Tiene 5 de tinta, a diferencia de su mirror, ¿no? de su mirror que tiene 9 de tinta, 9-5 de tinta, no tintó más el francés. Está pensando, reflexiona, ¿cuál será la mejor jugada? Dice Michael. Está pensando. Muy difícil, porque además tiene mucha mesa, mucha tinta, muchas criaturas que pueden hacer, jugar 2 criaturas por turno, hacer 2 jugadas por turno. Vamos a ver qué sucede cuando cuenta. Y finalmente se la juega Michael, va a robar, se va a ir a 15, tiene que empezar a encontrar la respuesta cuando roba, creo que un hook, algo que no quieres ver. Me hizo parecer que vio un hook. Vamos a ver, por 3 que puede obtener, que puede lograr jugar. Y va a ser un Genie, el Genie que va a bustear y se la juega un poquito a correr ya. El francés se queda con 2 cartas en la mano, está en 14, si es que no se deshace ese Genie virtualmente a 16. Y la presión, las cartas que tiene ahora el alemán, no se las quitan ahí, eso es lo que está pensando ahí. La sube a la mano que tiene la Elsa, además tiene todo para deshacerse de ese Genie, para deshacerse también de ese Dumbo, y algo me dice, si es que no saca una secuencia increíble de Dogs, Michael, puede ser que nos vayamos a la partida número 3, puede ser. No quiero acá gafar, yetar o maldecir al joven Sarayut, al alemán, pero vamos a ver. Va a tintar cuando se va a jugar esa Elsa que va a girar al Genie. Va a jugar el Dog, va a buscar ahora a ver si es que salen las patadas. No salen, sigue siendo esquivas, pero va a poder jugar el libro, va a poder jugar el Capitán Hook. O a ver si es que con el libro sigue robando. Yo creo que de momento no, va a jugarse toda la mesa. Va a tradear muy bien con, ahí está, tradeando. Va a tradear con un Hades y con lo que sería el Olaf. Se puede subir también un Hades a la mano. Hace doble tradeo, no le interesa perder sus criaturas de momento. Va a empezar a cuestear de 3 y yo diría que a menos que exista un milagro por parte de Michael, esta partida se las podría estar llevando Sarayut, que está sin mano pero que está con un libro que no se ve. Hay mucho, ahí quitaron la gráfica para que se muestre que hay un libro ahí al fondo, a la izquierda. Hay mucha mesa, ¿no? Falta mesa para tanta carta. Cuando ya Michael se tiene que aferrar al milagro, ¿no? El milagro de unas cobras por ahí, doble cobra. Ya quizás sea muy tarde porque el otro turno ya lorea demasiado el alemán. Cuando juega el Cheshire Cat y va a empezar a mover los daños, esto que puede ser interesante, el Lexington para frenar, o lo sabes mismo, cualquiera de los dos. Tiene mucho para hacer. En este caso no, va a jugar la Pocahontas, se aferra al milagro. Interesante la jugada de Michael, no va a mover los daños, no va a hacer nada, se aferra al milagro de la cobra. Si es que no tienes nada para quitarme la Pocahontas, sí que puede haber match. Qué interesante la jugada que hace el francés. Se la juega total, qué es lo que tiene que hacer. Va a robar con el libro, va a robar 2 cartas más. Va a buscar ahí una respuesta que es... ¡Ah, ya aparece! Muy bien, aparece la Elsa y ya ahora sí, definitivamente este match se lo va a llevar el alemán. Va a aparecer la Elsa, va a girar esa Pocahontas o ese Cheshire. Debería ser la Pocahontas, ¿no? Debería ser la Pocahontas para deshacerse, porque ese Cheshire no hace nada. Recordemos que la Pocahontas también le hace objetivo a las criaturas oponentes. Podría robar, podría cuestear for free de 3. Vamos a esa Elsa que lo más probable es que se lleve esa Pocahontas. Vamos a ver. Y no, va a ser el Cheshire Cat. ¡Wow! Va a ser el Cheshire Cat. La decisión peliaguda que... pero es que tenía otro Cheshire en la mano. Increíble, muy bien. Yo que me estaba desesperando. Decía, ¿qué está haciendo? El alemán se volvió loco. Pero loco se volvió al caster al ver que tenía otro Cheshire Cat. No va a pasar absolutamente nada. Le va a mover 2 puntos del Lexington. Quizás le da un poco igual. Va a ser del Genie. Va a tradear el Lexington. Y nada, partida nomás. Se lleva la partida número 12. El alemán jugándolo muy bien. Con una tranquilidad. Haciendo una mesa gigante. Teniendo 10 de tinta. A diferencia de su rival que se quedó simplemente con 5. El francés. Cuando escuchamos ya a los casters.
Go for the aggressive opening and they almost made it work. The card draw from Sarayat though was outstanding. Those Hades looking for a deal drew many cards, But the one thing we didn't really talk about, Ross, that turn 2 play, that junior woodchuck guidebook, we said, okay, you'd probably rather just play a Calhoun, a 2-cost character at that stage in the game. But the longer the game went on, the more relevant the card draw for the junior woodchuck guidebook became, and the card draw was really what allowed Soraya to just close that one out with a huge ink advantage.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was an ink advantage. It was constantly drawing cards. And the amount of glimmers on the board as we got to the end game there for Soraya was absolutely huge. And to put himself in an unassailable position. And when you've got that much of a board advantage, you can basically just do what you like, quest a little bit, but go board control. I got to mention, though, it was 2 turns in a row, maybe 3 turns in a row. Elsa the Fifth Spirit.
Concuerdo totalmente con lo que dicen los casters. Muy buena ventaja que al final tuvo el alemán de mucha tinta, de mucho robo. Fue lo que le dio la partida. A pesar que apretó mucho el francés de principio, no se llevó la partida. Le sacó mucho value al final el alemán, pudo deshacerse de todo, hacer una mesa muy larga que no cabía ni siquiera en el stream. Y cuando ya nos vamos 1-1, que ya se termina, ronda número 8, ya se termina este día 1.1. Recordamos que ayer hubo día 1 también, el día viernes. Hoy día nuevamente otro día 1, ya el domingo será el famoso día 2. Todos los que hagan día 2 les saludamos a toda la comunidad de España ahí, que muchos guerreros ahí, muchos jugadores haciendo día 2, algunos 7-1, algunos 6-2, algunos 8-0 dicen por ahí. Así que mis grandes felicitaciones. Muy buena comunidad de España en términos de Lorcana. Juegan muy bien, hay mucho jugón, así que felicitaciones. Ahí todos los que hacen día 2 les mandamos un caluroso saludo, ¿no? A todos aquellos jugadores y todos también aquellos latinoamericanos que vimos también, que se metieron por ahí, se colaban también en lo que sería este DLC de GHENT. Ayer vimos al puertorriqueño, hoy día vimos, ¿cierto?, al mexicano también colarse a ese día 2, así que tremendo. Cuando ya nos vamos, tercera partida, Michael versus Arayut, Mirror de Purple Steel, vamos a ver cómo sale. Va a ser de momento, ahora sí, por fin, con el turno 1 por parte del francés. Ya tenemos una interesante, roba esa demona que se va directamente a tinta para responder con el Olaf. 1-1, el que gana se lleva todo porque se va el día 2. Turno 2 que juega ese Christopher Robin, muy protagonista en estas barajas con amatista, en estas barajas PS, cuando no le importa ahí el posible trade que le haga ese Olaf a ese Capitán Hook. Interesante, ¿no? Vamos a ver, tiene también una patada, tiene también muchas natidades, tiene un libro al parecer, lo que está pensando, qué tinta, quizá esa patada le juegue en contra, pero pensando en que va a ser un tradeo, quizá sea lo mejor. El turno 2 va a jugar. ¡Wow! Mira lo que se ve. Un Mr. Smith, un 3-2. Qué interesante la baraja que tiene el deck que maneja el alemán, con el libro, con además este Smith que gana evasivo en tu turno, un 3-2, que va a poder pelear, contra este Christopher Robin muy bien. Cuando juega el Cheshire Cat, y al parecer toda apuntaría que le daría el turno, ¿no? No, y Cuestea se la juega totalmente. El francés se va a 3. Ya tiene que responder el alemán. Vamos a ver cómo responde de la mejor manera. Cuando va a robar cartón, cuando tiene 2 Genie en la mano, no tiene el turno 3 que es la cobra finalmente. A ver si es que juega la cobra y no descarta nada. Así, y ahí está, turno 3. Vamos a ver si es que descarta o no. Es lo que está pensando. A ver si es que el descarte es necesario o no. No lo va a hacer, va a tradear y se queda así con una presión, con ese Smith que se lleva ese Christopher Robin, lo frena un poquito, que si ya ese Cheshire Cat quiere intentar tradearlo, pues va a tener que responder ahí ante la cobra. A ver qué hace Michael, un comienzo complicado, ¿no? Pero bueno, ahí cuando tiene que tintar ese pick que podría ser muy bueno, cuando juega esa Angel que se puede deshacer, ese Mr. Smith, pero no sé si está muy claro la jugada. Se quedaría con una carta en la mano nuevamente Michael. Y con 4 de tinta. Recordemos la partida pasada la ventaja de tinta, la ventaja de robo, que significó la partida a favor del alemán. Va a descartar la demona, se deshace al final de ese Smith. Y vamos a ver, porque ya, mira, cuando sale una Black Heron que se va directo a la tinta, va a jugar los Genie, va a robar carta. Y aparece el libro, este libro que le puede ayudar mucho. Recordemos los recursos que puede tener este alemán. Cuando ya está quedándose con 2 cartas. Se queda con 2 cartas el francés, ¿no? Además con una Angel que descartó para deshacerse de ese Smee. Smee que gana evasivo. Smee que no se veía tampoco. Así que vamos a ver. Vamos a ver cómo responde Michael, cómo responde francés que va a tener que tintar, se fuerza a tintar. Muchas cartas en mano por parte del alemán, no una salida un tanto lenta, ¿no? Cuando juega la Elsa y vamos a ver qué es lo que le va a girar cuando se queda ahí piensa. ¿Con qué se queda? ¿Con qué gira? Porque está pensando Michael, gira ese Genie, no gira ese Genie. Si gira a esa cobra, no gira esa cobra. Que tiene resist ahora. Sin mano. Se queda sin mano. El francés se la jugó mucho. Le va a girar el Genie. Le va a pegar 2. Lo que no sabe el francés es que tiene ahí calentito un Sven cuando está pensando si cuestear o no. Recordad que tiene uno más tiene resist 2. Esa Angel. Y nada, le va a dar el turno. El alemán que ahora puede responder. Se queda sin mano, tengo entendido, el francés por lo que veo. Y acá hay mucho recurso. Puede hacer muchas cosas. El alemán. Qué tremendo. Se va a ver el Sven de seguro. Y va a después tener que hacer algo la Angel, ¿no? Con la carta que robe. Ver si es que la descarta o no. O a ver si es que vemos por ahí una Elsa que pueda girar esa Angel o hacer algo. Definitivamente va a ser el Sven. Va a acabar con la Elsa. Se va a ir de cuesteo de 2. Empieza los primeros 2 de lore, ¿no? A menos que vea una patada y pueda deshacerse de algo, pero de momento no sería efectivo porque pegaría 3 y ese Angel resiste y ese Sharkat aguanta de 4. Para nada, primeros 2 lores para el alemán. A ver cómo responde ese Minecraft. A ver si es que cuestea. Interesante. Y cuestea de 1 más. Se queda a 4. Y vamos a ver cómo responde. ¿Qué roba? ¿Qué top de Kea? Qué buena carta, que es la que top de Kea. No va a poder. A ver si es que se atreve, ¿no? Michael, que se ve tan bien apretado. A ver si es que la descarta para deshacerse de ese Genie, para deshacerse de ese Sven. Decisiones complicadas que tiene que tomar el francés Michael. Es complicado. Complicado. No es fácil, no es sencillo. Está pensando ahí porque si lo juega puede tener oportunidad de tener más cartas. Y finalmente la va a jugar el Dumbini. Y va a tener que darle el turno. No va a poder hacer nada más este Michael. No, no va a poder hacer nada más. Cuando piensa ahí el alemán con lo que roba. Me disculpan unos momentos que tengo que hacer un trámite.
Michael is going to have that Dumbo on his turn, and you have got to start drawing cards. But Sarai goes, oh, I can't get you Dumbo. I can start questing, though, and go up to 7 and start really pushing my advantage.
Yeah, Michael's had a really, really slow start, and despite being the player going first, it is now Soraya who is the aggressor in this one. The Cheshire Cat and the Angel are brilliant glimmers, but Michael has not wanted to quest with them, wanting to leave them ready and safe, but without the card draw, Michael just hasn't really been able to turn this Angel into much more than a 3-3 with resist 2.
I think you have to just start using Dumbo here. You have to use your ink. You have to use Dumbo. You can draw 3 cards here. Now, first, we're going to challenge Sven with Dumbo. That is going to banish Sven. You can now pay 2 to, well, gain a card with... Can you not?
No,
oh, they don't have evasive, so it was only Dumbo that could do
Ahora
that.
sí,
Thank you for the
volvemos
reminder there,
ahí
Joe.
en el casteo. Tuve que hacer un pequeño trámite. A ver, ya mueve los daños, se deshace finalmente del Genie, recobra un poquito la vida, lo recordemos con esa. Va a descartar, se deshace del Smith, muy bien, al final esa Angel que está dando un montón de dividendos. Ese Dumbini que también le ayudó mucho al francés y le va a dar el turno cuando tiene 2 cartas en mano el alemán, que tiene que ahí pensar, reflexionar y ver qué es lo mejor cuando tiene un Genie, un Dog y un Lexington. Parece que va a seguir buscando, va a robar y tiene justo encuentra lo que necesita, pero no lo puede jugar de momento. Vamos a ver si es que la tinta y juega el Lexington. La situación está volviéndose un poco complicada y está el top deck full Michael, pero que tiene ese Dumbo que le trae, que le ayuda, que le da mucho cartón de momento. Cuando ya está quedando y le dicen, chicos, quedan 5 minutos, que el empate no les sirve absolutamente a nadie. Si llegan a empatar, sería terrorífico para ambos cuando ya va quedando 5 minutos. Le dicen ahí, chicos, jueguen, que les quedan 5 minutos. Van a tener que apretar, va a tener que acelerar el alemán, que sigue jugando muy, pero le dijeron 5 minutos, no te preocupes, yo sigo pensando. El empate que no le sirve absolutamente a nadie cuando tiene que tintar. Vamos a ver si es que cuestea, no sabe si es que es la mejor. Si cuestea, ese Dumbo puede tradear, después le pueden descartar. Eso puede ser complicado. Vamos a ver si es que va a ser con la cobra, que ya lo vimos, que no le ayudó demasiado. Vamos a ver, está pensando, cuenta. Recuerda, el empate no le sirve a nadie, que tiene que lograr 18 puntos. Solamente le serviría al francés un empate. Le serviría quedando con 18 puntos, haciendo un 6-0-2. Teóricamente, ¿no? Con 6 puntos haces día 2. Pero ahí no tan cómodo para aspiraciones de día 2. Vamos a ver cómo responde el empate que no le sirve al alemán. Insisto, un empate terrorífico sería para ambos. De cierta forma, no lo deja tan bien posicionado a Michael y simplemente al alemán lo deja totalmente afuera. Cuando se viene el tradeo, se va a cambiar y ahí es cuando le va a pasar 1 de daño. No es necesario que le quite los 2, pero obviamente le va a quitar los 2 para que no le puedan tradear. Y ahí está. Ese Shark cómo cobra, cómo lo hace, es lo que piensa. Quita 1, quita 2, le va a quitar 2. Se deshace de la amenaza de ese Genie. Va a descartar, le va a pegar 2 a la cobra. Va a tradear, tiene resist. Así que solamente le pega de 2. Así que tremendo, le va a pegar de 2. Así que bastante bien. Ya la dejo ahí. Cuando ahí tiene la Elsa y tiene un Dog y tiene también un capitán que se va a ir a tinta lo más probable. Cuando juega ahí, gira finalmente ese Shark Cat que le está trayendo muchos problemas. Va a robar ahora 2 cartas, juega el Dog y qué cartas, Dios mío. No roba tanto lo que necesita. Y ya está. Y ahí es cuando piensa cuál es el mejor tradeo, a ver si es que le pega o no a lo que sería la Angel. Vamos a ver qué responde, qué hace el alemán. Recuerde que el tiempo va corriendo y no le beneficia a él mismo. Técnicamente solamente le podría beneficiar a Michael, ¿no? Con ese posible 18 puntos. Cuando tiene que tradear, mejor tradea lo que sería ese Shark Cat que le trajo muchos problemas, que le ha traído muchos problemas y le tiene que ceder el turno. Pero ahora es complicado. Cualquier carta puede ser para Angel lo mejor, ¿no? Que tradea ahí con la Angel. Tradea de la mejor forma y lo hace muy bien. Y ese Dumbini que simplemente va a robar. No, va a hacer el trade finalmente. Va a descartar ahora con la Angel. La descarta, le quita los evasivos. Por ende, no puede deshacerse de lo que sería el Dumbo. Qué tremendo cómo lo hace el francés, cómo gestiona. Gestiona bien ahí todo, mientras por el otro lado roba el Dumbo y también roba un Lexington. Y eso es lo que está Eso es lo que está viendo. Vamos a ver cómo responde. Tremendo, cuando ya les va quedando 2 minutos, prácticamente 2 minutos, algo que no le beneficia para nada, cuando ya se va a 12, si empieza a acelerar el alemán, y por el otro lado, Michael, que se queda a 4, roba con el Genie, 1 minuto y medio, es exactamente, es 1 minuto y medio. Tremenda esta partida, última partida. Vamos a ver si es que el alemán al final se queda. Vamos a ver si se queda. Vamos a ver. Cuando le trae. ¡Wow! ¡Qué brutal lo que le tradea ahí con la Angel! Pero se le queda vivo el Dumbo. Vamos a ver cuando aparece también un Sven al rescate. Cuando puede robar también con el Dumbo. Se va a ir a 13. La partida. Cuando aparece también el Cheshire Cat en su ayuda. Le dicen que quedan menos de 1 minuto. A la partida nos estamos volviendo locos con la partida. Increíble. Ahí el tradeo. Va a aparecer el Cheshire Cat. Va a mover los daños. Ahí al genio le hace el turno. Y creo que esto se va a ir a turno. Va a ser complicado. Cuando el alemán lo tiene ahí. Está en 13. Está diciendo que quedan 20 segundos. Y vamos a ver si es que quema el tiempo, ¿no? Si hace esa macabra jugada, ¿no? De ahí quemar el tiempo, pensar. Y es lo que va a hacer, parece el francés. Va a pensar, va a jugar. Y juega una demona tremendo que llega para ya congelar un poquito más el match. Es el Lexington que no se va a mover de ahí. Y cuando sí, finalmente se acaba el tiempo y se van a ir a los turnos. Sinceramente, esto no es nada bueno para el alemán. Tiene que ganar y no sé si alcanza. Que deberían irse a los turnos. A veces que ahí el juez pone el dado para irse a los turnos. De momento, cuando aparece el Sven, cuando aparece también el Dog, los Yeye, tiene que empezar a apretar. Tiene que empezar a apretar el alemán. Tiene que ir a avanzar, hacerlo más rápido. Le va a quedar pocos turnos. Y además justo robó 3 cartas Michael que pueda hacer para congelar más. Sería una lástima total. Sería una lástima total, ¿no? Que si quedas así, si quedas en empate cuando ya se van a los turnos, en turno 0, es lo que está marcando ahí el juez. Cuando vamos a cuestear, vamos a robar carta que diga con el Dumbo y va a tener que, de alguna forma, vomitar la mano. El alemán tiene que empezar a eso, vomitar la mano como sea, bajar la mayor cantidad de bichos para poder cuestear. Recordemos que también tiene una Elsa en mano Michael, lo que le juega en contra al francés, que no tiene suficiente tinta para hacer absolutamente todo. Y es cuando tiene que empezar. A ver si es que juega. Va a jugar el Sven, se va a deshacer del Genie. Y tiene que empezar a jugar más bichos. Eso es lo que le dice. Está en los turnos. Tiene los daños. Tiene que empezar a jugar más bichos. A ver si para llevarse, si quiere llevarse el triunfo el alemán. Que piensa y repiensa demasiado. Tiene que jugarlo además para que el Lexington se enderece. Cuando juega una Calhoun, tiene que tintar y jugar algo más, creo yo. Tiene que tintar y jugar algo más, creo yo. Lo que está contando, van 14. Juega el Cheshire Cat, se queda con 2 cartas y le va a dar el turno. ¿Qué efecto? No, vamos a mover los daños. Va a mover 2 daños del Sven a la demona. Y va a cuestear. Y va a cuestear para obligarlo por último a hacer un tradeo. Se queda con 2 cartas en la mano. Muy empezado el alemán. Se queda a 15. Se queda con letal en la mesa. Cuando dicen que algo le comentan. ¿Qué le comentan al juez? Es una situación que están hablando de algo ahí. Hay dudas en el stage. Pero nada. Ahora sí. Con 2 cartas en la mano. Está pensando en los turnos. Pero bueno, ya prácticamente hizo todo en el turno y le va a dar. Dice que no hay. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué está pasando en el stage? Bueno, se tienen que ir a turnos, ¿no? De todas maneras, ahora sí. Turno número 1 para el francés. Turno 1 que tiene que congelar. tiene que hacer lo posible, ya ganar es prácticamente imposible. El francés que simplemente tiene que congelar lo mayor posible para llevarse el empate y llevarse un posible, ¿no? Día 2 con estos 18 puntos. Y es lo que va a hacer. Va a jugar a la Elsa, tiene que empezar a congelar algo, tiene que hacer que no tiene que girarse tampoco en esa moneda. Va a girar lo que sería esa Calhoun. Puede ser que tradea la Calhoun. Va a jugar su Calhoun. Y vamos a ver. Como digo, tiene 2 turnos el alemán, porque va a tocar el turno 2 y el turno 4 tiene el alemán para ganar. Qué increíble sería lo que estamos viendo. Vamos a ver si el francés lo logra. De momento se puede girar aún el Lexington. Le va a pegar al Cheshire Cat y le va a dar for free. Le da for free lo que sería ese lore. Y creo que la cosa va a ser para el alemán. La desesperación quizá un poco del francés. No alcanza a congelar del todo. Y nada, es lo que se va a ver. Le va a hacer 2 daños a ese Sven. Pero mira que ahí va a ganar 2 de lore. Y va a ganar el otro turno 2. Y este turno ya lo gana el alemán. Porque ya si cuentan con esa Calhoun gana 2 de lore. Se va 17, 18 y 19. Cuando roba por el turno. No tenía que hacer nada más, creo yo. Pero bueno, si es que el contador es correcto, porque está en 15, es simplemente ahí tradear la Calhoun y cuestear. No tiene que hacer nada más el alemán. No sé por qué piensa tanto, pero es lo único que tiene que hacer. Si es que va a 15, ¿no? Ve el lore de nuevo, piensa. No, va a seguir jugando. Va a seguir jugando porque acá tenemos hasta mañana, por supuesto. Se juega toda la mano. Va a jugar el dog. Le dice, esa es buena, no tienes que hacerlo, pero esa es buena. No tienes que hacerlo, le dice el francés, pero parece que quiere asegurar, por lo que sea, el turno 4 va a ganar sí o sí, pero cuenta, sigue contando, se puede equivocar siempre, ¿no? Siempre ahí se puede equivocar en una situación tensa también, una situación tensa para el alemán. Eso es lo que está contando, eso es lo que dice, voy a 15, pero ¿por qué? ¿Qué estoy haciendo? ¿Por qué hice todo esto? Es lo que está pensando, si nada, cuestión de 3. Y tradeo la Calhoun, se dio cuenta después y así efectivamente llega a los 20, ¿no? Según el score. Efectivamente, manito nomás, lo que le costó ver esa jugada al alemán. Lo que le costó. De hecho, el francés miró la mesa y dice, bueno, sí, ya está. Pero no, lo que le costó al alemán ver la jugada. Es que tremendo lo que le costó verla. Así que, tremendo lo que vimos el día de hoy cuando ya los dejo con los casters. De momento yo me despido porque esta ya sería la última ronda y tengo que hacer ahí unos trámites. Así que muchas gracias a todos los que me acompañan en este casteo en español. Mañana se vienen cositas, mañana se viene el día 2, pero lo dejo con lo que serían los casters oficiales y acá el Orcana oficial.
Unfortunately, sometimes it just does not go your way, and that's where we end up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's those fine margins. Was there a way to turn one of those draws into a win, for example? But I have to say, like this last game, this Amethyst Steel Mirror, a lot of people will say mirrors are not that interesting to watch. Well, that was unbelievably interesting to watch. So dynamic. And I think that the Christopher Robin underdog, how that changed the dynamic of these mirrors, where sometimes it can feel very, very favored for the player going first. I think the underdog story was really so brilliant to see. And I have to say, it's been my favorite thing about the Winterspell metagame here in Ghent. I've loved seeing these underdogs and how they really can change the dynamic of these matches.
We've seen a lot of underdogs. It makes me a bit sad we've not seen Judy Hop's Snowfield Patrol.
Yeah.
That's like the one we haven't seen on stream. So somebody please bring Judy, because that is the underdog that I want to see, my personal favorite of the underdogs.
You love Judy Hops, don't
I
you?
love Judy Hops. I love Zootropia or Zootropolis, depends on what region you're in. Pardon?
I think it's called Zoomania.
Oh, it is called Zoomania.
Somewhere. Maybe Germany?
I think Germany is Zoomania.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right about that. Either way, bring me that Judy Hopps underdog. That is what I want to be seeing on a personal level.
What's been your highlight of the day so far? Well, I say so far. The highlight of the day, Ross, as we're coming to an end here in Ghent. But
that's an excellent question. I don't really. I mean, I've had 3 long games. I've had 2 games that went to time. One with Kim earlier, one with yourself here. And honestly, we have just had just wonderful times. But look, we're out of games.
We are.
But we're not out of stream. So let's go and head on over to the lounge and see what goodies we've got to finish off with.
Always.
Hello, welcome back to the Disney Log. I was just making sure that all the cards were accounted for, making sure the Enchanteds are all there, all the epics, they are in fine condition. I didn't do nothing.
It's a good thing that Buzz and Woody are on watch right here.
They promised me they wouldn't say a word. Not that I was doing anything. Anyway. Rebecca, are you having a fun day while Woody loses his hat there?
Woody losing his cowboy hat. He's doing all right here. Oh, it's been fantastic. Wonderful day. We've said it all day long, but truly, this event is magical. The community, all the fan event activities that have been going on, and this incredible Disney Arcana Challenge tournament. It has been a day unlike any other.
They always are, honestly. Every DLC is the highlight of my week, month, year.
Yes.
It's such an honor to be here and such an honor to share the stage with you, Rebecca.
Always, and for me especially, coming over here to the European event.
Absolutely.
I know it's the same for you when you come to North America. There's so many fans and players and the communities that we interact with online, but then being able to come here and meet them in person. It's such a wonderful, heartwarming experience for me, and a joy to work with you and the rest of this incredible team. I mean, Spezzy, Ross, Kim, and Jen, all fantastic. And I can't wait to be back at it again tomorrow for Super Sunday.
Absolutely, yes. It all comes to a conclusion tomorrow. We're going to have 4 additional rounds of Swiss for those that were fortunate enough to get those 18 match points required to progress on to day 2. And then after those 4 rounds of Swiss, we will have cut to top 32. That is for both of our events. So Friday and Saturday events will both have their own individual top 32 cuts. They will play through. Yes. We will decide a mini champion from these 2 events, and then those will face off best of 5, the winner going all the way to the World Championship.
Yes, and of course, after those 4 rounds of Swiss in the morning, when we get to that top 32 cut, every single player who makes it to top 32 has earned their invitation to the European Championships. So there's a lot on the line. There's a lot on the line for the players, and there's a lot on the line for our casters and our fantasy draft. I am ready to take a look at our standings. This is only through round 7 today, but we have... No, this is from yesterday.
I was going to say.
This is from yesterday.
My point shut up all of a sudden, didn't they?
That's from Friday.
That was my ever so impressive day 1. We just wanted to remind you of just how good my team did.
We did not need that reminder. We all know how well you did.
I didn't do as well today. You can rest easy. But yeah,
I was doing pretty good, so hopefully...
You were smashing it.
Yeah, I got a few players that I know have made it to day 3, but it looks like Team Kim is in the lead with a whopping 75 points. Incredible. I am holding on to that second place spot, 63 points. I am very excited about that showing, followed up by Team Ross with 60 points, not far behind me.
Not too far, and then me and Spessy neck and neck. And unfortunately, Team Jen not coming through today, but there's always tomorrow. You might have some players that have 4 additional rounds of Swiss, so certainly chance to rack up some more points. But yeah, that's just a little update for our caster fantasy draft, and of course let you know how things conclude tomorrow. But the most important thing is competitive gameplay, qualifications for the European Championship, and hopefully stamping that ticket to Worlds.
Yes, and I know we took a look at the win rates from Friday event. We're going to have some of that information for you tomorrow for those conversion rates for the Saturday tournament to see what decks made it to day 2. Is it going to be a big showing for Amber Emerald again? I hope so, because that's the deck that I picked to win it all this weekend. So I really hope that it does well.
I'm sure it will, but we've also seen Ruby Amethyst performing extremely well this weekend, preying on the dogs. I would not be surprised to see some of them make top cut, and maybe we can go all the way and shock the Disney Lorcana community.
Yes, well, I can't wait, Baker, for tomorrow, and we can't wait to bring you all the action. Myself, Baker, Spessy, Ross, Kim, and Jen, we're all going to be back here starting at 9 a.m. again tomorrow, Ghent time, live here in Belgium. It's going to be an exciting day, Baker.
It's going to be amazing. So yeah, shout out to the team. Again, a shout out to Fanfinity, the production team, a huge operation going on. And of course, to our incredible lore guides looking after the players. Again, we're fresh off a brand new set. So lots of interactions and stuff to make sure we're getting right. So yeah, a shout out to our lore guides. And Thank you guys for joining us over the weekend, but we hope that you're not through yet. We hope that you're going to join us tomorrow, 9 a.m. for the start of the final day of DLC GHENT.
Me, Woody, Buzz, we're all going to be here.
Woody and Buzz, they're going to be here. We're going to have a lovely time. But that's it from us for now. We'll see you tomorrow.